The vengeful hero returns to the turbulent era of Hong Kong Island. Return with a powerful golden finger reborn from the heavens. Kill from the bottom with a full disk of memories. Drowning in debt? So what? Oppressed by triads? Who cares? With his foresight, he ventured into the gambling industry, played smuggling, and stirred up both black and white channels. Conquer your confidants, crush your opponents, and launch a comeback from a street horse to an underground overlord. Black and white coexist, gaining both power and wealth, and all the enemies of the past have stepped on their feet. In this life, he wants to overthrow the old order and personally create his own black gold empire. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1 Rebirth. In June 1951, Kowloon walled city in Hong Kong. Feng Gu, no good, no good. Wang Zifu, nicknamed Fatty Fu, is Zhang Feng's best friend. Fat Zifu is not tall, only 1.6 meters, but his weight is quite alarming. His life motto is, don't be fooled by being a man, just the cup size can blow you up. Damn your mother, Fatty Fu, you're going to die? Zhang Feng cursed and asked, what's the matter? Uncle Hui brought a lot of people to your house. What? Zhang Feng was stunned. Uncle Hui, nicknamed Koshui Hui, amplifies his ears near Kowloon walled city. I heard that it has recently started with a new word. In the 1950s, there was a significant difference between Hong Kong with and without prefixes. For example, the workers at the dock, if you add a certain prefix, how much do you do every day? Excluding the commission at all levels, you still have at least half of it in your hands. But if you don't add any prefixes and can get 1 cent for 1 yuan, then it's just burning incense. So, backed by the word Koshui Hui, there is still some notoriety in the Kowloon walled city area. Fei Zifu added with some concern. Feng Ge, you just came back today, and Koshui Hui brought someone to your house. Will they come to find you? I haven't provoked him before. Why did he come looking for me? Zhang Feng frowned and thought for a moment before saying, let's go see what's going on with me. Fong Qin, today I don't want to talk nonsense with you. You can choose between repaying the money and moving things yourself. Koshui Hui was blocking Zhang Feng's doorstep with a few people, fierce, and Zhang Feng's mother, Lu Guiqin, stood with her hands on her hips, blocking the door. Without even looking at them, she quickly replied with 3 words, I don't have any money. Don't you have money? Ko Hua sneered. I don't think you have money. Ko Hua, don't pay attention to whether I have money or not. I always speak in one sentence, asking for the money you borrowed while asking for it. If you want to go in and move things, unless you step on me. Lu Guiqin's temper is also well known far and wide. When it comes to throwing tantrums, it's really not easy for ordinary people. Okay, that's what you said. I'll do it for you today. Koshui Hui spat out the cigarette but from his mouth and signaled to a subordinate behind him. I understood and pulled out a watermelon knife that could cast a shadow, swinging my arms and walking towards Lu Guiqin. Lu Guiqin was startled when she saw that the other side had actually come, and she stood at the door, not knowing what to do. Wait. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd of onlookers. Are you tying it up? Koshui Hui frowned and looked at the person. Uncle Hui, don't you think so? You don't even know me? Zhang Feng walked closer with Fat Zifu and a smile on his face. First, he glanced at his mother Lu Guiqin and saw that she was unharmed. Then he smiled and looked at Koshui Hui, saying, Uncle Hui, everyone is from the neighborhood. If you have anything to say, just speak up. You might even need to take out a knife. Pooh, you old mother. You're such a coward. Dare you talk to my boss like that? Before Ko Hui could speak, the young man who had just threatened Lu Guiqin with a watermelon knife cursed out loud. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng looked at the groom and said, Did you tie it up again? The arrogant groom was about to announce his home when he was kicked in the stomach and cried out in pain. Zhang Feng has been working as a laborer at the dock for the past few months, and one person can support 2 people. His strength is evident. This kick kicked the horse and caused it to overturn. Not only that, as he kicked it out, he leaned forward with one hand and took the watermelon knife from the groom's hand. Continuing with a few steps forward, he bent down and slapped the face of the young man on the ground with his blade, his volume rising in waves. I'm talking to your boss, you boss. Do you know what's wrong with you? What are you going to do? Zhang Feng's actions angered Koshui Hui and his group, who were about to rush forward. Fatty Fu's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly retreated. Lu Guiqin was the same. She didn't even react. Only Zhang Feng calmly lit a cigarette, shook the matchstick, and then turned his head to look at the drool glow with a sinister smile. Ko Zuhui frowned first, then waved his hand to stop his subordinates, squinted at Zhang Feng a few times, and said, Are you Feng Zai? Zhang Feng nodded, smiling but remained silent. Okay, it's really a young hero. Koshui Hui tilted her head half up, cracked her mouth, and pointed to Lu Guiqin. But, Jianghu people have to follow the rules of the Jianghu. Your mother lent me some money, and if she doesn't repay it, I'll have to move something to pay off the debt. Zhang Feng looked back at Lu Guiqin with some surprise. It's not me. It's really not me this time. It's you old bean. Lu Guiqin knew that her son hated borrowing big ears the most, so she quickly explained. In front of the neighbors, Zhang Feng didn't rush to ask about the situation. Instead, he looked at Ko Shui Hui and exhaled a puff of green smoke, saying, "Hey, give me 3 days. After 3 days, at this time, I'll even give you the money with interest." Ko Shui Hui frowned at Zhang Feng and said, "Do you know how much expensive interest your family borrowed from me?" "How much?" 800 mosquitoes. Damn it. Zhang Feng cursed silently in his heart, but his face remained calm. No problem. Looking at Zhang Feng's full confidence, his saliva flickered with suspicion. "Do I trust you?" "Uncle Hui," Zhang Feng chuckled. He threw his cigarette butt aside, twisted it with his foot, and played with the watermelon knife he had snatched with his free hand, saying nonchalantly, "Everyone came out here to seek wealth, not to mention my humble life. Even if I die, I will die. But if one of your subordinates is injured, then the cost of soup and water will not be as simple as 800 mosquitoes." "You." Before Ko Shui could get angry, Zhang Feng stretched out 2 fingers and said, "First, I'll pay you back 100 mosquitoes in 3 days, and the extra 200 will be used as water money. Second, let's have a fight now. Life and death are up to heaven. Uncle Hui, you can choose for yourself. I can do it myself. Soft is afraid of hard, horizontal is afraid of death. This is a timeless law." Ko Shui Hui's face darkened, and after a brief measurement, he pointed to Zhang Feng and said, "Okay, I'll give you 3 days. If you don't bring the money in 3 days, don't worry, whether I bring the money or not, my life will be yours." Zhang Feng interrupted directly. "It's better to tie it up." Ko Zuhui first glared at Lu Guiqin, then turned his gaze to Zhang Feng for a few seconds. "Let's go?" After Ko Zuhui left with his men, Zhang Feng looked at the indifferent neighbors around him and said, "Oh my, are all the men at home free to tie up when they go pecking at wild chickens?" The neighbors of that era were actually even more indifferent than they are now. Zhang Feng was too lazy to pay attention to them, so he shouted and went into the house. "Hey, Grandma doesn't know if you're coming back today. Are you hungry or not? I'll go buy 2 roasted chickens from Grandma and make them for you tonight." "Do you still have money to buy roasted chicken?" Zhang Feng looked at Lu Guiqin with a half smile. To be honest, he really doesn't have much affection for his parents in this life. If it weren't for the fear of being poked in the spine, he wouldn't have stood up today. Zhang Feng saw Lu Guiqin staring at him eagerly and shook his head directly, saying, "Look at me. I don't even have money." "Hey, just laugh, kid. You still promised to pay him back 1,000 mosquitoes in 3 days, so he might not have any money," Lu Guiqin said awkwardly with a smile. Zhang Feng flipped out the 2 pockets that were cleaner than his face and said innocently, "I really don't have any money, not even a penny." "What?" The first sound was from Lu Guiqin. The second sound was from Fatty Fu, who had been overlooked all along. He looked at Zhang Feng dumbfounded and said, "Brother Feng, will you explain in 3 days?" 3 days later? Zhang Feng thought for a moment and smiled meaningfully. Chapter 2. It's time to earn some money. Zhang Feng, a native of Chaos Han, like many refugees who fled from the mainland, immediately took residence in Kowloon walled city. Despite his tender age of 18, he harbored the sentiments of someone on the brink of old age. In his previous life, he was the chairman of a multinational corporation, employing every means possible for profit. Eventually, his misdeeds were uncovered, leading to his arrest and subsequent imprisonment. In the summer of 2019, Zhang Feng was sentenced to death, with an immediate execution mandated. As he approached the end, resentment brewed within him. He loathed his birth in a society filled with light. Perhaps in the unending darkness of the old society, things would have been different. Unbeknownst to him, his grievances seemed to have reached the heavens. For at the very moment the lethal injection entered his veins, he inexplicably traversed time. He found himself in 1946, inhabiting the body of an 18-year-old boy who shared his name. In his former existence, he was wealthy and powerful. Now, he faced destitution. However, this did not plunge him into despair. Circumstances forge heroes. In his previous life, he had no avenue to showcase his talents. But in this current world rife with darkness and oppression, perhaps he would find his place. After dinner, Zhang Feng ascended to the attic. Retrieving 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, an amount he had painstakingly earned over the past 6 months, from his sock. A complex expression flickered across his youthful face. It seemed necessary to first secure a job to earn some money. Lin Yao, the oldest tea house in Hong Kong, is said to have been established in 1926. Having withstood the test of 3 years and 8 months, its history is palpable. In 1950s Hong Kong, such tea houses were not merely venues for enjoying morning tea. They were also places where one could encounter rare opportunities. This was why Zhang Feng had made the long journey to Central on the early ferry. Approaching the entrance, he was greeted by a lacquered wooden plaque inscribed with 3 golden characters. Lin Yao entering, he found a lengthy staircase and uniformly round glass-topped tables, all exuding the classical charm of old Hong Kong. Given the early hour, there were not many patrons partaking in morning tea. A young waiter, having just finished brewing tea, spotted a new customer and hurriedly approached with a white towel draped over one shoulder and a smile on his face. "Sir, how many in your party?" "Just one," Zhang Feng replied, surveying his surroundings. As the waiter prepared to call out, Zhang Feng interrupted. "Please, hold on." "Sir, then you are." The waiter, puzzled, looked at Zhang Feng. With a smile, Zhang Feng inquired, "Is brother Huang Qiushui here today?" Upon hearing the name, the waiter furrowed his brow slightly. After appraising Zhang Feng a few more times, he stated, "I am Huang Qiushui. May I ask what you seek?" "So, you are brother Qiushui. My name is Zhang Feng. From Haifeng." Zhang Feng spoke truthfully. Haifeng County is a locale within the Chaoshan region, and it was a surprising coincidence that they both hailed from the same place. "Didn't he expect to meet a fellow townsman?" Huang Qiushui remarked, his enthusiasm evident as he gestured for Zhang Feng to sit down. He poured 2 cups of boiled water and asked, "New to Hong Kong?" "I came here with my family a few years ago," Zhang Feng replied, producing a pack of unopened Samwa brand cigarettes. He lit one for himself and handed the remainder to Huang Qiushui. In that era, a pack of Samwa cigarettes cost $3, equivalent to a day's living expenses for a poor family. Observing the pack with one less cigarette, Huang Qiushui's smile broadened. A generous person was worth cultivating a friendship with. "Brother Qiushui, among family, we need not stand on ceremony. I have heard you are a person of great loyalty, always ready to assist fellow townsmen in need. I wish to ask for your help in finding a job." After speaking, Zhang Feng struck a match, lighting Huang Qiushui's cigarette before using the remaining flame to ignite his own. Huang Qiushui nodded, asking, "What skills do you possess?" "I have attended private school for a few years, can read a bit of English, and have some accounting knowledge," Zhang Feng replied. Huang Qiushui tilted his head, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the glass-topped table. He refrained from questioning why someone with such knowledge would seek work at the docks. In that era, securing a respectable job was not merely about knowledge, but rather about connections. And he was precisely that intermediary. As Huang Qiushui contemplated, Zhang Feng remained silent, patiently waiting. Finally, after half a cigarette, Huang Qiushui spoke, "Regarding your request." Before Huang Qiushui could finish, Zhang Feng produced 10 Hong Kong dollars and handed it over. "This is a small token of appreciation. Excuse my presumption. Upon successful completion of the task, I will reward you handsomely." Huang Qiushui, a waiter also known as a tooth merchant, functioned as a labor intermediary in contemporary terms. As Zhang Feng had mentioned earlier, Huang Qiushui had assisted fellow townsmen on numerous occasions, often receiving tips, usually mere cents or at most $1. However, someone as generous as Zhang Feng, offering money up front before any work was done, was indeed a rarity. Upon receiving the money, Huang Qiushui wasted no time. He glanced around cautiously before leaning in closer and whispering, "The Chaoshan people in Hong Kong have their own association, and the president's family is in need of a steward. Do you have any interest?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng paused momentarily, then chuckled wryly. "Brother Qiushui, surely you jest. I'm barely of age. How could anyone choose me as a steward?" Although Zhang Feng possessed the mindset and perspective of a modern individual, he was still aware of certain customs from the old times. How could a mere 18-year-old be entrusted with such a role? Yet Huang Qiushui showed no sign of jest. He pointed to the $5 bill he held, rolling his eyes. "The family wouldn't select you. It's for the second son of the Zhou family." "The second son of the Zhou family?" Zhang Feng inquired, intrigued. "Yes," Huang Qiushui confirmed. "This young master is a bastard child. A young lad who dislikes having an old man hovering over him all day, so he wishes for a peer to act as steward." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. "Fear not, brother, I will take good care of you." Huang Qiushui chuckled, waving the $5 bill. Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother Qiushui. Once this is accomplished, I shall reward you generously." Initially, he had merely sought a temporary source of income to sustain himself, but unexpectedly, this simple endeavor led him to the household of the president of the Chaoshan Association. While he understood that this Zhou family's second son was a mere illegitimate child with little influence, even a starving camel is larger than a horse. This was a fortuitous surprise. "However, my friend, I must advise you, this Zhou family's second son is notoriously idle. To gain his favor, you must align with his temperament," Huang Qiushui cautioned. This meant that to secure the position, Zhang Feng would have to spend money to cater to the whims of the Zhou family's young master, and the expenses were likely to pile up. Yet Zhang Feng remained unfazed. In his previous life, he had navigated the complexities of the 4 wealthy young masters. So dealing with a spoiled, sheltered youth was a trivial matter in comparison. Zhang Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and placed the money on the table. "Here are 800. If that is insufficient, I shall withdraw more from the bank." His words elevated Huang Qiushui's opinion of him even further. To be able to afford 3 or 5 packs of cigarettes and casually produce such a sum of money, effortlessly declaring that he could always obtain more from the bank. This is the hallmark of a person truly capable of undertaking significant endeavors. Unlike those who hesitate and approach life as if guarding against thieves, how could they ever deserve the connections they possess? All right, brother, wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Huang Qiushui seemed to be more than just an ordinary waiter at Lianxiang Tower. After exchanging greetings with the front desk, he hurriedly departed. Chapter 3. Brother A. Feng, your father is about to be attacked. Naturally, Zhang Feng did not linger idly, for he had preparations to make for the evening's opportunity. Upon leaving Lianxiang Tower, he sought out a nearby tailor and entered the shop. The proprietor, warmly welcoming the customer, inquired, "Sir, are you looking to have a suit made?" Zhang Feng glanced around and asked, "Do you have any suits available?" "Suits? Yes, but they must be custom-made." "Custom-made?" Zhang Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have anything ready-made?" "Sir, as you know, suits are different from traditional garments. Each person requires a unique fit. Please, do not leave just yet. We do have ready-made options." The tailor's insistence was clear, as he recognized that custom and ready-made garments come at vastly different prices. Seeing Zhang Feng's youth, the tailor hoped to profit handsomely. However, before he could finish his thought, Zhang Feng turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Alarmed, fearing Zhang Feng might walk out, the tailor rushed into the back room. When he re-emerged, he was visibly out of breath. In that era, suits were not protected by plastic or special fabric covers, so the proprietor handled the garment with utmost care. This was Zhang Feng's first encounter with a suit from this time period. It resembled what he had seen on television, albeit with more exaggerated shoulder pads and lacking any semblance of a tailored waist, presenting a rather boxy silhouette. Observing the suit, Zhang Feng could not help but smile ruefully, vowing to design his own in the future, for this one was far too unworthy of his aesthetic sensibilities. "How much for this suit?" he casually inquired after trying it on and finding it reasonably fitting. $20, the tailor declared with an unyielding expression. Zhang Feng scoffed lightly, tossing him a $10 Hong Kong note. "This is all I have. Also, please find me a leather bag and shoes." "Sir, this $10. Before the tailor could voice his complaint, Zhang Feng's expression darkened. "Either you conduct this business or you do not. If you choose not to, then kindly inform me sooner rather than later. Do not waste my time." The tailor was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Feng's demeanor. Ultimately, he suppressed his retort with a sigh and turned to assist in selecting the requested bag and shoes. It wasn't that Zhang Feng was being unreasonable. Rather, he was acutely aware of the depths of the waters he was navigating. His father, Zhang Tiqian, had once been a tailor, and having been immersed in that world since childhood, how could he possibly be deceived by this proprietor? Moreover, their family had once owned a tailor shop, which was lost to a bomb during the Japanese occupation of Hong Kong. Otherwise, their circumstances would not have been so dire. As the saying goes, a man is judged by his clothing, a horse by its saddle. Clad in his new attire, Zhang Feng appeared transformed. Even the previously dubious tailor could not help but express his admiration. As Zhang Feng approached the entrance, the tailor had already placed his discarded clothing into a bag. Assuming Zhang Feng had simply forgotten it, he called out, "Sir, you have not taken your old garments." Zhang Feng smiled and replied, "Donate them to charity. Let them assist those in need." In the aftermath of the war, the British government established charitable institutions in various districts to placate public sentiment. While this may have been mere window dressing, it nonetheless provided some assistance to the impoverished. Dressed in his suit, Zhang Feng returned to Lianxiang Tower, coincidentally encountering Huang Qiushui upon arrival. The sight of Zhang Feng in his new attire momentarily surprised Huang Qiushui, but he said nothing, leading him directly to a private room on the second floor. "Tonight at 8, at the Taibai Huafeng. I have arranged everything with the second young master of the Zhou family. As for the outcome, that will depend on your performance, brother," Huang Qiushui stated, wiping the sweat from his brow after finishing a bowl of tea. The Taibai Huafeng was the predecessor of the renowned Jinbao seafood boat, famous for its fresh ingredients. Zhang Feng nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Qiushui. No need for thanks. We are both from the same hometown." Huang Qiushui waved dismissively, then pulled out some loose change from his long garment's pocket. "Since the second young master of the Zhou family prefers not to have outsiders, I have booked the entire boat and arranged for a few singers to entertain us. There is still some change left." As Huang Qiushui counted, Zhang Feng pushed the pile of coins forward with a smile, saying, "You can take the leftover for some wine, Qiushui. The money I put forth will not be reclaimed." Familiar with Zhang Feng's generous nature, Huang Qiushui accepted without argument, taking back exactly what he had given. Subsequently, Huang Qiushui shared detailed information regarding the second young master of the Zhou family. It turned out that Zhou Hocheng, the president of the Hong Kong Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, had 3 sons. The eldest, Zhou Datsai, lived up to his name, being quite talented and a high-achieving graduate returning from abroad, raised as the family's successor. The second son, Zhou Daiji, was the polar opposite of his half-brother, embodying a life of aimlessness, indulging in debauchery and frivolities. The family business he inherited had not only failed to yield profits over the years, but had also incurred substantial losses. Were it not for the Zhou family's vast wealth, these small losses would have long since led him to the streets as a beggar. The youngest, a full brother of Zhou Deji, was merely a primary school student. So Huang Qiushui refrained from elaborating on him. Having recounted much, Huang Qiushui summarized, "In any case, Brother Zhang, the second young master is, to put it simply, quite straightforward. As long as you can discern his temperament, he is not difficult to engage with." This was indeed a truthful observation. In his previous life, Zhang Feng had interacted with many second and third generation individuals during his entrepreneurial beginnings. Such affluent scions typically shared a common trait. They tended to gravitate towards those with similar dispositions, as Huang Qiushui had noted. If one were too refined, they might be deemed pedantic and lacking in charm. Conversely, if one were too unscrupulous, they would be looked down upon as unworthy, making it seem as though associating with them would tarnish one's reputation. Therefore, Zhang Feng felt confident in his ability to connect with the second young master of the Zhou family, possessing at least a 90% assurance of success. With ample time before the meeting and the boat docked at Langqing Bay, Zhang Feng and Huang Qiushui agreed on a rendezvous time before Zhang Feng returned home across the sea. However, upon entering the city, he spotted Fatty Fu hastily rolling towards him, his rotund figure bouncing as he called out, "Brother A Feng, Brother A Feng, wait." As Fatty Fu, who had been in a state of panic, caught sight of Zhang Feng's transformed appearance, he froze momentarily in astonishment. "Enough with that nonsense," Zhang Feng retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "What is it this time?" "Oh, Brother Feng," Fatty Fu stammered, his earlier panic returning. "This time it's serious. Your mother. She's wielding a kitchen knife, threatening to kill your father." Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback before dashing home. "What are you still doing here? Hurry back." Chapter 4, A Dreamlike Reality. Upon arriving, Zhang Feng found the house eerily quiet, while outside, a throng of women gossiped animatedly, their tempers flaring. "Get lost. If you want to leave, then just go. We have no rice to spare for you." Several women in their mid-20s turned to reprimand him. "You. How can you say that? We came to help, and you're driving us away. How rude." Right, you're so polite. Should I buy some whips to throw at your homes as a celebration?" Seeing Zhang Feng's defiance, the crowd dispersed, grumbling. "One day I'll sell you all off," he muttered under his breath as he turned to enter the house. Noticing Fatty Fu still standing there like a meat stick, he rolled his eyes again. "What? You hoping to stay for dinner?" Fatty Fu looked up sheepishly at Zhang Feng, quickly apologizing. I thought I heard my mom call me for dinner. I'll head out now. See you, Brother Feng." Once everyone had left, Zhang Feng slammed the door shut. Inside, the chaos was palpable. Tables and chairs were overturned. A scene reminiscent of a battlefield. Lu Guiqin sat on the floor, her hands covering her face as she wept. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiqian sat in a chair, his clothes nearly torn to shreds, a testament to his defeat. Zhang Feng chose not to intervene. Instead, he picked up a fallen wooden chair, sat upon it, lit a cigarette, and gazed at them. What a lively scene. Please, continue. I'm merely here to observe." After finishing his cigarette, he noticed neither of them acknowledged him. Zhang Feng extinguished the butt and clapped his hands. "Why aren't you fighting? If you're not going to, I might as well leave. I have matters to attend to tonight. Remember to tidy up. This place is hardly fit to be called home. And by the way," he pointed at the kitchen knife embedded deep in the doorframe, "stop brandishing knives and acting like you're some tough gangsters." Seeing her son genuinely prepare to leave, Lu Guiqin couldn't hold back any longer and scolded him. "You little brat. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're just like your father." At this, Zhang Feng chuckled, turning back with a smile. "Mother, this is between you two. Why drag me into it? Why drag you into it? If you hadn't been so reckless with your words, would I be this furious?" Lu Guiqin recalled the incident and felt wronged, tears streaming down her face once more. "When have I ever spoken carelessly?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. "I told you 3 days ago I'd give him $1,000. Why are you worried?" Before Lu Guiqin could respond, Zhang Tiqian stared at his son in disbelief. "Fengzi, what are you saying? You're giving Koshui Hui 1,000? "Yeah. He claimed you borrowed 800 at high interest, so I'm just giving him 1,000. The extra 200 is for interest." "You scoundrel. I only borrowed 500, with no interest, to be repaid within a year. When did it balloon to 800? Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhang Feng understood his father was too naive, having believed Koshui Hui's exaggerated tales. The 500 had somehow transformed into 800 due to interest. Though he felt somewhat cheated, he knew that once he spoke, it was akin to giving money. There was no turning back. However, he couldn't let his father off the hook so easily. Despite their strained relationship, this debt could not simply be dismissed. "All right. Regardless of whether it's 500 or 800, I'll resolve this in 3 days. Just promise me not to borrow money for gambling again. I have things to attend to. I'm leaving." "Who said I borrowed money for gambling?" Zhang Tiqian snapped, clearly irritable from being duped by Koshui Hui. If you're not gambling, then why borrow so much? Zhang Feng asked, taken aback. Your father can't even recognize a Pai Gao game. What is the use of gambling? Zhang Tiqian retorted, then glanced at his wife, who was still glaring at him. He lowered his head, mumbling somewhat sheepishly. After that group of rascals blew up the tailor shop, your mother used the gold she brought from her family to pay off debts. That was her dowry. A keepsake from your grandmother. I thought I'd redeem it since the pawn ticket was about to expire, so I borrowed from Koshui Hui at high interest. Upon hearing this, Lu Guiqin wept even harder, but this time it was from being touched, not angered. Even Zhang Feng had anticipated that his father could be so sentimental. All right, I'll take care of this matter in 3 days. Don't worry. I'm in a hurry and want to be home for dinner. You two enjoy your romantic moment. This time, Lu Guiqin didn't try to stop her son. The look she cast at her husband was a blend of reproach and warmth, gradually leaning towards him. Wait. Just as they were about to embrace amidst the disarray of their home, Lu Guiqin suddenly jolted. What is it? Zhang Tiqian asked, momentarily confused. Did you notice what Fengzi was wearing when he returned? Wearing? Zhang Tiqian was bewildered, shaking his head in confusion. Lu Guiqin furrowed her brows, seemingly straining to recall. Before she could remember, she felt a tightening embrace from Zhang Tiqian. Zhang Feng had intended to return home to rest, as he still had time before his appointment with Huang Qiushui. However, after witnessing the chaotic scene followed by an emotional moment, he found it impossible to endure such a roller coaster of emotions. Of course, if viewed from another perspective, that would be a different story. Brother Feng. Just a few steps out the door, that familiar voice rang out once more. Seeing Fatty Fu's goofy expression reminded Zhang Feng of a past acquaintance named Liu Yang. He had been a childhood companion, somewhat of a follower. They shared a similar appearance, both round-faced and plump, akin to a gas can come to life. However, when Zhang Feng achieved success, Liu Yang had vanished, leaving behind one of his few regrets. Thus, encountering Fatty Fu now evoked a strange sense of familiarity. As Fatty Fu approached, Zhang Feng playfully pinched his chubby cheeks. Fatty Fu didn't mind, and merely chuckled like a fool. Eventually, Zhang Feng released his grip, wiping his hand on his clothes in disdain. Damn it, you've left me with a handful of drool. Hee hee. Fatty Fu continued to grin, prompting Zhang Feng to shake his head in disbelief. He pulled out 2 coins from his pocket and pressed them into Fatty Fu's hand. You have sharp eyes. Zhang Feng felt a bit exasperated. His parents hadn't even noticed his change of clothes, yet this boy had picked up on it immediately. When did suits become so affordable in Hong Kong at the end of the 1940s? Thank you, Brother Feng. Fatty Fu joyfully stuffed $2 into his pocket. Zhang Feng patted his chubby face. Don't worry, soon enough, I'll help you rise to prominence. With that, he turned around, leaving behind what he believed to be a charming silhouette. However, Fatty Fu paid no heed to the weight of Zhang Feng's words. Instead, he gleefully clutched the $2 and darted off to a nearby gambling den to play dice. As evening fell, after strolling through Kowloon City for an entire afternoon, Zhang Feng made his way directly to the Lam Chung Bay Pier. Chapter 5, Young Master Zhou. Upon Zhang Feng's arrival at the pier, Huang Qiushui was already waiting there. After exchanging glances, Zhang Feng felt a bit awkward looking at the flower boat anchored in the distant sea. He was uncertain how to approach it. Fortunately, Huang Qiushui called out towards a shadowy area beside him. Going to Tai Bai, do you have time? Soon, a response echoed back. Yes. As the voice faded, a wooden boat slowly emerged before them. The boat approached the pier, and the boatman skillfully steadied it with his oar, then extended a hand. Welcome, gentlemen. The wooden boat was remarkably stable, devoid of the unsettling tilting often experienced when boarding. The gentle ripples danced upon the surface, and the sea breeze wafted soothingly. Once the 2 men stood firmly aboard, the boatman shouted a command in a dialect Zhang Feng could barely comprehend, and they set off towards the Tai Bai flower boat. The Tai Bai flower boat, also known as the Gutang Dun, is a luxurious restaurant situated above the sea. The first and second floors feature scattered tables occupied by various diners, while the third floor is reserved for VIP private rooms. What sets it apart from ordinary dining establishments is the presence of songstresses who serenade guests while serving drinks. These songstresses, however, differ somewhat from traditional ones. Following the complete ban on prostitution in Hong Kong in 1935, many who operated brothels relocated their businesses to the sea, masquerading as seafood restaurants while peddling other services. Consequently, these so-called songstresses bear a resemblance to the hostesses of the future. Upon arriving at the flower boat, Huang Qiushui quickly whispered a few words to a server standing at the bow. The server nodded, beaming, and courteously gestured for them to ascend to the 3rd floor. As the saying goes, those who stand high can see far. Standing on the 3rd level of the flower boat, the view was indeed distinct. Scattered around were several other flower boats, and as night fell, the colorful lanterns became a unique spectacle. Quite nice. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. After admiring the night view for a while, a server downstairs called out, a distinguished guest on the 3rd floor. The server who had led Zhang Feng up hurried to the staircase to greet him. Amidst the sound of wood scraping against wood, a young man, seemingly in his early 20s, appeared in view. Despite his youth, his attire and demeanor immediately revealed him to be a person of considerable wealth or status. As the young man ascended to the 3rd floor, his gaze briefly lingered on Zhang Feng before turning to Huang Qiushui with a smile. Old Huang. Young Master Ji, please. Please, Huang Qiushui bowed slightly, welcoming him with evident enthusiasm. Zhou Daji handed his overcoat to a nearby attendant, nodded, and took his seat at the head of the table. As the meal commenced, Huang Qiushui, once Zhou Daji was seated, took a seat beside him with a smile, introducing, Young Master Ji. This young brother hails from the countryside. I remember your previous request for me to find a capable young steward. I believe this gentleman shows great promise. So I thought it wise to invite you to meet him. Young Master Ji. Good to meet you. Zhang Feng greeted appropriately, his manner exceedingly polite. Zhou Daji nodded, instinctively reaching for a cigarette. Just then, he realized he had left his pack in his overcoat. As he was about to ask the attendant for it, Zhang Feng had already extended his pack of 3 5-brand cigarettes to him. Zhou Daji smiled, extracting one and inquiring, "A Feng, how old are you this year?" 18. Zhang Feng replied while striking a match, cupping the flame to light Zhou Daji's cigarette. 18 already? Zhou Daji frowned slightly, glancing at Huang Qiushui. Although Zhou Daji's first impression of Zhang Feng was quite favorable, he was indeed clever. His age presented an awkward predicament. While Zhou himself was not much older and preferred to avoid the company of older men, a steward should at least be somewhat seasoned. Otherwise, he might struggle to gain approval from the family patriarch. Huang Qiushui's expression mirrored his discomfort. After all, he had accepted a handsome fee from Zhang Feng. Yet Zhou Daji's demeanor suggested he was not entirely pleased. At that moment, Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Young Master Ji, actually, age is not a significant issue. Besides, I have experience as a Chinese manager in a foreign firm. I believe I am more than capable of handling the steward position." You worked as a Chinese manager in a foreign firm? Zhou Daji initially appeared taken aback, then asked, "Did you attend school?" "Yes," Zhang Feng nodded. Then, in fluent English, added, "I studied abroad for a few years, but I did not continue my education due to my family's misfortunes." Zhou Daji had graduated from the best school in Hong Kong, the King's College, although he merely coasted through his studies. The significance of English during the colonial era was undeniable. Thus, upon hearing Zhang Feng's fluent English, Zhou Daji realized, "So you are quite proficient in English. No wonder you could attain the position of a Chinese manager at such a young age." Though the role of a Chinese manager in a family like Zhou's was not particularly impressive, it at least provided Zhou Daji with a credible explanation to take home. Just then, the attendant who had descended earlier returned, leading a line of servers dressed in gray long gowns, each carrying a silver platter, showcasing the evening's culinary offerings. Unlike other restaurants, this establishment exclusively served seafood, and the ingredients were the freshest, simply steamed with a touch of seawater to retain their natural flavors. Behind the servers, 3 young women dressed in kipeos, cradling pipa instruments, followed closely, their heads bowed. They were the songstresses. These 3 songstresses were indeed strikingly beautiful. Even Zhang Feng, who had experienced life in 2 eras, could not help but be momentarily captivated. It was evident that Huang Qiushui had put considerable thought into the evening's arrangements, justifying the substantial introduction fee Zhang Feng had provided. As the songstresses approached, Zhou Daji's eyes were irresistibly drawn to them, flitting between the 3 beauties. Noticing that Zhou Daji lingered longer on the one in the middle, Zhang Feng playfully remarked, "Young Master Ji, would you like the lady in the center to sit down and help you crack some crabs?" "Certainly." Zhou Daji cast an appreciative glance at Zhang Feng and nodded slightly. Once Zhou Daji made his choice, Zhang Feng turned to the somewhat impatient Huang Qiushui beside him and smiled, saying, "Brother Qiushui, you've already picked one." Huang Qiushui hesitated for a moment. Having been in the dental business for some years, he had been invited to places like Taipei numerous times. But it was indeed his first opportunity to select a singer for himself today. Hearing this, Zhou Daji expressed a hint of surprise. "So today it was you, of Feng, who invited the performers?" "I thought it was old Wu who did, as I had him help me secure the entertainers, for which I paid him $200. Zhou Daji's nonchalant remark left Huang Qiushui feeling somewhat awkward. However, Zhang Feng waved his hand with a smile and said, "If it weren't for Brother Qiushui's introduction, I wouldn't even know how to meet young Master Ji, so this meal should be on me. We are all experiencing a decline in fortune, otherwise I would have truly invited young Master Ji to Japan to experience its unique charm." As the two conversed, Huang Qiushui could no longer contain himself and eagerly pulled a young lady to sit beside him. Ultimately, only one singer remained, a striking woman in a black cheongsam. Her demeanor was somewhat aloof, which contrasted beautifully with the rose embroidery adorning her attire. Observing that both of her companions had been chosen, she gracefully prepared to approach Zhang Feng. Yet, just as her leg emerged from the slit of her dress, Zhang Feng waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. Why not go play a couple of tunes over there?" The stunning woman froze momentarily. Chapter 6. The night boat approaches, melodies drift through the clouds. Not only did she, but even the other two singers exhibited expressions of astonishment upon hearing his words, their gazes toward the striking woman laden with regret. For singers like them, their income depended on tips. If they were charming and could engage the guests, it was easy to earn $30 to $50 in a single night. However, if confined to a corner singing, when the guests departed, they often forgot to tip the girls performing. After a long evening, despite their hard work, they would receive the least compensation. Yet, with the guests having given their instructions, the singers had no choice but to comply. Once the striking woman settled quietly in a corner with her pipa, Zhou Daji continued the earlier topic. "A phone. Have you actually been to Japan?" "Indeed," Zhang Feng replied. "I accompanied my classmates there a few times during my studies abroad." In truth, Zhang Feng had barely ventured out of Kowloon City in this lifetime, and his statement was merely an attempt to curry favor. Following Huang Qiushui's previous introduction, he deliberately spoke on topics of interest to Zhou Daji. As expected, Zhou Daji's curiosity was piqued. "What exactly do you mean by unique charm?" he inquired. "For instance, the red strings, waterbeds, and the various love hotels with hot springs." Zhang Feng elaborated. "Particularly the love hotels. After paying, the proprietor allows you to choose from a few designated rooms. And you have no idea which girl is waiting for you inside until you open the door, adding a layer of mystique." "Is that so?" Not only Zhou Daji, but even Huang Qiushui and the two accompanying singers listened with rapt attention. After all, in Hong Kong during the 1950s, such experiences opened a door to a new world. It was far removed from later times when one could casually browse a website filled with romantic films from an island nation. This is still quite mainstream. Zhang Feng nodded and continued. "There are also some unique experiences where the girls dress up in various occupational costumes, like police officers, flight attendants, lawyers, and more. Things you wouldn't expect. Absolutely nothing is beyond their capabilities." He proceeded to describe the allure of Japanese women who play hard to get. The gentle and submissive Korean women, the bold and fiery black women, and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western girls. Drawing upon his past life's memories, Zhang Feng recounted the exotic flavors he was familiar with. Zhou Daji was left marveling. "I never imagined such delightful experiences existed. I truly wish to explore them." The singer beside him, Peeling Crab, had already turned crimson. It was not from shyness but rather from the stirring of emotions ignited by Zhou Daji's nimble fingers, leaving her yearning for more. Leaning softly against Zhou Daji, her eyes dreamy, she exuded an irresistible allure. Huang Qiushui, perhaps due to the presence of the Zhou family's second son, felt somewhat constrained, yet he exchanged glances with the singer beside him. Only the solitary striking woman remained in the corner, playing and singing to herself. Once she concluded her song and slightly adjusted her strings, she commenced her second piece. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded at Zhou Daji, saying, "Of course, once I receive my salary, I shall invite you, young Master Ji, to experience it all." As the wine flowed and conversations deepened, Zhang Feng adeptly navigated the rhythm of their discussions, ensuring that it never felt overly purposeful while fostering an amiable atmosphere, making it difficult for the host to refuse. Indeed, after being drawn back to reality by Zhang Feng's words, Zhou Daji, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "A phone. I genuinely admire you, but you must understand that in our line of work, managing a household involves not only domestic affairs, but also various business dealings. Since you've worked as a manager in a foreign firm, tell me, if I were to entrust a trading company to you, how would you handle it?" The moment of truth had arrived. Zhang Feng recognized that Zhou Daji's question was akin to an interview inquiry. If he could successfully navigate this challenge, everything else would fall into place. After a brief pause for thought, Zhang Feng responded, "If we were to systematically categorize the trading businesses in Hong Kong, I believe they could be divided into three main categories. The first is the more traditional, primarily focused on legitimate trade, such as the Donglu Trading Company run by Shandong businessmen. The second type involves conducting business with foreigners, which can be profitable and help expand one's network. The third type is smuggling, which offers high returns but comes with significant risks." Oh, Huang Qiushui did not fully grasp the details, but Zhou Daji understood partially. Intrigued by Zhang Feng's analysis, he inquired, "Which path do you think I should choose?" "The third one," Zhang Feng replied with conviction. "The first path is safe and stable, a suitable choice for an ordinary family. However, your family is not typical, and you are under greater scrutiny. Thus, this route may not be appropriate. As for the second path, while it may seem sensible, forgive my candor, but as a junior branch of the Zhou family, I believe the resources available to you are limited. To engage effectively with the British, financial backing is essential, which leads me to favor the third path, earn money first, then pave the way." Zhang Feng's words left Zhou Daji deep in thought. Despite his seemingly carefree lifestyle, he hailed from a prominent family and had been influenced by his upbringing, making him quite astute. Had he not been a junior branch of the family, his current circumstances might have been vastly different. I heard from Brother Qiu Shui that your trading company is involved in the pharmaceutical business, correct? After giving Zhou Daji a moment to digest, Zhang Feng resumed. Indeed, Zhou Daji nodded. We source products from Bayer in Germany and Roche in the United States. Then sell them. So that means Western medicine, Zhang Feng concluded. Zhang Feng offered Zhou Daji a cigarette, lighting it for him before remarking, "This is quite the treasure." Much like Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia, these countries are rather underdeveloped in terms of healthcare, and the demand for Western medicine is exceptionally high. However, there are currently sanctions in place. Just as Zhou Daji's expression faltered, Zhang Feng interjected with a wry smile. Ji Xiao, smuggling is the only option. It is certainly impossible to adhere strictly to the sanctions, and as long as we do not transport the strictly prohibited drugs, with your connections, isn't it feasible? This was indeed a valid point. Although Zhou Daji was merely a son born out of wedlock, he still held considerable influence. If any serious trouble were to arise, as long as it wasn't a matter of life and death, the Zhou family would undoubtedly intervene. After much contemplation, Zhou Daji patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder and chuckled. "Ah Feng, it seems you have done your homework well." Zhang Feng returned the smile with polite remarks. And Zhou Daji continued. "As for me, I fear trouble above all else, yet I cherish friendships. Since you are so confident, I shall place my trust in you. Thus, we will have a 3-month probation period, with a monthly salary of $500. If you perform well, your salary will be increased from the 4th month onward. If not, let us part amicably without hard feelings." "Thank you, Ji Xiao," Zhang Feng expressed gratefully. With matters settled, Zhang Feng raised his glass in a toast to Zhou Daji, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. Chapter 7. The Allure of Wealth. Zhang Feng, being an astute individual, recognized that he had achieved his objective and chose not to delve further into the topic, instead steering the conversation towards lighter matters. The meal concluded with both host and guest thoroughly enjoying themselves. As the clock approached 9, Zhang Feng cheerfully suggested, "Ji Xiao, it's still early. Shall we venture to the island and find a nightclub to continue our revelry?" Zhou Daji smiled, but neither nodded nor declined, which left Zhang Feng somewhat taken aback. "Ah Feng, my brother, one should seldom frequent nightclubs. We ought to head to Dajjal Street first," Huang Qiushui interjected with a grin. "Oh, why is that?" Zhang Feng inquired. Puzzled. The security in the island district, comparatively, is the best in all of Hong Kong. Thus, high-end establishments like Western-style nightclubs tend to congregate in this mere 80 square kilometers, while Dajjal Street in Central is also quite nice. Especially with the renowned Queen Theatre as a backdrop, it still pales in comparison in terms of prestige and scale. A gentleman like Zhou Daji, who values his image and enjoys a showy lifestyle, would hardly consider going there. Whether in the island district or Central, wherever Ji Xiao wishes to go is acceptable. Huang Qiushui said, casting a glance at Zhou Daji before explaining with a smile. "It mainly depends on where Ji Xiao fancies the ladies." "Oh." Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "So it seems, Ji Xiao prefers the women of Dajjal Street. What girl isn't charming?" "Ah Feng, at merely 18, has already encountered such a variety of women. I am but a frog at the bottom of a well." Zhou Daji waved his hand dismissively, laughing. In truth, engaging with women is less about looks. What they desire most is wealth. As he spoke, Zhang Feng glanced at the delicate songstress nestled in Zhou Daji's embrace. Retrieving a $50 bill from his pocket. "What do you say, $50 for your company tonight?" In the context of the 1950s currency exchange rate, this amounted to the equivalent of over 1,000 to 2,000 RMB today. "Mr. Zhang truly knows how to jest," the songstress remarked, her gaze never leaving the $50 bill, yet she politely declined. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng didn't express anger. Rather, he turned to Zhou Daji. "Ji Xiao, I'm offering 50, but this young lady insists I'm joking." Zhang Feng elongated his tone, directing his attention back to the songstress. His expression serious, yet with a hint of mischief. "If 50 is deemed insufficient, I shall raise it to 100. If that doesn't suffice, then 200. And if even that fails, I shall offer 400. The songstress, as the stakes escalated, wore an expression of surprise, even winking at Zhang Feng with anticipation. What if 400 isn't enough? In truth, she had already resolved in her mind that if Zhang Feng were to raise the sum by even 200 more, she would accompany him for the evening, provided Zhou Daji consented. However, to her surprise, Zhang Feng feigned disappointment, shrugging. "If I were to offer 400 and you still refuse, it would seem we are simply not fated. I shall head to the nightclub with Ji Xiao and find someone else to take home." "Ha ha." With Zhang Feng's statement, Zhou Daji burst into laughter as well. "I speak the truth. Our family is in decline, but it's better than having nothing at all." Zhang Feng raised his hands innocently, continuing to play the part. Here, Ji Xiao, this 50 is a token of your generosity. Dreams are ultimately dreams. And there comes a time to awaken. $400 is but a mirage, visible yet untouchable, while this 50 is tangible. The songstress accepted the tip, snuggling closer to Zhou Daji, sweetly uttering, "Thank you, Ji Xiao." Zhou Daji embraced her, his expression momentarily stern. "You claim your family is in decline. Yet you spend so lavishly. If your family sees this, they will surely scold you." For years, Zhou Daji had been extravagant with his spending, often facing reprimands from his father, Zhou Jinji. Now, finding a voice of reason brought him a unique sense of satisfaction. As Zhang Feng received his share of admonishment, he rubbed his nose awkwardly and extended a hand towards the songstress. "Now, Ji Xiao is my boss. I must heed his words. My dear lady, could you kindly return that 50? Upon hearing that the freshly received tip was to be reclaimed, the songstress pouted playfully in Zhou Daji's embrace. "Ha ha." Zhou Daji laughed heartily, retrieving $50 from his wallet and placing it in the songstress's bosom. "You're accompanying me for drinks, so it's only right that the tip comes from me." This songstress was quite clever, knowing precisely when to be greedy and when to refrain. She shot Zhang Feng an exasperated glance, but willingly returned the previous 50. Zhang Feng chuckled ruefully, shaking his head, and handed the bill to the songstress accompanying Huang Qiushui. "My boss is wealthy. I needn't provide tips, hence I shall compare myself to Brother Qiushui. Thank you, Brother Qiushui, for introducing me to such a generous and amiable employer." Huang Qiushui did not decline, even when considering the earnings from the dental practice. He scarcely made over 300 Hong Kong dollars a month, with a family to support. Under such circumstances, parting with 50 Hong Kong dollars to tip a songstress was certainly a stretch. After settling the tip, the three of them took their leave. With the assistance of two songstresses, Zhou Daji and Huang Qiushui descended the stairs first. Zhang Feng adjusted his attire. Noticing a striking woman in the corner casting glances at him, he sighed softly and retrieved another $50 bill, offering it to her. "Thank you." The gentle words momentarily caught Zhang Feng off guard. During her performance, he had focused solely on Zhou Daji and had overlooked the captivating voice of this enchanting songstress. Her tone was clear and melodious, neither overly submissive nor brazen, providing a more pleasant experience than that of the two women who had feigned innocence. After the moment of surprise passed, Zhang Feng chose not to speak further, donned his blazer, and descended the ship. This demeanor elicited a distinct reaction from the alluring songstress, who held a pipa. She rose slowly, and after seeing Zhang Feng step into the wooden boat they had arrived on, she lowered her gaze to the $50 Hong Kong banknote in her palm. The bill bore a few crimson stains, remnants of the injury she had inflicted upon herself while playing the pipa earlier. By the time they returned to the pier, it was already 9:30. Zhang Feng looked at the vintage automobile before him and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was a Chrysler from 1948, reputedly the world's first classic car equipped with Crown Imperial four-wheel disc brakes. Its value was beyond comprehension. However, beyond his astonishment, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. He relished witnessing his employer's penchant for ostentation and extravagance. It was precisely in such an environment that he could find his place. Chapter 8. The Unusual Zhou Daji. After more than half an hour, the three of them finally alighted from Zhou Daji's Imperial Crown luxury vehicle. "Remember, I'm picking up the tab. And none of you should contest that, especially you, Feng." Zhou Daji's earnest expression elicited a mixture of laughter and tears from Zhang Feng. With his attire, along with the introduction fee for Huang Qiushui and all expenses incurred at the Tai-Bai flower boat, he barely had $30 to his name. How could he possibly pay the bill here? Selling himself would hardly suffice. Nodding, Zhang Feng and Huang Qiushui followed Zhou Daji as they navigated through the bustling traffic at the entrance and slowly made their way into the Oriental nightclub. In 1951, the Oriental nightclub had yet to relocate to Nathan Road in Kowloon, and its scale was not as grand as it would later become. Nevertheless, it remained one of the most elite venues in Hong Kong. "Young master, you've arrived." The doorman, accustomed to Zhou Daji's frequent visits, approached him with a subservient demeanor. "What time is Meng Lian on tonight?" Zhou Daji, without even glancing at the doorman, asked in a tone devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to the joviality he had displayed on the flower boat. The doorman, unfazed, stood by, waiting for Zhou Daji to speak. Upon hearing him, he pulled out a small notebook, flipping through its pages. "You can't even remember such trivial matters?" "Useless," Zhou Daji muttered, delivering a light kick to the doorman's leg. Though not forceful, it sent the doorman stumbling back several steps. Pondering for a moment, Zhang Feng retrieved $2 from his pocket and tossed them to the pale-faced doorman, saying, "A little something from young Master Zhou." Zhou Daji furrowed his brow at this scene, questioning Zhang Feng with a hint of irritation. "Feng, why would you tip someone so foolish? It's not worth getting riled up over such individuals." Zhang Feng smiled. "Moreover, with young Master Zhou's status, It would leave quite an impression if outsiders were to witness this. Zhou Daji fell silent, casting a disdainful glance at the doorman before stepping into the main hall. The main hall of the Oriental nightclub could be aptly described as opulent. Even when compared to the Palais de Danse in Shanghai, it held its own magnificently. The hall was divided into 3 distinct areas, each marked with special identifiers. Closest to the entrance was the dining area, offering a plethora of Chinese and Western cuisines with tables of varying sizes. Beyond the dining room lay the gambling area, filled with smoke and the cacophony of vulgar language. Further in was the nightclub, where dancers and singers performed. A pair of tall, silver doors stood guard, and as Zhou Daji and his companions approached, 2 waiters dressed in Western attire pushed the doors open together. As the doors swung wide, a wave of sound surged forth. A middle-aged man in a brown suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a slight paunch, approached with a grin. "Young master, you truly keep your word. You mentioned coming today, and here you are," he said. His surname was Tian, and he was known as Big Belly Tian, the manager of the establishment. Zhou Daji tilted his head slightly to Zhang Feng, and then turned to the manager. "This is Zhang Feng, my newly appointed steward. If I'm ever unavailable, have him deliver flowers to Meng Lian." "Ah, so you are young Master Zhou's steward. Mr. Zhang, you are indeed quite distinguished," Tian greeted Zhang Feng warmly. As for Huang Qiushui, Zhou Daji did not introduce him, and Tian did not inquire further. In his eyes, it was individuals like Zhou Daji and Zhang Feng who were the type of patrons the nightclub desired, while Huang Qiushui, clad in a long gown and cloth shoes, with an ever-curious expression, appeared more like a servant or an attendant. Were it not for his association with the second young master of the Zhou family, Tian might have even considered having him removed. "Younger master, Meng Lian will be on in 10 minutes. Shall I pour you a glass of red wine to quench your thirst?" The manager, astute in his role, was far more perceptive than the doorman. "No need," Zhou Daji replied, squinting as he watched the singer on stage. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, he instructed, "Go, send 10 flower baskets to Junting. All red roses." In the nightclubs of the 1950s, flower baskets were the primary means of tipping, with the red rose baskets being the most expensive. Costing 30 Hong Kong dollars each, 10 would amount to 300, equivalent to about 11 or 12,000 RMB today. One would expect the manager, Tian Tianrong, to be pleased with such generous tipping. Yet, Zhang Feng perceived a flicker of tension on his face. "Are you not going quickly?" Zhou Daji's piercing gaze prompted Tian to quickly smile. Of course, young master. I will attend to it immediately." He summoned a waiter, whispered a few instructions, and then turned back with a smile. "Young master, would you like to take your usual seat? It has been reserved for you." For someone of Zhou Daji's standing, a designated seat was customary at the few nightclubs he frequented. Even in his absence, the seat remained vacant. However, something about Zhou Daji's demeanor today was unusual. After arriving, he simply stood by the entrance, prompting Tian to sense an unusual atmosphere. "I'll stay here," Zhou Daji replied decisively, causing Tian to sigh and lower his head. Seemingly troubled, the waitstaff worked swiftly. In the midst of their conversation, 10 waiters, each carrying a flower basket nearly as tall as a 10-year-old child and brimming with roses, ascended the stage. The singer, Jun Ting, nearing the end of her performance, gazed in confusion at the fiery baskets, even glancing around in a fluster to identify her benefactor among the audience. "Damn it!" Suddenly, a guest in the front row erupted with a curse. He then stood, pointing at various patrons. "Who is the blind fool daring to send roses to Jun Ting? Don't you want to live?" His domineering attitude sent the entire room into an uproar. Those who could afford to patronize such an establishment were either wealthy or influential. Yet upon seeing the young man's appearance, they quickly fell silent. They dared to feel anger, but not to voice it. The early 1950s in Hong Kong marked one of the darkest and most chaotic periods. At that time, the police chief, Chen Jichao, was preparing to retire, while the likes of Lu Lu, Lan Gang, Yin Xiong, and Han Sun were merely junior detectives, far from holding any significant authority. The collusion of black and white creates chaos, and no one truly understands how to establish the rules of the game between them. Consequently, those who wield power and influence raise their voices the loudest. Clearly, this young man is one of them. His mother is mute, indeed, no. He dares to act, but not to acknowledge. The youth resembles a furious lion, roaring recklessly. Even the accompaniment on stage halts at this moment. Tian Tianrong casts a furtive glance at Zhou Daji, feeling somewhat awkward, yet hesitates to speak. "It's me." Meanwhile, Zhou Daji steps forward with a calm smile. Suddenly, someone admits to their identity, and everyone's gaze turns back, eager to discern who so blatantly disregards the rules. Yet Zhou Daji remains unfazed, calmly fixing his gaze on the enraged youth, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "What do you mean? Do you wish for my demise?" Chapter 9. The floral basket of affection, jealousy arises. Who could it be? Oh, it's young Master Ji. Upon recognizing Zhou Daji as the speaker, The youth's expression softens somewhat, and his tone loses its earlier edge. Young Master Ji, you do not support your own Minglian, but instead present a floral basket to Junting. Isn't that somewhat against the rules? Haha. Zhou Daji's lips curl slightly as he nonchalantly replies, I purchased this floral basket with laundered money. I can bestow it upon whomever I choose. What business is it of yours? You. The youth, taken aback, found his entourage of affluent young gentlemen also wearing displeased expressions. Rest assured, Qing Xiao, I harbor no intentions towards Junting. I merely appreciate her singing. What objections do you have? As his words fell, the young man addressed as Qing Xiao fixed his gaze on Zhou Daji for a good 10 seconds, before raising an eyebrow. If someone is supporting Junting's performance, I would be delighted. How could I possibly object? Young Master Ji, come, let's share a drink. Zhou Daji nodded, accompanied by Zhang Feng and Huang Qiushui. They proceeded to the front row. As the trio took their seats, Qing Xiao gestured to a nearby wealthy young gentleman to signal Junting to continue her performance. The music resumed, and Qing Xiao instructed Tian Tianrong, who was ever ready at his side, go, refill young Master Ji's glass with whiskey, and bring over a porter. Porter, a strong beer that originated in England, was once highly favored by the upper class during the British colonial period in Hong Kong. As the manager, Tian Tianrong temporarily assumed the role of a server, personally bringing over the drinks ordered by Qing Xiao. Young Master Ji, you have given to Junting, and she should naturally come to toast you. However, I've heard whispers that the next performer seems to be your own Minglian. After sharing a drink with Zhou Daji, Qing Xiao remarked with a light smile. Zhou Daji tilted his head slightly, downing a small glass of neat whiskey without ice. I support her. She does not support me. Why should she care whom I drink with? Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao sensed something unspoken yet significant, but chose to remain silent. Wearing a smile, as if awaiting the unfolding drama. In the nightclub, the timing of each singer's performance is meticulously regulated, due to the earlier interruption. Junting sang a brief tune before bowing and exiting the stage. She had felt a touch of anxiety earlier. On one side was Qing Xiao, and on the other was Zhou Daji. Both were esteemed guests of the Oriental nightclub, far beyond the reach of a mere singing girl like her. Fortunately, they were seated together. Otherwise, it would have posed a genuine life-threatening challenge for Junting. Junting swayed her slender waist as she approached the front row. First, she offered a sweet smile to Qing Xiao, then raised a glass of champagne, addressing Zhou Daji. Young Master Ji, thank you for your flowers. I toast to you with this glass. Zhou Daji said nothing, his face adorned with a subtle smile as he drained another small glass of neat whiskey. Simultaneously, the stage, which had just dimmed, illuminated once more as a singer clad in a sequined form-fitting outfit, beamed as she stepped onto the stage. Several middle-aged men emerged from backstage almost simultaneously with the singer, applauding and cheering. Zhang Feng noticed that at the moment they appeared, Zhou Daji's expression darkened. Is she Minglian? Zhang Feng whispered to Huang Qiushui, who was too engrossed in admiring the beauty to notice the shift in atmosphere. Only when Zhang Feng inquired did he respond, yes. I heard young Master Ji has been attending her performances daily. That floral basket earlier, he must have sent out at least 20. Zhang Feng nodded inwardly, gradually realizing, it seems her little boss is indeed feeling jealous. Zhou Daji, sitting in the front row, had already spotted Minglian when she first took the stage. However, upon recognizing that it was Junting with whom Zhou Daji was toasting, her delicate face was etched with disbelief. The first thing a singer does upon taking the stage is to bow and express gratitude to all the guests. Yet Minglian, at this moment, seemed to lose her composure, prompting a chorus of boos and complaints from the audience. The few middle-aged men who had walked out with her now assumed the role of protectors. Imitating Qing Xiao's earlier actions, they stood and began to berate her. One even lifted his coat, hands on hips, revealing a gun holster at his waist, shouting, I dare anyone to make a fuss here. Do you believe I will take each of you back? Police? In a few decades, the identity of a policeman would instill fear in many, but in the early 1950s, before the emergence of the 4 great Chinese detectives, their status was relatively low. They dared not provoke either the wealthy or the gang leaders. After all, they relied on these individuals for income and stability in their positions. In 1950s Hong Kong, young men had 2 choices, either enroll in the police academy or join a gang, or both. Only when both paths were barred would they resort to working in factories or at the docks, jobs looked down upon by society. Zhang Feng had initially intended to choose the latter path. While the argument escalated, Minglian did not revel in having someone stand up for her. Rather, her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at the indifferent Zhou Daji. Young Master Ji, regardless of what is said, this singer on stage is one you support. Having previously neglected her, she has already been taught a lesson. If this continues, it is likely to become a laughingstock. As Zhang Feng spoke, she subtly glanced at Qing Xiao, reminding Zhou Daji that there were outsiders present. Zhou Daji acknowledged with a hum. frowning slightly as his gaze fell upon the policeman with his coat lifted, yet he showed no intention of speaking. Seeing this, Zhang Feng quickly surmised that Zhou Daji felt that speaking out might compromise his dignity. So, with a smile, she stood up, pointed towards all the guests, and declared loudly, "Listen closely, Meng Lian is the singer supported by young Master Zhou. Anyone who dares to cause a disturbance will be disregarding young Master Zhou's face. If so, do not blame me for making you roll out of here." After concluding her statement, Zhang Feng beckoned to Tian Tianrong. Additionally, young Master Zhou mentioned that Junting is supported by Qing Xiao. He sent 10 floral baskets as a gesture of goodwill. Now it is Meng Lian's turn on stage. You must immediately fetch 20 floral baskets, the most vibrant and beautiful roses. If they aren't vibrant enough, I will knock out your teeth. The statement illuminated Zhou Daji's eyes. Not only him, but even Qing Xiao, who had initially planned to enjoy the spectacle, secretly gave Zhang Feng a thumbs up. Zhang Feng's earlier remarks, seemingly simplistic, actually encapsulated 3 critical concepts. Chapter 10, Trouble Arises. Firstly, Zhang Feng did not compel Zhou Daji to confront the situation directly. Instead, he stepped in as a substitute. This approach not only defended Meng Lian, but also preserved the dignity of the Zhou family's young master. Furthermore, his opening words explicitly informed everyone that it was Zhou Daji, the second young master of the Zhou family, who supported Meng Lian, rather than anyone who might voice a few words and overshadow the matter. Lastly, Zhang Feng pledged 20 floral baskets, a quantity that significantly surpassed the 10 he had previously sent to Junting. This gesture not only served to reassure Meng Lian that Zhou Daji had not strayed in his affections, but also conveyed a message to all that the Zhou family possessed considerable wealth. Is it noisy? Zhang Feng scanned the room, and, seeing that no one was shouting anymore, instructed the attendant beside him, "Send the floral baskets up, and let the performance continue." In truth, Zhang Feng was reluctant to take the lead, as this action appeared both foolish and lacking in refinement. However, he was no longer the aloof chairman of a multinational corporation from his past life. Instead, he was an impetuous 18-year-old youth, recently emerged from the Kowloon walled city. At this age, impulsivity is commonplace, especially since he had just assumed the role of Zhou Daji's steward. Thus, his behavior did not seem particularly out of place. Yet, just as Zhang Feng was about to take his seat, before his bottom even touched the chair, an unfriendly voice resonated from his left. "I don't care who you are. Whether you're the eldest or second young master, if you wish to cripple me, you'd better consider if you have the capability to do so." Turning his head, he recognized the speaker as the earlier ruffian. It seemed this fellow was genuinely seeking trouble. Zhang Feng maintained his composure, even smiling faintly as he glanced at the ruffian. Provocation? That was precisely the outcome he desired. Zhang Feng was unperturbed by the ruffian's potential threats, for it was well understood that the true source of the matter lay with Zhou Daji. A man as concerned with face as Zhou Daji would never let this go lightly. As for Zhang Feng, he could seize this opportunity to discern the extent to which his new employer was marginalized within the Zhou family. A monthly salary of 500? While such an amount might be considered generous by an ordinary person, for Zhang Feng, it was far from sufficient. Upon witnessing another act of provocation, Zhou Daji's previously softened expression darkened once more. The ruffian appeared to dismiss both Zhou Daji and the Zhou family entirely, smirking as he swaggered closer. As he approached within 5 meters, Zhou Daji shouted without turning, "Damn your mother, are you lot here just to watch a show? Do you want to sink into the sea tomorrow?" In response to his furious outburst, several middle-aged men in the back sprang to their feet, their attire reminiscent of those who had once demanded debts from his mother, Lu Guiqing. However, Zhang Feng recognized that those who could discreetly protect Zhou Daji were certainly not on the same level as the likes of Ko Shuiwei. After standing, these men swiftly advanced to Zhou Daji's side, glaring menacingly at the ruffian. The ruffian, however, was not without backup. With the commotion, several individuals emerged from behind him. Slightly pivoting, he made a motion as if to draw a weapon, pointing at the men before him and shouting, "What are you doing? Do you wish to assault an officer?" In 1950s Hong Kong, the police did not maintain strict control over firearms. Aside from military personnel, uniformed officers, commonly referred to as ruffians, were typically armed. Facing the dark muzzles of several guns, Zhou Daji's reinforcements showed no signs of fear. One middle-aged man, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck and a gold watch on his wrist, stepped forward. "Officer, I advise you to recall your men and share a drink to apologize. Let this matter end here. If you provoke the second son of Chairman Zhou from the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, not even your superior will be able to shield you from the consequences." The ruffian casually scratched his nails, tilting his head and asking with a sidelong glance, "Who are you?" "Chao Lian Yi, Chen Guanglong." Buzz. The mere 6 words left Xie Qian momentarily stunned. He had initially assumed these middle-aged men were bodyguards for the Zhou family, only to realize they belonged to the renowned Chaozhou gang of the early 1950s. The Chaozhou gang traced its origins to the Helu gang of 1866. In 1919, the Wanning gang fractured, leading various gang leaders to establish their own factions, with the new Yihong and Chaozi branches being the most prominent. Chao Yan-yi was the standout among the Chaozi faction, and Chun Guanglong was the current leader, essentially the decision-maker. I thought who it was. Turns out it's old Six from Lianyi. Chun Guanglong, ranked 6th in his family, was once merely a shoemaker known as Chun Lao Lu or Chun A Lu. However, after marrying the daughter of the former leader and assuming the role of the new decision-maker, that nickname gradually faded, only occasionally mentioned by the older generation. The ruffian's unreserved address caught Chun Guanglong off guard, leaving him unsure of how to gauge his opponent. How should I address you, officer? Address your mother, Chun A Lu. Are you stepping up to acknowledge kinship? Without waiting for the ruffian's reply, Zhou Daji erupted in anger. Chun Guanglong, caught off guard, turned back with a forced smile, attempting to explain, but Zhou Daji offered him no opportunity. Ah Feng, do you have the guts to give that ruffian a beer? Zhang Feng smiled faintly, without hesitation. He seized a bottle of liquor from the table and swiftly approached the ruffian. Before the latter could react, Zhang Feng brought the bottle crashing down onto the ruffian's head. As the bottle shattered, the beer mixed with shards of glass flowed down the ruffian's forehead, mingled with a few drops of crimson blood. You bastard! Do you dare hit me? The ruffian, now enraged, clutched his forehead with one hand while raising his gun to aim at Zhang Feng. Yet, Zhang Feng shrugged nonchalantly, smiling as he replied, you might want to count your blessings. Shoot. What a joke. With so many from Chao Yan-yi present and Zhou Daji standing beside him. Was it conceivable that the ruffian would dare to pull the trigger? If he truly did, that would mean he had lived like a dog for several decades in his past life. Indeed, just as the ruffian raised his weapon, Chun Guanglong, quick as lightning, snatched it away, redirecting the barrel to press against the ruffian's forehead. Chun Lao Lu, my godfather is Chun Ji Chao. If you have the courage, go ahead and pull the trigger. With a gun pointed at his forehead, the ruffian shouted in defiance. The sudden declaration left not only Chun Guanglong stunned, but also Zhang Feng, who furrowed his brows. In 1950s Hong Kong, the delineation of territories was not as precise as it is today, comprising merely Kowloon, the new territories, Hong Kong Island, and Wan Chai, alongside Lantau Island, which served as the base for the water police. Among these, the remaining 4 districts fell under the jurisdiction of Chen Jichao, the leading figure in the Chinese police force before the 4 major detective chiefs rose to power. At that time, Hong Kong citizens jokingly referred to these officers as licensed gangsters. Thus, offending the godson of a man who held such authority across Hong Kong was no trivial matter. Chapter 11. A direct confrontation. Chun Guanglong's expression shifted several times, as he hesitated and turned to look at Zhou Daji. At that moment, Zhou Daji was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the officer he had entangled with was actually Chun Jichao's godson. Although the Zhou family was not intimidated by a fierce tiger poised to retreat into the mountains, a confrontation would undoubtedly lead to complications. Just as Zhou Daji found himself in a dilemma, Zhang Feng's voice quietly echoed in his ear. Young master, the situation has escalated to this point. Retreat is no longer an option. It would be wiser to embrace the chaos and act decisively. Act decisively. Zhou Daji looked at Zhang Feng in surprise, instinctively asking, are you suggesting I kill him now? Though life was remarkably cheap in Hong Kong during the 1950s, and even the likes of Chun Jichao could be targeted if the price was right, such drastic measures were typically a last resort. The current circumstances, it seemed, had not yet reached that critical juncture. I truly am not that deranged, Zhang Feng replied, shaking his head in exasperation. What I mean is, since this conflict arose over a woman, you might as well solidify that reason. Among the younger generation, even if Chun Jichao holds influence, he cannot diminish your standing. Especially considering you are the second son of the Zhou family. It would be unwise for him to offend your family over such trivial matters. Zhang Feng's words resonated with Zhou Daji, who nodded in agreement. Even in Xiao, who had been preparing to distance himself upon learning of the officer's identity, was secretly impressed. His curiosity about Zhou Daji's acquaintance with this young man grew, as the latter seemed to strike precisely at the heart of the matter each time he spoke. For instance, had Zhou Daji shown weakness or failed to express a stance, even if Chun Jichao refrained from directing his wrath at the Zhou family, Chao Yan-yi would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits, potentially even facing expulsion from Hong Kong due to a mere rivalry over a singer. However, with Zhou Daji stepping forward, the implications shifted dramatically. Rivalry among the youth over a singer would compel even Chun Jichao to maintain decorum, lest he lose face. Well, Ah Feng, what do you suggest I do now? Zhou Daji inquired softly. Zhang Feng glanced at the beer bottles on the table and replied with a smile. Since someone is so unreasonable, young master, why not give him another beer bottle? Then you can speak some harsh words to solidify your position, while the two converse quietly. Chen Jichao's godson had staggered back a few steps, supported by his subordinates. Wiping the blood from his face, he glared and shouted, "You, and you too. Weren't you all so bold earlier? Come, let us see you try again." Amidst his taunts, Zhou Daji gritted his teeth, seized a beer bottle, and charged forward, smashing it against Chen Jichao's godson's forehead. Unlike Zhang Feng's earlier encounter, Zhou Daji not only struck with the bottle, but followed up with a punch to the nose, causing blood to gush forth. "Damn you! Chen Jichao's lackey dares to compete for a woman. Let me tell you, even if Chen Jichao is here, you will pay for this." Zhou Daji yelled, landing blows on Chen Jichao's godson's face, his demeanor intimidating. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and protect young master." Zhang Feng, fearing that the officers would react and Zhou Daji would suffer, shouted at the stunned Chen Guanglong just as Zhou Daji's fist connected. Though Chen Guanglong was still processing the situation, his subordinates rushed to shield Zhou Daji, ensuring his safety. "Arrest him. Bring him back." Chen Jichao's godson, clutching his nose in pain, pointed at Zhou Daji and shouted, "Let's see who dares." Chen Guanglong, having hesitated earlier for fear of offending Zhou Daji, now stepped forward to assert himself, drawing two gleaming knives from his waist. All right. Chen Jichao's godson appeared furious, disregarding the blood on his face, and pointed at Chen Guanglong and his men, barking orders to a nearby officer. "Go, summon everyone from the precinct. I want to see who can walk out of here tonight." Faced with the fiery glare of Chen Jichao's godson, Chen Guanglong scoffed disdainfully and turned to his companions, instructing, "Bring everyone from the dock and the gambling den here. I want to see whether there are more officers or more of Chao Yini." Tensions escalated, with both sides unwilling to yield. As members from either faction rushed out of the nightclub to summon reinforcements, Zhang Feng seized the opportunity to approach Zhou Daji, saying, "Young master, while Chen Jichao may not dare to act against you, this fool may not be so restrained. Do you know any officers?" "Yes," Zhou Daji replied succinctly. "Lan Wenkai from Tsim Sha Sui. He is also one of us from Chaozhou and has a good relationship with me, but he's merely a detective." Could he be too weak? Zhang Feng found the name Lan Wenkai somewhat familiar, but could not place it immediately. No worries, the weaker the better. Bringing in a high-ranking detective would be counterproductive. Finding a regular detective, even an ordinary one, might allow us to navigate through tonight safely. But it would also preserve the Zhou family's dignity. After all, Chen Jichao, despite his resources and connections, cannot match Zhou Zhenji, who holds sway within the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Feng's objective extended beyond merely resolving the immediate issue. He aimed to ensure that Zhou Daji's standing within the Zhou family remained intact. Zhou Daji, however, was not as astutely aware of Zhang Feng's comprehensive strategy. He was genuinely pleased with the steward he had just appointed that very night, and without further ado, he allowed Zhang Feng to take his card at Tsim Sha Sui, while arranging for two men to escort him the entire way, a clear indication of his regard for Zhang Feng. "Gentlemen, what is your position within Chao Yini?" During the journey from Central to Tsim Sha Sui, the somewhat bored Zhang Feng glanced at the two muscular members of Chao Yin flanking him and curiously inquired. The member on the left, appearing aloof, did not even spare Zhang Feng a glance. The one on the right, however, smiled and nodded at Zhang Feng, saying, "I'm Lan Tycoon, and he is Seng Minju. We are both members of the 426. The term 426 refers to the red poles, with the numbers representing a reference to the 108 heroes of the water margin, where the character Wu Song wields a red stick, hence the name. Typically referred to as 42612, the base number is abbreviated to 12 base, denoting elite fighters. The most formidable among the 426 are known as the double flower red poles. This nomenclature has been passed down from the Hongmen ancestral teachings. Each faction in Hong Kong claims to be a branch of the Hongmen, which is a triad society, and thus retains the usage. However, in truth, the 8 internal and 8 external halls of the Hongmen comprise a total of 16 factions, many of which have long since faded into obscurity over the years, making the existence of such branches dubious. It is likely that these factions cannot even recite the 36 oaths of the Hongmen. Nonetheless, after Lan Zikuan's introduction, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement within. After all, the legendary double flower red poles in later years were celebrated to an extraordinary degree. Figures like the 5 tigers of East Tsim Sha Sui and the little brothers of North Point portrayed as individuals capable of single-handedly challenging entire gangs. And now, on the very first day of my rebirth, I found myself in the company of 2 individuals. The sensation was one that words could scarcely encapsulate. Chapter 12, An Unexpected Encounter with Lan Gang. In the 1950s, Tsim Sha Sui was still referred to as Heung Patao by many locals, and it had yet to evolve into the bustling epicenter of Hong Kong. The Peninsula Hotel was still undergoing renovations, and renowned establishments such as the Intercontinental, Sheraton, Marco Polo, and Hyatt had not yet made their entrance. Instead, The area was characterized by the presence of South Asian and African communities residing in Chungking mansions. The newly inaugurated Space Museum and the former Marine Police Headquarters, Sim Sha Sui, with its police headquarters, was alive with the sound of tires screeching against the pavement as a black Imperial Crown sedan came to a halt at the entrance. Quan. Zhang Feng instinctively glanced at the ne'er-do-well, Quan, to his right after catching sight of the words Sim Sha Sui Police Station through the car window. You go in yourself. We don't fancy these places. 4 gang members, whether they were high-ranking leaders or lowly foot soldiers, the adage remained, live not in the public eye, die not in a hospital. The notion of Quan, a double-flowered red stick, casually visiting the police station was, in their minds, more intolerable than the prospect of having their limbs broken. Zhang Feng understood the underlying reasons, nodded, and stepped out of the vehicle. Hey, what are you doing? The police station of the 1950s was somewhat different in layout compared to the present day and lacked any inquiry windows. Had Zhang Feng not been dressed in a suit, he likely would have been ejected by the uniformed officer on duty. Hello, officer. May I inquire if Officer Lan is present, Officer Lan Wenkai? The policeman first glanced at the Imperial Crown sedan at the entrance before gesturing to Zhang Feng. Second floor, left turn, second room. Due to the time constraints imposed by Zhou Daji, Zhang Feng was genuinely concerned about returning empty-handed. Now that he had confirmed the presence of the individual he sought, he felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. He expressed his gratitude and prepared to ascend to the second floor. However, just as he turned to leave, he inadvertently overheard the earlier mentioned officer muttering quietly, "No head, no head. What's the fuss about Lan Wenkai? Sounds so pretentious." Zhang Feng did not pay much attention to the latter part of the statement, as he was completely arrested by the term no head. In this world, many individuals might be known by the nickname no head. Yet, with the surname Lan and serving as a police officer in 1950s Hong Kong, who else could it refer to but the legendary Lan Gang, one of the 4 great Chinese detectives? While the 4 great Chinese detectives may not have held a position commensurate with the current police chief, Chen Jichao, their influence, power, and wealth far surpassed his. Particularly, the foremost among them, Liu Lu, was famously known as the 500 million detective. Regardless of whether Liu Li's wealth truly amounted to the rumored 500 million Hong Kong dollars, that figure in 2020 mainland China would equate to approximately 40 billion RMB. Achieving such a status in law enforcement is something few have accomplished throughout history. Zhang Feng was astonished that a mere twist of fate afforded him the opportunity to meet such a legendary figure. The exhilaration he felt surpassed even that of being escorted by 2 double-flowered red sticks. However, based on Zhang Feng's previous knowledge, Lan Gang should have been in military attire in Tuen Mun from 1949 to 1953. How could he possibly be in Sim Sha Sui, having transitioned into an undercover officer? Could it be that his rebirth had caused a butterfly effect, altering the trajectories of many lives? Time was of the essence. So Zhang Feng did not linger on this conundrum. He swiftly ascended to the second floor. Whom are you looking for? Upon reaching the second floor, he encountered an officer who, noticing Zhang Feng's unfamiliar face, inquired, "Sir, I am here to see Officer Lan." Zhang Feng politely responded, "You're looking for no head? Please wait a moment." The officer scrutinized Zhang Feng before asking him to wait, then turned to open the door to a room. As the door swung open, a cacophony of curses and the sound of objects being smashed echoed from within. The officer, seemingly unfazed, shouted into the room, "No head. There's a young chap here to see you. Come take a look." No response came, but after a flurry of expletives, a young officer, who appeared to be not much older than Zhang Feng, emerged, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Who is looking for me?" He scanned the room before locking eyes with Zhang Feng, his brow slightly furrowing. "You're looking for me? Are you Officer Lan?" Zhang Feng could hardly believe his eyes. In his mind, Lan Gang ought to possess a certain dashing allure or commanding presence. Yet the individual before him, while passably decent-looking, was notably unimposing in stature, barely reaching Zhang Feng's chest. "I am Lan Gang. And you are?" Lan Gang squinted, assessing Zhang Feng as he returned the scrutiny. "Hello, Officer Lan. I am Zhou Daji's steward. He asked me to seek your assistance with a small matter." Upon hearing the name Ji Xiao, Lan Gang visibly paused, taking another thorough look at Zhang Feng before nodding. "Come in, and we shall discuss further." As he stepped into the room, an overwhelming stench of blood greeted Zhang Feng. Inside, another officer nonchalantly perched on a chair, peeling peanuts, while nearby, a man dangled from the ceiling fan with his hands raised in surrender. Zhang Feng could not discern his features, but the sight of his battered body was quite distressing. A June attribute that robbery case to him. Then find 2 old fellows and toss them into the sea. Lan Gang cast a glance at the suspended individual before waving dismissively at the nearby officer. The officer known as a June nodded at Zhang Feng before proceeding with his tasks. "Your friend has arrived," Lan Gang casually explained, concerned that Zhang Feng might misinterpret the situation. If one were to encapsulate each era with a color, Zhang Feng believed that the 1950s Hong Kong would require two distinct hues: black, representing the prevailing atmosphere, and gold, symbolizing the rules of survival. Only by firmly grasping both colors could one truly rise above the fray. What assistance does Ji Xiao require of me? Long Gang inquired. Settling into the chair previously occupied by a Jun, Zhang Feng retrieved a cigarette, lighting one for Lan Gang, before succinctly recounting the events that transpired at the Oriental nightclub. Chen Jichao as contractee? Lan Gang furrowed his brows, contemplating for a few seconds before asking, "You mean Zhuo Wei's? I don't know his name, but Officer Lan. I hope you understand the urgency. I trust you will reach a decision swiftly." Zhang Feng was uncertain of the depth of the relationship between Zhou Daji and Lan Gang, but he was confident that individuals who leave their mark on history are far from ordinary. Chapter 13, The Trials of Destiny. Indeed, for Lan Gang, this matter presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In that era, there was not a single officer who did not aspire to ascend the ranks. The higher one climbed, the greater the rewards. However, the path to advancement was fraught with challenges. Achieving merit was merely a facade. The true deciding factor lay in financial resources. This is precisely why, in that era, whether it be the leaders or the enforcers, there was always a necessity to rely on a benefactor. As time slipped away, Zhang Feng made no effort to urge the situation along. He simply sat quietly, smoking his cigarette and waiting. After a considerable amount of time, Lan Gang finally lifted his head, looking at Zhang Feng to confirm. "So, you mean, all I need to do is take young Master Ji away from Central, right?" "Indeed," Zhang Feng replied, observing Lan Gang's somewhat conflicted expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You should be well aware that even if young Master Ji were taken away by that scoundrel, Zhuo Wei's, at most he would only be detained for a night. Neither he nor Chen Jihao would dare to truly harm young Master Ji." However, Zhang Feng's demeanor shifted to seriousness. His eyes fixed intently on Lan Gang as he spoke each word deliberately. "Your opportunity is slipping away." Lan Gang understood precisely what Zhang Feng meant by that opportunity. He had exerted every effort to cultivate a relationship with Zhou Daji, all in hopes of aligning himself with the Zhou family to further his own career. As a mere plainclothes officer, he didn't even rank as an investigator, yet he sought to interact with a young master like Zhou Daji, investing both money and thought into the endeavor. Now, just as success seemed imminent, an unexpected obstacle loomed before him, akin to a wasp hindering the blossoming flower. One step towards paradise, another towards hell. To advance would hold a glimmer of hope, while retreat would assuredly lead to failure. Damn it, life and death are fated. Wealth is in the hands of heaven. I shall go with you. A hero remains a hero. Though he hesitated, his resolve remained steadfast. Zhang Feng nodded in appreciation, then addressed Lan Gang. "The car is outside. Let us proceed." "All right." With his decision made, Lan Gang embraced his resolve. He grabbed the jacket draped over the chair and followed Zhang Feng down the stairs. However, at the staircase landing, Zhang Feng paused momentarily, turning to Lan Gang and stating, "It seems you misspoke earlier." Lan Gang was momentarily taken aback, confused. "It should be, your life and death are in your hands. And so is your fortune." With that, Zhang Feng smiled and continued down the stairs. Behind him, Lan Gang initially stood in a daze, but as he pondered the words, an unusual glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes as he regarded the slightly gaunt figure ahead. Meanwhile, after Zhang Feng departed, escorted by the two formidable enforcers of Chao Yan Yi, another powerful figure arrived at the Dongfang nightclub. He was none other than the proprietor, known as the Duke of Hong Kong, Li Caifa. The legends surrounding Li Caifa are numerous, the most notable being his establishment of the first Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant at the North Point Lychee nightclub in the latter half of 1946. At that time, beauty contests were not as official or authoritative, merely organized by private entities. Moreover, the contestants were true ladies, not the aspiring artists they would later become. The manager of the Dongfang nightclub, Tian Tianrong, who had not uttered a single word the entire time, quickly bowed to greet Li Caifa upon his arrival. Li Caifa merely nodded in acknowledgement, then addressed the tense factions with a smile, gesturing, "Please do not misunderstand. I have no desire to interfere in your dispute. However, I would like to offer a small suggestion. If there are grievances to resolve, please do so outside. After all, it is quite challenging for someone like me to run a small business, and your altercation puts me in a rather difficult position." Despite having only recently arrived in Hong Kong from Shanghai, Li Caifa's influence was undeniable. In just a few short years, he had managed to acquire several nightclubs in North Point, Wan Chai, and Central, solidifying his reputation as the emperor of Hong Kong nightclubs. The first to respond was Chun Guanglong. Being a man of the underworld, he naturally had to show respect to another figure of the same ilk. In a sense, Li Caifa outranked him. Given that he was the one who initiated the conversation, it would be impolite for Chun Guanglong to refuse. The second to speak was Zhuo Wei's. the godson of Chen Jihao. All right, since both Boss Li and Chun Lao Lu have suggested it, we shall resolve this outside. However, as he turned to leave, his gaze lingered on Zhou Daji for a few seconds before he sneered and departed. Zhou Daji, disregarding any thoughts of Li Caifa, shot a fierce glare at Chun Guanglong before storming out of the Dongfang nightclub. Chun Guanglong, perplexed by his own actions, could only sheath his daggers and follow in silence. Once both parties had vacated the nightclub, Tian Tianrong approached and whispered, "Boss, do we need to?" "No need." Li Caifa shook his head. "This is Hong Kong, not Shanghai. Their matters should be resolved by themselves. It has no bearing on us. Until Mr. Du arrives in Hong Kong, let us aim to avoid any trouble." Tian Tianrong nodded, casting a glance towards the entrance without further comment. At the entrance of the Dongfang nightclub, members of Chao Lian Yi and personnel from the central police station had gathered. At the forefront stood Zhou Daji and Zhuo Weis. "I was under the impression that Lian Yi had considerable influence, but it appears they are merely a handful of individuals," Zhuo Weis remarked mockingly, eyeing Zhou Daji. Zhou Daji's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. He was not particularly afraid of Zhuo Weis, as Zhang Feng had previously suggested. Even if he were taken away by Zhuo Weis, it would amount to little more than a couple of returned bottles. The crux of the matter was that such a situation would embarrass the Zhou family. For families like theirs, reputation surpassed all else. Damn that scoundrel. Why hasn't he returned yet? At that moment, Zhang Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He had never anticipated that Lan Gang's luck would falter to such an extent, being called back just as they were about to embark. Fortunately, Lan Gang was clever enough to devise a contingency plan, allowing his subordinate, who Zhang Feng had encountered in the interrogation room, known as Ajun, to accompany them instead. "Mr. Zhang, are we really taking this fool along to rescue young Master Ji?" It was understandable that Lan Zikun looked down on Ajun, for the latter was truly unimpressive. During the earlier interrogation, he had displayed a modicum of bravado, but upon discovering that the two in the back of the car were the formidable enforcers of Chao Lian Yi, he had become utterly deflated. "Let fate decide," Zhang Feng remarked, shaking his head in resignation. I can do it." Chapter 14, Seeking Alternatives. The unexpected proclamation caused Lan Zikun to pause. "What did you just say?" "I said I can do it. You all have to believe me." Ajun spoke these words with a face nearly flushed crimson. Fortunately, he was in the passenger seat, or he would have faced ridicule. "Believe you? I'd sooner trust a pig to climb a tree." Lan Zikun burst into laughter. Aye. Before Ajun could elaborate, Zhang Feng interjected. "Is this truly the time for bickering?" Although the role of a steward may not hold much significance in the eyes of the esteemed enforcers, it was crucial to note that this steward was affiliated with the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, and Zhang Feng happened to be the steward for the second son of its president. Given the intricacies of their relationships, it did wield some influence. "Jun, may I ask if you know where a certain officer Yin Xiong is stationed?" Zhang Feng inquired. "No need to ask him. He's the notorious officer Xiong." "Of course I know him," interrupted Lan Zikun before Jun could respond. "Kun Gu, you know Yin Xiong?" Zhang Feng expressed mild surprise. "He's from our hometown. How could I possibly not know him?" Lan Zikun replied dismissively, his expression betraying a hint of disdain, suggesting there might be an unpleasant history between the two. However, this was not the moment for such discussions. Zhang Feng pressed on. "So, is it possible for you to find him now?" Just as Lan Zikun began to respond, he caught sight of the seriousness on Zhang Feng's face, prompting him to soften his tone. Under normal circumstances, he should be at the Wanchai police station. Zhang Feng would not have posed the question had it not been for the unexpected variable of Lan Gang, which compelled him to reassess the situation. Indeed, the facts indicated that if the records from his previous life were not erroneous, then the trajectory of this life had indeed shifted. Contemplating for a moment, Zhang Feng addressed Lan Zikun. "Kun Gu, I would appreciate it if you could make a trip and convey this message to Yin Xiong." He leaned in and whispered a few words into Lan Zikun's ear, causing the latter to frown. "Are you certain?" "Yes," Zhang Feng affirmed with a nod, producing the meager sum of $30 he had on him and pressing it into Lan Zikun's hand. "What is this for?" Lan Zikun quickly attempted to return it. "Consider it a token of appreciation for your trouble," Zhang Feng replied. With Zhang Feng's insistence, Lan Zikun relented, weighing the $30 in his hand. "Fine, I assure you I will deliver the message, but I advise against harboring excessive hopes. It may not yield fruitful results." Before Lan Zikun could finish, Zhang Feng waved him off with a smile. "Rest assured, Kun Gu, as long as the message is delivered, he will certainly come." Lan Zikun furrowed his brow, exchanged a knowing glance with the previously silent Sang Minju, signaling him to look after Zhang Feng before turning to leave. After watching Lan Zikun's figure fade into the night, Zhang Feng rubbed his slightly throbbing temples and tapped the back of the driver's seat. "Let's head to the Oriental nightclub." Upon their arrival at the Oriental nightclub, they found no trace of Zhou Daji and his companions. The usually taciturn Sang Minju was now gripping Tian Tian Rong by the collar, shouting, "Where are they? They were taken away by that officer just now," Tian Tian Rong replied, his face contorted in distress. "Oh," Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with surprise. He had anticipated that Zhuo Weizhe would find a way to bring Zhou Deji back to the central police station. But he had not expected the action to be executed so swiftly. Sang Minju, frustrated with no outlet for his anger, raised his fist to strike Tian Tian Rong, who cried out for Zhang Feng's assistance. "Zhu Gu, let him go for now." Zhang Feng's patience was wearing thin, but Sang Minju had already formed the opinion that Zhang Feng was nothing more than a mouthy nuisance, utterly useless otherwise. Were it not for the orders from their boss Chen Guanglong, he would not stoop to associating with someone like him. Thus, he disregarded Zhang Feng's interjection and swung his fist down. In that critical moment, without a second thought, Zhang Feng lifted his foot and kicked Sang Minju squarely in the groin. Despite his lean appearance, Zhang Feng possessed a surprising amount of strength. The kick sent Sang Minju, a member of the notorious Shuanghua Red Stick Gang, staggering back in disbelief. "You dare kick me, you scoundrel?" Sang Minju exclaimed, incredulous. "Damn right I did," Zhang Feng retorted angrily. "Do you think saving a life is less important than causing a scene? You." Sang Minju's temper flared visibly. Ignoring Sang Minju's fury, Zhang Feng turned to the pale-faced Tian Tian Rong and asked, "Do you remember Lan Tycoon, who was with him earlier?" Tian Tian Rong stole a glance at the enraged Sang Minju before nodding vigorously. "When he comes back, tell him we have gone to the central police station, and ask him to join us there." After issuing his instructions, Zhang Feng, concerned that Tian Tian Rong might forget, reiterated, "Do you remember clearly?" "Yes, I remember." Tian Tian Rong stammered in response. "Good, as long as you remember," Zhang Feng replied with satisfaction before turning to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. "Zhu Gu, are we still going to rescue your boss?" "Of course," Sang Minju replied defiantly. "Then stop posing. You're not Sylvester Stallone." "You know." Zhang Feng shook his head and exited the nightclub. Speaking of which, with Sang Minju's stature and muscle, he indeed bore a striking resemblance to Stallone. However, in 1951, Stallone was likely just a toddler learning to walk. Meanwhile, a police car with a license plate starting with AM came to a halt outside the central police station, accompanied by several other police vehicles modified from Commer armored trucks. "Zhang Gu, are we really bringing them all in?" one officer asked quietly, lighting a cigarette for Zhuo Weizhe as they disembarked. "What? Are you scared?" Zhuo Weizhe scoffed, patting the officer on the shoulder. "Don't worry, when the time comes, we'll just pull a few big shots out and pin some charges on them. That will suffice for the higher-ups. As for the rest, we can just let them be." "What about that Zhou family heir?" the officer asked, taken aback. "Him?" Zhuo Weizhe smirked coldly. "He thinks he can just walk away that easily." Ever since Zhuo Weizhe acknowledged Chun Ji Chao as his godfather, he had never felt so humiliated as he did tonight. Not only had he been struck by a bottle twice, but his nose was also nearly broken. He could not swallow this indignation, even if his opponent was the Zhou family's second young master. "All right, bring everyone in, and as for Zhou Deji." Zhuo Weizhe finished his cigarette and instructed those around him. As he mentioned Zhou Deji, he stroked his chin, a cryptic smile spreading across his face. Chapter 15, The Pursuit of a Rescue. Meanwhile, Lan Tycoon, having crossed the sea by boat, stood smoking outside the Wanchai police station, accompanied by Yin Xiong, who would later become one of Hong Kong's 4 chief detectives. In truth, there was no substantial animosity between the two. Their differing positions merely placed them at odds. In 1950s Hong Kong, police officers served not only the British colonial government, but also held titles within their respective gangs. For instance, Yin Xiong was affiliated with Fu Yihing, commonly referred to as Old Fu, while also bearing the title of a double flower red stick leader. Different gangs, yet both being double flower red sticks, naturally led to tensions when they met. Adding to this friction was the fact that during the years of Hong Kong's occupation, several of Fu Yihing's members had openly chosen to become traitors. Consequently, the current Old Fu found himself in a position of neglect. Not quite to the extent of being universally reviled, but certainly close. Observing the taciturn Yin Xiong, Lan Tycoon flicked his cigarette butt aside. "Look, Officer Xiong, I've delivered your message. Now just give me a straight answer. Are we going or not? I really don't have the time to waste standing here in the cold." Finally, under Lan Tycoon's impatient prodding, Yin Xiong broke his silence. The once drooping round face, now lifted, bore the marks of unwavering determination. He understood that this was an opportunity. Regardless of success or failure, one must take the plunge. Though the unfortunate Lan Tycoon, also a constable, shared the same misfortune, it did not imply that his own luck would be similarly grim. "I shall make the necessary arrangements first, and then we will drive over." With a glance at the rickshaw that Lan Tycoon had arrived in, Yin Xiong uttered a remark before turning to enter the police station. 5 minutes later, Yin Xiong re-emerged. Are you going alone? Initially, Lin Tycoon had assumed Yin Xiong would bring a few capable subordinates along, even if they were of no use. It would bolster their presence. To his surprise, there was not a soul behind him, leaving Lin Tycoon perplexed. Had his earlier words not been clear enough? Or did Yin Xiong not comprehend the significance of the phrase, Chun Ji Chao's godson? It's merely to bring someone back, not to wage war. Why the need for so many? Yin Xiong shot Lin Tycoon a disdainful glance, and promptly took the driver's seat in a police car. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll leave first. Lin Tycoon was momentarily speechless. Ultimately, he dutifully climbed into the police vehicle. Little did he know that just as the car departed from the Wanchai police station, one of Yin Xiong's trusted aides hurriedly vanished into the night. Touch me, and I swear I'll have you sinking to the depths of the sea by tomorrow. In an interrogation room on the second floor of the central police station, Zhou Deji was firmly bound to an iron chair, facing Zhuo Weizhe. At that moment, Zhuo Weizhe stood bare-shouldered, brandishing a whip soaked in oil, and coldly remarked, "Of course I believe what the second son of President Zhou of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce says, but before you sink, you should first ponder whether you'll survive the night." Zhou Deji scoffed derisively. "Come on, let me see how you intend to ensure I don't survive tonight." Exchanging life for life? Zhuo Weizhe might harbor such intentions, but he lacked the courage. Zhou Deji had already resolved to endure some physical torment, vowing to exact double the toll from Zhuo Weizhe once the night had passed. "You have quite the sturdy mouth. Well, since it's like that, I shall oblige you." This declaration only fueled Zhuo Weizhe's ire further, and as he brandished the whip toward Zhou Deji, the interrogation room door swung open. Entering was a high-ranking inspector named Tan Ing, a native of the Five Villages, backed by the Five Villages Chamber of Commerce. In terms of background, he was not inferior to Zhuo Weizhe and was indeed Zhuo Weizhe's direct superior. Hence, upon casting a cursory glance at Zhou Deji, he calmly instructed Zhuo Weizhe, "Aze, step outside for a moment." Zhuo Weizhe was willing but left with a sullen demeanor. When did the relationship between the Five Villages and Chaozhou become so cordial? In front of his superior, Zhuo Weizhe showed no respect, even jesting mockingly. "Zhuo Weizhe, spare me your sarcastic tone. I have no interest in your matters with Zhou Jinji." Initially, he had presumed that Tan Ing was coming to advocate for Zhou Deji, but it seemed that was not the case. "Then why have you summoned me?" Zhuo Weizhe questioned with confusion. "There's someone downstairs claiming to be from the Tsim Sha Sui police station, wanting to take Zhou Deji away. You can handle it yourself." Tan Ing gave Zhuo Weizhe a penetrating look and added, "I don't care what your motives are, but I must warn you, this is Hong Kong, under British jurisdiction, not under Chen Jichao's command. Do not create troubles for yourself, nor for your godfather." With that, Tan Ing turned on his heel and departed, leaving Zhuo Weizhe seething. "Damn you, Tan Ing, one day I will make you kneel before me and lick my shoes." Zhuo Weizhe spat in frustration before donning the coat he had earlier discarded and storming downstairs. In the police station lobby, Ajun sat with his legs crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, though internally he was quite anxious. Were it not for Zhang Feng standing beside him, he would have likely retreated long ago. "Who dares come here to demand someone from us?" As the voice echoed, Zhuo Weizhe, lazily donning his coat, descended the stairs from the second floor. Zhang Feng recognized him, but Ajun did not. After receiving a subtle cue from Zhang Feng, Ajun stood up. "I am from Tsim Sha Sui." "Wait." Before Ajun could finish, Zhuo Weizhe interrupted coolly. "I'm not interested in which police station you belong to, nor do I care about your name. I simply wish to know on what grounds you come to our central police station to demand someone." Although Hong Kong was then a British colony, to escort a suspect from one precinct to another required an order signed by a sergeant or a foreign inspector. Zhuo Weizhe did not believe they could procure such an order in such a short time. Indeed, under Zhuo Weizhe's questioning, Ajun, who had been putting on a facade, was already sweating profusely. Zhang Feng observed this and couldn't help but shake his head. After all, he was just a minor character, not worthy of the grand stage. "I see you've got the audacity." At Zhuo Weizhe's sudden elevation in volume, Ajun trembled in fear. Had it not been for Zhang Feng's quick reflexes to steady him, he would have likely collapsed onto the chair. "I am merely following orders from above." "Then you send your superior here to demand someone from me? A mere lowly inspector? Do you think you're worthy?" Zhuo Weizhe offered no opportunity for Ajun to respond. Just as he uttered, "Do you think you're worthy?" another voice chimed in, "He is not worthy." "What about me?" Chapter 16. An arrow on the string must be released. Compared to Longang, Yin Xiong seemed to embody the legendary image of the four great chief detectives more closely, especially the defiance in his brow, which added a touch of a formidable aura to his otherwise round face. "I thought who it was. Turns out it's Detective Xiong." Zhuo Weizhe dismissed Yin Xiong with a smirk. "Detective Xiong, why are you here in Central instead of staying in Wanchai?" Yin Xiong ignored Zhuo Weizhe and instead focused his gaze on Ajun and Zhang Feng, ultimately locking eyes with Zhang Feng, asking in a deep voice, "So you were the one who relayed the message to Lin Tycoon? On his way here, Yin Xiong had learned from Lin Tycoon that the message had not come directly from Zhou Daji, but rather from a young steward beside him. He had not expected the steward to be so youthful. Yes, Xionggu, Zhang Feng acknowledged with a casual smile. Do you know what the cost of playing with me is? Yin Xiong's words were nearly spat out through clenched teeth. Initially, he had thought Zhou Daji was personally seeking help. Even if it meant risking conflict with Chen Zichao, he would have taken the gamble. However, he had not anticipated that the messenger would merely be a steward, and one who appeared to be of a similar age to his own nephews. To be honest, upon receiving this news, Yin Xiong felt an overwhelming urge to toss Lin Tycoon out of the car and return to the Wanchai police station as if nothing had transpired that night. Yet, his arrangements had already been set in motion. In an era where communication relies heavily on shouting, it is evidently implausible to put a stop to it. This predicament has rendered Yin Xiong exceedingly passive, like an arrow already drawn on the bowstring. Brother Xiong, I am well aware of your concerns. But do you truly believe you still possess the right to choose? Zhang Feng replied with a faint, unpredictable smile. Yin Xiong's presence indicated that he had already made up his mind. As for threats, Zhang Feng would not indulge in them. Throughout his past and present, he had never been accustomed to being intimidated. Zhang Feng's words incited a furious flush to Yin Xiong's face. He had encountered arrogance before, but never had he met someone who toyed with him so brazenly in person. Before Yin Xiong could unleash his fury, Zhuo Wei's, who had long felt slighted by being ignored, interjected. Have you two finished your whispers? It better be just like you say. Yin Xiong shot another glare at Zhang Feng, then shifted his gaze to Zhuo Wei's, lowering his eyelids and speaking in a calm tone. Zhuo Wei's, hand over Zichao without delay. Haha. Zhuo Wei's erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke, bending over in mirth. Straightening up, he fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Yin Xiong, and retorted, Xiong, you are rather overestimating your own significance. Yin Xiong, unfazed, responded, whether I am significant or not is inconsequential. However, you must allow me to take Zichao today. Huh. And what if I refuse? As Zhuo Wei's words fell, he drew the gun from his waist. With this action, several officers, who usually maintained a cordial rapport with him, also unsheathed their firearms. The ominous black barrels were aimed squarely at Zhang Feng, Yin Xiong, and the already trembling Ajun. This was the central police station, and he had no fear of confrontation. However, just as Zhuo Wei's was about to escalate the situation, he felt a chill creep up his spine. Upon realizing that his superior, Tening, was aiming a gun at him from behind, Zhuo Wei's erupted. Tening, do you even comprehend what you are doing? His voice was laced with anger, warning, and incredulity. Not only was he taken aback, but even Zhang Feng appeared slightly stunned. Only Yin Xiong maintained his composure, as though he had anticipated this very scene. What I do is of no concern to you. You will immediately instruct your men to lower their weapons and hand Zichao over to Yin Xiong. Tan Ying's voice was devoid of emotion, resembling that of a soulless shell. Fine, fine, Tan Ying, you will come to regret this. Zhuo Wei's threatened through gritted teeth. Whether I will regret it or not is not for you to worry about, but if you do not comply, I will ensure you have no opportunity to regret at all. Under Tan Ying's unyielding command, Zhuo Wei's dared not defy her, though she seemed mundane on a daily basis. He understood that when she was truly angered, she was terrifying. Taking a deep breath, he exchanged a knowing glance with a trusted confidant, who then ascended to the second floor. Only after that did Zhuo Wei's cast a sinister glance over the group, as if to imprint their faces firmly in his memory. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Daji descended from the second floor, accompanied by an officer. Upon witnessing the tense standoff, Zhou Daji did not seem overly concerned. Instead, upon spotting Zhang Feng, he enthusiastically called out, "Ah Feng." Seeing their warm exchange, Yin Xiong felt a pang of discomfort. He had risked his life to come here, squandering a favor he had long preserved, only to arrive at this situation. Yet the beneficiary, Zhou Daji, did not even spare him a glance, leaving him feeling quite dejected. Zichao, we should leave here at once, Zhang Feng urged, worried that delays could lead to unforeseen complications, as he pulled his second-generation boss out of the police station. Zichao? Zichao? The two men, Lin Zaiquan and Sang Mungo, who had been stationed at the entrance, hurried forward to greet Zhou Daji upon his arrival. Zhou Daji nodded indifferently and continued on without further acknowledgement. Zhang Feng smiled at the two men, saying, Brother Chun is the seat of Lin Yi. Those officers dare not lay a finger on him. You two should return for now. I assure you, Zichao will express his gratitude tomorrow. Lin Zaiquan and his companion exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Despite being Double Flower Red Stick members, they were merely seen as somewhat competent thugs in Zhou's eyes. Not to mention, asking Zhou Daji for help to rescue their boss was out of the question. Furthermore, Zhang Feng's reasoning was sound, so they chose not to argue further. After seeing Zhou Daji off in a vehicle, they departed in succession. Ah Feng, where are you headed? I'll give you a ride. Once in the car, Zhou Deji turned to Zhang Feng and asked, "Boss, I'm afraid you'll have to endure a night at the Wanchai police station until tomorrow when Chun Ji-Chao makes an appearance." Then it won't be too late to leave, Zhang Feng replied after some contemplation. "Are you certain Chun Ji-Chao will come in person?" "It's impossible for him to come himself." Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "However, he will undoubtedly send someone. If not, even if the Zhou family does not seek trouble, others from the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce will certainly hold him accountable." Although Zhou Daji was merely a branch member of the Zhou family, losing face in certain matters represented a loss of face for the entire Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. In such circumstances, while the Zhou family could remain passive, others from the chamber could not afford to turn a blind eye. Therefore, Zhang Feng believed that no matter how haughty Chun Ji-Chao might be, he would not dare to openly oppose the entire Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. "Fine. We'll do it your way. I trust your judgment." Now, Zhou Daji regarded Zhang Feng with growing trust, having moved from satisfaction to genuine confidence. He, who was not adept at critical thinking, decided to abandon the issue and instead resumed a light-hearted conversation with Zhang Feng, which left Zhang Feng feeling both amused and exasperated. Chapter 17. Would you like to be my friend? At 3 in the morning, the night was eerily silent. Zhang Feng stood atop a high platform, silently smoking a cigarette. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he did not turn around but continued to admire the twinkling stars of the Wanchai nightscape. When the newcomer reached his side, he smiled and asked, "Are you not curious as to why I dragged you into the water?" Hearing this, Yin Xiong extinguished his match and took a deep drag from his cigarette. "I am indeed quite curious. However, I am even more intrigued by the reason you provided that compelled Wudo to forfeit such a splendid opportunity. I cannot believe he would so easily allow his superior to summon him away, and based on my understanding of him, even if his superior did call, he would not comply. Otherwise, he would not rightfully bear the title of Wudo." Zhang Feng exhaled a cloud of smoke and smiled. "Then how is it that a senior detective would be willing to sacrifice his life to assist you?" Upon hearing this, Yin Xiong slightly tilted his head, gazing at Zhang Feng in disbelief for a prolonged moment before slowly shaking his head. "Though I do not know how you came to this understanding, I can tell you that they are not the same." Zhang Feng discarded his cigarette, but propped himself against the railing in a push-up motion, and replied with a gentle smile, "No, they are actually quite similar." Under Yin Xiong's puzzled gaze, Zhang Feng stared out over the dark sea and began to speak slowly. "On this land, everyone is engaged in a repetitive game of gain and loss. Some have obtained first, thus they await their inevitable loss, while others prepare to lose first, hoping for the arrival of gain. The senior detective at the central police station obtained first, and hence, has now lost his life. As for Lancer, he must first relinquish certain opportunities in order to attain what he desires. Brother Xiong, what differences do you perceive between them now?" Zhang Feng's words left Yin Xiong with a curious illusion, as if the young man standing before him was not merely an 18-year-old youth, but rather a sage, wise beyond his years, who had long since unraveled the complexities of life. This sensation felt remarkably authentic, yet simultaneously so surreal. "Fear not. While I may not be the most virtuous of individuals, I am unwaveringly loyal to my friends." Zhang Feng turned, his face illuminated by an innocent smile. "Brother Xiong, would you be willing to be my friend?" Before Yin Xiong could respond, Zhang Feng had already turned and departed, leaving only the coolness of the night to infiltrate Yin Xiong's defenses. At the Zhou residence, Zhou Xinji, who would typically be fast asleep at this hour, remained seated on the living room sofa. Beside him stood the family's long-serving butler, Zhou Bo. "Do you think Aji chose to stay at the police station tonight?" After hearing the entire account, Zhou Xinji did not display much anger. Rather, he was surprised by his son's choice to remain at the station. "Indeed, sir." The butler Zhou Bo nodded. "I heard it was a suggestion from a young housekeeper recently hired by the second young master." "Interesting," Zhou Xinji mused, stretching with a smile after a brief moment of contemplation. "Finally, I can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep." "Sir, what about the second young master?" Noticing Zhou Xinji rising, Zhou Bo hurriedly stepped forward to assist, his tone laced with concern. As a butler, he had watched the young heirs grow up, forming a bond that, while lacking blood ties, felt akin to familial affection. "It's just a matter of waiting at the police station for a night. Nothing too serious," Zhou Xinji reflected. "However, that young man, you should find a time to meet him tomorrow and inquire how he intends to resolve this matter." Zhou Bo, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. A night passed in silence. The following morning, after Zhang Feng paid a visit to Zhou Detzi at the police station, he accompanied Yin Xiong to the Hongli Trading Company located at North Point Pier. "Come, let us have some tea." Zhou Bo, dressed in a silk long gown, seated himself at the head of the accounts room, warmly welcoming Zhang Feng and Yin Xiong. "I heard that Brother Xiong spent the whole night awake due to the second young master's situation. It must have been quite taxing." Once the three were seated in their respective places, Zhou Bo held a teacup in one hand while using the lid to strain the floating tea leaves. smiling as he addressed Yin Xiong. Zhou Bo, in your presence, I lack the audacity to be called Brother Xiong. You may refer to me as a Xiong or simply the young lad. Suddenly singled out, Yin Xiong, feeling flustered, set down his teacup and stood, bowing slightly to Zhou Bo. Moreover, as the second young master of the Chaozhou family, it is my duty as a fellow Chaozhou native. Thus it is no hardship at all. Observing Yin Xiong in that moment, Zhang Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. He imagined that had he not been present, this fellow might have even knelt before the family's butler. Yet, to be fair, it was not that Yin Xiong lacked resolve. The Zhou family was simply far too formidable. Even being a mere handyman at the Zhou estate would be a matter of pride, let alone befriending a butler of the main residence. Zhou Bo smiled non-committally, took a sip of tea, and continued, so, what does Ah Xiong intend to do to resolve this matter? Yin Xiong was momentarily at a loss for words. Before stepping out, the master praised me, mentioning that Chaozhou had produced a lad of such caliber. Now that even the master has commended you, I trust you must have devised a strategy, right? Zhou Bo, appearing benevolent, yet Zhang Feng recognized the cunning in his demeanor. This old fox was clearly trying to put Yin Xiong in a difficult position. What's the matter, Ah Xiong? Can't seem to think of a solution? Zhou Bo's voice rang out again as Yin Xiong stood there, head bowed. At that moment, sweat had drenched his back, a mix of fear and urgency coursing through him. Aye. After stammering for what felt like an eternity, Yin Xiong had yet to utter a single coherent word. Zhang Feng, shaking his head in resignation, finally stood to speak. In truth, the second young master has already formulated a plan, so please rest assured, Zhou Bo and President Zhou. Oh, Zhou Bo scrutinized Zhang Feng, smiling as he inquired. Might it be convenient to share the second young master's approach with this old man? After all, the master is quite concerned about this matter. Zhang Feng silently cursed the old fox, maintaining a calm facade as he replied. The entire situation stems from 20 floral arrangements and a singer. Thus, the second young master's intention is to conclude this matter with the same 20 floral arrangements and a singer, providing a fitting resolution. Zhou Bo nodded, a smile gracing his lips. So the second young master had indeed made arrangements. Naturally, Zhang Feng responded with a smile. Moreover, the second young master has entrusted Brother Xiong with full responsibility for this matter. I believe it will be resolved swiftly. Since it has been entrusted to Ah Xiong, I am certain the master will feel quite at ease. During their conversation, Yin Xiong was inwardly cursing Zhang Feng's entire ancestry. To think that 20 floral arrangements, amounting to 600 Hong Kong dollars, would suffice to placate Qin Jichao. What a ridiculous notion. The most egregious part was Zhou Bo's subsequent comment, which nearly caused Yin Xiong to spit out a mouthful of blood. Very well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Zhou Bo rose. Yin Xiong hurried to assist him, and Zhou Bo did not resist, allowing Yin Xiong to support him. Upon reaching the door, he smiled and remarked, Ah Xiong, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I believe tonight, when the second young master returns, the master will be quite pleased, and I shall arrange a banquet for you at the Guangzhou restaurant to express my gratitude. I am honored. If President Zhou would alleviate my burdens, it would truly be a privilege. Yin Xiong responded respectfully, first glancing back at Zhang Feng to ensure he showed no signs of fleeing. Once Zhou Bo had departed, the demeanor of Yin Xiong, who had just been bowing in farewell, morphed into one of ferocity. In the next moment, he drew his sidearm and pressed it against Zhang Feng's forehead, seething, Why have you betrayed me? Chapter 18, Trusting You Once. Brother Xiong, one must uphold their conscience. You claim I have wronged you, but how have I done so? Even with the gun barrel pressed to his forehead, Zhang Feng remained unfazed. It was not that he was fearless, but he was thoroughly convinced that Yin Xiong would never dare to pull the trigger. How have you wronged me? Yin Xiong maintained his stance, his expression darkening further. $600. Do you think Zhou Detzi is merely a waiter? He is a relative of Qin Jichao. Do you know who Qin Jichao is? Hey, Brother Xiong, do you wish to deafen me? Zhang Feng complained, wiping the spit that had splattered on his face, rubbing against Yin Xiong's shoulder as he continued. Brother Xiong, if your mind is clouded, do not presume others are equally dull. Who told you this matter could not be resolved? As Yin Xiong processed Zhang Feng's initial insult, he was about to erupt, but the latter's subsequent remark left him momentarily stunned. Without thinking, he blurted out, You have a solution? Of course, I do, Zhang Feng affirmed. Do you know why I said 20 floral arrangements to start and 20 floral arrangements to conclude? Yin Xiong shook his head in confusion. Fool. Zhang Feng shot him a disapproving glance, continuing, Do you truly believe that if I did not phrase it this way, the Zhou family would be willing to part with several tens of thousands for your assistance? Do not deceive yourself, Brother Xiong. The Zhou family has sent a steward today to speak with you, rather than dispatching someone merely to deliver money, which clearly indicates their reluctance to involve themselves in this matter. Given this situation, I shall extend a favor and remind you of what young Master Ji has instructed you to do. Thus, if you manage to resolve this issue, do you truly believe the Zhou family will forget your kindness when the time comes? Yin Xiong furrowed his brow and could not help but complain. It's become too complicated, far too complicated. I am but a man of the rivers and lakes, and I truly cannot grasp all this. I'll phone. Be perceptive and see the situation clearly. Lend me your assistance. Brother Xiong, you are currently holding a short gun to my head, and you expect me to help you? Zhang Feng gestured to the gun pointed at his forehead, rolling his eyes. Yin Xiong was taken aback and quickly withdrew the gun, scratching his head sheepishly and grinning foolishly. Here, have a smoke. Zhang Feng, with a hint of irritation, adjusted his clothing and made a gesture of pinching 2 fingers together for a cigarette. Yin Xiong opened a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and personally lit one for Zhang Feng. Now, the crux of the matter lies with Chun Zichao. Zhang Feng exhaled a long plume of smoke. Chairman Zhou is certainly not going to step forward, so think. Who else can present themselves in a manner that allows Chun Zichao to save face? A foreigner? Looking at Yin Xiong's hopeful little eyes, Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Brother Xiong, to be honest, if you can secure a foreigner for this, it would truly be a miracle. Yin Xiong, feeling teased, blushed. Hey, knowing my brain is slow, don't speak in riddles. Of course, it should be someone of equal standing to Chun Zichao, Zhang Feng remarked. If you seek a foreigner, under normal circumstances, Chun Zichao would certainly feel dignified, but during negotiations, he would perceive it as you bringing in a foreigner to pressure him. Therefore, it is essential to find someone of equal rank to act as a mediator. Someone of equal standing to Chun Zichao. Knowing that Yin Xiong's intellect would likely not reach this conclusion, Zhang Feng, feeling lazy to elaborate, directly asked, is there a notable figure among the water police that you know? Ah, I thought of someone. Yin Xiong suddenly exclaimed, Su Jiasheng, the chief of the water police. His position is on par with Chun Zichao, though this comparison is somewhat simplistic, as, in the societal hierarchy of that time, the rank and status of land police were considerably higher than those of water police. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Su Jiasheng indeed stands as the best candidate. Thank you, Su Jiasheng. You can arrange a few tables for a banquet, gather both parties, and ultimately have young Master Ji go up to apologize to Zhuo Weizhe. That should resolve the issue, right? You make it sound simple, Yin Xiong grumbled. Let us not even discuss the rest. Given young Master Ji's temperament, how could he possibly apologize to anyone? Rest assured about that. Leave young Master Ji's matters to me. I will certainly handle it for you. As for everything else, that will depend on you, Brother Xiong. Zhang Feng patted Yin Xiong's shoulder. Fine, I'll trust you this once. I am off to borrow from the loan shark. Yin Xiong replied readily. After a brief hesitation, he made up his mind. But just as he turned, Zhang Feng grabbed him. What are you doing borrowing from a loan shark? I currently have only a few thousand in savings. Do you think that will suffice to invite a chief of the water police to step forward? Yin Xiong retorted, somewhat annoyed. Zhang Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Simultaneously, he gave Yin Xiong a thumbs up. His face filled with admiration. You truly are a righteous man, Brother Xiong. Didn't you say you were a double flower red stick of Fu Yihing? How can you be borrowing from a loan shark? Is your organization unable to raise even a few tens of thousands? Mentioning Fu Yihing elicited a look of helplessness from Yin Xiong. Do you think that once we become associated with the gang, we can truly expect them to look out for us? Isn't that the case? Zhang Feng, born in the 1970s, did not possess a deep understanding of these organizations and gangs. I am like a headless chicken. Although we are under the name of Old Fu, we have never exerted any effort for Old Fu. At most, when a brother of Old Fu gets into trouble, we merely assist in mediating. Yin Xiong expressed his dilemma. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, observing the dock workers in the distance, and pondered before asking, so, what business does your gang primarily engage in? Of course, whatever is profitable. Yin Xiong replied. Zhang Feng nodded. So that encompasses gambling, drugs, and vice? Primarily gambling, actually, as it brings in quick money. As for drug dens or mahjong parlors, there isn't much of that. Yin Xiong pulled out a cigarette and lit it. That makes sense. Zhang Feng pointed to the dock ahead and said, what the gang primarily needs is not money, but territory and manpower. You are currently just a minor investigator, and as for being headless, you don't even qualify as an investigator. You are merely an agent. Thus, from Fu Yihing's perspective, you are entirely dispensable. However, once you have the opportunity to rise, you will at least become a senior investigator, possessing your own jurisdiction. At that point, it will not be you seeking Fu Yihing, but Fu Yihing seeking you. Think about it. If Fu Yihing's leader knew that with just a few tens of thousands, they could elevate their double flower red stick to a senior investigator, do you think they would refuse? But what if our leader is unwilling to do so? Yin Xiong still hesitated. After all, his current status was somewhat low, and he felt a degree of intimidation in front of those big shots. Zhang Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette. You can always borrow from a loan shark later. After much contemplation, Yin Xiong finally nodded. Oh right, I almost forgot about this matter. Zhang Feng called out to Yin Xiong just as he was about to leave. Besides seeking Su Jiasheng and having young Master Ji apologize, I believe we need to gauge the situation further. After all, last night's incident escalated quite significantly, and we will need someone to stand up and diffuse Chen Jichao's anger. Who? Yin Xiong was initially taken aback, but when he saw Zhang Feng looking at him with a half-smile, he woodenly pointed to himself. You can't possibly be referring to me. Chapter 19. I will not betray you. Indeed, it is you. Zhang Feng nodded. Regardless of whether Tan is repaying you a favor or has other motives. At the very least, he is deceased. Even if it was suicide, the weight of a senior investigator is something you are well aware of. Observing Yin Xiong's expression fluctuate between anger and confusion, Zhang Feng continued. The death of a senior investigator demands an explanation from the British side, so Brother Xiong. Your stepping forward will not only provide an outlet for Chen Jichao's anger, but also help to suppress this matter. Is there any hope for a good outcome for me? Yin Xiong glared at Zhang Feng, gritting his teeth in inquiry. The outcome cannot be described as favorable, but it won't be too dire. At worst, you will be reassigned to Kuntong in your military uniform until the situation calms down. And Chairman Zhou will undoubtedly make a statement. At Zhang Feng's words, Yin Xiong's head buzzed, and his vision darkened as he nearly collapsed. He could offend Zhuo Zhe for Zhou Deji or the Zhou family, even sacrifice a long overdue favor, but he had anticipated climbing higher, wanting to rely on the Zhou family so that they would appreciate his virtues and provide assistance. Little did he expect that in the end, he would not only fail to ascend, but instead lose his position as an investigator and revert to military service. Brother Xiong, this is all I have to say. How you choose is up to you, Zhang Feng said, ignoring Yin Xiong's furious gaze, smiling calmly. Do you think I have any choices left? Yin Xiong felt an overwhelming urge to tear the young man before him to shreds, yet he did not dare. The previous night's attitude of Zhou Deji towards this young man had already made everything clear. The final question, as Zhang Feng turned to depart. Yin Xiong nearly spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Does the Headless One also comprehend the consequences of this matter? Zhang Feng paused momentarily, his back to Yin Xiong, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a few seconds, he slightly shook his head. Your presence is a variable, to be candid. When Ji Shao summoned me to call upon the Headless One, I was unaware of your existence. Then how did you come to know of me? Yin Xiong asked, momentarily taken aback. It's what Brother Kuan said, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Damn it, that little rascal. Zhang Feng turned around, a smile gracing his face as he approached Yin Xiong, helping to straighten his somewhat disheveled collar, and spoke earnestly. Brother Xiong, we're all brothers here. Rest assured, going to Kuntong is merely a temporary arrangement. I will certainly mention you frequently in front of Ji Shao. By that time, who knows? You might not just be a mere investigator, but perhaps even a senior investigator or even a chief inspector. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Xiong? I trust you like I trust a ghost. Yin Xiong seethed internally, his face a mask of indignation. It was easy for Zhang Feng to say such things. Going to Kuntong was indeed a temporary assignment. One must understand that Kuntong is a desolate area, where one not only contends with mosquitoes all day, but also stands to gain not a single dime. This situation had nearly led him to financial ruin. And without any extra income, repaying debts would take an eternity on that meager salary. I know, Brother Xiong, that you are presently feeling quite distressed, but always remember, in this world, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. The harsher your fall, the deeper the Zhou family's gratitude towards you will be. Besides, I am here as well, so don't worry. After saying this, Zhang Feng turned once more. Hey, you mentioned we are brothers. Can't you stay on Hong Kong Island? Kowloon would work too, even as a menial worker. Yin Xiong called out, nearly in tears. But Zhang Feng did not look back. He stretched his arms and waved them above his head. Good luck, Brother Xiong. I won't let you down. Watching Zhang Feng's figure gradually fade into the distance, Yin Xiong's hand instinctively rested on his gun holster. Several times he considered drawing it and firing a few shots in front of him. You won't let me down? Damn you. Even Yin Xiong, despite his simplicity, could now see through the entire scheme. In this entire affair, the one who benefited the most was that 18-year-old brat. Not only had he smoothed over matters for his boss, Zhou Deji, but he would undoubtedly also earn the approval of Chairman Zhou. By then, with the Zhou family backing him, it would be difficult for this brat not to ascend to greatness. Meanwhile, he himself, having sacrificed the most, would be relegated to Kuntong to don a uniform. Kid, I hope you keep your word, otherwise, I, Yin Xiong, will drag you down with me. Even if it costs me my life. Taking a deep breath, Yin Xiong finally turned to leave. Master, I have returned. In the Zhou residence, Zhou Xinji was practicing calligraphy in his study. After he completed his final stroke, he waited for a while before Zhou Bo, who had been patiently waiting, finally bowed and spoke. The timing was impeccable. Zhou Xinji did not turn around but picked up the 2 lines he had just penned, examining them. Come in. Once Zhou Bo had positioned himself 3 steps behind Zhou Zhenji, he began to inquire. Did you see the person? Yes, master. I met the second young master's steward and the officer Yin Xiong, Zhou Bo replied. What did you think? The new steward recruited by the second young master is quite talented. Oh. Zhou Bo's words caused Zhou Zhenji to raise an eyebrow in surprise. To outsiders, Zhou Bo merely appeared to be a steward in the Zhou family, but those in the know understood that he was far from ordinary. Years ago, when Zhou Zhenji ventured to Hong Kong alone, many of his business dealings were facilitated by Zhou Bo, who could be considered a key contributor to his expansion. Thus, after Zhou Zhenji became prosperous, he granted Zhou Bo the surname Zhou. To gain his recognition in all of Hong Kong was indeed a rare feat speak. After Zhou Zhenji's words, Zhou Bo nodded and recounted, verbatim, the conversation he had with Zhang Feng and Yin Xiong earlier that morning. After listening, Zhou Zhenji pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Aji's game was played without the Zhou family's involvement, nor did we expend a single penny. Instead, Yin Xiong, this officer, has likely lost money and possibly even his position. This move is exquisite. Master, there is one thing I find puzzling. Observing Zhou Bo's furrowed brow, Zhou Zhenji inquired with a smile. You wish to ask why Yin Xiong is so easily manipulated, correct? Zhou Bo nodded. The reasoning is quite simple. It can be explained with a single word, greed. Greed? Zhou Bo looked at Zhou Zhenji in confusion. Today, Zhou Zhenji was in high spirits. Seated in his purple sandalwood chair, taking a sip of tea, as he said, Yin Xiong is solely focused on climbing the ranks. Yet behind him stands only a lukewarm Fui Xing. Thus, at over 30 years of age, he remains merely an investigator. He likely sees this as an opportunity to align himself with the Zhou family, hence he has gone all in. Not only did he confront Chen Zichao's godson head-on, but he also ended up with a senior investigator dead. Though it was a suicide, it is undoubtedly linked to Yin Xiong. Just think, with such a ruckus. Had Yin Xiong not followed the strategy laid out by that lad Zhang Feng, he would certainly not see the light of day tomorrow. Then, master, should we? Zhou Bo began to ask instinctively. Yin Xiong, in this matter, had not only lost money but could very well have jeopardized his current position as an investigator. The Zhou family must remember this favor. They cannot allow outsiders to speak ill of them, but it cannot be now. Zhou Zhenji pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, let us observe for now. Offering timely assistance at the right moment will maximize the goodwill. As for Aji, he has struck gold this time. Then, master, should we also meet this young lad Zhang Feng and keep him close? It would be better than leaving him in Kong Lai. Before Zhou Bo could finish, Zhou Zhenji waved his hand dismissively. No need. Although Aji is lacking, having someone like Zhang Feng to help him tidy up is quite good. Let those two stir up trouble in Kong Lai. As for meeting him, it wouldn't hurt to have him come over for dinner tonight with Aji. Our Zhou family does not fear ambitious outsiders. We only fear lacking capable individuals under our wing. Understood, master. I will inform him right away. After Zhou Bo bowed and exited the study, Zhou Zhenji picked up the freshly inked calligraphy. With knives drawn, the first feats are achieved. Until we meet again. May the king's countenance be joyous. Since you are so eager to establish your name, what harm is there in the Zhou family taking you in? Chapter 20. Just listening to a little tune, is it really that serious? After leaving the Kong Lai Trading Company located at North Point Pier, Zhang Feng hailed a rickshaw and headed straight to the Wan Chai police station. Initially believing that with Yin Xiong's assurance, there would be no hindrance. He was stopped as soon as he stepped into the police station. 2 officers in uniform, whom Zhang Feng recognized from his earlier visit to Zhou Deji, were on duty. Sir, what do you mean by this? Zhang Feng furrowed his brow and asked. Apologies, brother, one of the officers shrugged, pointing upstairs. Brother Wing is quite irate at the moment. I advise you not to provoke him. In the early 1950s, the Hong Kong British government had a rather chaotic system for the ranks of Chinese police officers. Just among senior investigators, there were several categories. The officer referred to as Brother Wing, whose full name was Lu Jinrong, held the highest rank of senior investigator, second only to Chen Zichao, the top officer in the Chinese police force, overseeing the entire Hong Kong island area. Zhang Feng was acutely aware that this must be the work of Chen Zichao. After all, how could a distinguished senior investigator, nearly on par with the later 4 notable heads of the Hong Kong police, possibly come to the Wan Chai police station to oversee matters? After some contemplation, Zhang Feng handed a cigarette to the 2 uniformed officers, smilingly inquiring, from your accents, I gather you are both from Chaozhou? One of the officers, with a hint of resignation, replied, Indeed, we are both from Chaozhou, and we are aware of young Master Ji's background. However, our capabilities are rather limited, so even if we wish to assist you, we lack the means. I already met with young Master Ji this morning and confirmed that he is unharmed. I have a message I hope you could relay to him. If you would be so kind, Zhang Feng said, pressing the remaining half-pack of cigarettes into the hands of the officer. The officer glanced at it, and upon receiving a nod of approval from his companion, he finally acquiesced. Very well, please wait. Thank you, thank you. A few minutes later, the officer returned. Do not inform him that he is aware. He will come to find you once this matter is resolved. I am most grateful. I shall invite you both for tea another day. At noon, Chen Jichao, Zhuo Weiyes, Zhou Daji, Yin Xiong, and Su Jiaxing would all be present, along with various esteemed figures from the Chao Association, ensuring a grand affair. However, Zhang Feng had no intention of naively seeking attention. He feared that if Zhuo Weiyes recalled the wine bottle incident from the previous night, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, after leaving the Wanchai police station, he made his way directly to Lianxiang. Lu Huang Qiushui was genuinely frightened the previous night. As soon as Zhang Feng departed, he seized the opportunity to slip away. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, who had smashed a wine bottle over Chen Jichao's godson, yet stood before him unscathed, he was taken aback. Zhang Feng said little, merely patting Huang Qiushui on the shoulder and cheerfully requesting, "Return to our previous spot and brew me a pot of tea. I shall wait." "Certainly." Huang Qiushui nodded and set about his task. Once upstairs, Zhang Feng leaned against the edge of the bed, gazing at the bustling crowd outside, feeling a profound sense of contemplation. In the span of just 24 hours since his rebirth, it felt as though he had lived a year. Old Hong Kong was indeed not a tranquil place. Yet, Zhang Feng was not overly concerned. In his previous life, he had also navigated a world filled with cunning and schemes. Compared to those days, he felt more at ease now. After all, in this era, one need not concern themselves with so many rules. Money was paramount. The adage "money can make the devil turn millstones" was particularly apt for this age. Take the Zhou family as an example. If the Zhou family did not hold such a prominent position in Hong Kong, if Zhou Jinji did not possess the title of Justice of the Peace granted by the British Hong Kong government, then Zhou Daji would likely not see the light of day. Naturally, Zhang Feng did not intend to rely solely on this incident to forge a connection with the Zhou family. While to outsiders it may have appeared that he had executed his plan flawlessly, he believed that in Zhou Jinji's eyes, he was merely a clever young man. Achieving a genuine alliance with the Zhou family was a long and arduous journey. Moreover, Zhang Feng's aspirations extended far beyond simply aligning himself with the Zhou family. "Boss, would you like to hear a tune?" Just as Zhang Feng's thoughts wandered, a charming young girl, around 12 or 13 years of age, holding a peepa taller than herself, stood outside the parlor. She bowed deeply to Zhang Feng before timidly inquiring. Despite her youth, there was an innate allure in her demeanor, particularly in her sweet, melodic voice. Reminiscent of a charming songstress in a black cheapao he once encountered on the Tai-Bai flower boat. Bringing himself back to the present, Zhang Feng picked up an apple and took a bite, mumbling, "How much for a piece?" "$5 for a short piece, $2 for a long tune." It was still early afternoon, and there was some time before Zhou Daji and the others would finish and return. After pondering, Zhang Feng nodded. "All right. Let us start with a short tune, and please have some refreshments brought over." Of course. A glimmer of joy appeared on the girl's face. After exchanging a few words with the attendant waiting outside, she lifted the curtain and entered, seating herself on a wooden stool designated for performers in the corner. After tuning her instrument, she did not rush to begin. She waited until the tea and snacks were arranged before placing her fingers on the pipa strings and starting to play. As the melody filled the air, Zhang Feng closed his eyes, leaning back against the cushion, and began tapping his palm on his bent knee, fully relaxing. Approximately an hour later, he was stirred awake by the sound of footsteps. "I must have dozed off." Zhang Feng frowned, attempting to shake off the drowsiness. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the young girl still seated in the corner. "How long was I asleep?" he asked, rubbing his face. "About an hour, I believe." The girl appeared somewhat timid, lowering her head each time she responded. "Oh." Zhang Feng stood, stretching his back and slightly sore legs, and casually asked, "How much do I owe you in total?" $5. "Excuse me?" Zhang Feng blinked, momentarily taken aback as he stared at the people-playing girl. She seemed startled, hastily putting down her instrument and kneeling before Zhang Feng, exclaiming, "Boss, Xiaoer already mentioned that a short piece is $5, which you agreed to." As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, and one might mistake it for tears due to her distress. Zhang Feng had anticipated such an intense reaction from the girl and could only smile wryly. Shaking his head, "I meant to say that as fine. Is your name Xiaoer? How do you know?" The girl named Xiaoer looked up in surprise, her large, tear-filled eyes wide with astonishment, forgetting that she had inadvertently revealed her name in her flustered state. Seeing the girl's pitiful expression, Zhang Feng couldn't bring himself to tease her and gently asked, "When I was asleep, you could have continued playing. Why did you stop?" "I was afraid of disturbing you. Even if you thought you might disturb me, you could have quoted a higher price when I asked. After all, you spent over an hour here, which is time you could have earned money, is it not?" Xiaoer blinked her big, innocent eyes and replied earnestly, "But I cannot tell lies." Haha. The straightforwardness of Xiaoer uplifted Zhang Feng's spirits, as if he had spotted a glimmer of hope amidst the endless darkness. He rummaged through his pockets and handed her the last $10 he had. Xiao'er looked at the $10 bill in front of her, then up at Zhang Feng. Her expression filled with confusion. It's for you, take it. But that is too much. Xiao'er hesitated, lowering her head and pursing her lips, her demeanor evoking a blend of affection and sympathy, just as the two were caught in a tug-of-war over the money. The door to the parlor was pushed open from the outside. A phone. About that matter, it was none other than Zhou Daji, followed closely by Yin Xiong. They had just concluded their midday gathering and were here to meet Zhang Feng. Upon witnessing the scene before him, especially the young songstress with tears still glistening in her eyes, Zhou Daji instinctively altered his words. What a wretched creature. Observing the peculiar expressions of the two individuals, Zhang Feng could not help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. Was it truly necessary to overthink such a trivial matter as listening to a simple tune? Chapter 21. All this is for you. Joking aside, serious matters must be addressed. Witnessing the young girl's insistence, Zhang Feng, feeling helpless, had no choice but to allow Huang Qiushui to cover the singer's 5 cents before sending her on her way. After all, none of those present were in a position to part with such an amount, particularly Yin Xiong, whose pockets were emptier than his expression. Ji Xiao, what transpired at noon? Zhang Feng inquired after having the server brew another pot of tea. Everything is settled, Zhou Daji replied, taking a sip of tea and letting out a sigh. To be honest, Ah Feng, when your message reached me, I found it rather hard to believe that merely 600 could resolve this matter. But it appears your abilities are indeed remarkable. Haha, Ji Xiao, you jest. What abilities do I possess? Zhang Feng gestured towards the visibly distressed Yin Xiong. This matter was largely thanks to Brother Xiong. Without him, it would not have been resolved so swiftly. Zhou Daji nodded, turning to Yin Xiong. Rest assured, Ah Xiong, I am not ungrateful. I will remember your sacrifice in yielding your seat to Zhuo Wei's subordinate. When the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to a few of my acquaintances at the police station. I will certainly find a way to have you reassigned. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiong felt no elation whatsoever. He had sacrificed his prospects to smooth over Zhou Daji's predicament, only to be met with the vague promise of future assistance. Such an intangible and protracted favor was not what Yin Xiong desired. Nevertheless, he understood that someone like Zhou Daji, who had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, could never comprehend the distinctions between military personnel and law enforcement, nor the geographical disparities between Wanchai and Kuntong. At this juncture, he could only smile and say, Ji Xiao, you flatter me. To serve you is a fortune bestowed upon me by 8 generations of my ancestors. I seek no return. Zhang Feng shook his head inwardly at Yin Xiong's pretentious display of righteousness. Anyone can utter flattering words, but context and audience matter greatly. Individuals like Zhou Daji, the epitome of spoiled wealth, detest being led in circles. He had initially felt indebted to Yin Xiong and wished to repay that debt swiftly. Now, however, Yin Xiong insisted on putting on airs, masquerading as a selfless benefactor, which inadvertently led Zhou Daji to perceive his actions as mere obligation. Not only did this fail to garner goodwill, but it also left Yin Xiong worse off than before. Concerned that Yin Xiong might truly block his path and seek retribution later, Zhang Feng swiftly changed the topic. By the way, Ji Xiao, this morning, Uncle Zhou came by and mentioned that the chairman asked you to come home for dinner tonight. My father knows about this. Zhou Daji, fearless in all matters, was particularly wary of Zhou Jinji's nagging. Hearing that Zhou Jinji wanted him home for dinner sent a jolt through him, nearly causing him to drop his teacup. Zhang Feng smiled at Zhou Daji, his eyes unwavering as he began to weave a tale. Early this morning, Chen Guanglong left the central police station and went straight to your house. Do you think the chairman could possibly be unaware? Damn you, Chen Lu. I was bullied last night, and he wasn't nearly so proactive, Zhou Daji fumed, recalling the previous night's events. He believed that had Chen Guanglong displayed some backbone and expelled the intruder before Zhuo Wei's introduced himself, the current situation could have been avoided. While that reasoning held some merit, at times, executing plans can be more challenging than mere existence. At this moment, Yin Xiong regarded Zhang Feng with a look of bewilderment. He found it hard to believe his ears. Zhang Feng was setting him up, ostensibly to curry favor with Zhou Daji. But now, for no apparent reason, he was ensnaring ahead of a triad. What could possibly be his motive? Did he not fear that these words would spread, turning him into an enemy of the entire Chao Lian-yi? Ji Xiao, Zhang Feng ignored Yin Xiong's tumultuous thoughts and continued addressing Zhou Daji. Brother Xiong is a cop and lacks funds. Thus, the several tables of drinks today were actually covered by Fu Yihing at the behest of Brother Xiong. What do you think? He spoke half-heartedly, knowing full well that Zhou Daji lacked knowledge of such underworld matters. In the eyes of individuals like him, a triad head was simply a hired muscle for the affluent, with different heads serving various wealthy patrons. As for how to express gratitude, that was for Zhou Daji to decide. Otherwise, excessive words could lead to missteps. Has Ah Xiong ever served under a triad head? Zhou Daji glanced with surprise at Yin Xiong, pondering before commenting. Well then, Ah Feng, tonight I must return to see my father. You take the trouble to summon everyone. And prepare a table at the Tai Bai flower boat. We must make a grand impression. Not too much trouble, though? Zhang Feng hesitated, then sheepishly gestured to Zhou Daji with a hand sign indicative of counting money. How about a little advance on my wages, boss? Seriously, after your extravagant spending yesterday, you're out of money today? Zhou Daji looked at Zhang Feng with surprise. Zhang Feng feigned a distressed expression, shrugged his shoulders, and lamented, Hey, boss, I'm quite poor. You know? Otherwise, would I be working? Zhou Daji couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Feng's antics, shaking his head as he retrieved paper and pen from his pocket. Here, don't blame the boss for not supporting you. Take this note and go to the Kowloon Trading Company at North Point Pier to collect $2,000. After handing the note to Zhang Feng, Zhou Daji added a reminder, spend wisely and save some for your own cigarettes. To be admonished about frugality by a wealthy young master was certainly a first for Zhang Feng. Holding the note, Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively, no worries. Zhou Daji rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng before yawning and rising. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. I'll see you off, Zhixiao. Yin Xiong hurriedly stood and bowed to show respect. No need. Zhou Daji waved his hand and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, as if recalling something, he suddenly turned back to glare at Zhang Feng, and after a few seconds, uttered 3 words. You scoundrel. Zhang Feng's face darkened. It seemed his reputation was irrevocably tarnished in this lotus fragrance tower. As Zhou Daji departed, Zhang Feng stood up as well. You're leaving too? Yin Xiong was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to say something as the instigator of this predicament? Rest assured, Brother Xiong, I stand by my word. I will never deceive you. Tonight, I will at least provide you with some interest. Zhang Feng patted Yin Xiong's shoulder. I have some matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. Initially, Yin Xiong was still in a daze, but as he descended the stairs and encountered 2 beaming servers blocking his path at the entrance, he was infuriated, exclaiming, Damn you, Zhang Feng, you've set me up again. Chapter 22. Who am I to you? At the entrance of the Kowloon Trading Company, Zhang Feng gazed at the $2,000 in his hand, shaking his head slightly. After an arduous night, to earn such a meager sum felt rather unjust. It was clear that if he wished to earn more, he needed to explore other avenues. At 3 in the afternoon, having not returned home all night, Zhang Feng was concerned his parents might worry and decided to make a trip back to Kowloon Walled City. However, just as he reached the alleyway, that ominous voice called out again, Feng Go, ah Feng Go. What a stroke of misfortune. Zhang Feng covered his face with both hands, even cursing in the Chaozhou dialect. At that moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Yet, what was inevitable had arrived. Fatty Fu, his body jiggling with every heavy breath, rushed in front of Zhang Feng, panting. I tell you, Fatty Fu, how is it that every time I return, you are always the first to appear? Zhang Feng brushed his hands in resignation. Speak up. What trouble has arisen at home this time? Brother Feng, I've passed the police exam. Fatty Fu wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning foolishly. Oh, what? At first, Zhang Feng paid it little mind. But as the realization hit him, the astonishment on his face became indescribable. You mean you've passed the police exam? Zhang Feng scrutinized Fatty Fu incredulously. Yes. On the plump face of Fatty Fu, glistening with sweat, an unmistakable joy radiated. Even the prominent pimple on his nose seemed to bloom like a flower. However, upon receiving confirmation, Zhang Feng was utterly flabbergasted. The police exam, he hadn't passed it himself, regrettably failing. When he heard that news, it hadn't bothered him much. For if one couldn't become a police officer, one could always join a gang. It wasn't too difficult for a young and vigorous lad to make a living. After that, he did indeed join a small gang. The 1,000 yuan he had brought back yesterday was earned while helping to settle matters for the gang. Had he not been reborn later, Zhang Feng would likely have been a mere number within that small gang by now. Yet now the self-proclaimed handsome and formidable Zhang Feng had not passed the police exam, while that rotund Fatty Fu, who looked like a meatball from afar, had succeeded. The blow to his pride was immense. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Fatty Fu had expected Zhang Feng to share in his happiness. After all, they had grown up together as good brothers. However, seeing him seemingly lost in thought, curiosity overcame him. Leave me be. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Zhang Feng leaned against the wall, a visage of defeat etched across his face, wordlessly suffering. Oh, Fatty Fu, being rather simple-minded, nodded and fell silent, standing beside Zhang Feng. Tell me, how much did your good-for-nothing old man bribe? Zhang Feng asked weakly. He thought that if it were due to bribery that Fatty Fu passed, it would at least provide him some solace. But Fatty Fu scratched his head, then grinned stupidly. No bribes. Then how did you pass? Zhang Feng was taken aback. Everyone aspired to become a police officer, so the examination was exceedingly rigorous. He could hardly believe that this plump fellow could pass on his own merit. I don't know. I just thought I'd try my luck, and unexpectedly, I passed. Brother Feng, do you think it's because I'm good looking? As he spoke, Fatty Fu leaned his comically contorted face closer to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was nearly choked with indignation. He weakly waved his hand at Fatty Fu. You, right now? Disappear. Immediately. Why? Fatty Fu asked, bewildered. No reason. Just get lost this instant, or I'll make you. Zhang Feng pointed in another direction, breathless with frustration. Oh, fine. Fatty Fu, understanding the hint, nodded and walked away. But just a few steps later, he suddenly turned back. All right, Brother Feng. I almost forgot. Uncle Hui went to your house again. This time he brought even more people than last time. You should hurry back and take a look. I'm worried if you're late. Get out. The last word was practically a roar, expelling all his remaining strength. Fatty Fu, frightened, fled. Damn it. How could I know such a person? This is truly absurd. Without a moment to spare to be angry at Fatty Fu, Zhang Feng quickened his pace towards home. Indeed, the crowd outside his house today was more than double that of yesterday. Leading them was none other than the spittle-spewing Hui, whom Zhang Feng had sent away the day before. Before Zhang Feng could approach, Hui's arrogant voice reached him, sharp-toothed chin. The debts from the day before yesterday are due today. If you dare to default, I'll drag you to the police station. Before he could finish, Zhang Feng seized a sharp knife from a nearby meat stall, wrapping one arm around Hui's neck while plunging the knife into his waist. As soon as it pierced, Zhang Feng withdrew the knife, crimson blood gushing forth, mingling with remnants of flesh. Not only the onlookers, but even Hui himself was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend who had attacked him. With the first strike, Zhang Feng did not relent. Gripping the now bloodied wooden handle, he aimed for the other side of Hui's waist and struck again. Those who were part of the gang had seen their share of violence. But Zhang Feng's sudden and decisive actions were indeed rare. Consequently, it wasn't until Hui lay on the ground, limp and convulsing, that his underlings finally reacted. A few even reached for their waists, glaring menacingly at Zhang Feng. What? Do you all want to give it a try? Zhang Feng disdainfully regarded them. Who are you? Stammered one of the bolder underlings, trembling as he pointed at Zhang Feng. Who I am is of no concern to you. Zhang Feng didn't even glance at him, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it leisurely. We are from Fu Yixing. You know the consequences of offending us. Upon hearing that they were from Fu Yixing, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Before the underling could finish his threatening words, Zhang Feng interrupted. If you are from Fu Yixing, then summon your officer Xiong here. I wish to inquire where he plans to sell my mother. They were merely riding on the coattails of Fu Yixing's name. Even Hui was just a small fry. What more of his underlings? They might not even be worth mentioning. When Zhang Feng invoked the name of the officer Xiong, who bore the title of Double Flower Red Stick, they were rendered utterly dumbfounded. The police are here. At the peak of this awkward situation, someone foolishly called over the patrolling officers. Chapter 23. The Beautiful Chiu Baifeng. What are you all doing? Two officers approached, their voices stern. In the 1950s, officers were only concerned with money. Human life and public order were of no consequence. When they saw Hui, their first thought was how to make money. Seeing the two officers arrive, Zhang Feng calmly directed the stunned Zhang Tiqian to help the dazed Lu Guiqin back into the house. Only then did he pull out a cigarette and offer it to the two officers. Gentlemen, thank you for your hard work. Here, have a cigarette. The two officers scrutinized Zhang Feng sideways before accepting the cigarettes and asking, Did you do this? Yes, officers, Zhang Feng replied with a smile and a nod. After lighting a cigarette for both men, he continued, I just returned after assisting the second son of the president of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, only to find these ruffians causing a commotion at my residence, demanding that they take my mother away. Unable to contain my anger, I stabbed the ringleader. Zhang Feng's nonchalant remark left the two policemen momentarily taken aback. One of them, perplexed, inquired, And you are connected to the Zhou family? I am Zhang Feng, the steward of the second son, Zhou Daji. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Ah, so it is Mr. Zhang, the officer mused, taking in Zhang Feng's attire and demeanor, and believing him to be 7 parts credible. Regardless of the truth behind Zhang Feng's words, the two officers dared not question his integrity. It is well known that the Zhou family is beyond reproach for men of their lowly rank. Should his claims prove true, the consequences would be dire for them. Moreover, given that this was merely a minor incident, it hardly warranted the risk of confrontation. Exchanging glances, one officer, stern-faced, approached and lightly kicked the head of the unconscious Koshue Hui a few times, asking, Hey, is he dead? Zhang Feng was careful with his blows. Although each strike was forceful, they did not inflict life-threatening injuries. At most, Koshue Hui would spend a few months in the hospital. Thus, when the already twitching Koshue Hui received a couple of moderate kicks to the head, he groaned in pain. The officer, half closing his eyes, delivered several more kicks while berating. If you're not dead, get up. Stop playing dead on the ground, or I'll stew you alive. These kicks were significantly harsher than the previous ones, causing Koshue Hui to writhe in agony on the ground. Who dares to touch anyone from the Fu Yixing gang? Suddenly, a booming voice emerged from behind the crowd. Following that, a group of muscular men, exuding intimidation, approached. What are you doing? Do you intend to assault an officer? The two policemen, startled by the sudden turn of events, instinctively drew their firearms. With just 2 handguns and a few bullets, do you think you can take us all down? One bald, muscle-bound man stepped forward, unafraid. The adage holds true: the soft fears the hard fears the reckless. In that era, those who navigated the underworld adhered to principles far more stringent than today's so-called gangs. Once you pledged allegiance to a leader, it was for life. While there were indeed traitors, they were the exception rather than the rule. Most gang members prided themselves on their loyalty and righteousness. Just like now, faced with 2 armed officers, the muscular men showed no fear. Hui Gu, from the crowd, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly in her 20s, rushed forward, crying out in despair. The moment she appeared, Zhang Feng was taken aback. Her hair was as dark as ink, her brows elegantly arched, and her teeth as white as jade, resembling a delicate autumn stream. Her petite face and exquisite features were captivating. Even in his past life, Zhang Feng had never encountered a woman so breathtakingly beautiful. The woman in the qipao knelt amidst the bloodstains, wrapping her slender legs around the barely breathing Koshue Hui, crying, "Hui Gu, please hold on. Why are you all just standing there? Quickly, someone get Hui Gu to the hospital." Her voice trembled with emotion. As her words faded, 2 muscular men stepped forward, carefully lifting their leader and carrying him away. The once worried expression on the qipao woman's face turned icy as Koshue Hui was taken from her. She abruptly looked up, her piercing eyes fixed on Zhang Feng. Yet, the softness of her pouting lips added an element of playfulness to her fury. With this gesture, Koshue Hui's subordinates drew their machetes, surrounding Zhang Feng and the 2 officers with menacing expressions. "Calm down. Assaulting an officer is a serious crime," one officer warned, gun raised. Nervously pacing in circles, perhaps due to the heightened tension, his voice quivered slightly as he spoke. "And what of it? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The qipao beauty retorted defiantly. She had now risen to her feet, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze frosty as she scoffed. "They are just 2 officers. If you kill them, I can easily find 2 brothers to take the fall. I represent Hui Gu, and each will receive 5,000, along with care for their families." At the mention of a $5,000 reward, Koshue Hui's subordinates' eyes lit up. Immediately, 2 of them, gripping their machetes tightly, stepped forward. Fortunately, one officer acted swiftly, firing a shot into the air, temporarily halting the chaos. "Do you know who he is?" The officer realized that, facing these reckless men, 2 handguns would not suffice to control the situation. So, on a whim, he brought Zhang Feng into the conversation. "He is the steward of President Zhou's family from the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. Do you really want to pick a fight with the Chaozhou gang? Don't try to scare us." Qiu Baifeng snapped defiantly. If he were truly Zhou Zhenji's steward, would he be living in such a rundown place? Zhang Feng, who had been observing quietly, found himself at a loss for words. While the officer exaggerated, he was indeed a member of the Zhou family. The status of the Zhou family in 1950s Hong Kong was notable, and the notion of their steward residing in Kowloon walled city was hardly believable. Just then, another voice thundered, "Who dares to touch Mr. Zhang? First, ask whether our Chao Lin agrees." The crowd turned to see Lin Yao, wielding a watermelon knife and flanked by a dozen men, striding forward with purpose. Though they were outnumbered by Koshue Hui's men, their presence was undeniably more formidable. "Mr. Zhang, fear not. With me, Lin Yao, here. I shall see who dares to lay a finger on you." As they approached, Lin Yao positioned himself protectively behind Zhang Feng, his icy gaze sweeping over the muscular men, filled with disdain. Chapter 24, The Stunned Lin Yao. "Who are you?" One of Koshue Hui's men glared at Lin Yao, furrowing his brow. "Can't you see? You don't even recognize our Kuan Go." An underling beside Lin Yao flared his nostrils, tilting his head arrogantly at Qiu Baifeng and her group. The challenge in his voice caused fear to flash across the faces of Koshue Hui's men. They might not fear the still uncertain Zhang Feng, nor the 2 officers with their handguns, but they certainly did not dare to disregard the notorious Lin Yao. It was only at this moment that Zhang Feng realized Lin Yao finally bore the demeanor befitting a double flower red stick. This impression stemmed primarily from Zhang Feng's elevated starting point. The status of a red stick is only second to that of a second route marshal within the gang hierarchy. As for the double flower red stick, it represented the elite among all red sticks, a position of undeniable prestige. Yet, whether a double flower red stick or a steward, in the eyes of the wealthy, they were merely enforcers. The sole distinction lies in the prowess of one's combat skills. Zhang Feng, in close proximity to Zhou Deji, naturally interacted with individuals of a higher caliber. Thus, The situation was not as Zhang Feng had presumed, with an abundance of dual-petal red sticks roaming freely. When Lan Zikun arrived, Zhang Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He offered a cigarette to the two officers and gestured towards a nearby herbal tea shop, smilingly suggesting, "Gentlemen, it appears we have little concern here. Shall we not enjoy some tea next door?" The reputation of Lan Zikun was evidently known to the officers as well. Behind the Chao Lian Yi stood the Zhou family. The fact that the dual-petal red sticks of Chao Lian Yi were willing to stand guard suggested that even if they were not household managers, their status was certainly not insignificant. Moreover, they seemed pleased to witness the phenomenon of the populace remaining silent while the authorities took no action. Mr. Zhang is correct. Let us proceed to the tea shop next door. What transpires here? We are unaware, the officers acknowledged, and Zhang Feng nodded in agreement with a smile. However, before departing, he patted Lan Zikun on the shoulder, cautioning, "Kun Ge, do not create too much commotion, lest it disturb my tea with these two gentlemen." Also, he glanced at Xiao Baifeng, whispering in Lan Zikun's ear, "Do not touch that beautiful lady. The rest is at your discretion." Understood, Lan Zikun nodded, his gaze beginning to survey the surroundings. Almost simultaneously with Zhang Feng's turn, Lan Zikun acted. His movements were swift and unannounced. They flowed seamlessly and were executed with ruthless precision. With each strike, a subordinate of Ko Shuihui fell. Though not fatal, each blow drew blood profusely. Within 10 minutes, half of the opposing group lay incapacitated, all accomplished by Lan Zikun alone. The 10 or so individuals he had brought stood like sentinels around the tea shop, ensuring no one would disrupt Zhang Feng and the two officers' tea. The men of Lao Fu were merely a shadow of this. Lan Zikun wiped the blood splatter from his face with disdain, spitting to the side. The few muscular men fortunate enough to escape injury, alongside the exquisite lady and the Qipao who had received special attention from Zhang Feng, were already pale with fear. Kowloon walled city had long been notorious for its chaos and poverty, resulting in few respectable individuals willing to seek fortune there. Ko Shuihui and his crew were predominantly local ruffians, intimately familiar with the environment. Over the years, this familiarity had fostered an arrogant disdain for others. Now, the emergence of a steward from the Zhou family, accompanied by a dual-petal red stick from Chao Lian Yi, struck them like a thunderous awakening from a slumber. "Mr. Zhang, how shall we deal with the remaining individuals?" Lan Zikun inquired, cleaning his bloodied knife on his shoe before turning to Zhang Feng, who was still sipping tea. Zhang Feng cast a glance at the few remaining men, withdrew a $100 bill, and instructed the two officers to leave before returning to his original position. "I mentioned from the outset that you should have summoned Officer Xiong directly for a dialogue, yet you disregarded my advice, leading us to this predicament. Was it satisfying?" Zhang Feng's gaze swept over the members of Fu Yixing, who all lowered their heads, particularly Qiu Baifeng. The former aura of dominance she exuded had vanished, replaced by a semblance of shyness accentuated by her striking beauty. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Feng thought, "In my past life, I was cursed by romantic entanglements. It seems I have not escaped this fate in this life either." After a moment, he declared, "All right, you may all return. This evening, I will dine with the sitting host of Fu Yixing, Jin Yalei, aboard the Tai by Hua Fong. I will have him summon you for a more thorough discussion." The initial part of Zhang Feng's statement had caused Qiu Baifeng and the others to exhale in relief. However, the latter part immediately rekindled their anxiety, their expressions fraught with dread. Jin Yalei, the current sitting host of Fu Yixing, appeared outwardly amiable, yet his methods were notoriously cruel and merciless. Anyone who crossed him or fell under his scrutiny invariably faced dire consequences. Zhang Feng, backed by the Zhou family, and now dining alongside Jin Yalei, left Qiu Baifeng and her companions envisioning their grim fate. In truth, Zhang Feng had not contemplated this deeply. His decision to spare these individuals was primarily to provide both Jin Yalei and Officer Xiong an opportunity to salvage their dignity. One would become a long-term benefactor, while the other had the potential to ascend to the rank of one of the 4 chief detectives, both of which could prove advantageous for Zhang Feng in the future. Therefore, he wished to avoid irreparably antagonizing either party. As the saying goes, offering others a chance is also granting oneself an opportunity. As for the enchanting Qiu Baifeng, if she could be preserved, he would do so. If not, he would not press the issue. Zhang Feng was indeed a man of desire, yet he would not be foolishly driven by it. "Hurry and leave," Lan Zikun bellowed, glaring at Qiu Baifeng and the others, startling them into an immediate retreat. Once they had departed, Lan Zikun retracted his fierce demeanor, donning a smile as he approached Zhang Feng. "Thank you, Kun Ge. I did not anticipate your presence in the walled city." Before Lan Zikun could respond, Zhang Feng casually remarked, then turned to knock on the door. After several attempts, movement was finally heard from within. The door was opened by Zhang Tiqian, his father, who initially cracked it open, then fully opened it upon recognizing his son. "Father, rest assured, all is well. Zhang Feng reassured his father before addressing Lan Zikuan as if giving orders to a subordinate. Fetch a few members of Lin Yi to tidy up this place. I do not wish to frighten my family. Zhang Feng's nonchalance momentarily stunned Lan Zikuan, who struggled to grasp the situation. However, he soon recalled Zhang Feng's earlier mention of dining with Fu Yixing's Jin Yale that evening. Realization dawned upon him, and he murmured, "It seems Long Ge was not mistaken." Chapter 25, Jin Yale. After being taken into custody at Central Police Station last night, Chen Guanglong had been tirelessly analyzing the events that transpired. He admitted to having hesitated concerning Zhou Daji, yet he had his own compelling reasons. After all, Zhou Xinji had repeatedly raised concerns about his second son, Zhou Daji, whose unruliness had reached intolerable levels, necessitating an intervention. It was solely for this reason that Chen Guanglong could not simply dismiss last night's events. Furthermore, the other party had significant connections, being the godson of the esteemed Chen Jichao, a leading figure in the Chinese police force. Should the situation escalate, Zhou Daji, being related by blood, might only face a reprimand, while Chen Guanglong, as the steward of the Zhou family, would likely bear the brunt of the consequences. This was a risk Chen Guanglong was unwilling to take. However, while he had his reasons, Zhou Daji would undoubtedly fail to comprehend them. Thus, the moment he left Central Police Station today, his first priority was not to report back to the Zhou family, as Zhang Feng had suggested, but rather to find out Zhang Feng's whereabouts. Chen Guanglong sensed that Zhang Feng might serve as the ideal intermediary to resolve the misunderstanding between himself and Zhou Daji, especially after learning of the involvement of Fu Yixing's dual-petal red stick, Officer Xiong, in last night's incident. He felt an even greater urgency to establish a rapport with Zhang Feng. This was the primary reason Lan Zikuan had appeared in Kowloon walled city today. As for the intervention by Lin Zikuan on behalf of Zhang Feng, it was purely coincidental. However, at this moment, Lin Zikuan, gazing at the tightly shut door, hastily briefed his subordinates before making a swift exit from the walled city. Simultaneously, Chao Lao Xiong, after departing from Lianxiang Lu, arrived at the residence of his boss, Jin Yale. Jin Yale resided in a traditional tenement building in Mongkok, and as Chao Lao Xiong approached him with gifts in hand, he found him engaged in a game of mahjong with several of his concubines. "Ah Xiong, you are being overly courteous. You could have just come without bringing any gifts," Jin Yale remarked, though his small eyes remained fixated on the items Chao Lao Xiong was carrying. "They are nothing of value, merely some trivial souvenirs, hardly worth mentioning." Despite Chao Lao Xiong's dismissal, the gifts were indeed of exceptional quality, featuring an array of delicacies such as sea swallow's nest and shark fin. Among them were 3 bottles of floral water from Guangxinghang, which Jin Yale's concubines eagerly vied for. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and take them away." Jin Yale feigned annoyance before smilingly inviting Chao Lao Xiong to sit and instructing the household servants to serve tea. "Ah Xiong, you are soon to be transferred to Kuntong, where you likely have many matters to attend to. What brings you here to my humble abode?" Jin Yale's demeanor was jovial, as if he genuinely cared about Chao Lao Xiong. However, Chao Lao Xiong understood that his boss was nothing more than a smiling tiger, notorious for being ruthless. It was no wonder that people spoke of him with trepidation. Chao Lao Xiong first clasped his hands in respect before stating, "Today, I owe my gratitude to you, boss, for facilitating the presence of Su Jiasheng, who has helped mediate our situation. Therefore, I wish to invite you to join me this evening at Tai by Huafeng, where I can also introduce you to someone." Upon hearing this, Jin Yale's eyes lit up. "Is it someone from the Zhou family? The steward of the second son of the Zhou family?" Chao Lao Xiong leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "After leaving Guangzhou restaurant at noon, I met with a steward named Zhang Feng at Lianxiang Lu. I conveyed to him that the resolution of this matter was primarily due to your esteemed reputation and the $30,000 put forth by our organization. Now that I have been reassigned to Kuntong, we, Fu Yixing, must continue to seek our livelihood on Hong Kong Island and in Kowloon. Thus, I hope he can assist us in persuading young Master Zhou to grant us the favor of establishing our presence at the docks. Is that true?" Jin Yale, filled with excitement, patted Chao Lao Xiong on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ah Xiong, your dedication to the organization is commendable. As previously mentioned, during the 1950s in Hong Kong, survival for gang leaders required reliance on powerful patrons while also maintaining their own foothold at the docks. One guaranteed income, while the other ensured a steady influx of fresh blood. Fu Yixing operated in the shadows, which meant their income was not as strained as that of other organizations. However, their chief problem was their dwindling numbers, which is why even someone like Cao Shui Fui found himself under their banner. Although conflicts, colloquially known as dock fights, occasionally arose among organizations vying for territory, Fu Yixing was an exception. During the 3 years of Hong Kong's occupation, Fu Yixing acted as enforcers, causing significant harm to their compatriots. Consequently, an unwritten rule emerged among the gangs in Hong Kong. Any organization could unite against Fu Yixing should they cause trouble at any dock. This made Jin Yulei's position as the current leader of Fu Yixing rather precarious. His assistance to Cao Laoxiong was undertaken with a sense of caution, as the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce controlled nearly half of the businesses and docks in Hong Kong. If he could leverage this situation to foster good relations with the Zhou family, even a mere half-dock would elevate Fu Yixing's status significantly. Now, with the flowers blooming and fruit soon to be born, Jin Yulei had every reason to feel elated. Were it not for their advanced ages and the presence of subordinates nearby, he would have embraced Cao Laoxiong, passionately expressing his excitement. Excellent, excellent. Ah Xiong, you have executed this matter splendidly. Jin Yulei, brimming with enthusiasm, could hardly remain seated, pacing back and forth in the living room. After a brief moment, he managed to temper his excitement and said, "So, tonight, we must ensure that this individual, Zhang Feng, the steward of the Zhou family's second son, receives the proper recognition." Cao Laoxiong cautiously reminded, "Yes, indeed, Zhang Feng. Yes, that's the one." Jin Yulei nodded eagerly. Such trivial matters should not trouble Steward Zhang. Thus, you must inform the staff at Tai by Huafeng that all expenses tonight will be charged to my account. Understood, boss, I will. Before Cao Laoxiong could finish his sentence, a voice called from outside the living room. Old Ding, the new recruit we took in a few months ago, the one who was operating as a loan shark in Kowloon City, has just been attacked. Today, he went to collect debts from a steward named Zhang Feng at the Zhou family, and encountered Luan Zikuan from Lianyi. Several were injured, and Cao Shui Fui was stabbed twice. His wife is currently kneeling at our door, pleading for you to intervene. Damn it. Chapter 26, The Heart of a Parent. It's over. Zhang Feng has stabbed someone. Even if the police do not pursue the matter, Cao Shui Fui will not let him off easily. This is serious business. As Zhang Feng pushed the door open, Lu Guiqin was still clutching the table, lamenting. What do you mean serious business? Zhang Feng inquired with a smile. What do you mean serious business? Do you know what happened last time at your uncle's place? Fengzi, is that you? Lu Guiqin snapped back to reality, stepping forward to grasp Zhang Feng's arms, anxiously scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you all right? How could you possibly be unharmed? Before Zhang Feng could respond, Lu Guiqin suddenly remembered. Right, Cao Shui Fui has just been stabbed. His men likely haven't arrived yet. Quickly, Zhang Feng, you must prepare yourself. As she spoke, she shot a glare at Zhang Tiqian. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help Fengzi tidy up. No time. Tidying up is out of the question. Lu Guiqin hastily slipped off her shoes, rummaging through them to pull out 2 crumpled $50 bills, which she shoved into Zhang Feng's hands. This is all we have right now. You must take this and flee. Once you find a safe place, I will figure something out. Before Lu Guiqin could finish her sentence, Zhang Feng's eyes were already welling with tears. For him, in this rebirth, there were no emotional ties to Lu Guiqin or Zhang Tiqian. He had never regarded them as family. Yet, at this moment, the long-lost concern stirred something within Zhang Feng. Lu Guiqin, often referred to as sharp-tongued Qin by the neighbors, was notorious for her biting remarks. But that was only towards outsiders. Just moments ago, her display of anxious care was genuine, and Zhang Feng could see that it was not an act. Mother, I am fine, truly, I am unscathed. Zhang Feng fought back the tears threatening to spill over, trembling lips offering reassurance. Unscathed? Lu Guiqin looked up at her son, a mix of confusion and disbelief crossing her face. Yes, a friend of mine came by and resolved everything. From now on, whether it's Cao Shui Fui or anyone from Fu Yixing, they will not dare to come to our home again. Zhang Feng smiled reassuringly. Who is that friend of yours? Is he someone of significance? Will it cost a lot to invite him out? Lu Guiqin's gaze fell on the crumpled bills in her hand, her expression tinged with bitterness. We are down to this little money. Zhang Feng smiled gently. Rest assured, he would never dare to ask for my money. This assertion, made by Zhang Feng, exuded confidence. Upon reflection, it made sense. The entire Chao Yin relied heavily on the Zhou family for financial support, and any attempt to curry favor with the newly appointed steward of the Zhou family was likely to be met with trepidation. Why? Observing his mother's bewilderment, Zhang Feng smiled and gently guided her to sit at the table. Because I have just secured a job. What job? Are you even qualified? His mother expressed her surprise. A steward? A steward? She rolled her eyes in disbelief. You're still so young. Who would hire you for such a position? Zhang Feng chuckled wryly and shook his head. At his age, it was indeed somewhat hard to believe. Yet, regardless of whether others believed it or not, this was the unvarnished truth. He chose not to elaborate, instead pulling $2,000 from his pocket, freshly withdrawn from the Conley Trading Company, and pressed it into Lu Guiqin's hands. Look, if I weren't working as someone else's steward, where would this money come from? Seeing the 2 crisp $1,000 bills in her hands, Lu Guiqin was momentarily stunned, her expression akin to that of a mother witnessing her son stab someone. After confirming the authenticity of the bills, she stared at her son in astonishment. This is from your boss? Now you must believe me. Zhang Feng nodded with a smile, preparing to reclaim the money. After all, he was nearly broke and needed to visit the boss of Fui Xing at the Taibai Huafeng that evening. Although he was confident he wouldn't need to spend any money, being without any cash on hand felt rather imprudent. However, just as Zhang Feng made a move, Lu Guqin reflexively tucked the money into her clothing, then gently closed her eyes as if feigning ignorance. Mom, Zhang Feng was both amused and exasperated by her antics, shaking his head. At least leave one for me. I still have. No way. This money is for you to save, to use when you marry, she insisted, leaning in with a serious expression. Son, let me tell you, the daughter of Lu Laosher from the alley is just a year younger than you. The daughter of Lu Laosher? Zhang Feng frowned, trying to recall, but found no impression of her. Lu Guqin, not bothering to explain, continued in a conspiratorial whisper. I've checked her out for you. She's quite pretty, and most importantly, she's well endowed. Well endowed? Zhang Feng was taken aback, struggling to grasp this point. Lu Guqin playfully slapped his arm. Being well endowed means she's good for childbearing. After that, while Zhang Feng remained in a daze, Lu Guqin was already laughing uncontrollably. Mom, he sighed, shaking his head. In his past life, though he had no children or even a wife, he understood the mindset of such middle-aged women. He knew that any rebuttal would escalate to a familial showdown. So he deftly changed the subject. Mother, let's set this aside for now. Could you perhaps get me something to eat? I'm quite hungry. It's only 4 o'clock. You still have to go out for your boss later, she replied. What boss? Out at night, and you still expect to get a break? Lu Guqin grumbled as she headed toward the kitchen. But just a few steps in, she turned back suddenly. Son, shouldn't we at least invite the person who helped you for a meal? No need, Zhang Feng replied without a second thought. It wasn't that he was ungrateful, but sometimes, not everyone could be treated with courtesy, especially when it could backfire. Seeing her son so resolute, Lu Guqin didn't press further. Before entering the kitchen, she instinctively glanced at the door, and once she confirmed that no trouble lurked outside, she felt relieved. Dinner consisted of plain noodles in a clear broth, so bland that even a hint of oil was absent, making Zhang Feng roll his eyes. Yet, he was truly hungry, after a meager meal the night before. He had only snacked on a few fruits at noon, leaving him feeling quite famished. After wolfing down a large bowl of noodles, Zhang Feng wiped his mouth and stood up. Mom, Dad, I might be busy until late tonight, so I want to be coming back to sleep. Fengzi, be careful out there. His parents' concerns were unending, yet they filled Zhang Feng with an unusual sense of responsibility. It seemed this life would indeed be more interesting. As he stepped outside, Zhang Feng gazed at the dimming sky, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 27, Dreams and Goals. Inside a Tang building in Mongkok, after Qiu Baifeng recounted everything without holding back, Jin Yale's expression turned as dark as thunder. Boss, Hui Gu is following the rules. Silence can be the most terrifying of responses. Qiu Baifeng prepared to defend her husband once more, but before she could finish, Yin Xiong, more enraged than Jin Yale, kicked out. You think I care? Do you understand that I risked everything just to have a word with Secretary Zhang? Yet you dare to collect from him and even send his mother to the police. Are you deliberately trying to ruin me? We didn't. Qiu Baifeng was completely petrified. Her husband was merely a new recruit for Fui Xing. How could he possibly know that collecting debts would involve such significant figures? The moment she saw the notorious Quan, she realized her husband had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. Especially after Zhang Feng's final remark that summoned Jin Yale's involvement. Qiu Baifeng understood deeply that only by personally apologizing to Jin Yale could she hope to keep this matter within controllable limits. Boss, please, I beg you save me. Save Hui Gu, she pleaded, ignoring the blood at her lips and her disheveled appearance, throwing herself in front of Jin Yale. You still have the audacity to ask me for help? I could just as easily smash your teeth in and then go after your worthless husband. Jin Yale hadn't even spoken yet, but Yin Xiong's face was already livid with anger, cursing as he prepared to charge forward. Just as he stepped out, Jin Yale stopped him. Yin Xiong turned back in disbelief. Boss, you're protecting her? No, Jin Yale replied indifferently, shaking his head. In any other circumstance, he might have been swayed by Qiu Baifeng's beauty, but in this matter, even if he agreed, Yin Xiong would not. Moreover, by aligning with Zhang Feng, they could finally resolve the long-standing impasse that had plagued Fui Xing for years. Jin Yale was not the type to jeopardize his position for a woman. What do you mean by that? Yin Xiong, who typically didn't show much respect to his boss, felt a hint of disrespect in Jin Yale's protective stance. Are you questioning me? Although Jin Yale is no longer in his youth, he has ascended from the very bottom through sheer perseverance, thus acquiring a modicum of skill. With a commanding roar that resonated with authority, he tightened his grip on Yin Xiong's shoulder, causing the latter's complexion to shift dramatically, his body trembling with a sudden numbness. Unperturbed by Yin Xiong's grimace of pain, Jean Yale shouted towards the door, Asan. Though Asan held no official position within Fuixing, he commanded a respect that no one dared undermine. He was the most trusted confidant of Jean Yale, second to none. Often, his mere presence served as a proxy for Jean Yale himself. Upon hearing his name, Asan swiftly entered, not sparing a glance for the weeping Qiu Baifeng on the ground, nor even for Yin Xiong. Take this woman, along with her man, to the Tai-Bai flower boat. Jean Yale instructed, indicating the distraught Qiu Baifeng with indifference. Understood. Asan did not question the order. He simply turned and dragged the wailing Qiu Baifeng out, as if she were a lifeless dog. You are well aware of what kind of person Lin Yao is. The fact that this woman can stand before me indicates that she has been granted a reprieve by that steward Zhang, which is also a concession to Fuixing. Thus, we must not harm her. Having spoken, Jean Yale released Yin Xiong and strode towards the inner room. Yin Xiong remained rooted to the spot, massaging his shoulder, a mixture of confusion and anger swirling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yao, having resolved matters for Zhang Feng, appeared at a dock under the jurisdiction of the Zhou family. Boss, here's the situation, you'll need to see it yourself tonight. As he listened to Lin Yao's report, Chen Guanglong, the head of Chao Lian Yi, toyed with two marble spheres, deep in contemplation. It is often said that while the king of hell is easy to meet, the little demons are persistently troublesome. Chen Guanglong had initially intended for Lin Yao to invite Zhang Feng to dine on dog-meat hot pot in Kowloon walled city, then slip him some money to persuade Zhou Dejing to sweep last night's events under the rug. However, he had not anticipated Jean Yale to exert such effort over a mere steward, even going so far as to invite him to the Tai-Bai flower boat, which was somewhat unexpected for Chen Guanglong. Are you saying there's another woman, one that lad specifically instructed should not be touched? Indeed, Lin Yao nodded. However, this woman is rather attractive but has already been deflowered, so I suspect she is no longer intact. Just as Lin Yao was getting into the details, Chen Guanglong waved his hand to halt him. He had no desire to hear such vulgarities. The pressing matter was to ascertain the attitude of the newly appointed steward Zhou Dejing. It seems that lad is indeed providing a way out for Fuixing. With a sigh, Chen Guanglong continued, You haven't given him the money yet, have you? No, Lin Yao replied, pulling out the $800 that Chen Guanglong had previously instructed him to carry. By the time I arrived, that woman had already surrounded Steward Zhang, so I didn't get the chance to hand it over. Then you should go to the Tai-Bai flower boat tonight, Chen Guanglong stated. However, Lin Yao expressed hesitation. It's inappropriate for me to go to a venue booked by Fuixing, and they might not even let me in. Today, you saved that lad's life, so your presence is most fitting, Chen Guanglong insisted, shaking his head. I will wait on a nearby fishing boat. If that lad dares to let Jean Yale come to the dock and stake his claim, umph. A cold glint flashed in Chen Guanglong's eyes. Both Fuixing and Chao Lian had their own agendas at play. Meanwhile, the pivotal figure, Zhang Feng, was leisurely preparing to exit the walled city. Feng Ge. A familiar voice, a vexing voice, the voice that had driven Zhang Feng to the brink of madness on numerous occasions. The rotund A Fu waddled towards Zhang Feng, his corpulent body jiggling with each step. Why aren't you at home waiting to attend the police academy? Why are you out here? Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, expressing a hint of exasperation. Feng Ge, where are you headed? A Fu inquired curiously. I'm off to the Tai-Bai flower boat for a business meeting. What about you? Do you wish to join? Zhang Feng replied with a squint, half smiling. No. A Fu waved his hands frantically. Feng Ge is going to discuss business. There's no way I could tag along. Zhang Feng chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Well, that's your own decision not to go. Noticing a Fu's reluctance to leave, Zhang Feng shook his head and said with a touch of resignation, Is there something you need? A Fu quickly shook his head. Is it possible that your parents have cut off your pocket money? A Fu continued to shake his head. Oh, then I shall take my leave, Zhang Feng declared, turning as if to depart. Frantic, a Fu reached out to grab him. Let go. Zhang Feng irritably brushed aside a Fu's plump hand, straightened his clothes, and rolled his eyes. You've ruined my shirt. Here. Zhang Feng fished out a 50 from the 200 he had borrowed from his mother, offering one to a Fu. I'll give you one of the two. Feng Ge, that's too much. A Fu stammered, visibly alarmed. Zhang Feng laughed heartily, draping an arm around a Fu's shoulder, first gesturing towards the walled city, then pointing outside, asking, Do you wish to remain cooped up in this dreadful place? Or do you want to take your parents and step into the outside world? A Fu paused, somewhat dazed, and answered, Of course, I want to see the outside world. This place is filthy and chaotic. I've heard that wealthy people outside don't even have to pinch their noses when using the restroom. Zhang Feng nodded, smiling. Then study hard at the police academy, striving to become the first Chinese detective in our Kowloon area. The first Chinese detective. Rest assured, we are brothers. You just focus on performing well in the academy, and I will pave the way for you. Zhang Feng patted a Fu on the shoulder. All right. Consider this money a pre-celebration. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. A Fu watched Zhang Feng's retreating figure, glancing down at the first substantial sum of money he had ever held, murmuring the words "first Chinese detective" over and over. Chapter 28. No choice. Liu Yang was Zhang Feng's close brother in his previous life, but after Zhang Feng's rise to prominence, he had never seen him again. In fact, in his past life, Zhang Feng had even offered a bounty of 500 million to find this childhood friend and sworn brother, yet he never succeeded. It can be said that this became one of Zhang Feng's regrets, lingering until the moment he faced execution. In this life, a Fu, despite significant differences in appearance from Liu Yang, shared many similarities, particularly that naive demeanor and the pure, unblemished gaze, which Zhang Feng found most unforgettable. This explains why, despite lacking any emotional connection to his biological parents in this life, Zhang Feng felt a sense of warmth towards a Fu. Unbeknownst to him, his casual encouragement would, in a few years, forge a powerful figure in the form of a formidable chief detective. At the same time, it would establish a formidable rival destined to cross paths with Zhang Feng. As Zhang Feng departed the Kowloon walled city, he was just about to hail a rickshaw to the Langcheng Bay dock when a police vehicle, modified from a calmer armored truck, abruptly halted before him. "Oh, Blue sir, out patrolling are we?" Upon recognizing the driver as Lan Gang, Zhang Feng tossed aside his cigarette and approached with a smile. He had anticipated that Lan Gang would seek him out, though he did not expect him to arrive so promptly. "Get in." Lan Gang glanced at Zhang Feng. Opening the door beside him, Zhang Feng smiled and, without further ado, settled into the seat beside Lan Gang. Lan Gang remained silent, and as Zhang Feng closed the car door, he pressed down firmly on the accelerator. After a journey of over 10 minutes, they were nearing the seaside. Zhang Feng chuckled lightly, saying, "We're almost there, just drop me off ahead. Otherwise, when I run into Sir Yan, it might be quite awkward for you." Luan Gang shot him a dark glare, took a deep breath, and replied, "Others may call me brainless, but that does not imply that I am truly devoid of intellect. So, do not mistake me for a fool like Yin Xiong. If he were to learn that you mock him as such, do you think he would hesitate to smash your head?" Zhang Feng regarded Luan Gang with a smile, inquired, "Do you think he would?" "I cannot say, but at least you would." Just as those words left his lips, Luan Gang had, unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, drawn his sidearm and pressed it firmly against Zhang Feng's temple. In front of the unusually agitated Luan Gang, anyone else might have begun to plead for mercy or be paralyzed with fear, yet Zhang Feng maintained his smile, albeit tinged with a hint of resignation. "Why is it that you law enforcers seem so fond of pointing guns at others' heads?" Zhang Feng shook his head in exasperation, then took out a pack of 3-5 brand cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Luan Gang. "Care for a smoke?" Luan Gang was taken aback, staring blankly at Zhang Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. Ignoring Luan Gang's hesitation, Zhang Feng tossed the cigarette out of the window and lit one for himself. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he rolled down the window and gestured towards the nearby Langchengwan Pier, seemingly speaking to himself. "Do you know why they would rather sit at the pier than enjoy the comforts of home? Huh, what choices do they have?" Although Luan Gang dismissed this as trivial, he blurted out the answer, his tone dripping with disdain and resentment. Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. "Exactly, they have no choice, and neither do you." Luan Gang furrowed his brow. "Why is that?" Zhang Feng smiled and turned to face Luan Gang. "Would you dare, like Yin Xiong, to don a military uniform in Kuntong and become a target for mosquitoes? What's there to fear?" Luan Gang replied without a moment's thought. "I mean, even if I have to endure hardship in the army, a few years down the line, who wouldn't want a sword of success?" Zhang Feng laughed heartily, finding Luan Gang's words amusing, nearly doubling over with mirth. "What are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" Luan Gang was baffled by Zhang Feng's laughter, and the gun, previously pressed against Zhang Feng's head, jabbed forward with a forceful poke. This action irked Zhang Feng. "Aren't you tired of holding it up?" He brushed the gun away from his temple. "Even if I let you pull the trigger, would you dare?" The two questions left Luan Gang momentarily speechless. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes, flicked the ash from his cigarette out the window, and continued, "As you said, whether enduring hardship in the army or not, it will take a few years. Do you think the Zhou family won't face any issues during those years? Remember, this skin and the gun you just pointed at me, they were given to you by the British. Here in Hong Kong, the British hold the power. Titles of chamber presidents, justices of the peace. If the British say a word, you are nothing." Zhang Feng's words rendered Luan Gang momentarily stunned. His expression shifted to one of shock, his face paling as he looked at Zhang Feng. "You mean the Zhou family?" Before Luan Gang could finish his thought, Zhang Feng swiftly covered his mouth. "If you wish to die, don't drag me down with you." "You were the one who brought it up," Luan Gang retorted innocently, rolling his eyes. "When did I say that? I was merely making an analogy." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes again. "There are always variables because no one knows what tomorrow holds." Luan Gang's mind indeed worked faster than Yin Xiong's. After pondering Zhang Feng's words for a moment, he frowned and remarked, "Then aren't you just setting up Yin Xiong for failure?" "I am not the one doing that," Zhang Feng replied nonchalantly, taking a drag from his cigarette. "The path he chose was his own. I did not compel him. As for whether he remains in Kuntong forever or returns to rise through the ranks, that depends on his own fortune and how deeply the Zhou family feels for him." Luan Gang stared at Zhang Feng, his mind racing with thoughts. If previously he sought Zhang Feng to vent his anger and hold him accountable, now he felt an overwhelming sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. The mere thought of switching places with Yin Xiong sent chills down Luan Gang's spine. That day at the Tsim Sha Sui police station, just as he was about to descend, Zhang Feng's words had shifted Luan Gang's perception of this younger man, who was even his junior by several years. Now, this understanding had deepened, leaving him with an unsettling chill. "Rest assured," Zhang Feng patted Luan Gang's shoulder, "since I advised you to refrain from going that day, I certainly won't let you feel I have wronged you. Don't worry, it won't be long before you earn a few more stripes on your shoulder." With that, Zhang Feng tossed the cigarette butt onto the ground, opened the car door, and walked towards the Lang Chengwan Pier. Chapter 29. No one's face is saved. The bright moon hung high, casting shimmering reflections on the water. Following the method of the previous day, Zhang Feng summoned a boatman to take him to the center of the lake, to the Tai Bai flower boat. Mr. Zhang. Luan Tycoon had been waiting at the bow of the boat. A few others stood behind him, seemingly not from the same group. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, Luan Tycoon approached with enthusiasm, but Zhang Feng's demeanor remained cool, even slightly displeased. "How did you arrive?" The question left Luan Tycoon feeling awkward. He wanted to say, "I just helped you out this afternoon. Why this attitude?" But the words remained unspoken. "Mr. Zhang, our boss has been waiting for you on the third floor for quite some time," Luan Tycoon said, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, one of the men behind him, displaying a humble demeanor, had already begun greeting Zhang Feng. Feigning confusion, Zhang Feng looked at the speaker. "I am Asan. From Fu Yihing." The man politely clasped his hands together in greeting. Zhang Feng nodded, signaling for him to lead the way. However, as they passed by Luan Tycoon, he remarked nonchalantly, "Since Brother Cohen is here, you might as well come up with us, so I won't be accused of being ungracious." Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Luan Tycoon was unsure if this was Zhang Feng's way of asserting dominance, but regardless, being allowed to go up was better than standing idly below. Today, the Tai Bai flower boat was entirely booked by Jean Yale, resulting in a rather desolate atmosphere throughout the boat. "Ha ha, good to see you, Steward Zhang." As Zhang Feng set foot on the wooden planks of the third floor, a hearty laugh rang out, approaching from afar. Jean Yale appeared particularly enthusiastic, rushing towards the staircase, hands clasped together in greeting. Zhang Feng, however, pretended not to notice and deftly sidestepped him. At the same time, he nodded slightly at Yin Xiong, who followed Jean Yale, acknowledging him before taking a seat at the head of the table. This action not only caused Jean Yale's previously radiant smile to falter, but also rendered Yin Xiong, who trailed behind, somewhat awkward. Only the scoundrel Quan, who arrived right after Zhang Feng, is somewhat different. In truth, Quan himself is at a loss for his own feelings. Logically speaking, a man of his ilk, who has undoubtedly stained his hands with countless lives, should have long since lost any semblance of compassion. Yet, upon witnessing what seemed to be murderous intent in his superior, Chen Guanglong, earlier that afternoon, he found himself inexplicably concerned for Zhang Feng, whom he had barely known for a day. However, seeing Zhang Feng's demeanor towards Jean Yale now allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief, as a faint smile began to grace his face. Once seated, Zhang Feng did not acknowledge anyone. Instead, he appeared somewhat listless, preoccupied with shelling sunflower seeds. It seemed as though he were the sole occupant of the entire three-story Tai by Huafeng. At this moment, Jean Yale's expression had darkened to the point where it seemed he might bleed ink. Ultimately, it was Yin Xiong who broke the silence. "Mr. Zhang, this gentleman is our esteemed host, Brother Lei from Fu Yixing." Given such a grand introduction, one would expect Zhang Feng, regardless of his personal feelings, to at least extend a modicum of courtesy. To Yin Xiong's dismay, Zhang Feng merely lifted his eyelids slightly, uttering a non-committal before resuming his task of shelling seeds. As if the seeds in his hand were far more worthy of his attention than the esteemed host of Fu Yixing. In that moment, Yin Xiong could distinctly sense the tremor in Jean Yale's arms, not merely from anger, but as a manifestation of extreme restraint. Damn it. This is going to end badly, Yin Xiong fretted internally. Meanwhile, Quan was practically elated, even contemplating whether to summon his boss over immediately. Of course, the intent was not to incite violence, but rather to share a drink with Zhang Feng and foster goodwill. However, before this thought could fully take root, an urgent voice echoed from the stairwell. "Excuse me, is Mr. Zhang here? Damn it. Are there no limits to who dares ascend?" Jean Yale seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, striding towards the stairwell with the intent of casting the intruder into the sea. The newcomer was momentarily taken aback by Jin Yalei's imposing presence. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's keen eyes recognized him just in time. Before Jin Yalei could act, Zhang Feng interjected. "Oh, you're not that fellow, are you?" The newcomer was Zhou Daji's personal driver, whom Zhang Feng had encountered twice. Though he could not recall his name. "Mr. Zhang," the driver said, casting a quick glance at the now expressionless Jin Yalei before sidestepping past him. "Is there any message for Mr. Ji?" Zhang Feng inquired of the driver, inadvertently startling Jin Yalei. If this person were acquainted with Zhang Feng, Jin Yalei might have held his temper, merely harboring resentment. However, if this individual had ties to the second young master of the Zhou family, then Jin Yalei's earlier demeanor suddenly took on a new context. The driver, unfazed by Jin Yalei's trepidation, hurriedly replied, "Mr. Zhang, the boss requests your presence for some soup." "Soup?" Zhang Feng echoed, momentarily taken aback. "Are you referring to Zhou Jinji?" Clearly, when Zhang Feng uttered the name Zhou Jinji, the expressions of those present shifted from shock to awkwardness. The driver coughed lightly, non-committally nodding his head. He too was curious, having spent years alongside Zhou Daji. He had encountered numerous butlers, yet none matched the singularity of the young man before him. Not only was he youthful, but the attitude of Zhou's second young master stood out as remarkable. The mere fact that a discarded son's butler could receive a personal invitation from the master of the house was a rarity that could hardly be found throughout all of Hong Kong. "Let us hurry. A fine soup is preferable to standing out here in the cold," Zhang Feng urged, nodding for the driver to lead the way. His words, however, left Jin Yalei and Yin Xiong seething in silence. Standing in the cold? They both knew that this tranquil atmosphere had cost a hefty sum of over $2,000. What exquisite soup could possibly be worth such an amount? Yet, perhaps the soup itself was not priceless, but the person inviting them to drink it was undeniably invaluable. Jin Yalei would have gladly parted with not just 2,000, but even 20 or 200,000, if it meant receiving an invitation from Zhou Jinji to share a bowl of soup. It would be worth every penny in his lifetime. Zhang Feng arrived and departed in a flurry, barely having settled onto a chair before he followed the driver out of Tai by Huafeng. "How uninteresting. I'm off," Quan proclaimed, standing to leave as well. "Do you think our Fu Yixing is a place where you can come and go as you please?" Yin Xiong, incensed, retorted. He dared not offend Zhang Feng or Zhou Daji's driver, but he was eager to confront Quan from Chaoyani. "Huh, I truly can come and go as I please." "Go on, Xiong. If you're capable, draw your gun and shoot me. Otherwise, you're merely a coward." Quan boldly shot back. "Fine, I will." Just as Yin Xiong, exasperated, prepared to draw his weapon, Jin Yalei's furious voice rang out. "Are you intent on further embarrassing yourself?" He glared at Yin Xiong before turning to Quan, saying, "Don't flaunt your bravado in my presence. I play with knives, and you might just find yourself in the mud. Go back and inform Chun A Lu that the green hills remain unchanged and the waters flow long. We shall see." With a commanding shout, the furious Jin Yalei led the way down the stairs. However, just as he reached the stairwell, his loyal aide, Asan, rushed up, breathless. "Boss." Asan cast a wary glance at Quan before leaning in to whisper a few words to Jin Yalei. In mere moments, the previously furious Jin Yalei's expression transformed into one of delight. Chapter 30. The Surprised Brother Zhou Datsai. On Kekton Road in Hong Kong's West Mid-Levels, there stands a garden villa spanning over 20,000 square feet, the residence of the president of the Teochew Chamber of Commerce. Over 20,000 square feet equates to nearly 2,000 square meters, a scale unattainable by the likes of Jin Yalei's tenement buildings. For Hong Kong at the time, only those with wealth, status, and standing could reside in such a house. Zhou Daji, having rarely returned home, found that aside from the Zhou family's housekeeper and butler, Zhou Bo, no one else acknowledged his presence. Relishing the solitude, Zhou Daji decided not to stir up any trouble, settling himself comfortably on a European-style sofa for a nap. Yet, no sooner had he closed his eyes than a voice laced with sarcasm broke the silence. "Oh, did the sun rise from the west today? Our dashing second young master of the Zhou family has decided to grace us with his presence at home." The speaker was Zhou Daji's elder brother, Zhou Datsai, the sole son of Zhou Jinji's first wife. Compared to his younger sibling, Zhou Datsai exuded a greater sense of maturity and competence. His every gesture and word hinted at the demeanor of a prospective heir to the Zhou family legacy. "What? Now you don't even know to call me brother?" Noticing that his brother was ignoring him, Zhou Datsai approached the sofa, looking down at him from a height. "Is it perhaps a bit too impolite, big brother?" Zhou Daji reluctantly muttered. In truth, he was not trying to be rude. Rather, he simply did not wish to speak. "Out in the world, I am the extravagant second young master of the Zhou family, lauded wherever I go. Yet at home, I am regarded as a worthless wastrel, looked down upon by my father and brother. Were it not for my mother's support, I fear I would have already lost my place within the Zhou family. Aji, do not blame your brother for being long-winded. It is time for you to learn to grow up." Zhou Dicai handed his coat to the nearby maid and continued. I heard that you beat Chen Jichao's godson last night. I learned from Zhang Feng at noon that my father was already aware of the incident, so it was no surprise that my brother had found out as well. Just as I was about to nod and explain, Zhou Dicai launched into a tirade. Zhou Daji, do you have any idea of the trouble you've caused? Do you truly believe that being the second young master of the Zhou family grants you the right to act recklessly in public? Zhou Dicai's voice was raised, drawing the attention of the surrounding servants. What are you staring at? Zhou Daji shot back, feeling humiliated under their gaze. You only know how to yell at your own family. Why don't you go shout at Chen Jichao instead? Witnessing the contemptuous anger radiating from my brother ignited a surge of uncontainable fury within me. I stood up, glaring at Zhou Dicai. What does it matter who I shout at? You have the surname Zhou, and so do I. This scene took Zhou Dicai by surprise, for in his memory, this half-brother had never dared to retort. But now, what did it matter if he dared to speak back? Zhou Dicai sneered, nodding slightly. Well, you actually dare to argue with me. Fine, handle the Chen Jichao matter on your own. Don't say I, your elder brother, didn't he warn you? Chen Jichao is the top dog among our Chinese police. His connections and capabilities, you can ponder over them yourself. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. Zhou Daji replied without a hint of retreat, but you may be disappointed, as I have already resolved the matter. Resolved? Zhou Dicai paused, then quickly reacted. Did Aunt Lan provide you with money again? I've told you, Aji, Aunt Lan is getting on in years and has a third brother to look after. You can't keep relying on her. Zhou Daji, well aware of what his brother was about to say, interrupted. This has nothing to do with my mother. Oh. This took Zhou Dicai by surprise. He instinctively asked, could it be related to father? I'm afraid not. This matter has no connection to either my father or mother, nor the Zhou family as a whole. I resolved it myself. As I uttered these words, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within me, especially upon witnessing the astonished expression on my brother's face, who had always looked down on me. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Where did you get the money? Zhou Dicai zeroed in on the crux of the matter. After all, he understood that resolving such issues with Chen Jichao would require a significant sum. A few tens of thousands were but a drop in the bucket for the Zhou family, but for me, who had already been somewhat estranged from the family, it was akin to climbing a mountain. From the Conley Trading Company at Beijiao Pier? Indeed, a few years prior. It had been one of the most lucrative businesses for the Zhou family, which is why it had been entrusted to the second young master, who was preparing to split from the family. However, in recent years, my management had been fraught with challenges. In Zhou Dicai's eyes, unless someone was assisting me, it would be impossible. No need to guess, it was my new steward who provided the idea. Just as Zhou Dicai was grappling with this astonishing revelation, Zhou Xinji emerged from the study. Father. Zhou Xinji nodded, glancing at the living room, and asked, has the guest arrived yet? Father, are there others coming to our home tonight? It was no wonder Zhou Dicai was curious. Over the years, very few had been invited to the Zhou household, especially for dinner. This was not merely an honor, but a form of acceptance. It is the new steward that Aji has hired. After handing a freshly written note to the maid, Zhou Xinji remarked, such a young person capable of playing the game of empty-handedly drawing in others is rare these days. Though his methods may be slightly unscrupulous, the entire affair hinges on his maneuvering. Otherwise, Aji wouldn't have been able to extricate himself so swiftly. It would be prudent to meet him and see if there are others behind him. After Zhou Xinji finished speaking, noticing that the steward had yet to appear, he frowned slightly. Old Zhou, I've called you several times. Where are you? I'm here, sir. Zhou Bo wore an awkward smile. I had a sudden urge, so. In Hong Kong, very few could converse so casually with Zhou Xinji, and Zhou Bo, the family steward, was among them. Indeed. Age brings much experience. Zhou Xinji feigned a glare at him before inquiring, what about that boy? I've already sent the second young master's driver to fetch him. He should be arriving shortly. Just as Zhou Bo was about to check his pocket watch for the time, footsteps were heard from outside. Sir, I'll go take a look. It should be the guests arriving. Observing the conversation between these two elders, it was not just Zhou Dicai who felt a deep sense of shock. His astonishment stemmed largely from curiosity. He pondered whether the guest his father referred to might be some young master from a prominent family. After all, how else could someone assist his worthless brother in dealing with Chen Jichao? Yet he quickly dismissed this hypothesis. After all, someone who could readily produce tens of thousands would not have fallen to the point of becoming his brother as steward. As for Zhou Daji, he was bewildered by how his father knew that Zhang Feng had been orchestrating the entire affair. However, unlike his brother Zhou Dicai, he was not burdened with so many suspicions. If something was beyond comprehension, he chose not to dwell on it, instead wearing a smile as he awaited Zhang Feng's arrival in the living room. Chapter 31, An Unusual Banquet. Mr. Zhang, please. Under Zhou Bo's guidance, Zhang Feng slowly entered the Zhou family living room. Ah Feng, as the host, and the only one present who was relatively close to Zhang Feng, Zhou Deji warmly greeted him as soon as he caught sight of him. Young Master Ji. A smile adorned Zhang Feng's face as he politely shook his hand before shifting his gaze to Zhou Xinji. The 1940s and 50s in Hong Kong could be likened to an era that devoured the unwary whole. To emerge as a prominent figure among the Chinese merchants in such a harsh environment speaks volumes of Zhou Xinji's exceptional abilities. Since our guest has arrived, let us take our seats. Zhou Xinji merely cast a glance at Zhang Feng before turning back to instruct Zhou Bo, let the meal commence. Yes, sir. The Zhou family was no ordinary household. It adhered to its own set of rules. Once Zhou Bo had withdrawn, Zhou Xinji and his two sons took their respective seats. Since you are Aji's steward, you should sit beside him for easier conversation. Following Zhou Xinji's words, Zhang Feng nodded and said nothing further. Taking a seat next to Zhou Deji. As he settled down, a maid approached to arrange the utensils. In a household as grand as the Zhou family, the dining ware was undoubtedly exquisite. The tea bowl and soup bowl are antiquated porcelain artifacts, likely dating back to a considerable epoch. The chopsticks, serving plates, and bowls, on the other hand, are crafted from silver, adorned with gold engravings, exuding an air of opulence and elegance. Wealthy individuals often place great emphasis on health. Thus, the banquet hosted by the Zhou family is not as extravagant as one might envision. The appetizer consists of an unfamiliar fruit to Zhang Feng, which, while not overly sweet, is refreshingly palatable. The appetizers and main courses are relatively simple, yet exhibit a judicious balance of meat and vegetables. After initially arranging Zhang Feng's seating, Zhou Xinji lapses into silence, while Zhou Deji takes a keen interest in the newly appointed steward of his ineffectual brother. His curiosity is primarily sparked by the events of the previous night. According to his father, the absurdities caused by Qin Wan's Aji were deftly resolved by Mr. Zhang, revealing the young man's remarkable capabilities. In his previous life, Zhang Feng was indeed a progenitor of a prominent family, thus he is well versed in the protocols of such gatherings. When Zhou Deji poses a question, Zhang Feng discreetly wraps the morsel he has been chewing in his napkin and rinses his mouth with water before replying with a smile. I am unworthy of your compliments. I hail from Haifeng, and you may call me Fengzi or Ah Feng. The title of Mr. is far too grand for someone like me in the presence of the esteemed president. Zhang Feng's eloquent response is commendable. Had he requested Zhou Deji to address him as Ah Feng or Fengzi right away, it might have appeared presumptuous. However, adhering to the local customs of Chaozhou and Haifeng renders it quite normal. Furthermore, while conversing with Zhou Deji, he subtly undermines Zhou Xinji, his words laden with double entendre, the implication becoming glaringly evident. As a result, Zhou Xinji, who had been quietly sipping his soup, allows a faint smile to grace his lips. Zhou Deji takes a few bites of his dish and continues, from your eloquence, it seems you have been educated, haven't you? In that era, those who could afford an education typically came from well-off families. Thus, Zhou Deji's inquiry subtly probes into Zhang Feng's background. Zhang Feng nods, stating, I studied at a foreign school for several years. Zhou Deji then glances at his gluttonous brother and inquires with a smile. What inspired you to take on the role of Aji's steward? Upon hearing this veiled jab, Zhou Deji immediately bristles. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he glares at Zhou Deji and demands, Brother, what do you mean by that? What I mean is quite clear, do you really not understand? Zhou Deji retorts with a cold chuckle, maintaining his gaze on Zhang Feng, casually adding, I fear Ah Feng may be unaware of my brother's shortcomings. Brother, Zhou Deji protests, feeling exposed in front of outsiders. Despite his usual ignorance, he cannot possibly be oblivious to this level of ridicule. Sensing an impending quarrel between the brothers, Zhang Feng discreetly glances at Zhou Xinji. To his surprise, the father figure remains unperturbed, focused intently on his soup as if oblivious to the unfolding drama. Zhang Feng furrows his brow, amused by the absurdity of the situation. It appears that today's meal is anything but ordinary. In fact, on his way here, Zhang Feng had already contemplated why Zhou Xinji had suddenly invited him for dinner. Was it merely to express gratitude for the previous night's events? Zhang Feng found this unlikely. To outsiders, it seemed he had made considerable contributions, particularly in engaging Lan Gang first, and then allowing Yin Xiong to take the stage, an approach that many failed to comprehend. However, Zhou Xinji, a seasoned player in the business arena, surely could not be among them. Thus, this dinner felt more like a test. He had just been unaware of the examination's nature until now. Yet, Zhang Feng has finally discerned the crux of the matter, the choice. Kai Xiao or Ji Xiao. Observing the brothers on the verge of a confrontation, Zhang Feng lets out a wry smile and stands, calling out to both of them. As they turn their attention towards him, he speaks slowly. Ji Xiao, I merely wish to clarify my curiosity regarding why someone like myself, having spent a few years in a foreign school, would seek the position of a steward, especially considering that stewards are typically of a more advanced age. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Bo, who stands at attention, he adds in jest. As for the matter you raised earlier, it is truly beyond my consideration. I am simply a steward, and as long as I fulfill my duties, that suffices. As for my employer, as long as I receive my salary on time, I believe Zhou Bo holds the most authority on this matter. Zhou Bo, having been subtly ridiculed on 2 occasions, wears an expression that oscillates between amusement and exasperation. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Zhang Feng's statement is impeccably sound. While it is accurate to say so, the perspective of a boss is inherently different. Zhou Datsai, determined to persuade Zhang Feng, intends to continue his argument. Yet, at this moment, Zhou Jinji, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjects, "Eat." Though it is but a simple command, its implications are profound. The authoritative tone compels Zhou Datsai to halt, his words swallowed back. The most delighted in this exchange is undoubtedly Zhou Deji, who has not witnessed his elder brother's defeat in many years. This revelation solidifies his understanding that Zhang Feng is indeed a rare talent. The dinner proceeds rather blandly. Once the topic is put to rest, a tacit understanding prevails among the guests, and silence envelopes the table until Zhou Jinji finally remarks, "Take your time eating," prompting everyone to disperse from the dining table. Zhou Daji naturally departs with Zhang Feng from the Zhou residence, whereas Zhou Datsai hesitates in the living room for a considerable duration before ultimately knocking on the study door. Chapter 32, The Endearing One. "Are you here to inquire why I stopped you earlier?" Upon seeing his son enter the study, Zhou Jinji places the purple clay teapot on the desk, pulling over a nearby chair crafted from rosewood to sit down. Zhou Datsai purses his lips, contemplating before speaking. "Father, if that young man is truly as capable as you say, why is he remaining by Aji's side, even if you do not require assistance? I am in dire need of someone right now. A self-made business tycoon like Zhou Jinji would never impede the rivalry between his sons, for it is through such competition that one can continually fortify oneself and survive in this ruthless society." Yet, in his heart, Zhou Jinji feels a twinge of guilt towards his second son. 2 decades ago, Zhou Jinji found himself at a professional impasse. In pursuit of breakthrough, he sought the former president of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, who happened to be Zhou Daji's maternal grandfather. After some deliberation, the grandfather agreed to betroth his only daughter to Zhou Jinji. At that time, Zhou Jinji was recently widowed, and the memories of his late wife were irreplaceable. Even after marrying Zhou Daji's mother, the bond between them remained rather tenuous. Consequently, Zhou Daji grew up devoid of paternal affection. Yet, after all these years, many things have come to light. This explains why Zhou Daji, despite being a ne'er-do-well, continues to receive familial care. Observing his eldest son, Zhou Jinji sighs, "Ah Kai. He is, after all, your brother." Zhou Datsai furrows his brow, gazing at his father, but ultimately chooses to remain silent. As Zhou Dezi accompanied Zhang Feng away from home, he could hardly contain his delight as he settled into his vintage Imperial Crown car. Clapping Zhang Feng on the shoulder, he exclaimed with exuberance, "Ah Feng. This is simply exhilarating. I have never seen my brother so thoroughly bested before." Observing Zhou Dezi's buoyant demeanor, Zhang Feng smiled wryly and replied, "Listen, my friend. If such a situation arises again, please do not involve me. It is a perilous affair." Zhang Feng was not joking. Had it not been for Zhou Jinji intervening to halt Zhou Datsai's probing inquiries, it would not have taken long for his naive boss to clash directly with his brother. In the realm of divine beings, the innocents often suffer. Although Zhou Jinji had remained silent, he was acutely aware of the stakes. If a confrontation escalated, his 2 sons might only face mild reprimands, but he himself could very well face dire consequences. Even if Zhou Jinji dismissed the notion of dealing with someone as insignificant as himself, he could not guarantee that Zhou Datsai would not direct his ire towards him. Given the Zhou family's current standing in Hong Kong, the threat of his own demise, or that of his entire family, was merely a matter of a fleeting glance. "Today, it is not I who sought you out, and I had no prior knowledge of your presence here." After uttering this, Zhou Dezi turned to Zhang Feng with utmost seriousness. "Ah Feng, I know I may be foolish and lack your sharpness, but at least I have the backing of the Zhou family. So fear not. I shall ensure your safety at all times." Zhang Feng was amused by Zhou Dezi's earnest expression. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Zhou Dezi's demeanor shifted back to gravity. "Do not think I jest. I speak the truth. I can swear it. If I deceive you." As Zhou Dezi raised 3 fingers to swear, Zhang Feng quickly interjected, "I believe you. I believe you. There is no need for such oaths." Pleased that Zhang Feng accepted his words, Zhou Dezi chuckled heartily, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Yet, Zhang Feng turned his gaze to the neon lights blurring past, his expression somewhat complex. After approximately half an hour, the car halted near the dock at Langcheng Bay. "Ah Feng, if you wish, you need not go. Stay with those roughnecks at the docks. Why not join me at the Oriental nightclub instead?" Zhou Dezi glanced at the shimmering lake before turning back to Zhang Feng. "I would rather not go either, but who can blame me when my boss is being so indolent?" Zhang Feng replied with a wry smile. Zhou Dezi was merely jesting. He understood the importance of seeing things through to the end. Although he held neither Yin Xiong nor Jin Yalei in particularly high regard, he was too vain to allow anyone to speak ill of him behind his back. Well then, if you wish to go, then go, he said, pulling a set of keys from his pocket and tossing them to Zhang Feng. Do not think poorly of me for being a stingy boss. Here, take this. What is this? Zhang Feng asked, eyeing the relatively modern key with confusion. It is the key to the Seheo Hotel, Zhou Dezi replied, rolling his eyes while gesturing towards the water. Tonight, you will be representing me there. They will surely treat you well, and this key will make your evening more convenient. Zhang Feng found himself bemused. His boss, whom he had known for scarcely a day, though seemingly lacking in intellect, was surprisingly considerate, even anticipating such matters. You've given me the key, but where are you staying? Zhang Feng inquired curiously. Of course, I am also residing at the Sehao, Zhou Dezi explained. I have 2 suites there that I have long contracted. They were previously unoccupied, but now that you are here, you can take one. The room number is on the key. All right then, thank you, Zhang Feng replied, not wishing to appear overly formal, as he accepted the key and exited the vehicle. Hey, take care of yourself. If they give you trouble, let me know, and I will definitely support you, Zhou Dezi said, concern etched across his face. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feng smiled and reassured him, relax, it's just a few drinks. It's not as if I'm heading to the guillotine. No need for such alarm. With that, he waved goodbye and strode directly towards the dock. Feng, that rascal, does he truly fail to see that I am concerned for him? Zhou Dezi muttered under his breath as he watched Zhang Feng walk away without a glance back, before instructing the driver to turn towards the Oriental nightclub. What Zhou Dezi did not realize was that the moment he vowed to protect Zhang Feng from any harm, a warm current enveloped Zhang Feng's heart. The treachery of his previous life had left him incapable of trusting anyone completely. Even so, he had ultimately been betrayed. At the execution site, just as cyanide was about to be injected into his veins, he had resented fate for causing his birth in such a peaceful era, wishing instead for the tumult of a more chaotic time. Yet upon finally witnessing his wish fulfilled, he discovered that even in tumultuous times, there existed many delightful souls. Chapter 33. The proper way to wield authority through fear. After bidding farewell to Zhou Dezi, Zhang Feng boarded a boat heading towards the center of the river. Simultaneously, aboard the Tai-Bai flower boat anchored at the river's heart, an atmosphere of grim tension prevailed. The once lively and flirtatious singers now huddled in the first-floor hall of the flower boat, silenced by fear. The staff, too, dared not make a sound, keeping their heads bowed in anxiety. At the entrance, throngs of people filled the space. A mix of youths no older than 16 or 17 and others barely in their 30s. Yet, regardless of their age, their eyes radiated a fierce intensity that discouraged direct gazes. The third floor served as the core of the entire boat. A place that had once been filled with song and dance, now steeped in a somber atmosphere. Chun Guanglong sat in a chair on the left side with a sullen expression, idly toying with 2 large golden walnuts, his gaze cast downward in silence. To his right, Jin Yalei mirrored his demeanor. Though his eyes remained open, he stared into the distance, humming an unknown tune while tapping a rhythm on his knee. Behind them stood the formidable leaders of the Chao Lian Yi and Fu Yi Xing gangs, Lan Zikuan, Seng Minju, and Chao Laoxiang, among others. As seconds ticked away, Jin Yalei, who had initially appeared calm, seemed increasingly restless. He frequently retrieved his pocket watch to check the time. This did not escape Chun Guanglong's notice. With a mocking laugh, he remarked, "If you cannot sit still, feel free to leave. I shall explain the situation to Mr. Zhang later." Jin Yalei shot Chun Guanglong a cold glare. "Who said I am waiting for Mr. Zhang?" Ha ha ha. Chun Guanglong suddenly burst into laughter. "Jin Yalei, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Had it not been for the incident this afternoon, perhaps you might have had a chance. But do you truly believe you still possess such an opportunity?" Facing Chun Guanglong's mocking gaze, Jin Yalei's expression darkened. Indeed, his resentment towards the couple, the co-pair, had festered deeply. Had Zhang Feng not left a message for Ah San before departing, he might have thought himself entirely excluded from the dock business. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, and circumstances had turned in his favor. Hence, even in the face of Chun Guanglong's scorn, he maintained his composure. "Chen Lu, what opportunity one have is none of your concern. I am merely here as a guest tonight, while you, uninvited, have brought along such a large entourage. What? Do you intend to start a fight? And if a fight were to ensue, do you think the Lian Yi would fear you, old Fu?" Chun Guanglong's voice erupted with intensity. At the same moment, a resounding slap struck the table, sending dishes tumbling and soup spilling, creating a chaotic scene. Behind him, under the leadership of the ominous Siang Minju and the ruffian Quan, numerous members of the Tide Alliance brandished their weapons, poised for an immediate confrontation. Regardless of the odds, one must not lose face. Although Fu Yixing was at a numerical disadvantage, Jin Yale was no pushover either. He kicked aside a chair and stood up resolutely. If we're going to fight, let us fight. Who's afraid? Similarly, several individuals behind Jin Yale drew their long and short blades, glaring menacingly at their adversaries. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the tension, seemingly belonging to Mr. Zhang's ship. This unexpected interruption caused the imminent clash between the two factions to come to an abrupt halt, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The expressions on both Chun Guanglong and Jin Yale's faces were bizarrely perplexed. The sound of polished shoes colliding with the staircase swiftly shattered the silence, resonating like a dominant melody that struck a chord in every heart present. As Zhang Feng ascended to the third floor, both factions instinctively parted to create a pathway, and Chun Guanglong, along with Jin Yale, turned in unison to regard him. However, Zhang Feng paid them no heed. Instead, with a hand holding a cigarette, he pointed at the disarray before him and spoke in a calm tone. Tonight, I am here to represent Ji Xiao. Who among you is so ignorant of etiquette as to undermine his authority? Both Chun Guanglong and Jin Yale appeared somewhat awkward. If Zhang Feng had merely claimed it was his own face that had been undermined, it would have been more manageable. However, by invoking the name of Zhou Deji, who had not even made an appearance, the situation shifted dramatically. This left the two prominent figures of Hong Kong's underworld visibly troubled. Fortunately, Yin Xiong was not foolish. Just as Chun Guanglong and Jin Yale were caught in indecision, he stepped forward. Mr. Zhang, my boss and I were here as per your instructions, waiting. Yet, Chen Lu, for reasons unknown, brought a gang up here. You know that our two factions do not usually get along, so a disagreement easily escalated. Nonsense. It was clearly your lot who started it. Siang Minju retorted immediately, but before he could finish, he was silenced by the imposing presence of the ruffian, Quan, beside him. Zhang Feng turned his gaze back, first glancing at Siang Minju, then fixing his attention on Chun Guanglong. In that fleeting moment, even someone seasoned in the treacherous tides of the Tide Alliance felt a tightness in their chest. Zhang Feng took a few steps forward, standing before Chun Guanglong, and with the same hand that held the cigarette, he poked Chun Guanglong's chest repeatedly. Brother Long, today, representing Ji Xiao, I express my gratitude to Brother Lei and Brother Xiong for their righteous assistance last night. What do you mean by bringing a group to stir trouble? Chun Guanglong began, but Zhang Feng cut him off. Do you know that just moments ago, I dined with President Zhou and his family? Ji Xiao personally brought me here, and he was just lamenting about you. Now you come here with this commotion. Are you trying to summon Ji Xiao here to speak with you? In such a setting, especially in front of Fui Xing, if someone dared to poke Chun Guanglong in the chest, he would have long since dismembered them and fed them to the fish. Even Zhou Daji's newly appointed steward would not have been exempt. However, Zhang Feng's subsequent words quelled the fire within Chun Guanglong, who had been ready to retaliate. The Zhou family was not unfamiliar to him. He had even been personally received by Zhou Jinji multiple times. But sharing a meal at the same table was an exceedingly rare honor. Not even he could count on one hand the number of individuals throughout Xiangjiang who had dined with Zhou Jinji since his rise to prominence, aside from members of the Zhou family themselves. And now, here was Zhang Feng, an outsider, enjoying such privilege, revealing the intricate web of interests at play. Furthermore, the last sentence, regarding Zhou Daji's lingering concerns, struck fear into Chun Guanglong's heart. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally mustered a semblance of regret and managed to utter, Mr. Zhang, I. Chapter 34. The proper unveiling of foxes riding on tigers. Might, you're one of the staff here, aren't you? Zhang Feng disregarded Chun Guanglong and turned to a pallid young man in the corner, the one who had previously escorted him to the third floor. Yes. The young man, suddenly singled out, nodded nervously. Do you remember me? Zhang Feng inquired again. Of course, I remember. You reserved the entire third floor yesterday. How could I forget? The young man replied, trembling with apprehension. Then hurry and find someone to clean up this mess, Zhang Feng instructed, gesturing toward the chaos around them. As for the dishes, just replicate yesterday's menu. Yes. Once the server had retreated, Zhang Feng turned back to Chun Guanglong, his expression impassive. Brother Long, surely you don't wish to linger for a drink, do you? No. Chun Guanglong hastily waved his hands, just as he prepared to lead the Tide Alliance members away. Zhang Feng added, make sure those outside keep their distance. Surely, you understand that the Zhou family has never relied on sheer numbers in their dealings. At first glance, this appeared to be an admonition, but to Chun Guanglong, it was a source of relief. Yes, Mr. Zhang is right. Moreover, Zhang Feng elongated his tone and glanced at Quan. Brother Quan, you saved my life this afternoon. If you don't mind, stay for a couple of drinks. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Guanglong gave Quan a knowing glance and nodded, leading his men away. However, he did not stray far. Instead, opting to wait on the first floor, eager to observe what tricks this newly appointed secretary of the Zhou family's second young master intended to unveil. As Chun Guanglong departed, Jin Yale also instructed the Fui Xing members to withdraw, leaving only Ah San and the police officer Xiong at his side. The staff, displaying their acumen, quickly began to tidy up. During the cleanup, Zhang Feng addressed one of them, the young lady who sat in the corner last night. Did she come today? She did, sir, the server promptly replied, setting aside their task and bowing respectfully. Good, good. Bring her up, Zhang Feng nodded. Taking his seat at the previous spot, the alluring songstress appeared just as she had the day before, merely clad in different attire, still exuding an air of aloofness. Miss, will you grace us with your music again today? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. The coldly beautiful woman said nothing, clutching her pipa as she retreated to the corner. With the food and drinks served, Zhang Feng signaled for Jin Yele and Officer Xiong to take their seats. He then opened a nearby jar of liquor, pouring a bowl for each of them. Brother Lei and Brother Xiong are men of the world, and it's inevitable they bear some old wounds. This is 30-year-old Guangmi wine, infused with Hufeng. It has the efficacy to dispel dampness and ward off the cold. Here, I toast the two of you on behalf of Zhishao. With that, Zhang Feng raised his bowl and downed the contents in one gulp. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Jin Yele and Yin Xiong, trusting the gesture, expressed their gratitude and drank heartily. Truly excellent wine, Jin Yele remarked, savoring the aroma as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve. In response, Zhang Feng merely smiled faintly, continuing to pour more wine for the two. Mr. Zhang, about the events this afternoon. Well, since it's such fine wine, let us continue. Huh. Jin Yele looked momentarily bewildered. Not only he, but even Yin Xiong beside him seemed momentarily taken aback. The first bowl of wine was somewhat acceptable. After all, it was a customary practice. However, to dive straight into a second bowl before the words had fully left his lips, before the two could gather their thoughts, Zhang Feng had already drained his cup and displayed the bottom of it to them. Jin Yele and Yin Xiong exchanged glances, resignedly following suit and finishing another bowl. Just as they set their cups down, Zhang Feng once again lifted the jar, preparing to pour a third bowl for them. Wait, Mr. Zhang, please hold on a moment. Jin Yele interjected, waving his hand to halt the proceedings. Simultaneously, he cast a discreet glance at Ah San, who, understanding the cue, retrieved a package from his bosom and placed it on the table. As Jin Yele unwrapped the handkerchief encasing it, four gleaming little yellow fish were revealed. Mr. Zhang, our actions earlier this afternoon were indeed a misstep on our part at Fu Yixing. Please accept this small token of our sincerity, intended to soothe your esteemed parents. And we hope you will graciously accept it. The liquor, being of relatively low alcohol content, posed no significant challenge for an old hand like Jin Yele, who could easily handle 2 or 3 bowls, or even the entire jar. Yet, he was acutely aware that if he consumed this third bowl, everything would truly be over. Oh, Brother Lei, you are indeed quite generous, Zhang Feng remarked, and he was not exaggerating. The 4 little yellow fish Jin Yele had produced could fetch a considerable sum, even if they were to be pawned off as stolen goods at a gold or silver shop, not to mention the market price. However, Zhang Feng appeared unfazed, his pouring of the wine unimpeded. This left Jin Yele feeling increasingly anxious. He looked to Yin Xiong for assistance, but to his dismay, Yin Xiong seemed equally at a loss. It was Ah San, who had remained silent until now, who stepped forward. Mr. Zhang, the incident this afternoon was indeed a fault of Fu Yixing, and our superior has already dealt with Kwa Shui Hui and his wife. You may dispose of the matter as you see fit. Oh, Zhang Feng raised his head, intrigued as he regarded Ah San. Brother Lei, this gentleman appears somewhat unfamiliar. May I inquire as to his standing in Fu Yixing? Jin Yele hastily replied. His name is Ah San. He has been by my side since childhood and currently holds no official position in Fu Yixing. No official title did not equate to being inconsequential, otherwise Jin Yele would not have kept him close. Ah, so you are the third brother, Zhang Feng said with a smile, nodding his head before asking. Third brother. You mentioned that the incident this afternoon was a fault of Fu Yixing. May I ask in what manner was this error made? Ah San instinctively glanced at Jin Yele, contemplated for a moment, and then, with a serious expression, responded, Fu Yixing is the legitimate branch of the Hongmen. Every new disciple must undergo the rituals of opening the altar, passing on teachings, taking oaths, and the 4 steps of slaying the phoenix to be considered a disciple. All disciples are required to strictly adhere to the 36 oaths, 72 rules, for pledges, 8 punishments, and 10 guild regulations. The 4th of our Fu Yixing, Kwa Shui Hui, has abused his power, committed violence, and usurped authority, thereby violating the 31st oath of the 36 oaths. Thus the fault lies with Fu Yixing. Oh, upon hearing this, Zhang Feng chuckled and continued. And what about Kwa Shui Hui's beautiful wife? Where does her fault lie? She too violated the 31st oath, abusing her influence and committing acts of violence. Ah San replied, his expression unwavering. Ha ha ha, Zhang Feng responded with a noncommittal smile. If we follow this line of reasoning, it seems Kuo Hui and his wife are bound to face severe consequences, if not death. In response to your question, Kuo Hui sustained grave injuries and, upon being captured by us, has already perished, Ah San said, looking directly at Zhang Feng, raising an eyebrow. Are you implying that this is my fault? Chapter 35. The proper unfolding of foxes using tiger's might. Kuo Hui's demise was indeed of his own making. It cannot be laid at your feet, Mr. Zhang. Ah San's attitude mildly surprised Zhang Feng. If this statement had come from Jin Yalei or Yin Xiong, or even from the members of the Chao Yin Yi, they would have displayed nothing but subservience and unease in his presence. Yet this member of Fu Yixing, named Ah San, while respectful, maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. After scrutinizing Ah San for a moment, Zhang Feng toyed with a small wine cup, lowering his gaze, and with an unperturbed smile, said, "Your words hold truth, and indeed, I had no intention of pursuing this matter further. However, it has reached my boss's ears, which is quite concerning." At this point, Zhang Feng lifted his head, looking at Jin Yalei with a smile that was neither here nor there, asking, "Brother Lei, I trust you understand my meaning?" Jin Yalei furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a long while, before shaking his head slightly. Zhang Feng, not one to keep things ambiguous, explained directly, "Before I visited the Zhou family, I had someone leave a message. I wonder if Brother Lei is aware of this." "I am," Jin Yalei nodded. "Then, Brother Lei, you cannot hold my prior rudeness against me?" "I do not." Jin Yalei shook his head. "Mr. Zhang represents Ji Shao. Such treatment is to be expected." "Indeed. I believed so as well. After all, I am but a minor figure. Were it not for my boss, I would have likely been turned into fish food by Brother Lei long ago." While Zhang Feng spoke the truth, Jin Yalei dared not genuinely entertain such thoughts. "Brother Lei, there is no need for such formality." He feigned a flustered demeanor, ready to apologize, only to be stopped by Zhang Feng's amused interjection. "In truth, even without these 4 little yellow fish, I intended to hand over the North Point dock of the Kongli Trading Company to Fu Yixing for management. However, I must admit, I inadvertently let slip the events of this afternoon while at Lang Chengwan, and you know my boss. He values his reputation above all else. The mere thought of his housekeeper nearly being sold off is tantamount to slapping him in the face. Therefore, even if I do not pursue this matter, do you think my boss would simply let it slide?" "Mr. Zhang, Throughout Zhang Feng's discourse, Jin Yalei's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and anxiety. What did he mean by inadvertently letting something slip? Such matters could hardly be excused as mere accidents. Yet, Jin Yalei understood that this was not the time to delve into such issues, just as he was at a loss for how to respond. Yin Xiong was about to speak up. However, Zhang Feng did not afford him the opportunity. Just as Yin Xiong cleared his throat and was about to open his mouth, Zhang Feng, with a smile, interjected, "As for Brother Xiong, you may rest assured and stay in Kuntong for a while. Your sentiments are noted by both my boss and me, and we will certainly seek a suitable opportunity to have you brought back." Yin Xiong could only manage a wry smile and nod in response. "Well then, Brother Lei, since we have all laid our cards on the table, let us raise our glasses for this 3rd round of drinks to bring closure to this matter. As for these little yellow fish, if Brother Lei feels this singer has endured enough hardship, then by all means, reward her." With the final syllable of Zhang Feng's words, the pipa in the hands of the beautiful singer emitted a discordant note. Her previously composed demeanor cracked, revealing sheer astonishment. "Now let me remind you, Brother Lei is the host of Fu Yixing. Should you hit a wrong note again, be wary of Brother Lei withholding your reward." While Zhang Feng jested with the singer, Jin Yalei was already trembling with both hands. After all, those were 4 little yellow fish. To reward a singer? For heaven's sake, he could buy her outright and indulge himself daily. Yet, Zhang Feng's earlier statement left Jin Yalei unable to counter. After all, it is indeed a case of one's own subordinates lacking discernment and provoking this troublesome little rascal. Otherwise, based solely on Yin Xiong's contributions last night, I believe that a dock could have been easily promised by the Zhou family. In 1950s Hong Kong, the dock was a realm of heroes and a conscription site for every faction. Perhaps for other factions, a dock is merely a dock. Losing it is no great loss, as they can always recapture it later. However, for Fu Yixing, such a dock, obtained rightfully, is exceedingly rare and invaluable. Zhang Feng was not in a hurry to raise his cup and clink it 3 times with Jin Yalei. Instead, he was waiting for Jin Yalei to propose a price anew. As anticipated, after a few minutes, Jin Yalei finally took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Zhang, Fu Yixing is willing to offer 10 more yellow croakers in exchange for your forgiveness of past grievances. 10 more means a total of 14 gold bars. Even for the well-established Fu Yixing, this constitutes a substantial expenditure. Although Jin Yalei is the one in charge, he has a multitude of uncles above him and numerous underlings below. Many decisions cannot be made solely by him. In fact, Zhang Feng understood that this was already Jin Yalei's utmost limit. However, He did not rush to exhibit satisfaction, but rather calmly inquired, "Where is Cao Shui Hui's wife?" "Right behind," Jin Yalei responded, turning to shout at a member of Fu Yixing in the distance, "Bring that wretched woman to me." Jin Yalei's anger was not feigned. He was genuinely incensed. Had it not been for keeping this woman for Zhang Feng's disposition, he might have already turned her into ashes. Compassion for the fairer sex? Such notions were non-existent. Upon seeing Qiu Baifeng again, she had long lost her earlier fierceness. Her face was pale, marred by blood, and caked with mud. "Mr. Zhang, the person is here, at your mercy. As for Cao Shui Hui, we will handle him ourselves." "It has nothing to do with you," Jin Yalei said, his gaze never leaving Zhang Feng's countenance. He had already laid bare his resources, and if he could not satisfy the appetite of this little rascal, he would simply cease his efforts. Every situation presents its advantages and disadvantages. If the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, it is feasible, but if the disadvantages are greater, one must relinquish it. Zhang Feng pondered briefly before turning to the ever-loyal Lan Zikuan behind him, smiling. "Kuan Gu, I've run out of cigarettes. Could you kindly fetch me a pack?" Lan Zikuan was no fool. It was impossible for Zhang Feng to invite him for drinks and songs solely because of the events of the afternoon. However, he now understood that Zhang Feng intended for him to relay Fu Yixing's offer to his boss after learning the terms. Fu Yixing was willing to pay the price of 14 gold bars and a life to rightfully claim the dock. If Chao Lian could not match that price, they would have to watch helplessly as Fu Yixing encroached upon their territory, competing for their livelihood. Such blatant extortion was a first for Lan Zikuan in his years of wandering the underworld. Indeed, merchants employed even more ruthless tactics than those in the underworld. Chapter 36. The Division of Spoils in Progress. Jin Yalei was willing to part with 14 yellow croakers? Chen Guanglong's eyes widened in disbelief. Lan Zikuan sighed and nodded. "I saw him offer 4 yellow croakers as an apology to Mr. Zhang's parents, and when Mr. Zhang seemed somewhat dissatisfied, he promised to produce 10 more. A mere steward, thinking himself significant. Coming back to his senses, Chen Guanglong wore an expression of disdain. Very well. Let me see what capabilities he possesses to allow Fu Yixing, that little mouse, to infiltrate the Zhou family's dock." After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Guanglong slammed the table and rose. "Let us go." Although Chao Lian could afford 14 gold bars, Chen Guanglong deemed it unnecessary. Chao Lian directly answered to Zhou Dekai, the future head of the Zhou family, and their reluctance to provoke the second young master Zhou Deji was entirely to avoid unnecessary complications. Now, a mere steward beside the young master dared to overstep boundaries before him. Chen Guanglong would no longer indulge. The face lost today must be reclaimed doubly in the future. The Taibai Huafeng was spacious, and with many members of Chao Lian present, as soon as Chen Guanglong and his companions departed, they caught the attention of Jin Yalei and his associates. "Mr. Zhang." Jin Yalei glanced downstairs, focusing on Zhang Feng, who was engrossed in the music, opening his mouth as if to speak, but hesitating. "The clownish buffoons have arrived. It is of no concern," Zhang Feng replied apathetically. It seemed that only Zhang Feng could audaciously label the formidable Chao Lian as mere clowns in recent years. Naturally, Jin Yalei was delighted. Fu Yixing had always been at odds with Chao Lian and now, having Zhang Feng, who bore the Zhou family's business background, as an ally was indeed fortuitous. As the wine flowed, after the third round, Jin Yalei's eyes darted as he intended to tentatively inquire about the matter of entering the dock. However, before he could utter a word, Zhang Feng smiled and addressed the imposing figure resembling a guardian deity behind Jin Yalei, San Ge. "Why not join us for a bite?" San Ge was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Jin Yalei. "If Mr. Zhang invites you, then you shall sit." Jin Yalei granted permission with a somber nod. San Ge promptly took a seat opposite Zhang Feng, disregarding the now cold dishes, and began to eat voraciously. His manner of consumption could only be described as ravenous. Observing this, Zhang Feng laughed heartily. "Excellent, refreshing. I raise a glass to San Ge." San Ge, unfazed, lifted a nearby wine bowl, clinked it with Zhang Feng's, and downed it in one go. This gesture elevated Zhang Feng's regard for him even further. "Boss Lei, Fu Yixing truly has an abundance of talent. I believe San Ge should manage the North Point dock from now on." These words caused Jin Yalei's hand to tremble, nearly dropping his chopsticks. His face could hardly conceal his elation. It was accomplished. Jin Yalei finally set down a heavy burden from his heart, and his expression relaxed considerably. Even without the gold bars, there were still profits to be made. But to gain a rightful place at a dock was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for Fu Yixing. All thanks to Yin Xiong. Reflecting on this, Jin Yalei filled his cup to the brim and personally toasted Yin Xiong. As the night deepened and the air grew cooler, Zhang Feng stretched and adopted a posture that signaled the conclusion of the gathering. Jin Yalei, perceptive as ever, immediately rose. "Boss Lei, I have already made my intentions clear. I will be staying at the Seheo Hotel tonight. Tomorrow morning, Have someone deliver 14 yellow croakers to me. And I guarantee that within 3 days, Fu Yixing will secure entry to the North Point dock, Zhang Feng stated, flicking ash from his cigarette at Jean Yale. 14? Jean Yale instinctively glanced at the 4 untouched yellow croakers on the table, his heart tightening. He certainly could not ask to retract them. By this calculation, it amounted to 18 yellow croakers. Coupled with the several tens of thousands of dollars from the previous night, they had invested nearly 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. This was no small sum, even for a substantial faction like Fu Yixing. Yet, advantages can be weighed and matters prioritized. Upon arriving at the dock, particularly at the Zhua family's wharf, it was evident that this was far more than merely acquiring a recruitment site. The intricate web of interests was not lost on Jean Yale. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I will certainly send someone first thing tomorrow morning. With a firm resolve, Jean Yale nodded in agreement. Just have this brother San deliver it tomorrow. Zhang Feng smiled at Ah San, then gestured toward the 4 pieces of yellow fish displayed on the table. Boss Lei, this is for your esteemed father and mother to ease their worries. If Mr. Zhang refuses it, it would be exceedingly disrespectful to me, Jean Yale. Although his heart was bleeding, Jean Yale maintained a facade of irritation. Zhang Feng graciously expressed his gratitude. Retrieving 2 pieces from the collection. One will suffice. As for the other, please bestow it upon this kind auntie, as she has worked hard throughout the night. However, could a mere piece of gold weighing 3 taels truly compensate for the toil of performing? Jean Yale would never believe it, even if faced with death. Nonetheless, since the items had already been given, he merely smiled in acquiescence to Zhang Feng's whims. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jean Yale instructed Ah San to take the remaining 2 gold bars and departed from the Tai-Bai flower boat. Zhang Feng weighed the 2 pieces of yellow fish in his hand and approached the enchanting lady, who had just concluded her performance and was seated on a wooden platform. Raising her beautiful eyes to regard this recurring guest, I am not well versed in the current market price. May I inquire how much you believe this piece of yellow fish is worth? Gazing at Zhang Feng's smiling countenance, the lady hesitated, inhaled deeply, and slowly shook her head. I'm afraid, sir, I do not entertain outside clients. Given her reluctance to step out, why did she ponder for so long? Zhang Feng chose to bend closer, reducing the distance between them. This action instinctively caused the lady to recoil slightly, a faint blush gracing her cool cheeks. Yet, despite this, her voice retained an air of aloofness. Had you offered me all 4 pieces of yellow fish earlier, perhaps. The remainder of her statement remained unspoken. But Zhang Feng comprehended her implication. He burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, both you and that fellow named Ah San are astute individuals, understanding that one must first satiate their hunger before discussing further matters. After the laughter subsided, Zhang Feng extended 1 piece of yellow fish toward the lady. Rest assured, I do not seek to purchase your services. I genuinely wish to inquire about the going rate. The lady blinked her large eyes, scrutinizing Zhang Feng for a prolonged moment. Upon realizing that he was not jesting, she pondered briefly before responding. It is difficult to say, if one is too eager to part with it. They might only receive 50 to 60% of the current market value, which would be approximately 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Feng contemplated this figure for a moment before nodding. All right then, how about you give me 1,000? And I'll hand this piece of yellow fish over to you? What do you say? The lady was utterly taken aback by this proposition. Sir, you could simply offer a tip as you did yesterday. It is unnecessary. Before she could finish her thought, Zhang Feng had already retrieved his wallet. Forcing a wry smile. My dear lady, as you can see, I have but a few dozen dollars in my wallet. You must allow me to retain some for myself. Compared to Zhang Feng, the lady found herself in a state of both amusement and exasperation. Although her time at the Tai-Bai flower boat had been brief, she had encountered a myriad of peculiar patrons, some who spent lavishly to procure the company of songstresses, and others who were miserly yet concerned with appearances. However, none had matched Zhang Feng, who sought to both give a tip and then retrieve a portion back. Glancing between Zhang Feng and the piece of yellow fish, she bit her lip in contemplation before finally conceding. Very well, please wait here while I consult with my companions to gather the funds. After a brief interval, the lady returned with over $2,000 in various denominations, handing them to Zhang Feng. No need. I only require 1,000. The remainder is yours. Zhang Feng extracted 1,000 Hong Kong dollars from the sum, shaking his head with a smile. The lady gazed at the piece of yellow fish in her hand, feeling somewhat at a loss. You. I have money, and you are in need. Besides, this isn't even my money. Let us just take what we require and be done with it. You should return to rest early. With that, Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. And do remember, the yellow fish symbolizes not only wealth, but also the status of the one who presents it to you. As he reached the staircase, Zhang Feng did not look back, leaving the lady with a complex expression, tinged with both confusion and a hint of relief. After departing from the flower boat, Zhang Feng hailed a rickshaw and made his way across the harbor to the luxurious Marco Polo Hotel located in Central. In the 1950s, the Marco Polo Hotel was on par with today's Ritz-Carlton, epitomizing opulence. Coupled with its British heritage, it was unmatched in terms of safety. Following the number marked on his key, Zhang Feng quickly located his room. Having had 2 sleepless nights, he soon succumbed to slumber after a refreshing shower. The following morning, Zhang Feng awoke bright and rejuvenated, heading to the hotel dining area for breakfast. Feng, a bleary-eyed Zhou Daji, rubbing his eyes, approached hastily upon confirming he was not mistaken. You stayed here last night too? Amused by Zhou Daji's surprise, Zhang Feng chuckled. He raised the key in his hand and remarked, I must say, boss, you are still quite young. How could you forget so easily? Wasn't it you who gave me the key yesterday, allowing me to stay here overnight? Now, are you expecting me to pay you rent? I must inform you, I am quite penniless. Zhou Daji was entertained by Zhang Feng's expression. Am I really such a miser? He massaged his temples, still suffering from the effects of last night's revelry. Last night was the anniversary performance for Meng Lian. I may have indulged a bit too much, and I'm still feeling the aftereffects. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Zhang Feng pointed downstairs. Wait for me. I need to retrieve something. What could be so important that you can't have the staff fetch it? Zhou Daji asked, signaling for a waiter. Zhang Feng quickly interjected. Some things are better obtained personally, and if I'm not present, they might not oblige. What is it that's so mysterious? Zhou Daji yawned in curiosity. You'll find out shortly. With a smile, Zhang Feng rose and descended the stairs. Asan had been waiting since dawn, and upon seeing Zhang Feng, his bloodshot eyes revealed his exhaustion. Mr. Zhang. As he was smoking, he quickly discarded the cigarette upon spotting Zhang Feng and hurried over. Brother San. Zhang Feng greeted him with a nod. Asan glanced around cautiously before carefully placing a cloth bag into Zhang Feng's hands, speaking earnestly. Mr. Zhang. Everything you requested is here. Please take a look. Afterward, he scanned the surroundings, clearly on high alert. Zhang Feng weighed the bag in his hand and smiled. There's no need to check. I trust Boss Lei to handle matters well, and besides, he wouldn't dare play tricks in this affair. Saying this, he pulled out a pre-prepared $100 bill from his pocket and handed it to Asan. Brother San, you've waited here all night. Treat yourself to some roast goose and have an early rest. Asan was momentarily taken aback, but soon became unreserved, stuffing the money into his pocket, uttering a word of thanks before turning to leave. When Zhang Feng returned to the restaurant, Zhou Daji was stirring a cup of coffee with a small spoon. Glancing up, he caught sight of the rather unrefined package in Zhang Feng's arms and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. I genuinely thought it was something rare and precious. Turns out it's merely a local specialty from your hometown, shrouded in such mystery. Zhang Feng placed the package on the dining table and gestured towards Zhou Daji. I truly wish this were a local delicacy from my hometown. Jishao? Why not take a look inside? Sensing an underlying meaning in Zhang Feng's words, Zhou Daji hesitantly opened a corner of the package. However, upon seeing its contents, he was rendered speechless. It wasn't that Zhou Daji had never seen such an abundance of yellow croaker, but the unexpectedness of this scene early in the morning was indeed shocking. What are these? Zhou Daji inquired, puzzled, looking at Zhang Feng. A gift from the esteemed Jinya Lei of Fu Yixing, Zhang Feng replied, recounting the events of the previous evening in broad strokes. In conclusion, he glanced at Zhou Daji and asked, Boss, you wouldn't hold it against me for taking the initiative, would you? Kong Li is under my name, and delegating the dock business is merely a matter of my word, but Zhou Daji furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before addressing Zhang Feng. Feng, I trust you implicitly in your actions, but regardless of what Chao Lianyi says, they've been part of the Zhou family for such a long time. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to let others partake in the spoils? Zhang Feng was well aware of Zhou Daji's concerns. He leisurely sipped his coffee and explained, Boss, you are indeed correct. I've considered this as well. However, you are unaware of how Chun Guanglong treated me last night. What did he do to you? Zhou Daji asked, his expression turning grave. According to your understanding, I invited the imposing Officer Xiong and Jinya Lei from Fu Yixing to Tai by Huafang yesterday. Initially, all was well, but then I was summoned away by the president. Upon my return, I found that Chun Guanglong had brought a group to cause a ruckus at Tai by Huafang. Such a thing happened. Zhou Daji's face darkened with barely concealed anger. Zhang Feng nodded, continuing, At that moment, I had no choice but to bring you out, which prompted Chun Guanglong and his crew to cease their disturbances. Later, Jinya Lei implored me to inform you that the business of Kong Li at the North Point dock should be transferred to Fu Yixing. At that time, I shared your current thoughts, and I believe that it would be inappropriate to hastily expel them. Considering that Chao Lianyi has been with the Zhou family for so many years, they deserve at least some recognition for their efforts. Thus, I sought to avoid offending anyone and discreetly communicated the matter of the 14 small yellow croakers promised by Jinya Lei to Chun Guanglong through a fellow named Lan Zaiquan. hoping that Brother Long could provide me with a way out. But can you guess the outcome? Zhou Daji interjected, furrowing his brows. Chen Lu did not agree. Not only did he not agree, Zhang Feng replied with a bitter expression, he threatened to have me sunk in the sea. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to truly run to Seheo for the night. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daji slammed his fist on the dining table in fury, cursing, damn Chen Lu. How dare he lay a hand on my people? He truly has the audacity of a bear. Ji Xiao, I know that Brother Long was merely momentarily incensed and spoke rashly. Should he truly take action against me, with you around, even if he had tenfold courage, he wouldn't dare. However, there is something I am unsure whether I should express. At this point, Zhang Feng feigned contemplation. Ah Feng, I am your boss. What could you possibly have to hold back from me? Zhou Daji responded, visibly displeased. Moreover, I know you are sharper than I am. Even my father personally invited you to dine at our home, so you may speak freely without reservations. Well then, since Ji Xiao holds me in such high regard, I shall speak candidly. Zhang Feng nodded, adopting a demeanor of resolve as he began. Ji Xiao? Although we have only known each other for 2 days, your generosity and sense of loyalty are evident, and you treat those around you as kin, as your steward. I feel fortunate. Yet, Ji Xiao, how many individuals do you believe around you harbor a similar sense of gratitude as I do? In present-day Hong Kong, there are many who conduct business under the Zhou family's banner, yet how many genuinely respect you, and how many truly appreciate you? The events from the night before can clearly illustrate this. Had it been Kai Xiao, the godson of the Chinese police chief, even if it were the British causing the trouble, individuals like Chun Guanglong would dare to confront them, unlike in your case, where you were reluctantly compelled to step forward at your behest. Zhou Daji was not one to shy away from intellectual engagement, but that did not imply he was lacking in astuteness. Those relying on the Zhou family for their livelihood, be they from the underworld, business sector, or government, had long grown accustomed to the duplicity towards him, Zhou's second son. The rationale was simple. The next heir of the Zhou family bore him no relation whatsoever. Thus, as Zhang Feng articulated these sentiments, Zhou Daji not only did not perceive them as disrespectful, but rather regarded them as the words of a true comrade. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Daji looked at Zhang Feng, his expression serious as he inquired, So, Ah Feng, what do you suggest I do next? Chapter 38. A salary increase for you. Cultivating one's own talent. Zhang Feng squinted, flicking the ash from his cigarette as he spoke. Cultivating one's own talent? Zhou Daji momentarily paused, then shook his head with a rueful smile. He certainly understood the necessity of nurturing his own people. Yet such a task was easier said than done. As Zhang Feng mentioned, despite currently being the Zhou family's second son, he held no illusions. When his father passed away in the future, he doubted Zhou Datsai would genuinely regard him as a sibling. Otherwise, his father, Zhou Jinji, would not have hastily transferred Kong Li into his name while distancing himself from the Zhou family entirely. Of course, if one were to say that Zhou Daji was adept at management, that would be debatable. After all, possessing Kong Li trading equated to owning the North Point dock, a veritable golden nest. While it was nearly impossible to stand out relying solely on a trading company, providing for oneself and maintaining a prosperous life was certainly not an insurmountable challenge. This indicates that Zhou Jinji had indeed invested significantly in his second son. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon Zhou Daji's own lack of ambition. Zhang Feng was well aware of Zhou Daji's thoughts. He had meticulously planned everything since the night of the incident, a habit cultivated from previous experiences. Ji Xiao, perhaps you once thought that nurturing your own people was a daunting task, but now, I find it rather simple. Oh, Zhou Daji's eyes, previously clouded with bitterness, suddenly sparkled with intrigue. He even excitedly grasped Zhang Feng's arm. Ah Feng, do you have a solution? Please share it quickly, as long as you can accomplish this. Upon saying this, Zhou Daji pondered for a moment before slapping his thigh. I will give you a raise. Were anyone else to utter such words, Zhang Feng would surely think the person had lost their mind. A salary increase was hardly a grand gesture, especially when compared to brilliant ideas. But Zhou Daji was different. He was someone capable of laying bare his heart and soul to others. Perhaps it was due to Zhang Feng often mentioning in advance on his salary that the only form of gratitude he could conceive of was this. Zhang Feng initially smiled and waved his hand dismissively before returning to the main topic. Though Fu Yixing carries a somewhat tarnished reputation, they are more eager than any other syndicate in Hong Kong for a dock to establish themselves. This not only provides a place to recruit fresh blood, but also serves as an opportunity for them to prove themselves. In comparison to the somewhat inconsiderate Chao, Lin Yi, and other factions, Fu Yixing stands out as the most favorable choice. Although Zhou Daji was not entirely sure what a dock could prove for Fu Yixing, he understood the principle of providing timely assistance. After nodding repeatedly, Zhou Daji gestured for Zhang Feng to continue. Zhang Feng poured out the remaining coffee in front of both himself and Zhou Daji, then turned the 2 cups upside down on the table, saying, The cup on the left represents you, Ji Xiao, while the one on the right symbolizes Kai Shao. He then placed 2 small silver spoons beside each cup and continued. These spoons correspond to Chao Lian Yi and Fu Yixing. In Hong Kong, every faction requires a financial backer to survive. This is what legitimizes their existence. Suppose Kai Shao and Chao Lian Yi are tied together, while you, Ji Xiao, are linked with Fu Yixing. Do not forget that there is also Yin Xiong in the picture. Inspector Xiong? Zhou Deji furrowed his brow slightly. Even if I find a way to bring him back, at most he would just be a detective. And I cannot compare his connections to those of my elder brother. Zhang Feng could not help but roll his eyes and remarked, people do improve, Ji Xiao. Do not underestimate Brother Xiong. Who knows, he might very well ascend to the position of chief inspector one day. In truth, many individuals share Zhou Deji's perspective. After all, at this moment, aside from lacking intelligence, it is difficult to pinpoint what makes Yin Xiong unique. However, Zhang Feng is different. As a reborn individual, he is aware of certain future developments. Thus, he understands precisely how high Yin Xiong will rise. So, according to what you say, am I supposed to return this gold bar? Zhou Deji hesitated and asked. Return it. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, jokingly exclaiming that it was something he had nearly risked his life to acquire. Return it? Nonsense. This is a gesture of respect from Fu Yixing to you. Ji Xiao, there is no reason to spit out the meat that has been offered to you. After a brief pause, Zhang Feng added, however, it is necessary to make some arrangements. What arrangements? Zhou Deji instinctively inquired. Zhang Feng leaned in closer to Zhou Deji's ear and whispered a few words, prompting the second son of the Zhou family to gaze at him with an odd expression. Ah Feng, I have realized that anyone who chooses to make you an enemy must have truly run out of luck. After saying this, Zhou Deji's demeanor became serious once more. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Feng and stated, but to be honest, you know my mind is not sharp, and I am not adept at maneuvering. Please do not lead me astray. Amused by his boss's expression, Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head. As you said, you are my superior. I depend on your protection. Why would I seek to create discomfort for myself? All right, I trust you. The Zhou household, Zhou Zhenji, who has surpassed 50 years, maintains a remarkably regular routine. He rises promptly at 7 a.m. each morning. After completing his morning hygiene, he engages in Tai Chi in the garden. At 8 a.m., he returns indoors to have breakfast with his wife and youngest son. Upon Zhou Deji's return home, Zhou Zhenji had just finished his breakfast and was seated in the living room sofa, perusing the latest newspaper. Aji, you could have at least informed us of your return. Aunt Lan had just sent her youngest son, who is in elementary school, off in a car when she noticed her eldest son walking towards the living room and hurriedly instructed the maid behind her. Quickly prepare breakfast for the second young master. Mother, it's unnecessary. I have already eaten breakfast, Zhou Deji replied, intending to head towards the living room. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, Aunt Lan grasped him from behind. Aunt Lan glanced towards the living room and, upon confirming that Zhou Zhenji was not paying attention, began to rummage through her handbag for money while lowering her voice. Aji, your father received a call this morning and seems to be in a rather poor mood. So it would be best if you do not go in. Here, I have some money for you. Take it first. In the past, Zhou Deji would have certainly shrunk back, taking the money and leaving. After all, who would willingly seek discomfort so early in the morning? However, today, Zhou Deji appeared somewhat unusual to Aunt Lan. He did not reach for the money she offered, but instead inquired if it was a call from Zhou Dekai. Aunt Lan quickly considered a possibility and, feeling anxious, asked, did you get into trouble again? Do not worry, mother. I truly did not get into trouble. It is just strange. Who could possibly upset father so early in the morning? Zhou Deji replied. Aunt Lan, not doubting him, responded, it was your Uncle Wu who called. It seems to be related to business. Uncle Wu, whose full name is Wu Detong, is the president of the Wu Yi Chamber of Commerce and has regular dealings with Zhou Zhenji. Upon hearing that the call did not come from his elder brother, Zhou Deji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He declined his mother's money and walked directly into the living room. Chapter 39, Unexpected Developments. Upon entering the living room, Zhou Deji could not help but feel a sense of trepidation upon seeing Zhou Zhenji seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper. After all, throughout his life, Zhou Deji has regarded his father as the epitome of a strict parent. Were it not for Aunt Lan's protection, he would have long since transformed from a filial son under the rod into a tragic victim of that very rod. Having mentally prepared for at least 10 minutes, he finally gathered the courage to speak, only to have Zhou Zhenji notice something unusual first. He turned around, looked at his son, and curiously asked, why are you back so early? Aye. Just as Zhou Deji was contemplating how to respond, Zhou Zhenji's voice took on a tone of authority. Is it that you are short on money again? Zhou Deji's ingrained sense of pride had long since become second nature. In the past, whether facing his father or elder brother, he had always been seen through, and the resulting embarrassment was a source of torment. However, this time was different. He felt no guilt. So much so that when Zhou Jinji's words fell, Zhou Deji found the courage to shake his head. No, Dad, I can earn my own money. You do not need to provide for me. Oh. Zhou Deji's response left even Zhou Jinji somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Aunt Lan, standing behind her son, fearing to provoke Zhou Jinji, quickly tugged at her son's sleeve and feigned a mildly displeased reprimand. How can you speak like that? Do you have no manners? Hurry up and apologize to your father. Mom, Just a moment ago, Zhou Deji had been fueled by enthusiasm, but now, upon being prompted by his mother, he felt deflated. It is nothing. Before he could finish, Zhou Zhenji waved his hand, then removed his reading glasses and gazed at his son with curiosity. Tell me, how did you manage to earn money? Just a moment ago, Zhou Deji had been brimming with confidence, ready to relay everything Zhang Feng had instructed him to say, but now, with his mother interrupting, his thoughts began to spiral. What do you have in your hands? Zhou Zhenji inquired, glancing at the somewhat shabby package Zhou Deji was holding. Gold bars, Zhou Deji stammered. I thought I would ask you to help me find a gold shop to exchange these gold bars for cash. Aji, where did you get these gold bars? Aunt Lan looked at her son with a face full of shock and asked. In contrast, Zhou Zhenji appeared remarkably composed. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, the Chamber of Commerce indeed has several branches engaged in the gold trade. If you require assistance, I can facilitate a connection. Thank you, father. Initially, Zhou Daji assumed his father would refuse, yet he was taken aback by the ease of his agreement. However, just as he began to revel in his joy, Zhou Jinji's voice resonated once more. I estimate you possess approximately 5 pounds here. Do you intend to convert it all into cash? Indeed, father, Zhou Daji nodded, then added. After all, I am already in my 20s. I cannot perpetually rely on my family for support. Therefore, I plan to utilize this sum to venture into other businesses. What sort of business? Inquired Zhou Jinji. Transportation, Zhou Daji replied. Transportation in what regard? Zhou Jinji pressed further. Pharmaceuticals, Zhou Daji clarified hastily. Father, I assure you, these are not illicit substances. They are legitimate and pose no risk. I trust you like a ghost. Although Zhou Jinji had been somewhat remiss in his guidance of his second son due to the influence of his ex-wife, he was undeniably aware of his son's character. Donning his glasses once more, he leaned back against the sofa, feigning interest in the newspaper while stating, that fellow named Zhang Feng has undoubtedly influenced your thinking. Zhou Daji felt a twinge of embarrassment, having been so easily seen through by his father. At that moment, Zhou Detsai's figure appeared at the threshold of the living room. Father. Zhou Detsai first greeted his father before curiously glancing at his younger brother. What brings you here so early? I came to discuss something with father. Zhou Deji muttered irritably. Came to discuss something with father? Zhou Detsai scoffed. With that much free time, perhaps you should first manage your own household affairs. What household affairs do I have? Zhou Daji retorted, angered by his brother's tone. Where is the housekeeper you hired? Zhou Detsai inquired. A Feng is my housekeeper. Why should he report to you? Zhou Deji shot back defiantly. Yes, he is indeed your housekeeper, and his whereabouts are of no concern to me. But, Zhou Detsai's voice rose. If your housekeeper is parading under the Zhou family name while swindling others, then it becomes my business. What on earth is going on? Aunt Lan, already suspicious of her son's sudden display of gold bars, grew increasingly anxious upon hearing Zhou Detsai's words. Aunt Lan, father. Zhou Detsai pointed at his younger brother, stating, this morning, as soon as I arrived at the office, the representative from Chaolian Yi, Chen Guanglong, sought me out, claiming he witnessed that fellow named Zhang Feng from last night, exchanging 14 gold bars for leverage at the North Point Wharf. Indeed, Zhou Deji felt a surge of admiration for Zhang Feng. Initially, he had planned to enjoy breakfast and then retreat to his room for a nap, intending to return in the afternoon or evening. However, Zhang Feng had warned that any delay would jeopardize everything. Now it seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. This was akin to a master strategist at play. Brother, a Feng did not swindle anyone. He informed me about this matter. And I have brought the 14 gold bars you mentioned today. As he spoke, Zhou Daji shook the package in his hand, producing a crisp sound. You know? Zhou Detsai's expression shifted to one of disbelief. If it were merely talk, he would certainly think his brother was foolishly taking the fall for someone else. Yet now, with the gold bars in hand, this exceeded Zhou Detsai's expectations. However, this incredulity swiftly transformed into indignation. Aji, it is one thing for you to squander your time frivolously, but now, you seem utterly oblivious. Zhou Detsai continued, exasperated. The North Point Wharf has always been under Chao Lin Yi's jurisdiction. Do you realize that for the sake of these few gold bars, you are willing to oust an ally with whom our Zhou family has collaborated for many years? Do you comprehend the ramifications of such an action? Faced with his brother's scolding, Zhou Daji found himself at a loss for words. After all, this unexpected situation had not been forewarned by Zhang Feng. Zhou Detsai, however, grew increasingly agitated, inhaling deeply, his trembling finger pointing towards the outside. Chun Guanglong is currently standing out there. I see no way forward. If you have a solution, you ought to go out and provide him with an explanation yourself. Chapter 40, The Enigmatic Woman. Enough with the incessant bickering. Is there not a semblance of brotherhood between you two? Zhou Jinji, who typically refrained from intervening in his son's quarrels, finally spoke up. Uncle Bo, please summon the individual from outside. Regardless of the circumstances, Alu is also attending to family matters and should not be left standing outside. Zhou Jinji initially made this statement, and as Uncle Bo prepared to turn away, he added, since we are to confront this matter, we must not only hear one side. Also call Zhang Feng in, lest outsiders perceive our Zhou family as unjust. Yes, sir, Uncle Bo replied, nodding, yet he hesitated to leave, glancing at Zhou Daji. A Feng stayed at the Saheo last night. I saw him this morning, and he should still be there. Zhou Daji offered an understanding. Very well. I shall have someone fetch Mr. Zhang. Once Uncle Bo departed, Zhou Datsai turned to his younger brother, mockingly whispering, a mere housekeeper is now residing at the Saheo. It truly reflects that a master is often akin to their servant. You, Zhou Daji, lacking eloquence, could only glare in frustration at his articulate brother. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Saheo Hotel in Central, Zhang Feng remained seated at the same table as before. However, the individual across from him had shifted from Zhou Daji to a stunningly attractive woman. This woman possessed an alluring beauty, particularly her almost soul-stirring eyes, which stirred an uncontrollable restlessness within any man who dared to meet her gaze. Comparing her to Qiu Baifeng would be unfair. Both had their unique charm. Sometimes, Zhang Feng found himself pondering the anomaly of beauty prevailing in an era devoid of adequate clothing and fragrance, while in later generations, despite the abundance of skincare products and advanced technology, genuine beauty seemed to dwindle. Was the price of societal progress the gradual erosion, if not total disappearance, of human aesthetic appreciation? Hey, what do you mean by this? Are you in or out? Just give me a straightforward answer. I'm not refusing to pay you. The enchanting woman glared, her brows displaying a hint of impatience. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Feng helplessly shook his head, forcing a wry smile. My dear, with so many people here, why did you specifically choose to approach me? Compared to earlier, the number of diners had noticeably increased. A diverse array of individuals occupied several tables, including many foreigners, rendering Zhang Feng rather unremarkable in the crowd. In fact, Zhang Feng broached this topic hoping to hear a few flattering words. Yet, to his surprise, the woman rolled her eyes dramatically, gesturing around them. Take a look for yourself. Aside from you, is there any other man here dining alone? Ahem. Zhang Feng glanced around, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and with a grimace, he said, my dear, look at me. I've only just turned 18. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for me to be your boyfriend? What do I need you for as my boyfriend? That's ridiculous. Do you not understand? As she spoke, the enchanting woman crossed her arms and pouted, her expression rife with resentment. If I had a choice, do you think I would desire this? Judging by her accent, Zhang Feng was fairly certain that the beautiful woman sitting across from him hailed from Shanghai. After August 15, 1945, when Hong Kong emerged from a prolonged period of Japanese occupation lasting 3 years and 8 months, the most numerous arrivals, aside from those from the Guangdong region, were speculators from Shanghai. Most individuals from Guangdong, like Zhou Jinji, were genuinely striving to make a living in Hong Kong, whereas the Shanghai speculators were often wealthier than one could imagine. Some even claimed that in the 1950s, over half of the gold circulating in Hong Kong came from these speculators. This illustrates just how affluent these Shanghainese were. However, human greed knows no bounds. Even before they had firmly established themselves, they sought to marginalize the business associations from other regions. Consequently, within a few short years, most of the Shanghainese who had come to Hong Kong found themselves driven to Taiwan. Yet, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Zhang Feng dared not underestimate them. At least at this moment, he lacked the capital to do so. Observing the pitiable beauty, Zhang Feng shook his head and resolutely replied, I'm sorry. Although I recognize that you must have your own pressing reasons, I have no obligation to assist you, nor do I wish to. So I must kindly ask you to leave. I can offer you money, whatever amount you desire. The woman seemed to regard Zhang Feng as her only hope, and, before he could finish his sentence, interrupted him directly. You're wealthy? Zhang Feng inquired with a smile. She appeared quite confident on this point, reaching for her small handbag, seemingly intent on proving something. However, before she could make her case, Zhang Feng pointed towards the entrance of the staircase on the second floor and asked with a grin, Is he wealthier than you? Huh. The woman instinctively turned her head in the direction Zhang Feng indicated, her brows furrowing in confusion. What she beheld was a middle-aged man of average height and ordinary appearance, clad in a suit that seemed ill-fitted. After glancing at him and then back at Zhang Feng, her eyes were filled with perplexity. Zhang Feng paid no heed to her confusion and stood up with a smile. The man quickly approached, casting a glance at the woman before addressing Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang, the master requests your presence. Zhang Feng understood that Zhou Daji must be unable to withstand the pressure. Nodding, he turned to the still bewildered woman and said with a smile, you may well be wealthier than I am at present, but I doubt you can surpass the Zhou family of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, so I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your request. Farewell. With that, he turned and walked away, doing so without hesitation. Yet, just as he pivoted, the woman disregarded her dignity and lunged at him, gripping his sleeve tightly. If Zhang Feng had previously felt merely curious about her, or even a modicum of affection due to her beauty, he now found himself overwhelmed with distaste. A woman may indulge in a touch of caprice, yet she must never engage in unreasonable antics. This belief had held true in Zhang Feng's past life, and it remained unchanged in this one. Release me. Zhang Feng's voice turned icy. It was evident to anyone that he was now incensed, yet the woman seemed resolute, paying no mind to his ire. Furthermore, she feigned the demeanor of a heartbroken damsel, desperately clinging to her man, crying out, "I," just as she uttered that sound. Zhang Feng realized he needed to intervene swiftly. Stop. I agree to your request. In the 1950s, amidst the British colonial era of Hong Kong, attaining prominence required not only wealth and influence, but also a commendable reputation. Zhang Feng had no desire for an inexplicable woman to ruin his prospects before he even began to exert his influence. Really? The woman exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. She had anticipated a more elaborate performance, never expecting such a straightforward acquiescence. Had she known it would be so simple, she would have acted differently from the outset. I must go to the Zhou family now. You should return home. Before Zhang Feng could finish, the woman shook her head vigorously. No, I want to accompany you. She was not foolish. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng nodded. Very well, you may come with me, but you must remain in the car and wait for me, otherwise. Rest assured, I know my limits. The woman, who had just moments ago displayed a rather boisterous demeanor, instantly reverted to her prior air of refinement upon receiving Zhang Feng's consent, prompting him to shake his head in disbelief. Chapter 41, A Different Zhang Feng. Is this the car of the esteemed Zhou family of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce? How disappointing. Are you referring to the Zhou family, the leaders of the Chaozhou Chamber? What is your relationship with them? And why does the master wish to see you so early in the day? Hey, why are you so silent? Ah, I get it. You must have done something wrong, and now the master wants you to explain it, right? I've heard that the business tycoons in Hong Kong have the mafia backing them. Let me warn you, since we've only just met, don't let me get caught up in any trouble because of you. Throughout the journey, the woman chattered incessantly, like an inquisitive child, bombarding Zhang Feng with questions. He, lost in thought, could bear it no longer and barked, "Can you be quiet? If you keep talking, I might just throw you out of here." At that moment, as Zhang Feng uttered those words, Zhou Daji's Imperial Crown car had just boarded a long cargo vessel. The woman, gazing at the vast, rolling sea, promptly fell silent. The interior of the car finally settled into tranquility. To avoid suspicion, Zhang Feng, seated in the front passenger seat, began mentally strategizing. Earlier that morning, he had quietly advised Zhou Daji to act ahead of Zhou Ditsai, ensuring that Zhou Jinji would see the 14 small yellow fish. Additionally, he wanted Zhou Jinji to understand that his son intended to revitalize his ambitions and refocus on his career. Only then could Zhang Feng leverage Zhou Daji, or rather the Zhou family's influence, to make his mark. However, how could his meticulously crafted plan have ensnared him in its web? After dismissing all other possibilities, Zhang Feng could only conclude that the Zhou family had no intention of relinquishing control over the Chao Yini. Gazing out the window, he felt a pang of bitterness. In this bloody era, the value placed on loyalty had surprisingly become a point of admiration for him. At that moment, within the Zhou family, Chun Guanglong recounted the events in detail, kneeling before Zhou Jinji and pouring out his grievances. Master, I, Chen Lu, have been serving the Zhou family since I was 18, and now, 20 years have passed. Throughout these years, I have braved the storms without a single complaint. Yet now, the steward of the second young master demands that I relinquish the North Point Pier over 14 gold bars. If this were your decision, or that of the two young masters, I, Chen Lu, would have no objections. However, if it is merely the steward's selfishness, even if I agree, the hundreds of brothers in Chao Yin, he will find it impossible to swallow this bitterness, master. It must be said, after years of navigating the underworld, Chun Guanglong had a keen understanding of the psyche of the affluent. His words struck a chord with the 3 generations of the Zhou family, including Zhou Bo. Were they being threatened? They were not oblivious to the implications, but the rationale behind it resonated even more significantly, especially for Zhou Bo. He vividly recalls the scene from 20 years ago when he took Chen Lu out to sea to venture into Vietnam. At that time, he still exuded charisma. Chen Lu was merely a fledgling in the world. In the blink of an eye, 2 decades have elapsed. and Chun A Lu has ascended to the esteemed status of a prominent figure, which inevitably stirs a sense of nostalgia. Of course, alongside this nostalgia, there is a deeper sentiment. Consequently, when Zhang Feng was summoned by the elder, he lingered at the entrance for a good 10 minutes before finally entering with a noticeably cold demeanor. Remember to stay put in the car, otherwise, do not expect my assistance. After issuing a stern admonition to the woman seated in the back, Zhang Feng followed closely behind Zhou Bo into the Zhou residence. Unlike yesterday, today Zhang Feng entered the Zhou household with a somewhat obsequious demeanor, as if he were aware of the impending consequences after a nefarious deed had been uncovered. This scene elicited a series of cold smirks from Zhou Dezai. Zhou Dezhang, too, exhibited a fluctuating countenance. Although he trusted Zhang Feng and recognized that Zhang Feng had his best interests at heart, the prevailing social ethos compelled individuals from self-proclaimed elite business families to embody the facade of British gentlemen, displaying a deep-seated sense of obligation and camaraderie. Chairman Zhou, young Master Ji. Zhang Feng first offered a respectful greeting to the Zhou father and son trio, then bowed his head, adopting a posture of awaiting his fate as he stood by. Zhou Jinji, half closing his eyelids, leaned back on the sofa, feigning interest in a newspaper, while casually inquiring, Feng, did A Lu mention that you received 14 gold bars from someone last night? Is there any truth to this? Zhang Feng appeared momentarily taken aback by the question, jolting slightly and casting a nervous glance towards Zhou Dezhang, as if seeking assistance. Zhou Dezhang also felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, though he could not pinpoint its source. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhou Dezhai, seated nearby, reprimanded coldly, My father is addressing you. Are you deaf? If not for their father's presence, Zhou Dezhai would have already delivered a kick. Despite his lack of affection for his half-brother, he firmly believed that Zhang Feng was disrespecting the Zhou family, which was something he, as the future head of the household, could not condone. Zhang Feng opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to offer a defense, but ultimately appeared resigned, nodding in submission. Humph, you truly possess audacity, Zhou Dezhai shouted in anger. Presently, the one most delighted by Zhang Feng's display was undoubtedly Chen Guanglong. He could almost envision the scene of Zhang Feng being expelled from the Zhou household. As long as Zhang Feng severed all ties with the Zhou family, he would have countless methods to avenge the humiliation suffered the previous night. Father, such a traitorous individual ought to be expelled from the Zhou family. Zhou Dezhai was practically Chen Guanglong's staunchest ally. Just as Chen Guanglong was formulating his thoughts, Zhou Dezhai stepped forward to voice his opinion. Zhou Jinji regarded Zhang Feng and refrained from making an immediate decision, instead turning to his second son. Ji, what do you think? Zhou Dezhang opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhou Dezhai eagerly interjected, Ji, if you require a steward, I can assist you in finding one. Why trouble yourself over this traitor? Today he managed to acquire 14 gold bars to sell the North Point Pier. Who has to say he won't betray you for greater profit tomorrow? It must be said that Zhou Dezhai's words provoked considerable contemplation. Even Zhou Jinji furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing them. Zhou Dezhang raised his gaze to his elder brother, then to his father, ultimately settling his eyes on the now bowed Zhang Feng. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a full half-minute, he took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on his father. Father, you previously stated that the Zhou family must conduct affairs with fairness and justice, without bias. Since Feng is my steward, I wish to grant him another opportunity to clarify his stance. Zhou Dezhai was taken aback. His younger brother had always been reticent to contradict him, especially on matters concerning the Zhou family's reputation and interests. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Zhou Jinji raised a hand to halt him. He regarded his son with an unexpected glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Very well, I am curious to see how, after so many years in business, the Zhou family has not exerted as much influence as Zhou Bo, and what this young steward of yours can articulate. Feng, since Ji wishes to provide you with an opportunity to prove yourself, please elucidate the matter. This latter statement was directed toward Zhang Feng. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 42. Support from all sides. Zhang Feng was not merely feigning humility. He was taking a gamble, wagering on whether his boss would still stand by him in such a precarious moment. Although Zhou Dezhang had previously demonstrated unwavering support for Zhang Feng, affirming his commitment regardless of the situation, for someone like Zhang Feng, who had navigated 2 lives filled with deception and treachery, the trial was far from over. Trusting another was an exceedingly difficult endeavor, especially at a moment when he teetered on the brink of both paradise and perdition. He would allow no room for error. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. His boss displayed a touch of hesitation, yet remained true to his word. With a long sigh of relief, the previously submissive demeanor Zhang Feng had adopted vanished entirely, replaced by an aura of resolute determination. He first inclined his head slightly towards Zhou Dezhang, then, with unwavering gaze, Addressed Zhou Datsai. Young Master Kai, I, Zhang Feng, believe I have not offended you in any way. Yet you persist in accusing me of being a traitor. Pray tell, what have I consumed, and what have I betrayed? The transformation in Zhang Feng's demeanor left Zhou Datsai momentarily stunned. Just as he prepared to respond, Zhang Feng shifted his gaze to Zhou Jinji, his expression serious as he stated, Chairman Zhou, yesterday, the manager of Fui Xing, Jin Yale, indeed mentioned wanting to exchange 14 gold bars for management rights at the North Point Pier. However, prior to my consent, you may inquire with Long Gu whether I had anyone inform him first. Lu, is this true? Under Zhou Jinji's authoritative voice, Chun Guanglong replied directly, indeed, this matter transpired. But at the time, he perceived it as an opportunity to drive up the price, urging me to negotiate with Jin Yale, to see who would offer the higher bid for the management rights at the North Point Pier. Yes, I did intend for you to bid. But do you comprehend the purpose behind my actions? Zhang Feng gazed at the kneeling Chun Guanglong, a look of exasperation crossing his face as he said, Long ago, that night, your cowardice in not daring to offend Chun Jichao's godson, Zhuo Wei Eyes, meant I toiled through the night, running between Kowloon and Hong Kong Island. Ultimately, it was Officer Xiong who sacrificed his career to resolve the matter. Tell me, do you not owe Officer Xiong a favor in this instance? Zhou Datsai, feeling quite displeased from being sidelined, finally seized the opportunity to interject with a direct accusation. Officer Xiong is Officer Xiong. While he is indeed a red-haired stick of Fui Xing, he merely holds a nominal title. What does this have to do with your unilateral decision to offer the North Point Pier? The funds procured by Su Jiaxing were borrowed from the notorious officer, Xiong, at the behest of his superior, Jin Yale. I am well aware of this matter, which is precisely why I had Ah Feng represent me last night to invite Officer Xiong and Jin Yale for a meal aboard the Tai by Hua Feng. Zhou Deji's philosophy is simple. Once the decision to support has been made, one must see it through to the end. Thus, the moment the elder brother Zhou Datsai finished speaking, he promptly expressed his stance. Zhou Deji's assistance spared Zhang Feng some trouble. After subtly acknowledging his boss, who often seemed indecisive and prone to second-guessing, he addressed Zhou Datsai. Brother Kai, it's merely a small operation by Fu Yixing. How could the Zhou family possibly regard it as significant? However, we must not allow a single rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. Regarding Jin Yale's proposition to exchange 14 gold bars for an opportunity at the North Point Pier, if Brother Long were to extend me a favor and merely quote a price, would I truly expect him to produce it? Huh, your words sound pleasant now. But when the time comes, Chun Guanglong will undoubtedly scoff. He has witnessed this young man's cunning. He is quite the slippery character. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Zhang Feng, with a hint of interest, gazed at Chun Guanglong and chuckled. What, Brother Long? Are you afraid I might actually demand it when the time comes? Would you truly refuse? Chun Guanglong remained silent. Zhang Feng tilted his head back and smiled. Brother Long, are you genuinely concerned that I would ask for it? Surely, you would not deny me? Chun Guanglong suddenly looked up, staring at Zhang Feng as if he were a fool. This was a notion even a child could comprehend. The North Point Pier had always been managed by his organization, Chao Lianyi, and now they were suddenly expected to expend their own funds to continue its operation. Who would be pleased with that? Yet, Zhang Feng's subsequent remarks left Chun Guanglong momentarily speechless. On what grounds? Zhang Feng scoffed. On the grounds that the pier bears the Zhou surname. On the foundation that your Chao Lianyi thrives thanks to the Zhou family's patronage. And on the basis that a significant portion of what you and your brethren currently possess, clothing, footwear, cash, and food, has been provided by the Zhou family. Do you think it unreasonable to expect you, or rather, your Chao Lianyi, to contribute a little in gratitude to your benefactors? At this point, Zhang Feng leaned forward, observing Chun Guanglong's shifting complexion, and gently called out, Brother Long? This was indeed a life-and-death question, leaving the seasoned underworld figure and even Zhou Datsai, who stood beside him, momentarily at a loss for words. Conversely, Zhou Jinji, after hearing these words, glanced at Zhang Feng with a fleeting glimmer of interest, though it was but a momentary flicker. After all, such tactics of evasion and misdirection could be executed by anyone with a modicum of intelligence. The real issue lay in Chun Guanglong's underlying selfish motives and grievances. His selfishness stemmed from his resentment over being overshadowed by an 18-year-old upstart, wishing to expel this arrogant youth from the Zhou family's sphere. As for his grievances, they were twofold, one directed at Zhang Feng, and the other rooted in his rivalry with Fu Yixing. Both names held considerable weight in Hong Kong at that time, especially Fu Yixing, which had profited handsomely from the sale of flour in recent years, leading to a somewhat ostentatious demeanor. Just like last night, Jin Yale's silk vestments and gold and jade adornments made him resemble a true coal baron. In stark contrast, Chun Guanglong's attire was rather drab, white on top, black below, reminiscent of a dock worker, save for the absence of a white towel draped around his neck. The disparity between a coal baron and a dockworker was glaringly evident. While Chao Lian may have had the advantage in numbers over Fu Yixing, once the latter gained access to the North Point Pier, it was believed that within 5 years, benefiting from both wealth and manpower, Fu Yixing would far surpass its current stature. With a limited pie, no one desired a gluttonous competitor. So, as you understand it, the North Point Pier has already been promised to Fu Yixing? Zhou Xinji disregarded the uncertain Chen Guanglong and slowly addressed Zhang Feng as he set down his newspaper. This old fox, Zhang Feng inwardly cursed. After navigating a convoluted path to ensnare both Chen Guanglong and Zhou Ducai, he had not anticipated this cunning fox would unravel the thread. Moreover, his words were a trap, clearly designed to shift the burden or authority onto Zhou Duji, intending to apply pressure thereafter. The matter of Fu Yixing gaining access to the pier would thus be rendered moot. Whether Fu Yixing entered the pier was of little consequence to the Zhou family. In fact, their absence might even benefit Chao Liani. However, for Zhang Feng, it was a different story. He had set the price and accepted the gold bars. Even if he were now compelled to return the two from last night, they would hardly be accepted. The pier, the gold bars, Fu Yixing would undoubtedly choose the former. Even if Zhang Feng offered double the stakes, Jin Yale would never relinquish his claim. While Zhang Feng contemplated his strategy, Zhou Xinji lounged with his legs crossed. Leaning back against the sofa, his expression serene, yet his gaze scrutinizing. Ever since he learned of Zhang Feng's capabilities 2 nights prior, Zhou Xinji had developed an interest in this newcomer. Otherwise, he would not have invited him for dinner the previous day, nor would he have sought him out for confrontation today. People are never in short supply in this world. However, talent is always in high demand. Regardless of time or place, the distinction between a person and a talented individual, while only a single character apart, is akin to a chasm of insurmountable distance. Zhang Feng's recent performance had transcended the mere label of talent in the eyes of many. Yet, Zhou Xinji believed it insufficient. Thus, just as Zhang Feng felt secure in his position, he dropped a bombshell to ascertain how this perceptive young man would respond. Time seemed to stretch as Zhang Feng, seeking a response, took only a few seconds. He slightly raised his head, smiling faintly at Zhou Xinji, and nodded. Indeed, I have already made the promise. The room fell silent as Zhang Feng's declaration stunned everyone present. Chen Guanglong reveled in the misfortune. Zhou Bo was perplexed. Zhou Ducai fumed. And Zhou Deji was filled with concern. Only Zhou Xinji, who had posed the question, appeared both surprised and somewhat appreciative. I know you all must think I am overly presumptuous. How could the Zhou family's affairs possibly be determined by someone as minor as myself, a mere steward? Zhang Feng, facing a sea of incredulous gazes, managed a wry smile and shook his head, but I have my reasons for doing so. Oh. Zhou Xinji raised an eyebrow slightly. After instructing Zhou Bo to pour tea for Zhou Ducai, Zhou Deji, and Zhang Feng, he signaled for Zhang Feng to continue. His intention was clear. The victor of this confrontation was Zhang Feng. A victor deserves due respect, while the vanquished are left in neglect. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Feng continued with a rueful smile. As the saying goes, to eat the king's salary is to bear the king's worries. Though I have only been by my boss's side for a mere 3 days, and those days have been anything but peaceful, since he is my superior, I must consider his interests. Are you suggesting that you sold the pier to Fu Yixing for 14 gold bars on behalf of Aji? Zhou Ducai was struggling to follow Zhang Feng's line of reasoning. In his eyes, the entire affair merely served to please Zhang Feng on both ends. While for the Zhou family, it was merely a matter of 14 gold bars, which hardly amounted to anything significant. In fact, the monthly allowance that Zhou Duji took from home was roughly equivalent to this sum. Otherwise, do you think I would go to such lengths for anyone? Zhang Feng managed a wry smile, then feigned realization as he pointed to the previously overlooked Chen Guanglong. Could it be that Brother Long has reported my grievances with Fu Yixing? What grievances? Judging by Zhou Ducai's expression, it was evident he was unaware. Zhang Feng's face fell in sorrow, adopting a posture of helplessness as he lamented, Brother Long, you truly are exceedingly cruel. No wonder I felt like a sinner the moment I walked in. It turns out it was you all along. I've always regarded you as a brother, and yet, not wanting to dwell on others. Even Zhou Duji couldn't bear Zhang Feng's exaggerated performance any longer, quickly gesturing for him to get to the point. Ah Feng, just tell us what actually happened. Boss, do you remember yesterday afternoon? Yesterday afternoon? Zhou Deji furrowed his brow in thought. You mean at Lin Xianglu, right? I left shortly after. Did you have a disagreement with Officer Xiong? He knows the relationship I have with you. How could he dare to argue with me? While poking fun at Officer Xiong, Zhang Feng didn't forget to flatter his boss, causing Zhou Duji's heart to bloom with joy. I left not long after you did, but I had just returned home. Thereafter, Zhang Feng recounted the events of the previous afternoon, embellishing them with flair. Particularly the part where the ruffian Kowloon had come to his rescue, making it vividly engaging. Zhou Xinji nearly felt that Zhang Feng should pursue a career as a storyteller. It would indeed be a loss of talent otherwise. Although Zhang Feng had already shared what transpired last night with Zhou Daji in the restaurant on the second floor of Sahao, he had refrained from mentioning the events at home. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he deemed it unnecessary at the time. However, he hadn't anticipated that Zhou Daji would have such a strong reaction upon hearing it now. He immediately slammed his hand on the table, hands on hips, and stood up. Damn that Fu Yixing. Ah Feng, don't worry. As your boss, I will take charge of this matter. If he thinks he can just waltz into the dock, he is sorely mistaken. Zhang Feng was taken aback. He never calculated that his boss would care so deeply about his affairs. Just as things were about to spiral out of control, Zhang Feng quickly prepared to navigate the conversation. These few gold bars, our Zhou family, is not lacking. Yet, the moment he opened his mouth, before he could utter a word, Zhou Daji misunderstood him yet again. Ah Feng, you don't need to worry. I'll go with you to find Jin Yaolai. I truly don't believe he would dare to disregard my face. To be fair, when Zhou Daji decided to flex his muscles, his demeanor could indeed be somewhat intimidating. Yet, he was unaware that Zhang Feng was now at the brink of desperation. After toiling tirelessly for 3 full days and wasting so many brain cells, now he was being told to simply abandon the effort? The Zhou family may be wealthy, but he was not. Zhang Feng felt an urgency rising within him. There were things he could not express too explicitly, for fear of wounding Zhou Daji's feelings. A scion like him had a heart as fragile as glass. Even the slightest hint of discontent could lead him to lose interest in life. Most importantly, Zhang Feng had yet to embark on his venture. He could not afford to offend the Zhou family. People like them, ungrateful and treacherous, are more concerned about gold bars than their lives. Just as Zhang Feng was growing increasingly anxious, Chen Guanglong, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly spoke up. When he uttered these words, his tone resembled that of a wronged young wife, eager for everyone to see Zhang Feng's true nature. Unbeknownst to him, that single utterance illuminated Zhang Feng's entire existence. In his heart, he quietly praised, Brother Long is truly an excellent teammate. Chapter 43, The Reason. Am I ungrateful? Zhang Feng gazed at Chen Guanglong and asked, Brother Long, is it truly my ingratitude, or is it that you treat me differently? President. After addressing Chen Guanglong, Zhang Feng turned his attention to Zhou Xinji. I understand that today's events, to some extent, harm the interests of the Zhou family, but in comparison, I believe I am not in the wrong. Then go ahead and explain why you think you are right. At that moment, Zhou Bo brought over a freshly brewed pot of tea, and after gesturing for Zhang Feng to have some, Zhou Xinji set the newspaper aside completely. The preceding matters were merely a prelude. He knew that the true spectacle was about to unfold. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt an anticipatory sense of déjà vu, as if he were saying, now, let the show begin. I heard from Ji Xiao earlier that since he took over Conley Trading Company, he has repeatedly sought assistance from the brothers of Chaoyani, yet has been turned down for various reasons. I wonder, Brother Long, is this still the case? Faced with Zhang Feng's inquiry, Chen Guanglong instinctively glanced at Zhou Dekai beside him. The fact that he had assumed the role of the leader of Chaoyan was largely due to the Zhou family. In other words, without the Zhou family, there would be no Chen Lu today. However, a good bird must choose a suitable tree to roost in. Among the Zhou family's 3 sons, Zhou Dahong, the youngest, was only just starting elementary school this year, so no matter how clever he was not in the running for the family head position. That left Zhou Dekai and Zhou Daji, the 2 brothers. Setting aside the issues of legitimacy, in terms of reputation and interpersonal skills, Zhou Daji was significantly inferior to his elder brother. Moreover, Zhou Dekai had long been announced as the next heir to the Zhou family's leadership. It was needless to say that anyone with a modicum of sense would choose Zhou Dekai. Even Zhou Xinji was acutely aware of this. However, to speak such words openly would be somewhat. Every family has its own difficulties. Since the brothers of Chaoyan had their own matters at hand, I had no choice but to seek assistance from other sources from my boss. I couldn't just stand by and watch the second young master of the Zhou family starve to death, could I? Therefore, even if it meant bearing a bad reputation, I had to fulfill my own responsibilities. Zhang Feng looked at Zhou Xinji and slightly bowed. President, this is my reasoning. Ah Feng. Before anyone could react, Zhou Deji was already moved to tears. He rushed over and grasped Zhang Feng's arm, his lips quivering. Zhang Feng found himself at a loss for how to respond to this display from his overly emotional boss. While internally reflecting on this, Zhang Feng feigned pain and pried Zhou Daji's hands apart, intentionally scratching his palm a few times. Upon feeling this, Zhou Daji was momentarily taken aback, then appeared to come to a realization. Alu, is what he said true? Upon hearing Zhou Xinji's question, Chen Guanglong, still kneeling on the floor, trembled and hurriedly protested. Sir, the second young master asked me at that time, and indeed, we were short on manpower. This eldest young master knows. He desperately tried to implicate Zhou Dekai, But before Zhou Dekai could respond, Zhou Daji, under Zhang Feng's cue, slammed the teacup in his hand onto the ground and pointed at Chun Guanglong, shouting, "Was it also a shortage of manpower at the Dongfang nightclub the night before last?" No, that is not true. Chun Guanglong, heedless of the blood trickling from his arm due to the glass shards, shook his head in panic, his eyes pleadingly searching for Zhou Dekai. Zhou Dekai had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to this point. It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Dekai turned to his father. "Dad, actually this." Enough. Zhou Dekai had just opened his mouth, intending to smooth things over for Chun Guanglong, when Zhou Jinji had already raised his hand. "Since I have promised Azai that the Kongli Trading Company will be managed entirely by him, let him handle this matter." "Thank you, father." Zhou Deji quickly stood up to express his gratitude. "All right, if there is nothing more, you all may return to your duties." Zhou Jinji waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. However, at that moment, Zhang Feng stepped forward again. "President, there is another matter that requires your attention." "Oh." Zhou Jinji had already risen halfway, but paused at that moment. He cast a deep glance at this young man, who had only known the Zhou family for 2 days. Before resuming his seat, "Speak." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "It is like this. Previously, Azai mentioned to me that in all matters, one must take unconventional routes. In the current environment where prohibitions are enforced, only smuggling can yield profits. This matter has been on hold due to insufficient manpower from the Chao Lian Association, but now, with the assistance of Fui Xing, it can be initiated." Zhou Jinji certainly understood this rationale. In business, although smuggling has historically been strictly prohibited by authorities, Hong Kong in the 1950s had become synonymous with darkness and corruption. As long as the British could profit and maintain a facade, they would not concern themselves with what was done behind closed doors. Moreover, to Zhou Jinji's knowledge, nearly half of the members of the Chaozhou Business Association were engaged in smuggling, and the Zhou family was no exception. "What do you believe can assist you in this matter?" Zhou Jinji inquired with a knowing smile. "Connections," Zhang Feng explained. "As for money, these 14 gold bars will suffice. Regarding the source of goods, Kongli Trading Company has always dealt in pharmaceuticals and has partnerships with many large companies overseas, so that is not an issue. However, the matter of purchasing and transporting vessels may require the president's assistance to make connections." "Make connections?" Zhou Jinji couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His own son, even if not favored, would still command some respect outside. Moreover, there were members within the Chaozhou Business Association who specialized in selling transport vessels. All Zhou Daji would need to do is call out uncle, and everyone would comply. Zhang Feng's insistence on this point seemed to indicate he wished to tie himself to the Zhou family as well. Just moments ago, Zhou Jinji had intended to link Zhang Feng with his son, yet unexpectedly, Zhang Feng had turned the tables on him. It appeared this young man was not to be underestimated. Zhou Jinji mused silently and then addressed Zhou Daji. "Coincidentally, I plan to visit your Uncle Xia for tea this afternoon. If you need to purchase a vessel, you can seek him out then." After saying this, Zhou Jinji turned his gaze back to Zhang Feng. "How does that sound? Are you satisfied?" Zhang Feng, fully aware that the president could see through his intentions, did not hesitate to bow in gratitude. "All right, you may proceed to convert the gold bars. Carrying them back and forth is cumbersome." "Yes, father." "Then I shall take my leave with Azai." Zhou Daji had long wished to withdraw. Remaining here while trying to comprehend the conversation was less appealing than enjoying a drink with a singer instead. Zhang Feng also stood to take his leave. "Aliu, you may go as well." Zhou Jinji brushed his hand, indicating for Chun Guanglong to withdraw. But Chun Guanglong dared not, remaining kneeling on the ground with an awkward expression. "All right, you did nothing wrong in this matter. Just refrain from involving yourself with affairs at the North Point Pier in the future." With these words, Chun Guanglong finally felt at ease. Though he had lost a pier, it was far better than being labeled as someone who disrespected the Zhou family's second son. After expressing his thanks, he hurriedly rose and exited. The living room was left with only Zhou Datsai still present. Observing his son's hesitant demeanor, Zhou Jinji chuckled and asked, "Are you resenting me?" "Father, I am not," Zhou Datsai replied softly, lowering his head. A father knows his son well. Zhou Jinji understood that his eldest son was undoubtedly dissatisfied, so he took a sip of tea and nodded with a smile. "This is not your fault. If you could truly see it, I would actually be quite curious, as it has been many years since I have seen such a perceptive young individual." Zhou Datsai looked at his father in disbelief. In the Hong Kong of that era, while Zhou Jinji may not have been the wealthiest or most powerful, he was undoubtedly the most discerning. To receive his praise meant that one could stir up significant change throughout Hong Kong, and now, his incompetent younger brother's newly appointed steward had received such commendation. Could it be that he truly had stumbled upon a treasure? "Father," Zhou Datsai began to speak. But Zhou Jinji raised his hand to stop him, looking at his son with a smile. "Do you know where you lost today?" The one who could be praised by their father was certainly beyond his comprehension. Zhou Ditsai's gaze struggled for a moment before he ultimately shook his head. Did Azai mention anything this morning when he brought those 14 gold bars? Zhou Zhenji inquired. Zhou Ditsai shook his head again at his father's question. He said that he is now in his 20s and can no longer rely on the family's support to get by. He wishes to exchange those 14 gold bars for cash to start a business. Impossible. Zhou Ditsai still understood his younger brother well. Then, realizing something, he scoffed dismissively. It must be that fellow named Zhang Feng who taught him that. Father, Alia told me that the guy named Zhang Feng lives in Kowloon walled city and has no money to attend school. What he said last night at home must have been a ruse to deceive us. Zhou Zhenji was well aware of what his son wished to convey. Yet he waved his hand. What kind of background he has and what sort of person he is, these matters are of no direct relation to Yumi or the Zhou family. You must understand this. As for whether he will deceive your brother, there is no need to worry. After all, while Azai may be a bit playful, he is still clear-headed. He knows which people are trustworthy and which are not. He will not fare any worse than you in this regard. Zhou Zhenji's words caused Zhou Ditsai's expression to darken. After all, in his eyes, Zhou Deji was nothing but a complete failure. Supporting him was a waste. In truth, had you not shown up today, I might have thought you had some sense. But Azai, you are too impulsive. Zhou Ditsai hesitated and asked, Father, did you know all along that I would lose? Zhou Zhenji nodded without hesitation, showing no mercy. Then why did you call Zhang Feng over? Zhou Ditsai was somewhat displeased. In his view, even if today was destined for his loss, had it not been for his father summoning Zhang Feng, he could have at least saved face. But now, in front of Zhang Feng and Chen Guanglong, he had no right to rebut. He felt genuine resentment. Because I wanted you to lose, unambiguously. Father. Faced with his son's astonished expression, Zhou Zhenji stood up, patting his shoulder and speaking earnestly. Azai, at your young age, you are already meddling in the family business, and in this regard, you are indeed doing better than many of your peers. But have you not noticed that the path you have walked these years has been far too smooth? Zhou Zhenji sighed, seemingly a bit regretful. I owe your mother a debt, but at that time, I had my reasons. Which is why I announced that the position of family head would pass to you when you turned 10, to make amends for my shortcomings. You have indeed not disappointed me. Over the years, your endeavors have been commendable. However, it is in adversity that one truly grows. Your disdain for your younger brother stems from the fact that Aji has never possessed your intellect and has squandered his youth in a hedonistic lifestyle. But do you comprehend that this behavior is a result of his exceptional intelligence? He is acutely aware of the fate that awaits him, leading him to indulge prematurely in life's pleasures. Father, even though I have assumed the role of the family head, I do not wish to argue with Zhou Dikao. Yet Zhou Zhenji subtly shook his head and remarked, some events are inevitable. There is no need to alter too much. The emergence of Zhang Feng is indeed a variable, but it is a favorable one. His intentions are rather straightforward. He desires to leverage the Zhou family's resources for his own ascendance. I can grant him this opportunity, provided he presents a satisfactory solution that pleases both me and the entirety of the Zhou family. What does it matter if he utilizes this chance? Business is business, and mutual benefit is the essence of commerce. Since Zhou Dikao took over the family business, it is the first time I have engaged in such a lengthy conversation with my father. Each word he spoke resonated with his helplessness and sentiment. Zhang Feng. Zhou Dikao silently repeated this name in his mind. However, before he could ponder further, Zhou Zhenji's voice interrupted once more. Do not engage in futile endeavors. As I mentioned yesterday, he is, after all, your brother. Regarding that young man Zhang Feng, if you utilize him wisely, he may become your greatest asset. However, if you mishandle him, he could become a liability, akin to a centipede that, despite being mortally wounded, refuses to die and may lead to your downfall. While Zhou Dikao hesitated internally, he outwardly acquiesced. Understood, father. Today, since my mood is favorable, if you have any lingering doubts, speak them now. Father. Aji mentioned he intends to engage in smuggling. Could that be true? Zhou Dikao refrained from voicing the latter part of his inquiry, yet Zhou Zhenji had already anticipated it. He shook his head and replied calmly. I have already stated that the Kongli Trading Company belongs to Aji, and he shall have the final say in its operations. As for his choices, I will not interfere. If he cannot manage even this minor matter, I see no reason to intervene. My sole concern is ensuring he can extricate himself unscathed should complications arise. Yes, I understand, father. By the way, you have placed someone in Kongli, correct? Although Zhou Zhenji was seated at home, he remained informed about external affairs. Withdraw them, he instructed, observing his son's fluctuating expression. Instruct them not to trouble Aji, and certainly not to harass Zhang Feng. Otherwise, they will surely reap no rewards. Zhou Dikao nodded in agreement. Noted, father. Very well, if there is nothing further. Return home early. Attend to Alu. Remember, no servant is inferior to another. Yes, father understood. Please rest. I shall take my leave. After Zhou Dikao departed, Zhou Jinji settled back onto the sofa. He gazed at the teacup before him, with a few floating tea leaves, and mused. It seems the world truly belongs to the younger generation now. Chapter 45. Her name is Xue Feng. As Zhou Daji escorted Zhang Feng to Kongli, an odd expression lingered in his eyes. This left Zhang Feng feeling both amused and perplexed. Hey, my boss, this is not how one conducts oneself. Just speak your mind instead of staring at me like that. It's rather uncomfortable. Zhou Daji did not respond immediately. Instead, he gestured with his chin towards the passenger seat. Awaiting Zhang Feng's explanation, Zhang Feng, with a wry smile, shook his head. I found her. Do you believe me? Without needing Zhou Daji to speak. His expression already answered the question. Found her? If you claim to have come across a 7- or 8-year-old child covered in mud, Zhou Daji would certainly believe that. After all, in those times, even violence was a luxury. Who could afford to care for children? Many impoverished individuals intentionally let their biological children get lost, hoping that kind-hearted wealthy folks would take them in. As for the child's fate, that relied on fate itself. But a stunning beauty like this? One cannot simply claim to have found her. If that were the case, Zhou Daji would likely spend his days aimlessly wandering the streets. Whether you believe it or not, it is the truth, Zhang Feng shrugged, expressing his exasperation. However, he found it curious that during their journey, the woman had chattered incessantly. Yet now she had suddenly adopted a silence that spoke volumes. Regardless of her silence or her chatter, Zhang Feng did not dwell on it. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the future developments. From their encounters yesterday and today, Zhang Feng deduced that Zhou Jinji had begun to accept him. Of course, he was acutely aware that to be fully embraced as a member of the Zhou family, he must achieve tangible results. As they approached noon, while other docks were bustling with laborers under the scorching sun, the North Point dock was so desolate that Sluggish could hardly capture its desolation. Upon arriving at the dock, after Zhou Daji exited the vehicle, Zhang Feng contemplated for a moment, then circled around to the passenger side and tapped on the window. When the woman lowered the window, he realized he did not even know her name. By the way, what is your name? Xue Feng, she replied flatly, devoid of emotional inflection. Xue Feng, Zhang Feng echoed. Not because the name was particularly unique, but because he felt he had heard it somewhere before, though he could not recall when. We both need to go inside. Are you staying here or coming with me? Before Zhang Feng could finish speaking, Xue Feng coldly interrupted. I will accompany you inside. Observing her expression, Zhang Feng could only manage a wry smile. Since I agreed to your presence, I shall not retract my words. I, too, must follow you. My father once said that only what is truly in one's hands belongs to oneself. Everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Oh, Zhang Feng could not help but inquire, what business does your father engage in? In truth, Zhang Feng was merely curious, for in the 1950s, individuals with such progressive values were scarce. Zhou Jinji was one such individual, and so was Xue Feng's father. However, to Zhang Feng's surprise, as soon as he posed the question, Xue Feng's already frosty demeanor grew even more frigid, her eyes flashing with a hint of icy light. At this moment, they had arrived at the entrance of Kongli Trading Company, and Zhou Daji turned back, calling out to Zhang Feng, it's scorching outside. Hurry inside. You can find a spot downstairs to rest for a moment. I need to discuss something with the boss upstairs. Zhang Feng shrugged at Xue Feng and called out to Zhou Daji as he jogged over. Zhou Daji was indeed a bona fide rich second generation. The opulence of the office rivaled that of the governor's VIP reception room. Previously, with another person present, Zhou Daji had refrained from speaking extensively. Now, with just the two of them in the spacious office, he lay back on the leather sofa and curiously asked, now tell me the truth. Where did you really find that beauty? What I told you earlier was the truth. If you doubt me, I can call her up for you to ask. Zhang Feng said, looking around the office. TCH, Zhou Daji remained skeptical. Yet, since Zhang Feng would not divulge further, he chose not to press the matter. To those affluent scions, women are merely commodities without a fixed price. Once the cost is inquired, they become indistinguishable from ordinary goods. Zhou Daji poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Zhang Feng. Try this, my friend. It was brought from France. This particular bottle. I usually refrain from consuming myself, but today I shall indulge you. Thank you, boss, Zhang Feng replied with a smile, savoring a sip and nodding slightly before inquiring. By the way, Fu Yixing is about to arrive at the dock to commence work. Will you meet with their representative? Certainly, I must meet with them. Upon hearing the name Fu Yixing, Zhou Daji's expression darkened immediately. He nearly sold your mother into servitude. How could I not meet him? Observing Zhou Daji's indignation, Zhang Feng felt a warm current flowing through him. This was not the first time he had experienced such care from Zhou Daji. Although he disliked being the subject of concern, his inner self yearned for that feeling. After all, in his previous life, aside from a childhood companion, Lin Yao, who was nearly as rotund as Fatty Fu, no one had ever shown him such care. This, too, explained why, after attaining wealth in his former life, he was willing to offer an 8-figure, or even 9-figure, bounty to find him. Yet now, the matter was already resolved. Why dwell on it? Zhang Feng smiled gratefully. Moreover, given the current circumstances, Fu Yixing is our best option. But you. Before Zhou Daji could finish, Zhang Feng shook his head and interrupted. I understand, boss. You are advocating for me, but since the matter has passed, we should look to the future, don't you think? All right, whatever you say will be done. I shall leave you to it. I need to catch up on some sleep, Zhou Daji said, downing the wine in his glass, standing up and stretching, preparing to depart. Although Zhou Daji had once been astute, prolonged inactivity had rendered him somewhat lethargic. With Zhang Feng now around, he willingly continued to be a hands-off manager, delegating all authority. Zhang Feng was content with this arrangement, as his vision belonged to a future decades ahead. Encountering an inquisitive mind would indeed hinder his ambitions. Hey, boss, you may leave, but you must leave the gold bars behind. Chapter 46, How Crass You Are. What? Zhou Daji, who had just risen and was not yet at the office door, paused in surprise. Observing the astonished expression on his boss's face, Zhang Feng exclaimed, I meant, boss, you wouldn't actually consider tossing those 14 gold bars into the Oriental nightclub, would you? Zhou Daji, familiar with Zhang Feng, initially nodded but then seemed to recall something, quickly shaking his head to clarify. The other day, Qing Xiao treated me to drinks, and I must return that favor, so I plan to host a banquet at Huafu Tower tonight. You must come, I'll phone. Zhang Feng held a profound admiration for his boss. What, don't you have time? Zhou Daji queried, noticing Zhang Feng's expression of disbelief. Zhang Feng waved his hands repeatedly, smiling ruefully. Boss, this drink. I fear you truly cannot afford to treat, or rather, you should not spend this money on such a gesture. Zhou Daji furrowed his brow. Why not? Did the president not mention that you are to meet a certain Mr. Xia this afternoon? The gentleman in question was not only an honorary president of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, but also one of the few justices of the peace. He was a few years Zhou Daji's senior, so he and his brothers were obliged to address him as uncle. Zhou Daji, of course, remembered this. But he was somewhat puzzled about how it related to his spending those 14 gold bars. Boss, do you know why the president ultimately stood by your side and spoke on your behalf today? Zhang Feng continued. Why is that? Zhou Daji countered. It was because you initially approached the president and conveyed what I instructed you to say. What I was instructed? Zhou Daji hesitated. Uncertain. You mean when I expressed my desire to conduct business? Indeed, Zhang Feng affirmed. In truth, the president's expectations of you extend beyond merely avoiding trouble. He wishes for you to grow, so that, at least a century from now, you will not only avoid being a burden to your mother and younger brother, but will also be able to provide them with support and protection. Discussing anything else might not resonate with Zhou Daji. Yet, the mention of his mother and younger brother struck a chord, as they were his vulnerabilities. When Zhang Feng referred to these two individuals, the previously restless Zhou Daji gradually calmed and returned to his seat. Boss, I understand your devotion. But Meng Lian is merely a singer. If we are to assess her merits, it may simply be that she aligns with your tastes. Zhang Feng, unfazed by whether the wine truly made Zhou Daji reluctant to part with it, poured 2 glasses, handing one to Zhou Daji, who leaned forward in contemplation. He continued, singers are just singers, but business is business. Nearly all trading firms are engaged in smuggling. If we do not seize this opportunity, it may not present itself again. In the 1950s, America, boasting its hegemonic status, utilized the United Nations to exert pressure on China, preventing many supplies from entering the country. However, such brazen behavior gradually diminished as China's national strength grew. Zhang Feng, possessing a degree of historical understanding, recognized that the 1950s marked a golden age for the smuggling trade. The embargo was merely one factor. The true catalyst for the industry's rise was the British government stationed in Hong Kong. Following the Japanese occupation, the British reclaimed control of Hong Kong. Yet due to its previous fall, they adopted a banishment system for their officials. From the British perspective, colonies were viewed as relatively impoverished, and holding an office in a colony was considered a punishment. Consequently, those with real standing or accolades from the Queen were seldom assigned to govern colonies. Only those of modest backgrounds and poor capabilities found themselves dispatched to foreign lands. Such individuals shared a common trait, greed. They viewed the colonies as a means to amass wealth, believing that acquiring enough funds would enable them to buy their way back home. Upon their return, some continued in their bureaucratic pursuits, while the vast majority opted to purchase a farm and lead a life they deemed leisurely. It was precisely their avarice that allowed the smuggling trade to flourish unchecked. Moreover, the president had already announced plans to visit the home of Mr. Xia for tea this afternoon. If you were not present at that time, or had not appeared previously, how do you think the president would perceive that? Zhang Feng's words caused Zhou Daji's brow to furrow deeply. Of course, women are appealing to anyone. For instance, last night, I rewarded that singer with a gold bar. This last statement, meant to lighten the mood, caught Zhang Feng off guard as Zhou Daji's eyes widened in astonishment. You rewarded a singer with a gold bar? Zhang Feng nodded. Did you take her out for the night? Zhou Daji pondered, then recalled. But in the morning, I distinctly saw you alone having breakfast. No one accompanied me for the night. Zhang Feng shook his head in response. Alas, you squandered an entire gold bar, yet failed to escort that lady away. Her lower half is indeed adorned with gold. Considering the market conditions at the time, taking a songstress out would typically cost no more than 200 or 300. Of course, there are songstresses who do not venture out at all. However, such individuals generally adhere to a strict code of professionalism, accepting only what they are rightfully owed and never demanding more. In fact, even when some clients insist on offering additional remuneration, they usually decline graciously. Yet here we have Zhang Feng, having lavished an entire gold bar as a tip, and still not managed to take anyone out. It's no wonder Zhou Daji is so astonished. Little does Zhou Daji know, there is a degree of embellishment in this generous tip of a gold bar. Why? The esteemed second young master of the Zhou family speaks so crudely. It is you who are coarse. It is clearly you with the lack of refinement, my good sir. Zhang Feng, being merely 2 years younger than Zhou Daji, found a certain camaraderie with him. However, amidst the clamor, Zhou Daji's melancholy dissipated, and he began to discuss matters at hand. Feng, do you truly wish to engage in smuggling? It's not just me, it's us. Zhang Feng replied with a roll of his eyes. As I mentioned that day on the Tai-Bai flower boat, what we need now is to find a breakthrough. And smuggling is the key. Currently, most commercial enterprises in Hong Kong prefer dealing with certain underdeveloped nations in Europe, North America, and Africa, as they are prompt with payments and often generous. A single venture can yield substantial profits. In contrast, the prices offered by Asian countries are rather lackluster, compounded by stringent regulations here, making it rare for anyone to choose this route. Yet, everyone tends to overlook one crucial factor, the issue of distance. Zhang Feng retrieved a map he had previously noted and spread it out, pointing at several countries, from Hong Kong to the nearby nations. We could transport goods at least twice a month. Although the prices may be lower, we can make up for it through volume. Once we scale up, our earnings will also increase. Zhou Daji pondered for a moment and posed a question, but the prevalence of pirates in Asia poses significant risks. Indeed. Zhang Feng nodded in affirmation before elaborating. Pirates are indeed rampant, but we have the support of our brothers from Fuishing. The recognition of Chao Lian is primarily due to that naval battle a decade ago. Presently, Fuishing is capitalizing on this notion. Moreover, before the emergence of the Pirate Queen, pirates were merely a disjointed bunch, lacking any formidable presence. The Pirate Queen? Zhou Daji was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired. What on earth is that? In truth, this was a reference to events that would unfold in the future, and Zhang Feng mentioned it merely to reassure Zhou Daji. However, just as Zhang Feng was about to elucidate the concept of the Pirate Queen, he was suddenly struck as if by an electric shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 47, The Pirate Queen, Part 1. Before the 1980s, the South China Sea was often plagued by pirate activity. Some of these pirates were local fishermen who, finding themselves in dire straits, succumbed to nefarious thoughts. Others were remnants of the naval forces left behind by the Qing government after the Xinhai Revolution. The most notorious were the nationalist troops, referred to as the Tianair by Hong Kong residents, who thrived during the 1950s and 60s. The pirate Queen Zhang Feng spoke of was none other than the wife of Wu Tianfu, the leader of these Tianair. Before taking to piracy, Wu Tianfu was said to be the sole heir of Wu Chi-wei, the commander of the Fourth Army under the nationalist Third War Zone. Following the nationalist retreat to Taiwan, Wu Tianfu refused to follow suit and, along with some of his father's former soldiers, became a pirate in the South China Sea. However, his fortunes were short-lived. He was captured by another group of pirates and ultimately met a grisly end on a remote island. Upon learning of her husband's demise, his wife, consumed by rage, used the spoils of years of plunder to purchase advanced weaponry from the Americans. Over the course of 3 years and 4 months, she eradicated all pirates in the South China Sea, ultimately unifying the region and becoming the only female pirate queen in history. Regarding the fate of this pirate queen, opinions vary widely, and Zhang Feng was unaware of which account held true. He only knew that this queen hailed from Shanghai, and her name was Xue Feng. The coincidence of sharing the same name and origin sent a shiver down Zhang Feng's spine. Nevertheless, calculating the timeline, it was only 1951. Xue Feng had not yet married Wu Tianfu, which was a relief for Zhang Feng. Otherwise, having such a ruthless and volatile woman by his side could have led to an abrupt end to his new lease on life. Feng, what are you contemplating? Zhou Daji observed his unusual demeanor and inquired. Oh, nothing much. Zhang Feng inhaled deeply, retracting his thoughts before continuing. The Pirate Queen is merely a moniker. In any case, the pirates are currently quite scattered, so our forces at Fuishing are sufficient. Zhou Daji was disinclined to concern himself with such matters, since Zhang Feng believed it feasible. He had no objections. His only concern rested with the 14 gold bars, weighing the package he had not let go of since the beginning. Zhou Daji glanced at Zhang Feng with a hint of hesitation, parting his lips but faltering to speak. Observing his boss's awkwardness, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. All right then. You keep 4 for your Menglian, and the remainder should suffice for purchasing a ship. 4 gold bars amounting to approximately $2,000 were hardly a significant sum for Zhou Daji. At most 6, a ship now costs at least 3,000. You surely wouldn't want to be summoned to the study by the president later, would you? Zhou Daji had 2 major ties, one to his mother and brother, and the other to his father. This connection ran deep, ingrained within him since childhood. All right, I'll concede to your reasoning. Zhou Daji rolled his eyes, grumbling. I truly wonder if I've engaged a steward or a housekeeper here. This is for your own good, my boss, Zhang Feng said with a smile, shaking his head. Consider this. If we only make 2 shipments per month, bringing in around 1,000 worth of goods each time, that would yield a minimum profit of 2,000 per month. Over a year, that totals to 24,000, and that's just with 1 ship. Imagine if we had 10 or 20. You do the math on how much we could earn in a year. Zhou Daji, while not particularly fond of mental exertion, was by no means foolish. After hearing Zhang Feng's calculations, he was struck dumb. So, that much? Do you think so? Zhang Feng retorted, bemused. Boss, do you believe it's better to maintain appearances now by spending the gold bars, or to exercise patience, earn money, and then showcase your status? A phone. No need to elaborate further. Let the 14 gold bars be at your disposal, Zhou Daji declared, thrusting the package directly into Zhang Feng's arms. Good heavens. You trust me that much? Zhang Feng was taken aback. After all, while 14 gold bars were insignificant to the Zhou family, they represented a fortune to an ordinary person. He had not anticipated Zhou Daji's unhesitating generosity. Well, it was you who presented it to me. Why would I not trust you? Zhou Daji pouted, casting a reluctant glance at the package, then downing his drink in one go and rising from his seat. All right, I must take my leave now. I fear that if I linger any longer, I shall come to regret it. Observing Zhou Daji's eagerness to depart, Zhang Feng refrained from detaining him any further. He was acutely aware that persuading his boss to take matters into his own hands was an endeavor more challenging than scaling the heavens. As long as the funds were in place, it sufficed that he could step up at critical moments. After all, at present, he lacked both the connections and the financial resources to engage in any substantial ventures. Tap, tap. Just as Zhang Feng sat on the sofa, savoring a glass of red wine and contemplating his forthcoming plans, the office door was promptly knocked upon from the outside. Come in. Zhang Feng initially paused, then straightened his posture, calling out softly. You've come? To Zhang Feng's surprise, it was Su Feng who entered. The thought that she would soon become a dominant force in the South China Sea softened Zhang Feng's previously aloof demeanor. However, his warmth was still restrained, leaving their interaction rather subdued. I noticed that the scion of the Zhou family had left, so I thought I would come up to see how things were, she remarked. The opulence of the office was evident, and even Zhang Feng had been taken aback during his initial visit. Yet, Su Feng now appeared remarkably composed, with only a few beads of perspiration adorning her forehead, which made Zhang Feng find her demeanor rather intriguing. Su Feng, feeling at ease, picked up a bottle of red wine that Zhou Daji cherished, commenting, this kind of wine is quite rare. It seems this second son of the Zhou family is not as lamentable as rumored. It appears your background is not as simplistic as it seems. Zhang Feng replied with a half-smile, inhaling deeply before directly asking, so, what do you need from me tonight? It was somewhat amusing. One could even find a girlfriend over breakfast, although it was merely a pretense. The notion of feigning a romantic relationship with the future pirate queen sparked a flicker of anticipation in Zhang Feng. Su Feng pondered for a moment before stating, in truth, I had already devised a plan, but I didn't anticipate that not only do you know the second son of the Zhou family, but the nature of your relationship appears rather intricate. Thus, I intend to make some adjustments to my plan. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled wryly. My relationship with Ji Xiao is quite straightforward. He is my employer, and I am his steward, nothing more. In fact, we have only just become acquainted. At this juncture, Zhang Feng glanced at the clock on the wall and continued, it has only been 41 hours, so I hope your plans do not stray too far from the original. Otherwise, I may not be able to assist you. This time it was Su Feng who was surprised, but I clearly saw the two of you together. Zhang Feng shrugged, resting his arms behind his head and reclining fully against the sofa, smiling as he responded, my personal charm is evident. Don't you find yourself intrigued by me, even if I am merely the steward of your boss? Chapter 48, The Peach Blossom Catastrophe. Su Feng chose to overlook Zhang Feng's self-admiration. She poured herself a glass of red wine, crossed her legs, and with one hand resting on her chest, gently swirled the stem of her wine glass with 2 fingers, appearing to be in deep thought while also savoring the moment. Women can often possess this duality. Even if they initially present an unappealing demeanor, the occasional subtle grace they exude can be utterly captivating. After taking a delicate sip of wine and savoring its flavor, Su Fang finally spoke. To be honest, you truly do not appear to be merely 18 years of age. Zhang Feng offered a non-committal smile. You are not the first to express this sentiment, and it seems somewhat irrelevant to tonight's matters, does it not? Do you know about the February 26th bombing? Su Fang glanced at Zhang Feng before turning her gaze back to the crimson liquid in her glass, answering her own query. My parents brought me to Hong Kong shortly after that. Zhang Feng, though not well versed in the historical context of the February 26th bombing, vaguely recalled it happening the previous year. He thought for a moment and asked, So, have you been residing in Seheo for the past year? Do you think I am the second son of the Zhou family? I cannot afford such a luxurious place, Su Fang replied with a self-deprecating smile, continuing, in fact, I snuck out last night. Ever since arriving in Hong Kong, I haven't ventured out much. I only remember going out once with my father. So I decided to come here directly, unaware of how exorbitant it would be. At this point, a hint of frustration puffed her cheeks slightly, adding a touch of endearment to her otherwise regal demeanor. Zhang Feng nodded, choosing to refrain from commenting on the matter, as he too was oblivious to the cost of a room at Seheo. The room card was given to him by Zhou Daji the previous day, apparently a long-term pass. Did you escape because your family was arranging a marriage for you? Marriage? Su Fang was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Feng had forgotten that the term marriage had only gained popularity in the 1980s, so he explained the concept to her. So that is what it means. Upon grasping the implication, Su Fang nodded in realization, her gaze towards Zhang Feng now laced with curiosity. She found this young man, who was 2 years her junior, increasingly intriguing with each interaction. So tonight, your parents have arranged a matchmaking event for you, and you wish for me to serve as your decoy? Zhang Feng inquired playfully. Sort of, but not exactly. Su Fang hesitated before replying. I had indeed planned that initially, but as I mentioned, I have revised my plans. She trailed off, lowering her head slightly, appearing both shy and a bit flustered. Zhang Feng sighed with a wry smile. In his previous life, he was constantly surrounded by romantic entanglements. Why did it seem that in this life, he was fated for the same? Was he truly destined to attract the affections of women? Yet, a man could hardly complain about an abundance of romantic encounters, especially when one of them might be a woman who could very well be dubbed the Pirate Queen in the future. Very well, Zhang Feng thought, nodding in agreement. He then stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. Where are you going? Su Fang stood up, a bit too anxious. Of course, I need to attend to my boss's affairs. Do you think my employer can be a hands-off manager while I can just lounge around? Zhang Feng laughed as he walked towards the door. By the way, if you find yourself bored, you can return to Seheo and wait for me. The room card is on the table. A wealthy heiress? Even staying at Seheo seemed like a significant expense to her, indicating that her wealth might be somewhat limited. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng thoughtfully placed the room card on the table in advance to spare the future pirate queen any embarrassment later on. After leaving Kongli, Zhang Feng first visited the silver exchange belonging to the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. After providing the Zhou family's name, he exchanged the 14 gold bars and the 1 gold bar that Jin Yale had given him for his mother's peace of mind into cash. He then went to a nearby bank to open an account and deposited all the money. Finally, he headed to Liangxianglu. Although Zhou Daji did not intend to meet Jin Yale, Zhang Feng felt it was necessary to do so, albeit in a manner that preserved the Zhou family's dignity. Thus, he chose Huang Qiushui, who was moonlighting at Liangxianglu as a go-between. Brother Qiu, Zhang Feng greeted with a smile as he spotted Huang Qiushui in Liangxianglu. Oh, Zhang Feng, please don't call me brother, just call me Xiao Huang. Huang Qiushui was also quite puzzled. He has been in the dental business for quite a number of years, having introduced not merely 100, but certainly dozens of individuals, many of whom have made quite an impression. Yet, someone like Zhang Feng is indeed a first. In the span of just 3 days, the changes he has undergone can only be described as remarkable. Moreover, he has heard that yesterday, Zhang Feng dined with the prominent figures of Chao Lian Yi and Fu Yixing at the Tai by Huafang. That is a level of honor that many can only dream of. He certainly does not wish to find himself lifeless on the streets due to a mere title. I, your humble servant, address you as Brother Qiushui. Surely, I am not lacking in decorum compared to my employer? Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head, then said, Brother Qiushui, there is a matter for which I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Mr. Zhang, please feel free to command. The term trouble is certainly beyond my station. Huang Qiushui replied with utmost humility. Zhang Feng paid little heed to such niceties, for interactions among individuals often unfold in this manner. His current elevation and status naturally entailed a different treatment. You are aware of the esteemed Jin Yale of Fu Yixing, correct? Indeed, indeed. The establishment of Fu Yixing, Huang Qiushui replied, his voice lowered with a hint of curiosity. Are you seeking to summon him? Precisely, Zhang Feng nodded, gesturing upstairs. Convey to him that the matter is nearly settled, and ask him to come up. I shall await him in my usual spot. Very well, I shall go at once. Nodding, Huang Qiushui set down the white cloth draped over his shoulder and prepared to leave. However, before he could take a step, Zhang Feng called out to him. Wait a moment, brother Qiushui. Did that singer who performed for me yesterday arrive today? She has indeed come, Huang Qiushui confirmed, pointing to a corner on the first floor of Lianxianglu. She and her master are waiting over there. Should Mr. Zhang require her, I can fetch her immediately. No need. I shall go myself, Zhang Feng replied, glancing toward the corner before striding over. As he approached, however, he was greeted by a sound of soft sobbing, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Chapter 49, A Soft Heart. Master, I promise I shall never do it again. I truly will not. Please do not be angry. Zhang Feng recognized this voice. It belonged to the young performer, merely 12 or 13 years of age, who had sung for him the previous afternoon. Just then, a voice interrupted from behind. Mr. Zhang? Turning around, he saw a young man he did not recognize, which caused him to pause momentarily. Mr. Zhang, brother Qiushui specifically mentioned that you are here, the young man said, stretching his neck to look ahead. Realizing that it was Huang Qiushui who had sent him, Zhang Feng nodded in understanding. After a moment's thought, he said, no matter, I shall head up now and ask that singer named Xiu'er to come assist me. Certainly. The young man responded with a hint of delight, though Zhang Feng paid little attention to this small gesture. He merely glanced inside once more, shook his head, and ascended the stairs. Not long after settling into the elegant seating, the waiter brought forth an array of dishes, and the singer named Xiu'er, as usual, entered carrying her pipa. Like the previous day, she timidly took her seat in the corner, her head bowed, awaiting Zhang Feng's song request. Let us go with something similar to yesterday, Zhang Feng casually remarked. As the melody began to play, he mentally strategized on how best to approach Jin Lei. In the Hong Kong of 1951, it was truly an era marked by a multitude of influential figures, each vying for prominence. Many aspired to emulate Chow Lianyi, seeking connections with affluent and established business families to ascend the social ladder. Thus, Fu Yixing was not the sole option for Zhou Deji. Zhang Feng's strong recommendation of Fu Yixing was primarily to expedite the process of development. Although he currently served as the steward to the second young master of the Zhou family, he certainly did not intend to remain complacent. To do so would be to squander this extraordinary opportunity of rebirth. Choosing Fu Yixing had its merits and drawbacks. The advantage lay in the existing scale of Fu Yixing, which saved time in cultivation. Conversely, the challenge stemmed from that very scale, making true control quite difficult. Of course, Zhang Feng did not need to exert absolute control over Fu Yixing. A measured approach was necessary to avoid future complications. As Zhang Feng pondered these matters, a sudden discordant note pierced the air. Immediately, Xiu'er hastily set her pipa aside and knelt before Zhang Feng, repeatedly bowing and pleading for forgiveness. This interruption caught Zhang Feng off guard, momentarily stalling his train of thought and leaving him exasperated. Enough, it's fine. Continue, he said, shaking his head in resignation, acknowledging that he was perhaps too soft-hearted, while allowing Xiu'er to resume her performance. Yet, just as Xiu'er nervously expressed her gratitude and rose from the floor, Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened, and he asked, "What happened to your hand?" Upon hearing this, Xiu'er quickly shook her head, concealing her bloodied hands behind her back. "Come here," Zhang Feng commanded, his voice carrying a hint of authority, but Xiu'er continued to shake her head, shrinking further into the corner. "If you do not come forward, I shall inform your master about the incident with your broken string." "No, please don't tell my master," Xiu'er exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear and panic. Unbeknownst to her, as she raised her gaze, Zhang Feng's expression was already clouded with anger. "Did your master do this to you?" Zhang Feng asked, his disbelief mingling with fury. Xiu'er was not particularly striking, but she possessed a certain youthful charm. This was why Zhou Deji had mistakenly assumed Zhang Feng intended to take advantage of such a young girl, leading him to berate Zhang Feng as a beast. However, the Xiu'er before him now bore a countenance marred by bruises and bloodstains, particularly around her eyes, which could only be described as grotesque. What sort of cruel individual could inflict such harm upon a girl of merely 12 or 13? In 1950s Hong Kong, the disparity between rich and poor was stark, and the practice of selling children was all too common. It was likely that Xiu'er had been sold to her so-called master by her parents. This master could be likened to the agents of modern-day stars, responsible for securing work for their charges, often including darker dealings not worth detailing. Yet, unlike today's agents, masters of the 1950s seldom prioritized the welfare of their artists. In their eyes, performers were merely tools for profit. Abuse and punishment were commonplace, which explained why Zhang Feng had refrained from intervening previously. He simply had not anticipated Xiu'er would suffer such severe mistreatment. For others, such a situation might warrant merely a few extra coins or a swift dismissal of the performer. However, Zhang Feng, possessing a mindset shaped by a more peaceful era, and having some acquaintance with Xiu'er, found it impossible to stand idly by upon witnessing such injustice. Is anyone outside? Zhang Feng called out, disregarding Xiu'er's panic-stricken demeanor, her face filled with fear and desperation. Mr. Zhang, what is your command? The young man had indeed been waiting outside all this while. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's call, he promptly bowed and pushed the door open to enter. However, the moment he opened the door and saw Xiu'er standing there, he assumed that one of his singers had inadvertently offended a guest, and his face immediately contorted with anger. It was only when he faced Zhang Feng that he donned a sycophantic smile. Do you know her, master? Zhang Feng asked solemnly, gesturing toward Xiu'er. I do. The attendant nodded. Then summon him, Zhang Feng commanded, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, after a considerable pause, the attendant remained motionless. What's the hold-up? Zhang Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. No, Mr. Zhang. Brother Qiu Shui instructed that you are an esteemed guest and must be treated with the utmost care, but... The attendant hesitated, casting a glance at Xiu'er, and after much deliberation, he mustered the courage to say, Mr. Zhang, she is still just a child. If she has done anything wrong, I will personally apologize on her behalf. You must show some leniency. Oh, I would not have guessed you possess such a soft heart, Zhang Feng remarked, devoid of any jest, but rather finding it somewhat perplexing. After all, one would expect that someone raised in such an environment would merely turn a blind eye, not intercede for another. However, Zhang Feng's words struck the attendant like a thunderclap, causing him to kneel down on the spot. Seeing this, Xiu'er also knelt, which left Zhang Feng both amused and exasperated. Enough, just call her master here. I do not hold Xiu'er accountable, Zhang Feng stated, leaving the two kneeling in a moment of confusion. The attendant was the first to recover, his expression shifting from daze to one of joy as he eagerly nodded and hurried out. As for Xiu'er, perhaps due to her youth or the lack of prior affection, she remained frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Before long, Xiu'er's master was brought in. Zhang Feng squinted at the unremarkable, short old man who appeared to be around 50 years of age and inquired, You are her master? Indeed, the master replied with a slight nod. The injuries on her are your doing? Zhang Feng pointed at Xiu'er and asked. The master, in a measured tone, clasped his hands in salute and said, I mean no offense. If you are dissatisfied with her, I can certainly arrange for a replacement. Even if you desire someone more presentable, I could procure that for you. However, matters of disciplining a disciple seem to have little to do with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown. Yet, before he could respond, the attendant who had previously pleaded for Xiu'er interjected sharply, Master Zhang, how dare you speak to Mr. Zhang like that? He is someone personally regarded by Brother Qiu Shui. The master, upon hearing this, cast a languid glance at the speaking attendant and replied, I am merely stating facts. Oh, Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, beginning to reassess the situation, setting aside his current status. Merely being able to enjoy music in a private room was enough to warrant respect from the attendants and servers at Lianxiang Tower. Yet, this individual called Master Zhang appeared to be an exception. It seems you do have some background, Zhang Feng remarked with a faint smile, lifting the teacup and idly opening and closing its lid. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Master Zhang seemed to dismiss Zhang Feng entirely, and without waiting for permission, he turned to scold Xiu'er, who had remained kneeling throughout. What a disgrace. Why don't you hurry and get lost? Xiu'er trembled, her face paling instantly. She appeared to want to raise her head to plead with Zhang Feng, but for reasons unknown, she ultimately resigned herself and gave up. The attendant seemed to want to say something at that moment, but after opening his mouth, he merely sighed, just as Xiu'er was slowly standing up, timidly leaning against the wall and preparing to exit the private room. Zhang Feng could no longer contain himself. Did I permit you to leave? His voice startled the other three, particularly Master Zhang, whose sparse brows furrowed in confusion. He stared at Zhang Feng and asked in a low voice, What do you mean by that? The literal meaning, Zhang Feng replied coolly. Heh, Master Zhang scoffed twice, the corners of his mouth curling in disdain. It appears your connections have instilled in you a sense of confidence. Zhang Feng poured himself a cup of tea and leisurely sipped it. Speak plainly if you have something to say. There is no need for veiled threats. Master Zhang declared haughtily. Moreover, some matters are beyond your privilege to inquire. If you are not qualified, then what about me? At that moment, a robust voice echoed from outside the private room. It was Jin Yale, summoned by Huang Qiushui. Apologies, Mr. Zhang, for my tardiness. Jin Yale entered the room, completely disregarding Master Zhang and the others, and directly clasped his fists in greeting to Zhang Feng. In truth, Jin Yale had not arrived late at all, considering the journey from Mongkok to Lianxiang Tower, even in the smoothest of conditions. It would take at least 15 minutes. Moreover, when Huang Qiushui arrived, this esteemed figure was in the midst of a rather pressing matter. Thus, it could be said that Jin Yale had rushed over without even taking the time to compose himself. Nevertheless, in the presence of this young man who had the opportunity to engage with Lao Fu, Jin Lei made sure to observe all necessary courtesies. "Brother Lei, please. Have a seat," Zhang Feng warmly invited. Jin Lei nodded, placing the gifts he had brought on the side before sitting beside Zhang Feng. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it is the esteemed Lao Fu's Jin Laoda." Just as Jin Lei settled down, Master Zhong's voice rang out again, which left Zhang Feng somewhat taken aback. Presently, Zhang Feng, like Master Zhong, had underestimated the other. Master Zhong regarded Zhang Feng as merely a naive youth, dressed in unremarkable attire, and assumed he was yet another dandy attempting to impress the singers. It was only with Jin Lei's arrival that he experienced a slight surprise, albeit only a slight one. As for Zhang Feng, he believed that a master of a singer at Lianxiang Tower would possess no significant background, only to find that even with the presence of Fu Yixing, this man remained so disdainful. "Who are you?" Jin Lei's gaze fixed on Master Zhong, questioning with some skepticism. "I am from the Hao Gang, Zhong Changyong," Master Zhong replied arrogantly. Many might not recognize the Hao Gang, but the name 14K would be familiar to many. The Hongxing Gang, represented by Chun Haonan and Shan Ji in the 1996 Hong Kong film Young and Dangerous, was actually based on the 14K as a prototype. The 14K originated from the Hongfa Mountain Zhongyi Hall in the Guangdong region, which was part of the Hongmen Zhongyi Hall. However, it was later restructured by the KMT's General Ge Xiaowang, which corrupted the original spirit of the Hongmen. In 1949, Ge Xiaowang fled to Hong Kong, rallied his old subordinates, and, leveraging the wealth he had amassed in mainland China, reformed the gang and renamed it 14K. With the military intelligence system of the KMT included, the organizational structure established additional roles beyond the original titles of the Hongmen, including 1 Grand Flower for Golden Kings, 10 Heavenly Generals, and 12 Golden Hairpins, which later contributed to the 27-character hierarchy of the 14K. As for Zhong Changyong, he was the first to establish a faction within the 14K known for its audacity, and his emergence left even Zhang Feng momentarily taken aback. Zhang Feng had not anticipated that a mere tea gathering could attract such a formidable figure. However, retreat was not an option now, nor was it necessary. In the tumultuous Hong Kong of the 1950s and 60s, the influence of these factions was rampant, often disregarding human life, yet ultimately, it was the business magnates who sustained the ranks below them. After all, darkness is darkness. No matter how one attempts to present a facade of purity, it cannot alter the essence of blackness. "I see, is this your support?" Zhang Feng remarked with a semblance of a smile directed at Zhong Changyong. "Humph." After introducing himself, Zhong Changyong's disdainful expression deepened. He scoffed softly, casting a contemptuous glance at Zhang Feng, and without offering any further response, turned to approach Xiu'er. "Boss Lei, restrain him." Suddenly, as everyone stood in awe of Zhong Changyong's stature, Zhang Feng's voice rang out. Jin Lei paused momentarily. He was not intimidated by the likes of the 14K's 10-day generals, nor even by the presence of Ge Xiaowang himself. If it came to blows, the truth would reveal itself through action. Yet, should two factions engage in a physical confrontation, the complexities involved would be manifold. Thus, the necessity for caution became paramount. As Jin Lei's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, Zhong Changyong turned his head, slightly surprised by Zhang Feng. He speculated about the origins of this young man, whose attire was far from ostentatious. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze in time. Jin Lei hesitated, Zhong Changyong contemplated, and Zhang Feng found himself in a precarious position. Yet, amidst this tension, one individual chose to act. Chapter 51, Hitting a Hard Wall, Part 2. What are you doing? Not only Zhong Changyong, but no one in the vicinity could have anticipated that while both faction leaders remained still, Zhang Feng, the yet-to-be-revealed steward of the Zhou family, would remain passive, only to be outdone by a mere novice from Lianxiang Lu, who had yet to even earn the title of a server. The sudden burst of energy, coupled with an unexpected strike, rendered the esteemed Zhong Changyong, a member of the 14K 10-day generals, utterly immobilized. Of course, Zhong Changyong's fury was not merely at being thwarted, but at the audacity of a mere novice daring to lay hands upon him, especially after he had already declared his identity. This was not only a personal affront, but a desecration of the entire 14K. Be sensible. To act impolitely towards Mr. Zhang is to invite your own demise, the novice declared, exerting additional force to subdue Zhong Changyong, bringing him to a reluctant silence. "Mr. Zhang, what shall we do now?" The novice looked up, seeking Zhang Feng's guidance. Zhang Feng could discern a hint of panic in the novice's eyes, realizing that his actions were not solely for his own sake. Yet, he managed to project the narrative that he was acting under Zhang Feng's direction. A perceptive one, Zhang Feng thought to himself, while maintaining a calm demeanor as he turned to Jin Lei. "Such matters are not my forte. I wonder how Boss Lei believes we should proceed." At this moment, Jin Lei was battling a surge of frustration. Despite the relatively short time since the 14K's establishment in Hong Kong, he was acutely aware that these individuals, backed by the remnants of the Nationalist Party, wielded dark methods. Otherwise, they would not have risen to prominence alongside established factions like Chao Yan-yi and Fu Yixing in less than 3 years. Thus, even if Zhou Daji were present, Jin Yalei would need to weigh the consequences carefully before allowing Fu Yixing to offend the 14K, especially given that this was merely a steward in Zhou Daji's entourage. However, due to the complications surrounding the North Point Pier, Jin Yalei found himself grappling for a solution that would appease both parties. Yet, unexpectedly, a wild card had emerged in the form of this novice. This unforeseen development complicated matters significantly, especially now, as he turned to Zhang Feng, who had shifted the burden back onto him. It was evident that Zhang Feng intended to drag Fu Yixing into this quagmire as well. Earlier, amidst the discussions regarding the transportation business that Jin Yalei was prepared to entrust to Fu Yixing, Zhang Feng had mentioned that he had spoken to Ji Xiao about Jin Yalei's courage. Yet now, it seemed as if the situation had shifted entirely. Zhang Feng paused, taking a sip of tea, while Jin Yalei's expression oscillated with turmoil. He even regretted not consulting the almanac before leaving the house, feeling as though he were cursed by ill fortune. Nonetheless, he recognized this as an opportunity. Managing the North Point Pier? This was precisely what Fu Yixing required, perhaps even urgently. However, this management would merely be a matter of oversight. Injecting fresh blood into the faction would be the primary advantage. Yet, if the entirety of the transportation for Kong Li was entrusted to Fu Yixing, the implications would be entirely different. It would be akin to granting them a shortcut to align with the Zhou family. Even if Zhou Deji were not the next heir, Fu Yixing could earn Zhou Dezai's recognition through their own efforts and contributions. When that time arrived, the more Jin Yalei contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, to the point of trembling with anticipation. Boss Lei, it seems you are finding it difficult to make this decision, Zhang Feng observed, sipping his tea, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he regarded Jin Yalei. The 14K and Fu Yixing both belonged to the same lineage of the Hongmen, the current Hongfa Mountain Zhongyi Hall. Without waiting for Jin Yalei to articulate a formal indictment against Zhong Changyong, Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and interjected, "Get to the point." Zhang Feng found it perplexing that while ancient individuals were often verbose, requiring lengthy discussions before any business could commence, the gang leaders of the 1950s seemed to indulge in the same tendency. Jin Yalei offered an awkward smile before his expression hardened, his voice lowering to a grave tone. "Death is the sentence. Jin Yalei, what qualifications do you have to condemn me?" Zhong Changyong, now agitated, attempted to struggle free, but the novice's grip was exceptionally strong. Ultimately, he could only tilt his head back, glaring furiously at Jin Yalei. Previously, Jin Yalei had no desire to sever ties with the 14K. Yet now, before him lay an opportunity to align with the Zhou family. Not even the presence of a 10-day general would deter him, let alone face Gu Xiaowang. "Ah-san," Jin Yalei called out in a low voice. "Boss." Ah-san, who had been waiting outside, strode in without even casting a glance at Zhong Changyong. "There's no need for lengthy discussions among you gentlemen. I will handle this." Without waiting for Jin Yalei's command, the novice from Lianxiang Lu exerted his strength. With a sharp crack, Zhong Changyong's eyes widened in disbelief as a trickle of dark red blood flowed from his lips, and he succumbed to eternal slumber. This abrupt scene left several individuals in the room momentarily stunned. Both Jin Yalei and Ah-san had not anticipated the young man's decisive and efficient action. To say he had eliminated a man with such ease was a testament to his prowess. As for Xiao'er, her expression was complex. Though fear and panic flickered across her face, there was an underlying sense of relief. Only Zhang Feng furrowed his brow deeply, not out of aversion to death, but due to dissatisfaction with the novice's method. He cast the problem onto Jin Yalei, intending to shift all responsibility onto Fu Yixing. Although Jin Yalei had just pretended to be virtuous and had spouted a great deal of rhetoric, it was ultimately that lackey who took action. The lackey, spurred by Zhang Feng's words, apprehended Zhong Changyong, and it was he who struck the decisive blow. Thus, the entire affair would undoubtedly rest upon Zhang Feng's shoulders. The members of 14K would certainly not wish to believe that a mere lackey dared to lay hands on a figure of such stature. The matter needed to be resolved. Zhang Feng inhaled deeply and dusted off his hands, signaling to Ah-san. After a glance at Jin Yalei, who nodded in acknowledgement, Ah-san dragged the lifeless Zhong Changyong away like a dead dog. "All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Zhang Feng declared as he rose, contemplating. "If Boss Lei has time tomorrow, do visit Kong Li. I believe young Master Ji would also like to meet you in person." With that, Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped away. He needed to make his way back to the Seheo Hotel promptly. On one hand, the Seheo Hotel had British connections, and even if 14K sought to cause him trouble, as long as they lacked the resolve to go all out, he would at least be safe there. On the other hand, he needed to ponder how to address the current predicament effectively, just as he stepped out of the entrance of Lianxiang building. The lackey who had just acted, accompanied by Xiu'er and 7 or 8 similarly aged songstresses, rushed out after him. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. Despite the call from behind him, Zhang Feng showed no intention of slowing his pace. Exiting Lianxiang building, he prepared to hail a nearby rickshaw. Yet, that same lackey, who had so effortlessly snapped Zhong Changyong's neck, was quicker, stepping in front of Zhang Feng. Do you think you can stop me? Zhang Feng knew that his martial prowess was no match for the lackeys, but he was confident that if he called out, not only would Jin Yao, who had yet to descend from upstairs, come to his aid, but so would other lackeys and waitstaff of Lianxiang building. This exemplified the stark disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished. Mr. Zhang, you misunderstand. I truly have no intention of obstructing you, the lackey hastily explained, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Then what are you doing now? Zhang Feng lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke, regarding him coldly. Mr. Zhang, I have a request, and I hope you can grant it. I assure you, I will not take you away. Zhang Feng replied decisively. Had the lackey not broken Zhong Changyong's neck, but rather shifted the dilemma onto Jin Yao, Zhang Feng might have considered taking the young man under his wing. However, now he had not only failed to assist him, but had also caused him harm. Zhang Feng was unwilling to keep a disobedient dog by his side. No, Mr. Zhang. You misunderstand. Yet, Zhang Feng's blunt response prompted the lackey to clarify more earnestly. In light of Zhang Feng's resolute reply, he quickly shook his head. Mr. Zhang, I understand that killing a minor leader of 14K is a grave matter, so I will not shift this burden onto you. I will bear it entirely, ensuring that you suffer no repercussions. Please rest assured. Oh, the lackey's words took Zhang Feng by surprise momentarily. However, he quickly shook his head. Even if you bear it, who would believe you? A lackey kills a master accompanied by songstresses? That is inherently implausible. Moreover, this master was killed after explicitly revealing his identity as one of the top 10 generals of 14K. That makes it even more improbable. Yet the lackey remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang, I know that no amount of talk will suffice, but I can guarantee that this matter will have no connection to you. I merely hope you can help shelter them. Following the direction his gaze indicated, Zhang Feng slowly turned around. The sight before him made him momentarily stunned. Behind him stood 7 or 8 young girls of similar age to Xiu'er, gathered without his notice. Xiu'er stood at the forefront, her previously frail demeanor now imbued with a surprising resolve. Are you negotiating terms with me? Zhang Feng turned back, narrowing his eyes as he coldly questioned the lackey. First, he acted to earn Zhang Feng's approval. Then he shifted the blame onto him. And now he was coercing Zhang Feng into sheltering Xiu'er and the others. Such cunning tactics revealed a complex relationship between this fellow and the girls. Mr. Zhang, I apologize. I had no choice, the lackey admitted candidly. Moreover, I have already sent word to 14K, so I implore you to make your decision promptly. To be honest, Zhang Feng loathed being threatened more than anything else in his life. This lackey had evidently crossed Zhang Feng's threshold of tolerance. Do you believe I would have someone chop you into pieces and toss you into the sea to feed the fish right now? Zhang Feng's face began to show signs of anger. Yet the lackey remained resolute. Mr. Zhang, I truly did not intend this. But I know you are the only one who can look after them, so I beg you. With that, the lackey knelt before Zhang Feng. However, even with such an action, Zhang Feng remained unmoved. Do you think that by doing this, I would comply? The lackey shook his head. Yet his expression was one of unwavering determination. I know Mr. Zhang is no ordinary person, but you must be someone who values reputation. I can help you resolve this issue. Huh, reputation? Zhang Feng scoffed. Isn't this reputation something you brought upon yourself? The lackey found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Zhang, people from 14K are heading this way. Should you not leave? Whether Jin Yao was still upstairs or had already slipped out the back door, he had not appeared, but Ah-san hurriedly approached Zhang Feng, speaking in hushed tones. Zhang Feng squinted, first nodding, then looking at the still kneeling lackey. What is your name? I am Wu Shihai, Mr. Zhang. The lackey's words caught Zhang Feng off guard. From Chaozhou? Zhang Feng used the local dialect, and upon hearing this, Wu Shihai's anxious expression brightened with excitement as he eagerly nodded. Yes, I am from Chaoyang. Mr. Zhang, are you as well? Zhang Feng's face bore a wry smile. He felt the trajectory of his life was too dramatic. It seemed he was constantly encountering notable figures, not to mention Chen Guanglong and Jin Yao. Even during a simple tea outing, he had met Zhong Changyong, the founder of the Yongzi faction under 14K. And now, the one who resolved Zhong Changyong's fate was none other than Wu Shihai, the future founder of one of the 4 major underworld families, the Chaozhou Ichun. It was uncertain whether to consider this a stroke of luck or a misfortune. What piqued Zhang Feng's curiosity further was how Wu Shihai had come to be at Lianxiang building in 1951. According to the accounts of later films such as Po Heo and Chasing the Dragon, Wu Shihai should have still been on the mainland at this time. It was only in the early 1960s that he came to Hong Kong to make a living, with the assistance of his fellow townsman Yin Xiong, who had already risen to the rank of chief inspector. He rapidly ascended, establishing Yichun, and in just a few years, transforming it into a force that could stand alongside the likes of Nu Yianan, Xinghe, and 14K as one of the four major underworld families. His means and intellect were indeed remarkable. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Feng felt somewhat reassured. At least being schemed against by such a person is not entirely unjust. Very well, I can agree to your terms, though I do hope you will remember your promises. After uttering these words, Zhang Feng turned to Ah San and instructed, "Call for a few more rickshaws." "Mr. Zhang, everything is prepared," Ah San replied, curling his little finger and whistling sharply, causing a dozen rickshaws to come rushing in from all directions. It was not that Ah San or Jin Yalei had anticipated that a single rickshaw would be insufficient for Zhang Feng's needs, but rather it was a necessity of the era to maintain discretion. In the distance, at the street corner, it seemed that someone was approaching, and without further delay, Zhang Feng hopped into the leading rickshaw. "What are you dawdling for? Get in." With Zhang Feng's command, Wu Shihao quickly rose from the ground, urging the few singers to board the vehicle. Ah San, seemingly having received prior instructions, wasted no time and took on the role of the rickshaw puller for Zhang Feng. "Mr. Zhang, I am at your service." Once the singers were settled in, Wu Shihao glanced at Xiaoer, seated beside Zhang Feng, and ultimately bowed his fist in respect. Chapter 53. The Brothers of Fui Xing. "Mr. Zhang, where are we headed now?" asked Ah San, instinctively glancing back. "Let us return to the city fortress." Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before replying. "Understood." Ah San whistled, and the dozen rickshaws, as if equipped with motors, swiftly vanished from the entrance of Lin Xiang building. Unlike Xiaoer, who wore a face of concern and frequently looked back, Zhang Feng was not overly invested in Wu Shihao's fate. His thoughts were consumed with the question of why Wu Shihao had appeared here. Could it be that his rebirth had altered the course of history? Otherwise, why would Yin Xiong show up in Wanchai instead of Kowloon or Mongkok? Why would Lan Gang materialize in Tsim Sha Sui rather than Lantau Island? And why would the infamous drug lord Bo Hao from the 60s-70s arrive in Hong Kong a full decade early? All of these occurrences were far too bewildering. Ah San's stamina was not comparable to that of an ordinary rickshaw puller. A journey that would typically take over half an hour was condensed to just 15 minutes. Even when they came to a halt, his breathing remained relatively steady. This prompted Zhang Feng to contemplate whether he should find someone like him to accompany him. Chun Guanglong had Lan Zaiquan and Sang Minju. Jin Yalei had Ah San. In such tumultuous times, it would indeed be inconvenient to lack a capable and trustworthy confidant by one's side. However, for Zhang Feng at present, this was merely a consideration. After all, he had yet to establish a foothold in Hong Kong. The glory he had thus far acquired was not genuinely his own, but rather borrowed from Zhou Deji, or more accurately, from the Zhou family's influence. Yet, he believed he was drawing ever closer to success. Whether it was due to their conspicuous presence or some other reason, Zhang Feng did not encounter Fatty Fu upon his return. "Third brother, I appreciate your efforts. Here is a little change. Go have some tea with the brothers," Zhang Feng said, presenting what he referred to as change, yet it was a $100 bill. Ah San, a pragmatic individual, graciously accepted it without any false pleasantries after expressing his gratitude. "By the way, third brother, I may need you to take me to the Sehao Hotel later." It was not that Zhang Feng doubted Wu Shihao's capabilities, but rather he believed that true control over one's destiny lay solely in one's own hands. Everything else was mere talk. He had come to Kowloon City primarily to entrust Xiaoer and the others to his parents. After all, bringing a group of 13 or 14-year-old girls to a hotel would undoubtedly attract criticism, especially if his employer Zhou Deji were to see them. "No trouble at all. Old Ding instructed me to stay beside Mr. Zhang for the time being. We shall discuss everything when we meet tomorrow," Ah San replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Zhang Feng replied with a faint smile. "It seems that Brother Lei truly cares for me." Ah San, being a straightforward man, did not grasp the underlying meaning of Zhang Feng's words. Had Jin Yalei been present, he would likely have felt quite embarrassed. For his concern over Zhang Feng's safety was just one aspect. The most crucial matter was ensuring Zhang Feng could introduce him to Zhou Deji the following day. Or else the 16 little yellow fish would be for naught. "Oh, my dear ancestor, you finally returned." It was now 3 in the afternoon. Typically, Zhang Tiqian would be the only one at home at this hour, but today, to his surprise, even his mother Lu Guiqin was present. As he pushed open the door, Lu Guiqin hurried to greet him, but halfway there, upon seeing a stranger behind Zhang Feng, she froze. "Oh, the brothers of Fui Xing." Zhang Feng was uncertain of Ah San's exact position within old Fu's ranks, thus he referred to him simply as brother. "Good afternoon, aunt." Despite Ah San's usual aloof demeanor, he could not help but greet Zhang Feng's mother on this occasion. Lu Guiqin, initially responding with an awkward smile, quickly pulled Zhang Feng aside. Keeping a wary eye on Ah-san, she lowered her voice as much as possible to ask her son, "Son, did Koshue Hui send someone to bring you back?" Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her concern. Koshue Hui? Send Ah-san to capture him? Setting aside the fact that Koshue Hui had already met his end. Even if he were alive, he would hardly be worthy to approach Ah-san. However, there were some matters Zhang Feng was unsure how to explain, and he did not wish to worry Lu Guiqin, so he pondered briefly before saying, "Rest assured, he is my friend and has no connection to Uncle Hui. Moreover, I have already repaid the debt my father owed, so he will not come looking for us again." Indeed, he would not, for the man was already in the afterlife. There was no chance of him causing trouble anymore. Yet, mentioning Koshue Hui reminded Zhang Feng of someone, his wife, Qiu Baifeng. It seemed he ought to find time to pay her a visit. Zhang Feng was not a man overtaken by lust, but occasionally indulging in life's pleasures was understandable. "By the way, Mother, here are a few $100. You and Father should move out and find a place to stay in the next couple of days." As Zhang Feng spoke, he pulled several Hong Kong dollar bills from his pocket. Lu Guiqin stared at the money in astonishment. Zhang Tiqian, his face filled with concern, asked, "Ah Feng, have you gotten into trouble outside?" "No," Zhang Feng replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "It's just that I have a few friends who need to stay at our place, and it's too cramped here." "A few friends?" Before Lu Guiqin could fully process this, Xiao and the others had already been called in by Zhang Feng. Staring at the 8 beautiful young girls before them, Lu Guiqin and Zhang Tiqian were left speechless. Fearing that his parents might press him for details, Zhang Feng quickly said he had matters to attend to that evening. And after enduring Lu Guiqin's complaints, he whisked Ah-san away. "By the way, third brother, could you arrange for a couple of brothers to help with the moving?" Standing at the gate of the city fortress, Zhang Feng pondered before asking. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Guiqin and Zhang Tiqian genuinely cared for him. Even if there was little familial affection, Zhang Feng felt it necessary to provide some support within his means. "Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I have already made arrangements." Ah-san replied. "Oh." Zhang Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. "Third brother, you are indeed perceptive." Having arranged everything meticulously, Ah-san hailed a rickshaw and transported Zhang Feng to the Seheo Grand Hotel. It was only upon stepping through the hotel's entrance that Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. "All right, third brother, since you're fine, feel free to wander around. I need to rest for a while, and we'll head out around 6. If Mr. Zhang has no concerns, I shall wait here." Ah-san insisted. Seeing his steadfastness, Zhang Feng refrained from commenting, though the sensation it stirred within him was quite uncomfortable. It seemed that Jean Yalei was still a matter that required addressing. Chapter 54, Ultimately Perishing in the Embrace of a Woman. Whether Xue Feng truly embodies the future's pirate queen remains to be verified, at least for now. She is merely a fugitive who has relocated to Hong Kong with her family. Unlike others who have come from the mainland, the Xue family once enjoyed a period of prosperity in Shanghai. Xue Feng's father, Xue Hongmin, had even mingled with the likes of the notorious local overlords, Huang Jinrong, Zhang Xiaolin, and Du Yuesheng. However, during the catastrophic bombing of 1941, the Xue family suffered devastating losses, with their properties and businesses reduced to ashes. The Xue family, now a mere shadow of its former self, began to face oppression from all sides. In desperation, Xue Hongmin sold off their remaining assets, leaving their homeland behind with his wife and daughter, arriving in Hong Kong. At that time, Hong Kong had just emerged from Japanese occupation, and Xue Hongmin perceived this as an opportunity, intending to replicate past successes and make a comeback. Yet, in Shanghai, he had connections and a solid foundation. Whereas in Hong Kong, he was utterly alone, forced to start anew. Consequently, within a few months, his remaining savings evaporated. Presently, aside from a modest villa in Mong Kok, the Xue family's living conditions were scarcely better than those of the inhabitants of Kowloon walled city. To extricate themselves from their dire straits, Xue Hongmin, after conferring with his wife, resolved to marry their daughter to the wealthy merchant Su Jingtiao, who had also emigrated from Shanghai. Once, Xue Hongmin would have affectionately referred to Su Jingtiao as Brother Su. Now, he was compelled to marry off his blossoming daughter as a concubine. Such a lamentable predicament explains why Xue Feng would rather feign a relationship with a random young man from the crowd than heed her parents' wishes. "You're back." Upon seeing Zhang Feng at the door, Xue Feng's face lit up with a radiant smile. "You just returned?" Zhang Feng hung his coat on a nearby rack and noticed that the room appeared largely untouched, prompting his curiosity. "I came back right after you left, but I wasn't sure what could be moved and what couldn't, so." Observing Xue Feng with her head bowed, Zhang Feng chuckled. "I didn't realize you were so well-mannered." While Zhang Feng was away, Xue Feng had been silently praying that he would not deceive her. However, his return brought her some comfort, though the sudden presence of another person in the room made her feel somewhat awkward. Zhang Feng shook his head with a smile, gesturing toward the sofa. "If you're all right, just stay there. I need to lie down for a bit. Please wake me around 6. "Why?" Xue Feng asked. momentarily taken aback. Of course, one must see things through to the end, Zhang Feng replied, rolling his eyes and disregarding the fact that Xue Feng, a young woman of virtue, was still standing nearby. He began to undress. Ah, Xue Feng exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she reacted. Why such a strong reaction? I'm not undressing completely, Zhang Feng retorted with exasperation. But, Xue Feng stammered, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng ignored her presence entirely and collapsed onto the bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. He had indeed slept well the previous night, but the events of the day had been rather overwhelming. According to medical studies, both physical and mental exhaustion can lead to drowsiness, as only in sleep can one subtly replenish lost energy. At that moment, Zhang Feng was experiencing just that. Xue Feng, astonished that this man could fall asleep so abruptly, stood frozen for a moment before hesitantly tiptoeing to the bedside. She nudged Zhang Feng gently, receiving no response. She increased her efforts with 2 stronger pushes, yet still, he remained unresponsive, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The room's curtains were drawn, rendering the light dim. Xue Feng stood quietly by the bed, gazing at the sleeping Zhang Feng. Occasionally, a faint smile could be discerned at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Asan, who had been waiting for Zhang Feng to descend, had already encountered Jin Yalei in a discreet tea house near the Seheo Grand Hotel. Are you certain there is more than one person in that room? Jin Yalei inquired, frowning as he sat in a secluded area of the tea house. Indeed, Asan affirmed. After delivering him in the morning, I arranged for 2 vigilant brothers to keep watch nearby. I just inquired, and around noon, a woman with a Shanghai accent entered his room with a key and has not come out since. Humph, Jin Yalei scoffed, his expression filled with disdain. Such a person is bound to meet an untimely end at the hands of a woman. What about that woman named Xiu Baifeng? Asan asked further. That lad still holds some utility for us. Let us hold off on taking action for now. In time, if he doesn't mention this matter, we can send him to Temple Street. Even if we drain that wench dry, I expect her mother to return the 16 gold bars that I sent out. Jin Yalei's anger flared at the mere thought of this situation. Is it not enough that we owe a favor to Yin Xiong? I doubt we should have to expend so much effort. You mentioned that the lad gave his family a sum to relocate? Yes, Asen nodded. It's to arrange for some singers from Lin Xiong building to stay. More women. Jin Yalei's derision intensified. When they move, make sure to inform me immediately, and ensure they don't slip away from under our noses. Understood. After inquiring further about Zhang Feng, Jin Yalei sipped his tea, brushed off his hands, and said, All right, you may leave now. Ensure that lad makes it through the night safely. Numbers on the other side. A flicker of hesitation crossed Asan's face. Rest assured, I have arranged for people nearby to support you at any time, Jin Yalei said, seemingly reading Asan's thoughts as he waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, old chief. With those words, Asan felt a weight lift from his heart. After all, the strength of the 14K was not inferior to that of the Fuck Yi Sing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risen so rapidly. If the 14K truly sought to trouble Zhang Feng, relying solely on Asan would indeed be a daunting task. By the way, old chief, what has become of that fellow? In the world of the underbelly, the most esteemed trait was the courage exhibited by the youth. And it was apparent that Wu Ziho's performance today had earned Asan's respect. He was captured. He likely won't survive the night, Jin Yalei replied nonchalantly. Receiving the answer, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Asan's eyes, though he did not display it overtly. Then I shall take my leave. With Jin Yalei's nod of consent, Asan exited the private room. Hey, wake up. Hey. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xue Feng arrived punctually to awaken Zhang Feng, but for reasons unknown, her attempts to rouse him were in vain, causing her to stamp her feet in frustration. Just as she found herself at a loss, Zhang Feng suddenly extended his arm, and with a startled gasp, he rolled over, pinning Xue Feng beneath him. Chapter 55. A heart full of desire but lacking courage. Let go of me. Release me at once. What do you intend to do? Xue Feng, caught beneath him, exclaimed in alarm, struggling to break free. However, being a delicate woman, she was no match for the vigorous strength of Zhang Feng. I advise you to behave yourself, otherwise, I might not hesitate to take advantage of you right now. You. Faced with Zhang Feng's fierce expression, Xue Feng ultimately chose silence. In a confined space with a lone man, she dared not take the risk. If she provoked him, the consequences could be dire. Yet, just as she anticipated some ill-fated outcome, she felt the pressure on her body suddenly diminish. Not only had the weight lifted, but her wrists, which had been firmly restrained, were now free. Huh, what is happening? Xue Feng instinctively opened her eyes. She found Zhang Feng already seated on the edge of the bed, dressing himself. Oh, so you have desires but lack the courage? She could not help but scoff. Zhang Feng, however, paid her no heed, his demeanor indifferent as he remarked. It's already 6:30. How much longer do you plan to lie there? You. Her trembling finger pointed accusingly at Zhang Feng. Stammering several U's without finishing her thought, She not only resented Zhang Feng's rudeness, but also his lack of discernment. Was she not beautiful enough? Here she was, an exquisite beauty pinned beneath him, even having closed her eyes in resignation, and he had no inclination to act upon it. Women are indeed peculiar creatures. When subjected to bullying, they resent their tormentor, yet when spared, they begrudge him for his lack of appreciation. No wonder the ancients said, "It is difficult to please both a villain and a woman." Don't tell me you didn't stand by and watch while I was asleep. Zhang Feng had already donned his outerwear and was now bent down, polishing his shoes with a cloth. And what of it? Are you afraid of being observed? Shui Feng retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Zhang Feng turned back with a smile. Exactly. You see me, I pin you down. That's only fair. After saying this, he resumed polishing his shoes, leaving Shui Feng to simmer in frustration behind him. Originally intending to depart at 6, this minor incident delayed their exit until 6:45. Yet, in her anger, Shui Feng failed to notice Zhang Feng's gaze, sharp as two glints of cold light, swiftly scanning the gap between the curtains as he turned to close the door. Asan had long been waiting outside the Saheo Hotel, still playing the role of a coachman as he had in the afternoon. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Feng nodded, first assisting Shui Feng into the rickshaw before exchanging a knowing glance with Asan. Having been a loyal aide to Jinya Lei for an extended period, Asan was quick-witted. Understanding immediately, he concocted an excuse to accompany Zhang Feng into the hotel lobby. Zhang Feng glanced outside through the glass doors, then at Shui Feng, who was looking inside. After nodding at her, he instructed Asan, "Brother San, arrange for a few men to check out that building behind the hotel." "Mr. Zhang, is someone monitoring you?" Asan asked, momentarily taken aback, his expression soon turning grave. Responsible for Zhang Feng's protection. The fact that someone was tailing him right under his nose posed not only a safety concern, but also a matter of pride. "Let us just go and take a look," Zhang Feng replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Shui Feng indeed possessed a certain allure, particularly with her poised demeanor infused with a hint of youthful playfulness, making it difficult for many men to resist their affection for her. Moreover, Zhang Feng was acutely aware that in a few years, she might very well become the queen of pirates. Subduing her would be tantamount to conquering the entire South China Sea. The thought alone was tantalizing. Yet, Zhang Feng was certainly not a man driven solely by lust. In his past life, and this one, he refrained from entangling himself in romantic affairs until he achieved his professional aspirations. The earlier scene had indeed involved a degree of jest at Shui Feng's expense. For who could blame him for being the object of her curious gaze while he slumbered? However, the more pressing reason for his actions lay in the fact that he had distinctly noticed a point of light casting a shadow on the wall. At that moment, Shui Feng had been facing away from the window, and Zhang Feng too had his back to her, which allowed him to see the light spot clearly as it streamed through the curtain gap. Though it was 1951 in Hong Kong, and such advanced sniper equipment should not exist, the course of many events had diverged from historical trajectories, prompting Zhang Feng to remain vigilant. Yet, he remained unaware of who might be observing him from the shadows. The movements of the 14K gang should not be this swift. "Mr. Zhang." As Zhang Feng mused, Asan returned. After a subtle nod from Asan, Zhang Feng said, "All right, let us depart." "Mr. Zhang, where are we headed?" "Oh, right." Only when Asan inquired did Zhang Feng realize he had yet to ask Shui Feng where she wished to go that evening. Approaching the rickshaw, he asked her before taking his seat, to Lychee. The Lychee nightclub in North Point and the Oriental nightclub on Nathan Road both belonged to Li Caifa, known as the Emperor of Hong Kong nightclubs and the Duke of Duyueshing. However, in terms of scale and prestige, Lychee outclassed the Oriental by several degrees. Had it not been for Meng Lian, it was likely that Zhou Dezhai, the second son of the Zhou family, would have taken Zhang Feng to Lychee instead of the Oriental. This indicated that Su Jingtao's intended guests for the evening, the ones he aimed to bestow Shui Feng upon, were likely of considerable significance. Meanwhile, just as Zhang Feng embarked on his journey, something seemed to stir within a secluded section of a commercial building behind the Saheo Hotel, though it was obscured by numerous garbage bags, making it difficult to discern. It was only when the figure extended an arm to clear away some plastic bags that it became evident that it was a person, a rather rotund individual. In his hand, he held an unfamiliar elongated tube, which, in the blink of an eye, vanished. Not only did the tube disappear, but so did the previously motionless figure. By the time Asan's arranged brothers arrived to search the area, all they found was a heap of trash. Chapter 56, A Heart of Stone and a Callous Soul. Are you saying that Su Jingtao is nearly 64? Upon hearing Shui Feng mention the prominent figures they were to meet that evening, Zhang Feng could not help but be taken aback. While the concept of older men marrying younger women was not unheard of, this disparity was quite striking. If Su Jingtao fathered a child at the age of 22, and that child also married and had children at the same age, then by this timeline, Su Jingtao's grandson would be the same age as Shui Feng. Now you understand why I wish to escape the marriage, Xue Fong said, her face contorted in distress. Zhang Feng chuckled. Moreover, she was so amused that she could hardly straighten her back. What are you laughing at? Xue Fong inquired, slightly irritated. Oh, it's nothing, Zhang Feng replied, waving his hand as he gasped for breath. I've only heard of buy one, get one free, but you, it seems, are offering buy one, get two. Oh wait. If this Su family has more than one son or daughter, then wouldn't that mean? He paused, realizing that there were neither sons nor daughters. Faced with Zhang Feng's jest, Xue Fong's expression turned cold. Oh, no offspring. Does that imply? At that moment, Zhang Feng finally grasped why Xue Fong's parents consented to marry their pampered daughter to a man in his 60s. One must ponder, what vigor could a man of over 60 possess, either physically or mentally, to engage with a woman? Similarly, Xue Fong's parents must have entertained this notion as well. Furthermore, with Su Jingtao having no children upon his passing, wouldn't his considerable fortune inevitably fall into the hands of his nominal wife? Zhang Feng even harbored doubts that in her previous life, Xue Fong's ability to rally troops and eradicate all pirates in the South China Sea might have been supported by this wealth. After all, the vastness of the South China Sea and the multitude of pirates were staggering. It mattered little whether she was the daughter-in-law of the commander of the 4th Army under the 19th Group of the Nationalist Army, or even the daughter-in-law of Chiang Kai-shek himself. Based on Zhang Feng's conjecture, it was highly probable that after Su Jingtao's demise, Xue Fong remarried Wu Tianfu, leaving the family fortune to her parents. After Wu Tianfu was executed, Xue Fong would have mobilized all her assets to raise an army. In this scenario, at least theoretically, it made sense. Xue Fong, of course, was unaware that Zhang Feng had already pondered matters a decade into the future. She was still sulking, her lips pursed so much they could hang a soy sauce bottle. Mr. Zhang, we've arrived. Asan's speed was remarkable, and in no time they reached the entrance of the Liqi nightclub. Upon seeing the entrance, reminiscent of the East, Zhang Feng snapped back to reality. Nodding, he instructed Asan to wait nearby before turning to Xue Fong with a serious demeanor. I assure you, I will fulfill my promise, but I must make it clear, I am merely an employee. The respect I receive from others is entirely due to my employer. Therefore, if I sense any insurmountable difficulties, I will not hesitate to depart. I hope you understand. Xue Fong was taken aback by Zhang Feng's sudden, unfeeling declaration. Initially, she had sought him out of sheer desperation, as he was the only one alone in the restaurant on the 2nd floor of Shihao. However, upon witnessing Zhang Feng's ease in entering the home of Chairman Zhou of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce and chatting amicably with the second son of the Zhou family without a trace of awkwardness, her interest in him had undoubtedly increased. That afternoon, she had contemplated much in her hotel room, until, unexpectedly, Zhang Feng had pinned her down. Although his intentions had been purely protective at that moment, she found herself, amid her anger and despair, harboring a fleeting inclination to compromise. Yet, all her fantasies, all her affection, all her assumptions shattered completely with Zhang Feng's words, akin to a beautiful crystal ball shattered against the ground, irreparable. Xue Fong was resolute. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to appear as natural as possible. I understand. I want to make things difficult for you. That's good. Zhang Feng nodded, extending his hand. Shall we go inside? Xue Fong glanced at the arm extended towards her, then at Zhang Feng, who had turned to face the Liqi Hall, regaining his usual composure, and took a step forward. Fate often plays tricks on us. Xue Fong did not wish to resign herself to her fate, yet in 1950s Hong Kong, how could a woman possess the power to dictate her own destiny? Perhaps Xue Fong's parents had her best interests at heart, yet they overlooked her own desires. In terms of overall layout, Liqi, while slightly larger and more lavishly decorated than the East, bore little difference. Guided by Xue Fong, the two arrived at the entrance of a private room. The door to the room towered significantly taller than Zhang Feng, showcasing its grandeur. The attendant beside them, seemingly familiar with Xue Fong, opened the door and warmly ushered them in. Inside the private room, a considerable number of so-called social elites had gathered. They were either in small clusters or pairs, their faces adorned with insincere smiles and exaggerated politeness. As the door swung open, the gazes of all present seemed to be bound by an unseen force, collectively shifting towards the entrance. Initially, their expressions remained unchanged upon seeing Xue Fong. However, when they noticed her arm entwined with that of a stranger, their smiles gradually stiffened. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. At the far end of the room stood three individuals, Xue Fong's parents and, facing them, the evening's main character, her fiancé, Su Jingtao. Speaking of Su Jingtao, he could be regarded as a legendary figure. He had once stirred the winds of change in Shanghai and belonged to an era even preceding the likes of Huang Jinrong. However, the rise of figures like Huang Jinrong, Zhang Xiaolin, and Du Yuexing signified the dawn of a new age. The older generation, including Su Jingtao, had to retreat from the limelight, relocating to Hong Kong. After traversing the tumultuous eras of the 30s and 40s, Su Jingtao transformed from a small businessman upon his arrival in Hong Kong into the spiritual leader of all Shanghai merchants in the region. Yet, the Shanghai merchants in Hong Kong had not established any chambers of commerce. Otherwise, Su Jingtao would no longer be referred to as Boss Su but rather Chairman Su. The three naturally noticed the peculiar atmosphere at the entrance, especially when the crowd parted unnaturally to form a passageway. While Su Jingtao remained composed, Xuefeng's parents were visibly enraged. Chapter 57, Steward Zhang Feng, Meet Boss Su. Come here. Shui Hongmin approached without sparing a glance at Zhang Feng, yanking his daughter back to her original position. Dad. Xuefeng protested in discontent. She attempted to break free from his firm grasp, but her frailness rendered her powerless to resist. Turning back, she looked at Zhang Feng with hope in her eyes. The other guests also directed their attention towards this uninvited guest, their reactions a mix of anticipation, sympathy, confusion, and, predominantly, schadenfreude. Yet, the scene of a savior miraculously emerging did not materialize. Neither did the spectacle of a humiliated figure storming out. At that moment, Zhang Feng displayed neither disappointment nor anger, as if everything transpiring around him was entirely unrelated to him. Under the gaze of nearly everyone, he casually touched his nose, a faint smile gracing his face. What was happening? Could he truly be so thick-skinned? I suspect he has lost his mind. Amidst the hushed whispers of the crowd, Zhang Feng remained unfazed. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat and slowly extracted a pack of sandwich cigarettes, drawing one out and placing it between his lips. A search of his trousers revealed that he had left his matches behind in the hotel. With a resigned shake of his head, he ambled over to a nearby gentleman. Excuse me, might you have a light? In my haste to leave, I inadvertently left my matches in Seheo's room. This seemingly mundane inquiry caused Shui Hongmin to momentarily freeze. He was well aware of his daughter's departure from home, including her whereabouts, and he knew for certain that she would be present this evening. Otherwise, he and his wife would not be here engaged in light-hearted conversation with Su Jingtao. However, Zhang Feng's assertion of having come from Seheo's place, coupled with the mention of his forgotten matches, was laden with implications. Shui Hongmin's brief pause quickly dissipated, yet it did not escape the notice of many, especially Su Jingtao. Under normal circumstances, regardless of his physiological needs, Su Jingtao would have been the one most embarrassed today. Yet, throughout the unfolding drama, his countenance remained devoid of any unusual expression. He maintained his standard smile, as if the entire situation bore no relation to him. A man who should have either exited the scene or caused a ruckus was now borrowing matches. A person who ought to be furious appeared instead to be observing with a serene smile. The two individuals directly involved seemed dispassionately detached, rendering the atmosphere even more surreal. Zhang Feng finally secured a match, and Shui Feng was reluctantly drawn to Su Jingtao's side by her father. Before Shui Hongmin could apologize, Su Jingtao half raised his arm, gesturing to quell the moment, and spoke amicably. I sincerely apologize for the delay. I truly regret any inconvenience caused. Please, let us continue. Continue? No further words followed. The crowd exchanged glances, looking from one another to Zhang Feng, who still lingered at the door smoking, and to Su Jingtao, who appeared absorbed in admiring the beauty beside him. Ultimately, the atmosphere returned to one of insincere smiles and exaggerated politeness, as if nothing had transpired, or perhaps as if it had merely been a trivial interlude. However, just as the gathering nearly reverted to its previous commotion, a clear voice suddenly pierced the air. The crowd instinctively glanced at Zhang Feng, assuming the unexpected sound originated from him. Yet, they found him sitting alone in a corner, delicately savoring a piece of cake. Not him. Then who? Their gaze settled on the forefront, where indeed Shui Feng stood, her hair disheveled, one hand covering her cheek, her eyes glaring daggers at her father. Shui Hongmin, panting heavily as if he had just engaged in a strenuous activity, appeared visibly agitated. Shui's mother was caught in a state of indecision, neither sitting nor standing, while Su Jingtao remained unperturbed, idly toying with a green thumb ring, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Enough already, there are so many eyes upon us. It seemed that an unspoken law existed in the world. No matter the stalemate, a peacemaker would inevitably emerge. Presently, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s and speaking in the local dialect, approached to mediate. Dear niece, you too, whatever grievances or unhappiness you harbor, must be discussed privately. Before such a gathering, don't put your father in a difficult position. He can't manage that. After the intercession of bystanders, Shui Feng let out a cold huff. What he can or cannot manage is of no concern to me. You. Shui Hongmin's face turned a mottled shade of rage as he raised his hand, poised to strike his daughter again. Go ahead, if you have the courage. Strike me down here. Shui Feng's temper flared as she defiantly thrust her cheek forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shui Hongmin found himself at an impasse. unable to strike or refrain. That is enough. Su Jingtao finally spoke. With assistance, he slowly rose from his seat, his expression remarkably calm and devoid of emotion. Brother Su, this is entirely my failure in discipline. Shui Hongmin attempted to apologize, but his words were cut off by Su Jingtao's raised hand. Su Jingtao glanced first at the visibly indignant Shui Fong, who seemed ready to confront anything, and then through the throng, at Zhang Feng, who appeared to be savoring his cake as if nothing had occurred, a smile of inscrutable sentiment gracing his lips. He remained silent, and the others followed suit, the atmosphere sinking back into an uneasy stillness. Time trickled by, and Su Jingtao moved as though he were an elderly man on the verge of demise. His actions painfully slow, almost giving the impression of stasis. I remember when you were a child. I once held you in my arms, he remarked to Shui Fong. His words seemingly devoid of context. Before anyone could digest this statement, he continued, since you've brought friends, why not call them over? At that moment, a palpable tension filled the air. What had transpired was far from inconsequential. It was the prelude to something far more explosive. Yet, to what extent would this explosion manifest? Many felt a sense of uncertainty, for Su Jingtao had not ventured out in years, yet no one would dare underestimate an old tiger, even one stripped of its teeth. For everyone knew that a tiger still possessed its claws. Moreover, no one held high hopes for Zhang Feng. After all, what kind of waves could an 18-year-old youth stir? As long as he did not sink to the depths, it would be a blessing from his ancestors. Even Shui Fong found herself momentarily stunned. She had envisioned a million scenarios, even contemplated using her own life as leverage, yet she never anticipated that Zhang Feng would be forced to confront Su Jingtao directly. They were hardly of the same caliber. What now? What should she do? Shui Fong's mind raced with anxiety. Despite her deep-seated resentment toward Zhang Feng, she wished for his safety, hoping he would not suffer any harm due to her actions. Just then, a voice rang out. Zhou family steward Zhang Feng, greetings to you. Mr. Su. Zhou family. Which Zhou family? Under Zhang Feng's seemingly cheerful greeting, everyone, including Shui Hongmin and his wife, exchanged puzzled glances. Only Su Jingtao's brows furrowed slightly. His gaze toward Zhang Feng tinged with suspicion. Are you referring to the residence of Chairman Zhou Jinji of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce? Zhang Feng nodded slightly, indeed. I must say, I am quite impressed. You are quite young to hold such a significant position. Truly remarkable, Su Jingtao remarked with evident admiration. Zhang Feng humbly smiled in response. Mr. Su, you flatter me. I hardly possess the capability to be the head steward. I merely serve as a steward for second young master Zhou Deji. Ah, Deji. Su Jingtao exclaimed in realization. I remember holding him as a child. How swiftly the years have passed. He must be around 20 now? Indeed, this year he turns 20, Zhang Feng confirmed. Alas, how time flies. Su Jingtao sighed and, supported by others, returned to his original seat. Most people present assumed that the elderly gentleman and the young man were merely engaging in casual conversation. There were even a few young women, who fancied themselves somewhat attractive, casting flirtatious glances at Zhang Feng upon hearing that he was connected to the Zhou family. However, a minority, including Shui Feng's father, Shui Hongmin, were more perceptive. Initially, Shui Hongmin did not find anything remarkable about the young Zhang Feng. Yet, after a brief exchange between Zhang Feng and Su Jingtao, he reassessed the young man's character. Having struggled in Hong Kong for 2 to 3 decades, Su Jingtao was no stranger to powerful figures. It was understandable that Zhang Feng would reference the Zhou family initially. On one hand, it drew attention, and on the other, it made it difficult for others to act against him without knowing the full circumstances. However, if Zhang Feng were to flaunt his connections while Su Jingtao appeared to praise him but was actually probing, he would likely find himself facing dire consequences. Later, when Zhang Feng distanced himself from Zhou Deji, Shui Hongmin believed that regardless of whether Zhang Feng truly served as a steward for Zhou Deji, he would certainly navigate this immediate challenge safely. After all, Su Jingtao was a well-established elder in the community. Even Zhou Jinji had to show him respect. With such seniority and experience, it was inappropriate for him to demand proof from a younger individual. Coupled with Zhang Feng's composure and poise earlier, this significantly enhanced his standing in Shui Hongmin's eyes, leaving the latter astonished at how his daughter came to know such a perceptive young man. Well, I'm feeling a bit fatigued, so I shall take my leave, Su Jingtao announced after a brief pause. He slowly rose from his seat, first glancing at Shui Feng before finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Feng. In that moment, Zhang Feng could sense 2 piercing gazes seemingly attempting to penetrate his very being. Ah, I'm getting old. My eyesight is not what it used to be, Su Jingtao remarked with a hint of nostalgia before gently patting Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Young man, you have done well. You have not brought shame to the Zhou family. You are indeed a talent. But I must advise you. Be wary of being overly assertive, for rigidity can lead to breakage. I hope your path ahead is long and prosperous. With that, Su Jingtao, leaning on his cane, departed slowly amidst the astonished stares of the crowd. I shall take my leave as well. Once Su Jingtao's figure vanished from the private room, Zhang Feng bid farewell to Xue Feng. While others may not grasp the significance of his parting words, Zhang Feng understood all too well. Su Jingtao intended to convey that his presence today was a courtesy extended to the Zhou family, not to him, Zhang Feng. Moreover, he was cautioning Zhang Feng against blindly stepping into the fray, lest he face unfavorable repercussions. Certainly, Zhang Feng did not challenge Su Jingtao's perspective. In fact, he found himself in agreement. He had regretted his decision upon arriving at the entrance of Liqi, however, adhering to his principle of keeping his word. He had no choice but to proceed boldly. Otherwise, he would not have needed to utter those hurtful words to Xue Feng at the entrance. Mr. Zhang, Asan, ever diligent, had been waiting by the entrance. Upon Zhang Feng's arrival, he tossed aside his cigarette and hastened toward him. As per your instructions, I have conducted an inquiry, but found nothing. Indeed, Zhang Feng had anticipated this outcome, if it were so easily discovered. The individuals watching him would not have been able to do so right under Fu Yixing's nose. His actions were merely to signal to the observer that even the most concealed presence could be detected. As long as this message was conveyed, Zhang Feng had achieved his objective. As for who was monitoring him or which faction was involved, he was oblivious and could only patiently await their emergence. Let us return to the Haohua. Zhang Feng tightened the collar of his overcoat and boarded the rickshaw. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhang Feng arrived at the Conley Trading Company. As noon approached, Zhou Daji strolled into the office, yawning and grumbling. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Feng, he was taken aback. What on earth happened to you, Ah Feng? Zhang Feng removed an ice-cold towel from his forehead and chuckled wryly. Is it not obvious? I was freezing. Were there no heaters at Saheo? Zhou Daji scratched his head in confusion. Although autumn had set in and Hong Kong's coastal climate was damp and chilly, Saheo was one of the premier hotels in Hong Kong, and it should not have had any issues. Furthermore, he had stayed there the previous night without any discomfort. How come you? Saheo has heaters, but I had no access. Zhang Feng explained that in his hurried departure, he had forgotten to retrieve the room key from Xue Feng. With Ah San already back at Lao Fu, and not having confirmed that the 14K matter was resolved, he could not risk wandering out alone at night. So he had to endure the night in the hotel's emergency exit, a place known for its strong drafts. Spending a night there without catching a cold would indeed be a miracle. Zhou Daji erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. Just as their mirth reached a crescendo, a knock sounded at the office door. Ji Xiao, Mr. Zhang, Jin Yale from Fu Yixing is here to see you. The messenger, the current manager of Conley Trading Company, who was affectionately referred to as Uncle Li due to his age, announced. What a bunch of riffraff. No. Before Zhou Daji could finish, Zhang Feng pulled the tissue from his nose and said, Uncle Li, let him in. Uncle Li hesitated for a moment, then turned to Zhou Daji, seemingly seeking his approval. Ah, let him in then, but make him wait at the door for half an hour first, otherwise. I feel it's unjust for Ah Feng. Chapter 59, Appetizer. Zhou Daji was merely standing up for Zhang Feng, yet Zhang Feng himself felt indifferent. After all, grievances have their sources, and the instigator, Ko Shuihui, had already met his end. What was the point of pursuing it further? Moreover, Zhang Feng was preoccupied with how to deal with Jin Yale, and Ko Shuihui's disturbance had serendipitously aligned with his plans. From a certain perspective, Zhang Feng found himself grateful to Ko Shuihui. Nevertheless, he did not deter Zhou Daji's good intentions. After all, Jin Yale had sent Ah San to monitor him for an entire day yesterday. It was only fitting to serve him a light appetizer first. Boss Lei, my apologies, but the boss is currently discussing important matters with Mr. Zhang, so you may need to wait a moment. Uncle Li said as he exited the office and approached the waiting Jin Yale. No worries, no worries. If Xi Xiao is busy, I will wait. Jin Yale responded courteously. Uncle Li nodded and said nothing further, returning to his own tasks. Despite having enjoyed a life of comfort for a few years, Jin Yale's foundational instincts remained intact, and initially, he did not sense anything amiss. However, as noon drew near and the sun climbed higher, coupled with the fact that he had brought an assortment of gifts to curry favor with Zhou Daji, he began to feel the weight of his circumstances. Standing for a few minutes is not particularly troublesome, yet as time drags on, it becomes somewhat unbearable. Old Ding, shall we retreat to the car for a brief respite? Asan, unable to bear the sight any longer, ventured to advise. Jin Yale glanced at the second floor, wiped the sweat from his brow, and gritted his teeth. No need. The long-cherished aspiration of Fu Yixing was now within reach, almost at the threshold, and Jin Yale was determined to persevere. Seeing his leader's resolve, Asan hesitated momentarily before stepping aside. Another 10 minutes elapsed under the blazing sun, and Jin Yale's figure began to sway slightly. Asan approached once more to persuade him. Yet, Jin Yale remained steadfast, clenching his teeth and enduring. At times, and in certain contexts, 30 minutes can indeed be described with a mere flick of a wrist. However, at this very moment for Lei, it felt as though every minute dragged on like an eternity. Each second was a torment. Yet, this was precisely the moment that revealed the strength of a person's character. Were he an ordinary individual, he would likely have collapsed by the roadside long ago. But Lei was different. Outsiders only knew that he achieved his current standing in the underworld by marrying the sole daughter of the former boss, Lao Fu. In truth, at that time, Lei was already one of Lao Fu's trusted enforcers. Moreover, in terms of seniority, it was his turn by all accounts. As for marrying the former boss's daughter, that was merely a means to seek an opportunity. Thus, his ascent to power, borrowing a wife from Zhou Zhenji, was fundamentally different in nature. As time ticked away, Lei was holding on purely by willpower. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhenji had long since forgotten about him and was engrossed in conversation with Zhang Feng. Hey, you mentioned someone named Shui Feng, right? Zhou Daji stroked his sparse stubble and chuckled. You've already given her the room key. Haven to you too. I'm telling you, boss. I slept at the stairwell last night, Zhang Feng replied with a wry smile. But you returned to your room yesterday afternoon, didn't you? Zhou Daji began to formulate an image in his mind, but Zhang Feng interrupted. I'm not like you. I wouldn't do such things under the blazing sun. TCH. You don't understand. It's precisely in broad daylight that it adds to the romance. Zhou Daji rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to enlighten Zhang Feng with some special knowledge, the office door was knocked upon by Uncle Li. Being interrupted in a moment of enthusiasm is quite vexing, so Zhou Daji's tone was naturally less than amiable. Old Li, I told you to let him wait outside. Why did you come back? Uncle Li smiled awkwardly, then clasped his hands together and said, Young Master Ji, someone from Boss Ya's side has sent word, inquiring about the specifications of the ship we ordered. Ship? What ship? Are we getting a ship? The last question was directed at Zhang Feng. Observing Zhou Daji's perplexed expression, Zhang Feng found it both amusing and exasperating. His boss, for all his merits, had a notoriously short memory. Just yesterday, they had discussed the matter, and now it was all forgotten. Uncle Li, just report according to the standard specifications of a transport vessel, Zhang Feng said. In truth, Zhang Feng was also not well versed in ships. After all, in later years, everything is readily available to choose from, with no notion of custom orders. What he did not realize was that this was precisely related to Kong Li's request for a ship. Xia Shihao, whom Zhou Daji referred to as Uncle Xia, was merely doing a favor for Zhou Zhenji. Otherwise, regardless of the model you requested, being able to sell you a ship would be seen as a generous gift. After witnessing the earlier scene, Uncle Li understood that the young man who spoke had a unique relationship with his boss. So he refrained from consulting Zhou Daji further and directly presented the challenge to Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang, if we go by the standard transport ship pricing. Uncle Li wished to express that Kong Li currently had no available funds, but he certainly couldn't say that in front of Zhou Daji. Otherwise, this wealthy heir would surely accuse him of speaking in circles. Rest assured, send someone with me to the bank later, and I will transfer a few sums to the business's account, Zhang Feng assured, glancing at Zhou Daji, who wore a strained smile, yet remained silent. Zhou Daji felt scrutinized and waved his hand dismissively. All right, I get it, it won't be wasted. Am I hiring a steward or a father? Zhou Daji lamented, feeling quite troubled. Even his own father, Zhou Zhenji, had never been this strict with him. Since my boss disdains me, perhaps I should resign. It would be just as well to return home for a respite and let my mother brew some ginger soup to help me sweat it out. As Zhang Feng spoke, he began to pack his belongings with exaggerated seriousness. Zhou Daji hurriedly intervened. Okay, I really did scare you. At times, Zhou Daji's demeanor was rather endearing. Initially, Zhang Feng had thought that Zhou Daji would share the same temperament as other rich second-generation individuals or official offspring he had encountered in his previous life. However, after engaging with him, he found that aside from being somewhat lecherous and lacking in ambition, he seemed to possess no significant flaws. Well then, I shall proceed to take care of it now. Uncle Li was perplexed by the young man named Zhang Feng, unsure of his character. But he was nonetheless pleased that someone could manage this wayward young master, having watched Zhou Daji grow up. By the way, Uncle Li, summon Lei. If we wait any longer, I fear he might throw a tantrum. He dares. Zhou Daji slammed the table. Call him up. I want to see if he dares to throw a fit in front of me. Having felt frustrated without an outlet earlier, he now seized the opportunity to vent through Lei. Zhang Feng shook his head with a wry smile, but said nothing further. Uncle Li nodded and departed. Chapter 60. The Sudden Show of Authority. Just as Zhang Feng anticipated, after waiting outside the business for a full 3/4 of an hour, Lei could no longer endure. This was not only a physical strain, but a psychological one as well. Old Ding, a San, unable to bear it any longer, resolved to forcibly assist Lei into the nearby vehicle. Just as Lei was contemplating retreat, Uncle Li finally appeared. Uncle Li. Upon seeing Uncle Li, Lei felt as if he had glimpsed hope, while Asan's expression darkened. He was pragmatic, but Jean Yale regarded him as a second father. After all, who in this world could bear to watch their own parents suffer? Uncle Li, being a trusted aide of the Zhou family, possessed both ambition and vision. He ignored the visibly agitated Asan and directly addressed Jean Yale, whose lips were nearly white and cracked. Boss would like to see you, along with Mr. Zhang. This message struck Jean Yale like hearing news of Fu Yixing's dominance over all of Hong Kong. He disregarded his reddened and sunburned skin and cracked lips. Quickly straightening his attire, pushing aside Asan's support, and with a sense of elation, he strode towards the door of Kong Li, which he had been fixated on for over 40 minutes. Old Ding. Asan hesitated, wanting to say something. He longed for the past, yet Jean Yale, with a voice nearly ablaze, hoarsely commanded, "Wait for me outside." In Hong Kong, while Fu Yixing may not boast the most formidable strength or the largest influence, it can undoubtedly be deemed the most eager to establish a foothold at the docks. Today's display by Jean Yale speaks volumes. "Boss Lei, please." Uncle Li maintained an air of indifference in front of outsiders, even creating an impression of inscrutability. At this moment, Jean Yale harbored such thoughts, leading him to exhibit the utmost politeness towards Uncle Li in both speech and demeanor. "Boss Lei, the old master has instructed me to convey other matters. You may proceed directly." Upon reaching the staircase to the second floor, Uncle Li gestured for him to enter. After expressing his gratitude, Jean Yale adjusted his attire and slowly ascended the steps. Little did he know, Uncle Li shook his head slightly behind him, uncertain whether to feel sorrow for a once mighty figure reduced to such a state, or to worry for Kong Li's future due to Zhou Deji's breach of protocol in allowing Fu Yixing, once a traitorous organization, to step onto the docks. Regardless of his thoughts, Uncle Li remained committed to fulfilling his duties. After Jean Yale ascended the stairs, he shook his head and hurried off to discuss shipping matters with the associates sent by Xia Shihao. In the office on the second floor, Zhou Deji lamented Zhang Feng's leniency, insisting that Jean Yale ought to face further trials. "Enough, old master. We must prioritize the bigger picture. Think of your mother and your younger brother Hong Xiao." Upon hearing Zhang Feng mention his mother and brother, Zhou Deji ceased his complaints. Meanwhile, Jean Yale had arrived at the office door. Although he heard commotion within, he could not discern it clearly, nor did he dare to listen too intently. After straightening his clothing once more, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." The voice belonged to Zhang Feng. After all, the second young master of the Zhou family had not yet regained his composure. Regardless of who spoke, as long as the voice emanated from the office, it held the same weight for Jean Yale. "Young Master Ji, for young Master Ji." At that moment, Zhou Deji reclined on the sofa, which faced the office door. Thus, when Jean Yale entered, he paused momentarily, then disregarded Zhang Feng and directly greeted the main figure. However, his enthusiastic salutation was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Deji. Slamming his palm on the coffee table, Zhou Deji rose from the sofa and pointed an accusatory finger at Jean Yale, exclaiming, "You're the one planning to sell Ah Feng's mother to the brothel?" Jean Yale was taken aback. Instinctively, he turned his head to look at Zhang Feng, seated behind the desk, pondering whether this young man had indeed refused to fulfill his end of the bargain after accepting his gold bars, and whether Zhou's family had come to seek retribution. Zhang Feng was genuinely surprised that Zhou Deji, who had already been persuaded to relent, would erupt here. Observing Jean Yale's forehead glistening with cold sweat, Zhang Feng chuckled, "It's nothing. Young Master Ji is merely jesting with you." Previously, Zhou Deji would heed Zhang Feng's words, but this time it seemed ineffective. As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, Zhou Deji shook his head resolutely. "I am not joking. Do you think that because I owe the police a favor, you can act with impunity before me? Believe me, I can ensure that the police will never leave Kun Tong, and you, Fu Yixing, will never set foot in any dock in Hong Kong for the rest of your life." After Zhou Deji's declaration, not only was Jean Yale flustered, but even Zhang Feng seemed momentarily taken aback. He had considered how to reprimand Jean Yale, as this old fellow was certainly harboring malice. If he were not given a memorable warning, it was likely he would soon forget his place. Yet, due to the circumstances and his own insufficient status, he found himself in a quandary. Unexpectedly, Zhou Deji, who appeared indifferent and like a typical playboy, inadvertently resolved this dilemma. Looking at Jean Yale now, he might be regretting his decision to come to Kongli today. Clearing his throat, Zhang Feng feigned a cough, and, seeing Zhou Deji refrain from further insults, smiled to diffuse the tension. "Old master, in truth, Boss Lei has already acknowledged his error, and he even sent my mother a small yellow croaker as an apology." Zhou Deji was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Among those 14 gold bars?" "The 14 gold bars were a tribute from Boss Lei to you, and in addition, he gifted me another bar. You would not believe it, at that time, Boss Lei even rewarded a singer with a gold bar. She was the same one you saw last time when we were at the flower boat, singing in the corner." Zhou Deji's impression of women, particularly beautiful ones, was more profound than for anything else. Just a slight mention from Zhang Feng conjured the image of that striking singer in his mind. He certainly knew that she was the one Zhang Feng had taken a liking to. Given that Jin Yalei had presented 14 gold bars to honor him and additionally offered 2 to please his steward, Zhou Deji's expression softened somewhat. However, Jin Yalei had not anticipated that Zhang Feng would divulge the matter of the 14 gold bars. It seemed those bars had indeed found their way into the hands of the second young master of the Zhou family. With this thought, he couldn't help but regard Zhang Feng with a bit more respect. After all, few could handle money with such aplomb. Well then, Ah Feng has spoken highly of you before, and you have indeed shown a willingness to make amends. Let that matter be put to rest. When the time comes, remember to host a banquet at the Guangzhou restaurant and personally apologize to Ah Feng and his mother. Chapter 61, Reflection and Reprimand, Part 1. Thank you, young Master Ji. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Jin Yalei was now drenched in cold sweat. The money had been spent, the task left unaccomplished, and his anger was palpable. Most importantly, this could very well be his last opportunity for Fu Yixing to secure a presence at the docks during his tenure. While both Fu Yixing and 14K hailed from the Guangdong region, and both claimed to be the legitimate heirs of the Hongmen, they differed fundamentally. For instance, the leadership of 14K was hereditary, passed from father to son, much like the feudal Qing dynasty. In contrast, Fu Yixing operated with a semblance of democracy, electing its leaders every 3 years, based on merit and seniority. Although Jin Yalei's term had indeed improved Fu Yixing's standing compared to before, he would require a pivotal opportunity to secure re-election. Now, whether they could establish a presence at the North Point docks became the critical juncture. Jin Yalei certainly could not afford to miss this chance. Otherwise, the venerable old Fu would not be so subservient. You all discussed this. Zhou Deji exchanged a glance with Zhang Feng and stood up. Zhang Feng could not help but smile wryly. His boss was dismissing matters far too casually. However, before leaving the office, Zhou Deji did not forget to remind Jin Yalei, I do not care what organization you belong to. But you must understand that this is my business, not belonging to the Zhou family, but to me, Zhou Deji. And he gestured towards his steward, is indeed my steward, but also my brother. His words represent my words. Do you understand? Jin Yalei was taken aback. He never imagined that the young Zhang Feng would receive such treatment from Zhou Deji. While astonished, he nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, I understand, young Master Ji. That's good to know. Zhou Deji cast a glance at Zhang Feng and remarked, Ah Feng, if there is anything you need, you know where to find me. Once Zhou Deji departed, Jin Yalei seemed utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. Boss Lei, please take a seat, Zhang Feng said, gesturing towards the sofa with a smile. All right. Jin Yalei nodded, using his nearly exhausted arms to laboriously prop himself up. He truly needed to sit down and rest after being scorched outside, and then reprimanded upon entering. The toll on his body and mind was immense. Yet, just as Jin Yalei was about to lean against the sofa, Zhang Feng's voice suddenly turned icy. You dare to sit on the same sofa as young Master Ji. Boss Lei, do you wish to occupy my position as well? Jin Yalei froze, glancing between the sofa and Zhang Feng, his entire being stiffening. I meant to offer you a seat, but don't forget, I'm merely a steward. Though young Master Ji regards me as a brother, I cannot truly represent him. Boss Lei, I hope you understand what I mean. Jin Yalei's expression shifted several times before he seemed to grasp the implication. Hastily standing up again and clasping his hands in gratitude towards Zhang Feng. What you say is true. I was too reckless. Zhang Feng lit a cigarette for himself, then tossed one to Jin Yalei before taking a puff and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Being reckless in such matters isn't too concerning, but in other situations, if one is careless, Boss Lei, it cannot simply be resolved with a few words of reprimand. Jin Yalei accepted the cigarette with both hands, yet did not light it. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, what you say is true. As long as Lao Fu can secure a position at the North Pier, everything should adhere to your and young Master Ji's requirements. That would be best. Otherwise, while it may allow Fu Yixing to enter the pier, it could just as easily lead to their exit. I trust you wouldn't want Fu Yixing to clash with the entire Chaozhou gang, would you? Zhang Feng asked with a cold smile. Zhou Deji indeed gave Jin Yalei a stern warning, and at that moment, the old man was genuinely frightened. However, Zhang Feng understood that his reaction stemmed primarily from the matter of securing a foothold at the pier. Once one's lifeline is grasped, anyone would have to yield. But should he succeed, it might seem inconsequential at first, yet over time, complications would inevitably arise. Just like what transpired yesterday at Lin Yao building. Had it not been for Jin Yalei's moment of hesitation, would he now be burdened with an additional 14K? Therefore, to avert future troubles, Zhang Feng had to make it clear to Jin Yalei who truly held the power. Could it be that Lao Fu is already content to step foot at the pier and will not cause any unnecessary trouble for Mr. Zhang, or young Master Ji? Jean Yale's heart was a mix of joy and worry. Naturally, he rejoiced at the confirmation of Fu Yixing's engagement at the pier. However, he also discerned from Zhang Feng's few words that from now on, the once mighty Fu Yixing would be reduced to a pawn for others. No one desires to be a subordinate when they could be a leader. Although aligning with the Zhou family currently posed no harm to Fu Yixing, the Zhou family would eventually change its patriarch. When Zhou Dazai ascended to head of the family, would Fu Yixing, allied with Zhou Duji, not suffer? Oh, it seems Boss Lei is somewhat reluctant, Zhang Feng observed sharply, noting even the slightest of Jean Yale's movements. As Jean Yale professed his loyalty, Zhang Feng clearly detected a flicker of unease in his eyes, leading him to swiftly grasp the old man's concerns. With a smile, he stepped out from behind his desk, approached Jean Yale, and patted his shoulder, saying, "I can understand your worries, Boss Lei. But aren't you curious as to why someone as perceptive as I chooses to remain by young Master Ji's side, rather than curry favor with the future head? Flattery is best left unspoken." Yet, Jean Yale could not help but acknowledge that within his circle, Zhang Feng stood out as the most astute and quick-witted individual. He had even heard that Zhou Jinji, the president of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, had once praised Zhang Feng's cleverness. Yet, why would such a person choose to align himself with the seemingly unpromising young Master Ji? This left Jean Yale perplexed. As Zhang Feng playfully toyed with an object shaped like the Big Dipper, adorned with coins, beside a jade, three-legged toad symbolizing Tai Chi, he revealed the answer. It is due to human greed. Huh, greed? What sort of answer is that? Jean Yale grew even more bewildered. Young Master Kai, without a doubt, would be the next head of the Zhou family. Being by his side would guarantee wealth and prosperity. However, in a life of comfort, the likelihood of breaking through was almost non-existent. "May I inquire how old you are this year, Boss Lei?" Noticing the shift in Zhang Feng's tone, Jean Yale cautiously responded. "I feel embarrassed to say, I am already 43 this year." 43, Zhang Feng nodded, feeling a twinge of sentiment. It was worth noting that in his previous life, Zhang Feng had not achieved what Jean Yale had at the age of 43. Truly, circumstances create heroes. Suppressing his sentiment, Zhang Feng continued, "I assume, Boss Lei, that you are a person with ideals and aspirations. Otherwise, you would not have shown such humility before young Master Ji and me." If anyone else had spoken to Jean Yale in such a manner, they would have long been sent to the depths of the sea. Yet, Jean Yale would not dare respond similarly to Zhang Feng. Thus, he could only manage an awkward smile and remain silent. Seeing Jean Yale acquiesce, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. "With ideals, one must strive to realize them. After all, you are already in your 40s. Jean Yale did not comprehend the implication of Zhang Feng's words. He pondered for several seconds before respectfully clasping his fists and seriously addressing Zhang Feng. "Please, do enlighten me." "Enlighten you?" Zhang Feng turned back to Jean Yale, noting his nod, and chuckled. "You are quite straightforward. You simply ask for answers without hesitation. Have you never heard the saying?" "What saying?" Jean Yale inquired instinctively. Zhang Feng circled back to his desk, settled into a leather swivel chair imported from Europe, leaned forward with his elbows on the table, fingers interlocked, and with a sardonic smile declared, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." Jean Yale was initially taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile, "Of course. Of course." As he spoke, he glanced at the pile of gifts originally intended for young Master Ji, hesitating momentarily before awkwardly clasping his hands and addressing Zhang Feng. "Mr. Zhang, there is a matter I wish to ask for your assistance with." "Oh?" Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, already understanding the implications, and replied with a smile, "Please. Boss Lei, speak freely. I will not refuse if it is within my capacity to help." Although Zhang Feng was only 18, anyone who had interacted with him on several occasions would never underestimate his maturity. Even Jean Yale could not afford to treat him as a mere youth, otherwise, he would not be so intrigued by Zhang Feng's thoughts on greed. It is thus that not long ago, I purchased a quaint 3-story villa in Shatin, originally intending to lease it out. However, apprehension regarding potential damage by tenants has compelled me to seek Mr. Zhang's assistance in locating a reliable and trustworthy occupant. Should the amenities within the property be deemed unsatisfactory, I am more than willing to replace them. As for the rent, consider it a modest token of my filial piety towards you. A humble gift, you might say. It is worth noting that while Shatin may have been considered a rural area in the context of Hong Kong at that time, such a villa is a rarity. The monthly rent, although modest due to its location, accumulates into a significant sum over time. Apart from the moniker Golden Tooth Lei, the proprietor of Fu Yixing is also known by the nickname Pixiu Lei, a figure who is notoriously frugal, valuing wealth above all else. Would he be so generous? Certainly not. In truth, he does not genuinely intend for Mr. Zhang to rent out the house. Rather, he wishes for Mr. Zhang's parents to reside there instead. Just yesterday, Asan mentioned that Mr. Zhang has been seeking external accommodation for his parents due to a few singing ladies. Mr. Zhang is undoubtedly aware of Golden Tooth Lei's ulterior motives, and this entire situation aligns perfectly with his expectations. Otherwise, how could a simpleton like Asen possibly have obtained such information? Nevertheless, he did not anticipate that Golden Tooth Lei would actually offer his own house in such a manner. Attaining the position of the proprietor at Fu Yihing at the age of 43 certainly speaks to his capabilities. Mr. Zhang, reflecting on this, nodded nonchalantly. Very well. I shall keep an eye on this matter. With that, he picked up a nearby ledger and began to peruse its contents. Golden Tooth Lei was momentarily taken aback. Is that all? No further discussion? Stunned, he found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether to remain or depart. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang, after flipping through a few pages, glanced up to see Golden Tooth Lei still standing there, and inquired with surprise, Boss Lei, is there something else? Golden Tooth Lei found himself momentarily speechless. Are you not confident in my abilities, Boss Lei? Mr. Zhang chuckled. If you doubt my capability, you may certainly enlist someone else for the task. After all, I am merely assisting you. Upon hearing this, Golden Tooth Lei's face flushed with embarrassment. The rationale was his own, yet he wished to avoid any awkwardness. Much to his dismay, Mr. Zhang had directly addressed the matter. In that moment, he felt as if he had lost both his wife and his troops. Ha! Mr. Zhang laughed heartily at Golden Tooth Lei's expression. Boss Lei, I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it to heart. Mr. Zhang truly has a sense of humor, Golden Tooth Lei replied awkwardly. Whether humorous or not is a matter for another day. However, I am inclined to visit the villa you mentioned today. If it meets my approval, I may consider renting it myself. As for the rental fee, Mr. Zhang's words were cut short as Golden Tooth Lei waved his hand dismissively. The rent was intended as a gesture of respect towards you. If you choose to reside there yourself, then it would be inappropriate to accept rent from you. As for other matters, I shall have Ah-san escort you and inform you of any necessary arrangements. Very well, I appreciate it, Mr. Zhang. After Golden Tooth Lei expressed his gratitude, Mr. Zhang returned to his ledger. Golden Tooth Lei hesitated momentarily, realizing that since Mr. Zhang had accepted his gift, the situation was manageable. After apologizing, he prepared to leave. However, just as he reached the door, Mr. Zhang's voice rang out once more. Boss Lei, you may take those items back. Ji Xiao will not be needing them. Bird's nest, shark fin, and abalone are exquisite delicacies, rarely enjoyed even once by the impoverished. Yet for someone like Zhou Daji, who would rather rinse his mouth with shark fin, they are hardly worth a glance. Golden Tooth Lei understood this sentiment and replied, Ji Xiao does not want them. What about Mr. Zhang? Before he could finish, Mr. Zhang waved his hand again. I am moving today, so why would I carry such burdensome items? Golden Tooth Lei, realizing the implications, promptly exited the office with the items in hand. Around 4 in the afternoon, Mr. Zhang stretched lazily and departed from Kongli. It must be said that the accounts at Kongli were far more complex than merely being in the red. Numerous internal issues existed as well. This insight was gleaned from Mr. Zhang's thorough examination of the accounts that afternoon. Why did Mr. Zhang succeed in his previous life? Apart from his astute understanding of human nature, his arithmetic skills were unparalleled. Otherwise, having established a stronghold, would he allow internal corruption to flourish, thereby crafting a garment for others? Nonetheless, Mr. Zhang did not plan to address these issues immediately. Value must be revealed gradually. If everything were laid bare at once, what would differentiate him from those women in Mahjong? Revealing everything at once may appear efficient, but lacks the allure of anticipation and mystery. Upon leaving Kongli, Mr. Zhang was about to hail a rickshaw when Ah-san approached from a nearby black Ford. Mr. Zhang, over here. Chapter 63, A Visit from Relatives. Mr. Zhang glanced up, recognizing Ah-san as part of Golden Tooth Lei's arrangements, and walked over. Mr. Zhang, Ah-san said, opening the car door and gesturing for him to enter. The distance from North Point to Kowloon City was considerable. However, with Ah-san's reckless driving and continuous honking, they arrived at their destination in just over half an hour. Now, as Mr. Zhang walked through the walled city, he exuded an air reminiscent of a formidable tiger. The neighbors, who would usually feign concern and greet him, now dared only to observe from a distance. Some women even whispered among themselves, only to feign innocence and awkward smiles when Mr. Zhang's gaze swept by. As they neared his home, several young men dressed as dock workers, either squatting or standing nearby, stood up in unison upon spotting Mr. Zhang. They were not there to cause trouble, but rather to express their respect. Noticing Mr. Zhang's curiosity, Ah-san quietly explained. The old master is concerned that members of the 14K might come looking for trouble, so he arranged for some people to keep watch in the vicinity. Indeed, Mr. Zhang nodded, offering no further response. Upon reaching his doorstep, he instructed Ah-san to wait outside while he entered the house. Inside, chaos reigned. It was impossible to describe the scene as anything other than a mess, with items awaiting packing scattered everywhere. Upon seeing Mr. Zhang, the girls immediately stood to attention. Where are my father and mother? Mr. Zhang surveyed the surroundings and inquired. Uncle is saying goodbye to the neighbors, and aunt is inside with the relatives, Xiaoer replied earnestly. Relatives? The term felt somewhat foreign to Mr. Zhang. It was not that his family lacked relatives. In fact, they had quite a few. However, since his father's garment factory had been bombed, familial connections had dwindled. The only remaining link was his second aunt. Mr. Zhang's grandfather had 3 sons. The eldest, named Zhang Tycoon, who was said to have once been a leader of a triad and the proprietor of a small faction in Hong Kong. During the occupation, he led his entire faction to the front lines. Ultimately, he was killed by stray bullets while escorting villagers to safety. Speaking of which, he can indeed be considered a hero. His second son, Zhang Taidong, disregarded the family's objections in his youth and ventured out to engage in business, only to vanish for many years, leaving behind a wife and daughter in a state of utter desolation. Were it not for the Zhang family's continuous support and the fact that his aunt possessed some skills, it is likely they would have succumbed to starvation long ago. The youngest is Zhang Feng's father. Could it be that the second aunt has arrived? Zhang Feng pondered, lifting the curtain and stepping into the only clean space behind the house. To his astonishment, the first thing that caught his eye was a multitude of gift boxes, both large and small. Although Zhang Feng immediately recognized that these gifts were certainly of a lower quality than those presented by Jin Yale, he wondered who would bring so many gifts for their own family. Ah, you have returned, Lu Guqin exclaimed upon seeing her son, rushing over with fervent enthusiasm that made Zhang Feng feel somewhat uneasy. Come, let me introduce you, Lu Guqin said, pulling Zhang Feng along a few steps before pointing to the couple seated at the bedside. This is your Uncle Su, and this is your Aunt Su, both of whom have come from our hometown. The two stood up hurriedly upon seeing Zhang Feng, though they appeared somewhat awkward, as if they were unfamiliar with social etiquette. Zhang Feng's brow furrowed at the sight of them. It was not that he was now disdainful of the less fortunate. Rather, he disliked the notion of distant relatives suddenly appearing when one has achieved a modicum of success. When the family was impoverished, no one inquired about them. Yet now, having merely become a secretary, all sorts of relatives were emerging. Furthermore, judging by the gifts at the door, it was highly likely that they were seeking favors. Oh, why aren't you calling them yet? Lu Guqin lightly patted Zhang Feng's back, feigning reproach before turning to the two relatives she scarcely recognized, smiling as she said, Do not mind our Zhang Feng. Although he is now a secretary, he is still shy and reserved, just as he was in his childhood. Not at all, sister-in-law. You jest. Uncle Su and his wife, embodying the simplicity inherent in rural folk, displayed some shyness but did not act overly familiar. This modesty, in fact, elicited a faint sense of goodwill from Zhang Feng. Had they begun with tales of how they once held him as a child or reminisced about the past, Zhang Feng would have likely shown them his displeasure. Childhood. Who recalls such matters? Moreover, had they truly cared for him? Why had they not visited during the years when his family faced hardship? Ah, your Uncle Su and Aunt Su have come today because they have a matter to discuss, and they wish to ask for your assistance, Lu Guqin said, instinctively signaling to Uncle Su. Only then did Uncle Su exchange a glance with his wife, and, somewhat bashfully, begin to speak. It turned out that Uncle Su and Aunt Su had not settled in Hong Kong themselves, but their son had come to the city not long ago. Naturally, a newcomer would first gravitate towards the docks, especially a young man with a bit of strength. Laboring at the docks was paid per piece. Yet the foreman would not work for free, often deducting a portion from each wage. Joining a labor union would lessen these deductions, whereas remaining unassociated could lead to having one's entire day's earnings stripped away. Uncle Su's son, a typical impulsive youth, not only refused to join the union but also challenged the foreman. It was unclear whether it was sheer skill or mere luck, but he ended up sending that foreman to the hospital. Was he taken away by the union? Zhang Feng inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. In the 1950s and 60s, life was rather expendable, particularly for the impoverished. If he was indeed taken by the union, even if he survived, he would likely be left with little more than half a life. Along was taken away by the police, Aunt Su added. We heard from a fellow villager that the union intended to take Along away for punishment, but fortunately, a police officer happened to pass by and intervened. In those times, police were not known for meddling in others' affairs, and it was likely they intended to take Along as a scapegoat for unsolved cases or those with prior arrangements, randomly picking someone to pin the blame on. Do you know which police station is involved? Zhang Feng asked. Yao Mati. At the mention of these words, Zhang Feng smiled. All right, I understand the situation and will find a way to rescue Along. However, he added after a moment's thought, his expression turning serious, I hope this matter remains confidential. I am merely a secretary and do not wish to attract undue attention. This statement was directed not only at Uncle Su and Aunt Su, but simultaneously served as a reminder to his own mother. A couple of incidents could be overlooked, but if word spread too widely, would he not find himself constantly entangled in such trivial matters? Moreover, Zhang Feng's reputation was not so easily trifled with. Indeed. We will keep this under wraps. We are very discreet, Uncle Su and Aunt Su promised. With their assurance, Zhang Feng left the back room and called for a San to come in. Third brother, could you send a brother to Yao Ma Ti to speak with the officer on duty? Just mention that a person named Su Long is my cousin and ask him to look out for him. As he spoke, Zhang Feng pulled out $200 from his pocket and handed it over. Chapter 64, being followed. If it were any other police station, Zhang Feng would have to think twice, but with the presence of the Union in Yao Ma Ti, it was not overly concerning. Ever since the last election, where he chose Yin Xiong over the Union, this fellow had been nursing a grudge. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng had his own plans. Although his reincarnation might have caused a corresponding butterfly effect, altering many people's trajectories, he believed that their core personalities remained largely unchanged. In later years, Yin Xiong would bear the title of a $500 million inspector. To amass wealth to such an extent, one must have been involved in numerous cases of murder and wrongful conviction. While that may have been commonplace in the 1950s and 60s, Zhang Feng, possessing a mindset shaped by peaceful times, inherently rejected such behavior. As for the Union, while their hands were not entirely clean, this individual was rather astute, and keeping him close provided a sense of reassurance. As Zhang Feng was briefing A San, Uncle Su and Aunt Su took their leave, though not without casting hopeful glances at Zhang Feng, repeatedly admonishing him with concern for their son's predicament. By the way, Mother, I have already found a place to stay. It's in Sha Tin. The location may be a bit remote, but it is a spacious 4-story house. After this brief interlude, Zhang Feng finally broached the subject with Lu Guqin. To his surprise, she was taken aback. Ah, you have already secured a house. How is that possible? You found one already? Zhang Feng had not anticipated that his parents would act so swiftly, leaving him somewhat astonished. However, before he could express his surprise, A San interjected anxiously after glancing at Zhang Feng. Auntie, that house in Sha Tin was specifically arranged by our boss. It is well furnished, and the rent is quite reasonable. Third brother, do you think I am lacking in rent? Zhang Feng understood that A San's sudden interjection was undoubtedly at the behest of his boss, Jin Yale, and it was entirely possible that it was a direct order. Although Zhang Feng was not concerned about Jin Yale daring to harm his family, sometimes a little admonishment was necessary. Indeed, under Zhang Feng's inquiry, A San became flustered. The esteemed confidant of Fu Yixing, a figure of authority beneath whom countless others fall, astonishingly displayed such disarray in the presence of a mere 18-year-old youth. Should outsiders have witnessed this spectacle, one could only wonder at their thoughts. As for Lu Guqin, she was, after all, a middle-aged woman of limited worldly experience. Although her heart soared at the prospect of leaving Kowloon City for a Western-style residence, she could not help but feel a pang of reluctance to part with her hard-earned money. Even the deposit was settled only after extensive haggling, amounting to a mere $50. Upon hearing of a 4-story Western-style house that required no rent, her hesitation dissipated, and she promptly declared, "Very well. Let us proceed to Sha Tin." Only after uttering this did she realize that her son had assumed the role of decision-maker. In a flurry, she turned to Zhang Feng for his opinion. Zhang Feng, with a wry smile, shook his head. "It is well. Mother, you may take the lead. Furthermore, do not burden yourself with too much. As third brother mentioned, everything there is available anew. If you wish to draw me into this venture, then the pit must be made a touch larger." Upon hearing this, A San's lips twitched, and he offered an awkward smile, yet he did not voice a single objection. As the departure from the city enclave drew near, Zhang Feng's only regret lay with Fatty Fu. Observing Xiu'er and the others diligently following his instructions to retrieve the items they had packed, he estimated they would need a bit more time. He then lit a cigarette and strolled over to Fatty Fu's residence. Fatty Fu's family operated a breakfast business, and at this hour, one would expect the household to be resting. However, to Zhang Feng's surprise, after knocking for an extended period, no one responded, leading him to feel somewhat puzzled. While Fatty Fu's home remained deserted, a neighboring resident was summoned outside. They likely intended to voice a complaint, but upon recognizing Zhang Feng, the curse they had prepared was swiftly swallowed back. Everyone knew that the son of the Zhang family had risen in stature, and even the people associated with Old Fu were personally guarding the vicinity. Given the small size and dense population of the enclave, news had spread quickly, even embellished with exaggeration. Thus, while they might dare to shout at their neighbors, they would not dare to confront those with power and capability. Isn't that the son of the Zhang family, seeking Old Chu? Fatty Fu, whose surname was actually Chu, was fully named Chu Tianfu, and Old Chu referred to his father, leading the neighbors to mistakenly believe Zhang Feng was looking for Fatty Fu's father. "I am looking for Ah Fu. Do you know where his family has gone?" Zhang Feng inquired, taking a puff from his cigarette. Upon mentioning Chu Tianfu, the neighbor perked up, chattering incessantly as if he were discussing his own child. To summarize, they conveyed that he had gone to the police academy. Graduation from the police academy meant financial security for the entire family, prompting Fatty Fu's parents to personally escort their son there. This lad, Zhang Feng squinted, taking a drag from his cigarette. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of fear that Fatty Fu might have vanished like a dear friend in his previous life, a sensation he detested. However, it seemed all was well. He merely attended the police academy. In the 1950s, the Hong Kong Police Academy offered a 2-year program designed to infuse fresh blood into the police force. 2 years, Zhang Feng muttered, nodding as he prepared to head home. Yet, just as he turned, he sensed someone lurking at the corner of the alley. Could it be someone from 14K? Unlikely. This was the Enclave, the territory of Old Fu, and arguably the birthplace of Fu Yixing. Moreover, the Enclave's geographical layout was one that was easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Even during the fall of Hong Kong, it remained unbreached, let alone by a mere faction of Hong Kong. Not to mention, even if a high-ranking member like Tianjiang had perished, it was improbable they would come here in search of him. If it were not 14K, might it be another enemy? However, aside from 14K, he could not recall having wronged anyone else. Puzzled, Zhang Feng slowed his pace, smoking casually as he continued on his way. Having lived in the Enclave for over a decade, he was well acquainted with the terrain, and at a sudden turn, he slipped into a shadowy alley. Yet instead of using the alley to escape, he concealed himself behind a bamboo house, grabbing a piece of green brick from the ground, poised for action. As footsteps approached, Zhang Feng steadied his breath, and when a shifty-eyed individual appeared, glancing about with suspicion, Zhang Feng sprang forth, bringing the brick down upon the back of the man's head. Chapter 65, The Financial Advisor. Zhang Feng's strength, though not yet on par with San, Lan Zikuan, or Sang Minju, was considerable. Striking the back of the head was bound to incapacitate the target, if not worse. However, the shifty character exhibited an unexpected cleverness, almost as if his head had eyes. As Zhang Feng drew back his arm to strike, the man deftly sidestepped. While he still received the blow, he cleverly avoided a fatal hit, resulting in the brick striking his shoulder instead. Ack! With a cry of pain, as Zhang Feng prepared to bring down the brick for a second time, the man hastily pleaded for mercy. Mr. Zhang, please spare me. It was Sister Feng who sent me. Sister Feng? Who is that? Zhang Feng had already delivered a kick to the man's side, causing him to stumble. Upon hearing the name, the brick poised to descend halted midair. Don't turn around. Just speak. The man, facing away from Zhang Feng, attempted to pivot. Yet, Zhang Feng remained vigilant, swiftly gripping the back of the man's neck, commanding, stay still. All right. Mr. Zhang, the man stammered, clearly frightened. It's Sister Feng, Qiu Baifeng who sent me. Qiu Baifeng. Zhang Feng recalled her as the woman associated with Koshui Hui, who had previously threatened vengeance against him. However, due to the intervention of Lan Zikuan, her plans had been thwarted. Subsequently, she was captured by the cunning Genia Lei, who sought to ingratiate himself with the Zhou family at the docks. Zhang Feng had felt a twinge of regret at the thought of such a stunning beauty being ruined. Thus he had allowed her to go, intending to check on her when time permitted. Yet, before he could seek her out, she had come looking for him. Zhang Feng's expression turned contemplative, yet his voice remained cold as he queried, What? Do you seek revenge against me? No, Mr. Zhang, you've misunderstood. Koshui Hui is entirely to blame. Sister Feng is aware of that. She sent me, actually, to ask for a favor. The man quickly replied. A favor? Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before saying, turn around. Though he spoke thus, his vigilance did not waver. As the man turned, Zhang Feng quickly stepped back a few paces, prepared for any unexpected developments. It must be said, the description of this individual as shifty was indeed accurate. With a diminutive face, squinty eyes, and deeply sunken cheeks, had it not been for the thin-framed glasses perched on his nose, one might easily mistake him for a schemer. What is your name, and what is your relation to Qiu Baifeng? Zhang Feng inquired, squinting as he lit a cigarette. Everyone calls me Shirya Kai. I used to serve as an advisor beside Brother Hui. Mr. Zhang, you may simply refer to me as Kai, Shirya Kai replied, gritting his teeth to suppress the excruciating pain in his shoulder, striving to maintain a humble demeanor. In Hong Kong during the 1950s and 1960s, the title Shirya was predominantly bestowed upon those who played the role of strategists within the organization. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Koshui Hui, who, despite being a newcomer to the organization, had a couple of advisors by his side, yet the disparity between the two was unmistakably vast. You mentioned that Qiu Baifeng has business with me. Why is she not here herself? Zhang Feng queried. Mr. Zhang, there seems to be a misunderstanding. It's not that Sister Feng does not wish to come, it's just that. Shirya Kai hesitated for a moment before continuing. The main reason is that Sister Feng has violated certain rules and has suffered a broken leg, along with several fractured ribs. She is simply unable to come. Zhang Feng had no reason to doubt this statement. Due to the circumstances involving Koshui Hui and his spouse, Genia Lei had unwittingly lost several gold bars. Although Genia Lei was still unsure of Zhang Feng's stance towards Qiu Baifeng and dared not act rashly, physical suffering was inevitable. Zhang Feng took a drag from his cigarette and regarded Shirya Kai. Since it was she who sent you to seek me out, why do you not approach me openly, but rather hide in the shadows? Mr. Zhang, with San Yi from Fu Yixing by your side, how could I dare to approach you openly? Shi Kai, whose appearance was already unkempt, wore an even more distressed expression. Zhang Feng was almost certain that this fellow, Shi Kai, posed no threat to him. He tossed the brick he had been holding aside, took another puff of his cigarette, clapped his hands, and asked, "Speak, what does Qiu Baifeng want from me?" Sister Feng did not elaborate. She merely sent me to invite Mr. Zhang to visit her, Shi Kai said timidly. Who does she think she is that I should simply go at her behest? Zhang Feng retorted with a bemused chuckle. No, Mr. Zhang. Sister Feng truly cannot come, not only for physical reasons, but mainly because. Shi Kai faltered, sensing that there was more to the situation. After all, he had just indirectly caused the death of her partner. It was unlikely she would simply invite him for a chat unless she had lost her senses. Where is she now? Upon seeing Zhang Feng relax, Shi Kai quickly replied, just ahead, not far from here, at the Haoyun gambling house. The Haoyun gambling house was somewhat notorious in the city, with many locals suffering from broken families and shattered lives due to its influence. Moreover, it was an establishment owned by Koshue Hui. Is there a scheme afoot? Zhang Feng contemplated this possibility, but quickly dismissed it. After all, this was Fu Yixing's territory, and he truly did not believe Jean Yalei would dare to offend him at this juncture. Very well, you may return, I shall come shortly. Understood, Mr. Zhang. I shall take my leave now. With that, Shi Kai turned to depart. However, as he did so, Zhang Feng's voice rang out once more. Return? Have you not considered whether there are still matters left unattended? Startled, Shi Kai spun around. A look of confusion plastered on his face. Mr. Zhang, do you have any further instructions? Zhang Feng chuckled. I am the steward, and you are the advisor. Logically, our duties should align closely. Why are you so oblivious? Shi Kai appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp the implication. Qiu Baifeng has requested a private meeting with me. She is a stunning beauty, and I am quite young. Do you truly expect us to engage in mere idle chatter? Upon Zhang Feng's reminder, Shi Kai suddenly comprehended, nodding fervently. I understand. I understand. I shall go ahead and reserve a table at the restaurant. Reserve a feast for your mother. Zhang Feng could no longer bear to listen, and with a swift kick, he admonished Shi Kai. You have mentioned that Qiu Baifeng can hardly manage to get out of bed. Do you expect me to dine alone while you go to the restaurant? Surely, they won't bring the dishes to the gambling house. Shi Kai was again caught off guard, then hastily nodded. Mr. Zhang, your foresight is commendable. Someone like you can assume the role of an advisor? It seems Koshue Hui's demise was indeed not without reason. With that, Zhang Feng shook his head and headed home. Yet on his way, he encountered Ah San accompanied by several brothers from Fu Yixing, making their way towards him. The city seemed winding and convoluted, yet its area was not vast. They likely heard Shi Kai's cries and, noticing his absence, came to check on the situation. Third brother, I have a sudden matter to attend to at the Haoyun gambling house. You can handle the relocation affairs in my stead. I will head directly to Shatian later. Zhang Feng informed Ah San. Ah San appeared momentarily perplexed. The Haoyun gambling house was now considered part of Fu Yixing's territory, and Zhang Feng's sudden desire to visit raised questions. However, he quickly recalled Qiu Baifeng. Previously, Ah San's superior, Jean Yalei, had mentioned sparing Qiu Baifeng's life for the time being. It seemed his superior was indeed prudent. Ah San sighed inwardly and continued. Mr. Zhang, should I not accompany you? After all, the road to Shatian is long and rather perilous. Zhang Feng understood that Ah San was referring to the 14K matter. He nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. However, he pondered that the enmity with 14K needed to be resolved sooner rather than later. Chapter 66. Her Story, Part 1. Given Zhang Feng's significant standing within Fu Yixing, the Haoyun gambling house had cleared out early that day, with Qiu Baifeng being carried out on a stretcher. Upon seeing Qiu Baifeng once more, even Zhang Feng, who had mentally prepared himself, could not suppress a shiver. You are truly ruthless, Zhang Feng remarked with a half-smile, while the somewhat dull Ah San remained silent. It is Qiu Baifeng who has violated the rules. She has brought this upon herself, and cannot blame others, came the response. Although Qiu Baifeng lay on the stretcher, her legs and arms bandaged, and her face bruised, she exhibited no signs of weakness. Rather, there was a palpable strength in her demeanor. After saying this, she gestured towards the inner room with a somewhat functional hand. Mr. Zhang, please. Zhang Feng nodded and prepared to step into the gambling house. Mr. Zhang, I shall not accompany you. Ah San indicated behind him. Should you require anything, simply call for them. I will check on the relocation situation to avoid any mishaps. Zhang Feng glanced at Ah San, but said nothing, nodding as he entered the gambling house. Upon reaching the second floor, where Qiu Baifeng's room was located, Zhang Feng noticed that Shi Kai had not yet returned, and he could not help but jest. What? Are you truly concerned that I might do something to your Fengjia? Shi Kai was momentarily taken aback. And before he could respond, Zhang Feng's expression grew stern. Even if I did wish to act, do you genuinely believe someone like you could stop me? And no, Mr. Zhang. You misunderstand. Shi Kai quickly retreated, waving his hands. Then hurry up and bring the food. Do you wish for me to starve? Although Zhang Feng was young, when he glared, he indeed possessed a fearsome presence. Startled, Shi Kai lost his footing and nearly stumbled as he was caught off guard by the door. Xiao Baifeng furrowed her delicate brows and opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Once Shi Kai exited, Zhang Feng began to scrutinize the room with a serious demeanor. Unlike most boudoirs, this one was infused with a fragrant aroma mingled with a hint of tobacco. Do you smoke? Occasionally. In the reflection of the mirror, Xiao Baifeng observed Zhang Feng's brow slightly furrowed, prompting her to whisper, if you are displeased, I shall refrain from smoking in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng chuckled, turning around with a playful glint in his eyes. Unabashedly scrutinizing Xiao Baifeng. You are quite obedient, but I wonder if you are equally compliant in other matters? Zhang Feng was the only male, aside from the previous servant and the recently departed steward Kai, to enter Xiao Baifeng's boudoir, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Now, with Zhang Feng regarding her with such a gaze, her anxiety intensified. As she watched him approach with a peculiar smile, Xiao Baifeng could no longer conceal her inner trepidation and hurriedly stammered, Mr. Zhang, if you desire that, could we perhaps wait until my health improves? I fear I might dampen your spirits in my current state. Of course, that is certainly acceptable, Zhang Feng replied with a smirk. But I do not appreciate women who are too docile in bed. It lacks excitement, don't you think? Tap, tap. Zhang Feng was not typically one to be consumed by lust, yet he found the occasional flirtation enjoyable, especially when it was so readily offered. Given the stress he had been under lately, a little lightheartedness was beneficial for his mental well-being. Unfortunately, at that very moment, Steward Kai, rather oblivious, chose to knock on the door. Zhang Feng sighed, glancing at Xiao Baifeng, who looked as startled as a frightened rabbit, and shook his head before opening the door. Mr. Zhang, the dishes and wine you requested have arrived, fresh from the kitchen and still steaming, Steward Kai announced with an awkward grin. However, Zhang Feng could not muster any enthusiasm in response to his eagerness, his expression darkening. I see you are still steaming. Steward Kai paused, momentarily bewildered. Of course he was warm. He was alive after all. Unsure of what he had done to provoke Zhang Feng's ire, he found himself awkwardly stuck at the threshold. What are you still doing there? Bring it in. Zhang Feng thought he must have some karmic connection with this steward, for why else would he incite such frustration? Nonetheless, despite his annoyance, Zhang Feng had to admit that Steward Kai's efficiency was commendable. The table was laden with delicacies, the 5-flavor goose from Taishan, egg yolk chicken wings from Foshan, locally sourced honey-glazed flour ribs, and the exquisite lemon-steamed fish, along with the delectable golden sweetbread. Additionally, a fine soup and several desserts adorned the table, creating a feast that momentarily made Zhang Feng forget his earlier displeasure, his face reflecting satisfaction. Mr. Zhang, please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave now, Steward Kai said. Zhang Feng nodded, dismissing him as he began to devour the food voraciously. His hunger was one reason, but more significantly, since his rebirth, this was the first meal he could enjoy without worry. Thus, his manner of eating was rather unrefined, even causing Xiao Baifeng, who had been assisted to the bed, to look on in astonishment. After all, she thought, a person capable of managing the Zhou family should possess some sophistication. How could he now appear no different from a common ruffian? Once Zhang Feng had satisfied his hunger, he began to search the table. Curiously, Xiao Baifeng asked, What are you looking for, sir? Frustrated, Zhang Feng tossed his chopsticks onto the table, grumbling. You can't even buy wine? How do you expect to be a steward? Seeing Zhang Feng sulking, Xiao Baifeng was momentarily taken aback before covering her mouth and laughing softly. Do not be angry. There is still a jug on the cabinet. If you do not mind, you may take it to quench your thirst. Zhang Feng turned to find indeed a white jade pot atop the cabinet. Rising, he retrieved it, shook it, and then tilted it to his lips. This is truly fine wine, he exclaimed as the rich liquid flowed warmly down his throat. Xiao Baifeng, observing his unceremonious drinking, could not help but ask in surprise, Are you not afraid I might have tampered with the wine? Tampered with? Zhang Feng returned to his seat, placing the wine pot on the table and taking a bite of food. Do you dare? No, wait. It was not a matter of whether you dare. It should rather be, do you have the heart to? Xiao Baifeng's expression shifted. Why do you say that? Why? Zhang Feng chuckled, savoring the wine before glancing at her. A woman of such stature with many followers suddenly speaks so eloquently. Could it be that you've encountered an insurmountable issue and wish for my assistance? If you desire my help, then it is evident you do not wish to leave this vibrant world behind. So would you truly wish to see me perish? In truth, Zhang Feng had intended to say, would you be willing to abandon this lively world for your deceased husband? However, he refrained from such a blunt statement. opting for a more tactful approach to avoid any awkwardness. You speak the truth. I indeed speak plainly. Yes, I do seek your assistance. I believe Kai has informed you of this, but I do not know how to convince you that this is not a ruse. Chapter 67. Her Story, Part 2. Zhang Feng pointed at the box where the wine jug rested, smiling silently. Qiu Baifeng stared blankly at the direction he indicated, lost in thought, until a few seconds later. Realization dawned upon her. Not foolish, Zhang Feng praised, continuing, who would willingly review accounts knowing the inevitable outcome would be mutual destruction. Do you truly believe these things could follow you into the afterlife? Qiu Baifeng nodded thoughtfully. I never expected someone who appears to be merely 18 or 19 could possess such meticulous thoughts. Your brother Huey's demise is indeed unjust. Whether it was just or not, he could not say. At least he believed appearances could be deceiving. Zhang Feng was subtly alluding to the artificial beauties of future generations, hoping to tease the captivating Qiu Baifeng once more. Yet he had forgotten that in the 1950s and 60s, cosmetic surgery was virtually unheard of. Moreover, in Qiu Baifeng's mind, she had long regarded Zhang Feng as a figure of considerable stature, transforming what should have been a teasing remark into a profound truth. Speak. What assistance do you require from me? Zhang Feng asked, feeling slightly disinterested as he brought Qiu Baifeng back to the present. You are so clever. Do you not know what I need your help with? Qiu Baifeng inquired playfully. Zhang Feng shook his head with a wry smile. While I may be clever, it does not mean I possess the ability to foresee everything. Speak plainly. What is the matter? I must go to Shatian shortly, and do not have time to linger here. Qiu Baifeng, being a pragmatic woman, did not harbor any illusions that Zhang Feng would be captivated by her beauty, so she spoke candidly. I hope you can save me. To be precise, assist me in escaping my plight. Escape your plight? Zhang Feng replied, somewhat bemused. Then you should seek a nun. I am of little use to you. Qiu Baifeng shot him a playful glare. I have no desire to become a nun. Engaging in a back-and-forth exchange was not her style, so she opted for directness. I wish to sell this gambling den. I wonder if you have any solutions? Sell the gambling den? Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head. It appears you want me to partake in this establishment. Not bad. I wonder if Mr. Zhang has any interest in this matter? The poised Qiu Baifeng, undisturbed by the probing inquiry, faced it with remarkable composure. In truth, she found herself in a predicament. In the days when Kushui was around, even without joining Fuixing, he could keep those gambling addicts in check. But now, as a mere woman, she genuinely lacked the capacity to manage such chaos. It would be wiser to liquidate these assets, retreat to a place where no one knew her, recuperate her wounds, and start anew. Selling the gambling house could be seen as a means of escaping the depths of despair. It seems your feelings for Kui run quite deep. After pouring himself another drink, Zhang Feng turned to Qiu Baifeng and remarked, however, in comparison to the gambling house, I find myself far more intrigued by you as a person, of course. Not solely in a physical sense. Taken aback by his words, Qiu Baifeng responded, did you not just say you had no time? How does that reconcile? Time is akin to water within a sponge. With a little squeeze, there is always some to be found. Zhang Feng almost let the conversation slip away. Naturally, for someone of his seasoned experience, driving was contingent upon his mood. Yet, the current topic seemed ill-suited for such a diversion. After a slight nod, Qiu Baifeng appeared to drift into reminiscence. Moments later, she softly recounted, if we are to speak candidly, Kui was indeed my savior. Much like what your family endured. When Hong Kong fell, my family's fortune was utterly devastated. My parents were mercilessly slaughtered by the invaders, cleaved in two by bayonets. At the tender age of 16, I was a blossoming beauty, drawing the lustful gaze of those marauders. Naturally, I resisted, but as a frail woman, how could I withstand the onslaught of seasoned soldiers? Soon enough, I was subdued. The events unfolded near Kowloon walled city, and just when I was about to meet a tragic fate, Kushui appeared. In my eyes, he was akin to a celestial being, vanquishing those invaders. Left homeless, I followed him into the walled city, my heart filled with admiration. It seems he still possesses a modicum of conscience, Zhang Feng commented after absorbing her narrative. Nonetheless, it did little to alter his perception of Kushui. While slaying the invaders was commendable, such valor did not serve as a justification for oppressing one's compatriots. Although the walled city was a lawless zone rife with vice, the community maintained a semblance of harmony, provided one adhered to its unwritten rules. However, that delicate balance was irrevocably shattered following Fuixing's withdrawal. With the absence of its formidable presence, petty tyrants like Kushui rose to prominence. While they may not have established their own dominions, they were far from amicable. The environment deteriorated into a quagmire of despair, with the populace suffering greatly. Zhang Feng was aware of at least a dozen families devastated by the actions of Kushui and his ilk, underscoring the abhorrent nature of his transgressions. Much like the villains portrayed in films of later generations, known as the 9 Uncles and 18 Lords, Kushui was a figure to be reckoned with. Yet, Due to Zhang Feng's influence, he had met his end prematurely. Qiu Baifeng recognized that the man who once saved her life had long since lost his integrity. Thus, she chose not to delve deeper into the topic. Instead, she addressed Zhang Feng, saying, "As a woman, managing a gambling house is daunting. Setting aside whether others would support me, even my own family could turn against me. But you, Mr. Zhang, are a person of great ability, thus no one would dare to disrespect you." Before she could finish her flattering words, Zhang Feng shook his head decisively. "I'm afraid I am not interested." "Mr. Zhang, are you not even going to inquire about the price?" Qiu Baifeng was taken aback by his abrupt refusal, her brows knitting together in surprise. "It is not a matter of price. It's just that I have no interest, even if it were offered to me for free." However, just as Qiu Baifeng appeared troubled and at a loss for words, Zhang Feng shifted the conversation, smiling. "If you are concerned about your safety here, I can offer my assistance." "How so?" This question had not crossed Qiu Baifeng's mind. It was an instinctive inquiry. Once it escaped her lips, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, Zhang Feng did not afford her the opportunity to retract her words. "Come in. Do you not tire standing at the door for so long?" "Mr. Zhang." As Shi Yakai pushed the door open with a look of guilt, Qiu Baifeng was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her only loyal subordinate would engage in such a betrayal. Though her conscience was clear, she feared incurring Zhang Feng's wrath. "Kai, you are becoming increasingly unruly." For Qiu Baifeng, this was perhaps the most severe reprimand she had ever uttered, considering the fundamental difference between her and Kushui. Shi Yakai appeared embarrassed, yet before he could speak, Zhang Feng interjected calmly, "Enough. You may handle your family matters later. For now, summon third brother for me, and tell him I wish to see him." Chapter 68. Expulsion. "Third brother, please come in." Half an hour later, Shi Yakai's respectful voice rang out at the door. "Third brother, how time flies. After just an hour, you've aged into a venerable figure." Zhang Feng's jest elicited a slight awkwardness from both Asan and Shi Yakai. However, it was evident from Shi Yakai's demeanor that Asan, who was deemed insignificant within Fuixing, was not as simple as he appeared. Upon entering, Asan did not even glance at the reclining Qiu Baifeng but bowed slightly to Zhang Feng, clasping his hands in inquiry. "May I ask what Mr. Zhang desires of me?" Zhang Feng, smiling, took Asan's hand and gestured for him to sit beside him. "Surely, third brother, we are well acquainted. Must you still maintain such formalities?" As he spoke, Zhang Feng lifted the freshly brewed tea and took a delicate sip. "So, did Brother Lei have nothing to convey to you on my behalf?" From the moment Asan expressed his willingness to accompany him, Zhang Feng had anticipated that Brother Jinya Lei had specifically instructed Asan to observe his attitude towards Qiu Baifeng. After all, she was the woman who had caused him to suffer considerable losses. Should he neglect her, it was likely that he would have to seek her out in Macau's gambling dens or Thailand's nightclubs to see her again. Brother Jinya Lei was not to be trifled with. Currently, Zhang Feng was a person that Jinya Lei, or more accurately, the entirety of Fuixing, could not afford to offend. Therefore, as long as he was willing to assist Qiu Baifeng, Jinya Lei would not hinder him and would likely make significant concessions. Which explained why Zhang Feng had summoned Asan. Asan furrowed his brow before shaking his head slightly. "The boss has instructed me to follow your lead in all matters. Does that include his affairs as well?" Zhang Feng's chin lifted slightly as he gestured towards Qiu Baifeng. This time, Asan did not hesitate and nodded firmly. "Good." Zhang Feng clapped his hands and rose. "Then, third brother, I now request that you expel Qiu Baifeng from Fuixing entirely. Is that feasible?" This pronouncement left both Asan and Shi Yakai, who remained nearby, silent and attentive, utterly astonished. They exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend Zhang Feng's intentions. Only Qiu Baifeng, after a brief moment of astonishment, revealed a faintly discernible curve upon her delicate pink lips. "Very well." After a few seconds of bewilderment, Asan stood up abruptly. He turned and approached Qiu Baifeng. Raising his arms, his hands clasped in a peculiar manner, fingers intertwined, his expression grave and solemn as he declared, "Qiu Baifeng of the Fortunate Righteousness Hall, Hongmen Tianbashan branch, has violated the 36 oaths of Hongmen, specifically the 32nd oath, and cannot bully others with power. According to Hongmen's regulations, you ought to be subjected to the most severe punishment, executed by 1,000 cuts, to uphold the rules of the society. However, considering the intervention of a benefactor on your behalf, and recognizing that you are not the principal offender, as the notorious Kuhui has confessed and met his demise, it is decreed by the esteemed leader of the Fortunate Righteousness Hall, Fei Yuanlei, that you, Qiu Baifeng, after enduring the 36 strikes, shall wash away your ties with Hong Ying and be expelled from the Fortunate Righteousness. Henceforth, you shall have no further association with the Fortunate Righteousness Hall and may not identify as one of its members. The messenger is Fei Yuanlei of the 489, and the order bearer is Chu Wanzhong of the 0438. While Asan solemnly recited these words, Zhang Feng observed intently from the background. For such a formal and serious display was nearly unseen in the modern era. It was during this moment that Zhang Feng learned that Jinya Lei's real name was Fei Yuanlei, and that Asan's birth name was the rather refined Chu Wenjing. This indicated that Asan's parents must have possessed a degree of education. Qiu Baifeng, do you accept the order? Qiu Baifeng is willing to accept punishment and willingly receive the order. Although Qiu Baifeng could not rise, she still crossed her arms before her chest and performed a curious gesture. Good. Asan nodded, then turned to Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang, it is concluded. Indeed. Zhang Feng glanced at Qiu Baifeng, noting her lack of unusual reactions, and continued to address Asan, since she now has little connection with the fortunate righteousness. What about that gambling establishment? Before Zhang Feng could finish his thought, Asan interjected. Mr. Zhang, the old chief has given instructions. Due to the actions of Kushi, Qiu Baifeng has offended you and your mother. Hence the gambling house is to be transferred to your name as compensation. The brothers of Old Fu will also provide certain support. Indeed, the old chief is quite generous. Zhang Feng took a puff of his cigarette, chuckling and shaking his head. As for me, aside from gambling with my life, I have no inclination for other forms of gambling. So this establishment would be of no use to me. However, since old Chief Lei has stated that this is a means of atonement for me and my mother, I naturally cannot refuse his kindness. Otherwise, people might say that Zhang Feng is rather ungrateful. Feigning contemplation for a moment, after finishing his cigarette, he began to nudge the cigarette butt with his foot, saying, how about this? You name a price, and buy the gambling house for me. How does that sound? Asan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with Zhang Feng's line of thought. I understand you cannot decide. So just relay my original words to old Chief Lei. I believe he will be quite receptive to my suggestion. Asan nodded. Very well. I will convey the message to our chief shortly. Then I shall trouble you, Brother San. I will treat you to tea another day, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Too kind. Asan shook his head with a smile. Our chief has entrusted me with managing the dock's affairs. Thus, when profits are made, it should be I who invites Mr. Zhang. Zhang Feng made no further comment. It was merely a polite exchange, and who cared for such niceties? Mr. Zhang, if there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. A wise individual often garners the favor of others, much like Asan. Despite being a man of the underworld, skilled in combat, he conducted himself with remarkable propriety in both speech and action. He understood what to say and what to do. Unlike some others. Why are you still standing there? After Zhang Feng nodded, Asan turned and exited the bedroom. Yet the assistant Shirya Kai remained rooted like a wooden post, still standing there. Zhang Feng was genuinely tempted to give him a kick. Oh, Mr. Zhang. If there's nothing. Shirya Kai belatedly realized. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Feng could no longer restrain himself and kicked him out. Get out. Yes, I'm going. Shirya Kai hurriedly retreated in panic. Close the door behind you. Must I do it myself? Oh, right, it was my oversight. Confronting the rotund Fat Kai, Zhang Feng felt unfortunate. Now that Fat Kai had entered the police academy, he never expected to encounter another Shirya Kai. This time, Zhang Feng was not just unfortunate, but helplessly unfortunate. This inevitably reminded Zhang Feng of a skit he had seen in his previous life, which contained a classic line. Why is the gap between people so vast? Chapter 70, Terms of Exchange. Is it amusing? Zhang Feng was still mulling over his troubles when, on the other side, Qiu Baifeng stifled a laugh, provoking him to glare in irritation. Qiu Baifeng seemed to have lost some of her previous fear of Zhang Feng, and after a bout of laughter, she offered him an exceptionally gentle smile, softly uttering 2 words, thank you. To an outsider, Zhang Feng's insistence on having Asan expel Qiu Baifeng from the fortunate righteousness might seem like adding insult to injury. However, in reality, Qiu Baifeng's affiliation with the fortunate righteousness only brought her harm. Even if the gambling house was relinquished, she would still be considered a member, and in any matter that arose, she would be implicated. A woman, no matter how ruthless, in that era could not compare to the might of a man's fist. Moreover, Qiu Baifeng had no man to rely upon. Even if Zhang Feng had an interest in her, due to the nature of their relationship, it could not serve as a protective shield for her. Both Zhang Feng and Qiu Baifeng recognized this, as did Jinya Lei. Otherwise, given Asan's awkward position, he would hardly dare to casually pronounce any expulsion orders. There's no need for thanks. Shouldn't we discuss the allocation of funds? Zhang Feng chuckled, adopting a money-minded demeanor as he addressed Qiu Baifeng. Qiu Baifeng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. With a charming smile, she asked Zhang Feng, are you so certain that Jinya Lei is willing to pay for this gambling house? Certainly, Zhang Feng replied. For the fortunate righteousness to establish a presence at the North Point dock, it is imperative to foster a good relationship with the second young master of the Zhou family, and to do so, it is essential to go through me. So tell me, with the conditions I have presented, Would Jinye dare to refuse? Are you so confident you can secure Zhou Daji? Qiu Baifeng had always found it puzzling why Zhou Daji appeared to favor Zhang Feng, to the extent that the vast fortunate righteousness would consult Zhang Feng's opinion before undertaking any significant actions, rather than deferring to Zhou Daji directly. Although Zhou Daji had a notorious reputation, he could not possibly be so foolish. However, Zhang Feng chose not to disclose this reasoning, for sometimes striking at the heart of the matter and knowing how to navigate situations is wisdom that cannot be easily articulated. You will know whether I can secure him in due time. I have little time left, as I truly must go to Shatin shortly. So you. Earlier, Qiu Baifeng had been curious about Zhang Feng's sudden mention of going to Shatin. Initially, she thought it was merely an excuse, but upon hearing it again, her curiosity was piqued. Thus, before Zhang Feng could finish, she interrupted. What are you going to Shatin for at this late hour? Surely not to seek out women? With such a beauty as yourself here, I would never go wandering elsewhere, even in a state of desperation. Autumn Baifeng is also a woman. Her previous demeanor merely exhibited a facade of modesty. As the tensions between the two gradually diminish, Zhang Feng's lighthearted jest unexpectedly causes her, the formidable leader, to flush with embarrassment. Zhang Feng, taken aback by this reaction, absent-mindedly rubbed his nose and explained. I previously mentioned to my mother my desire to rent a quaint villa for a more spacious living arrangement. Unfortunately, Sangu overheard, and thus today, Jinye, upon arriving at the Kongli camp, proclaimed that he has a villa in Shatin available for my use at any time, rent-free. Tell me, how could I possibly refuse such a fortuitous offer? Listening to Zhang Feng's half-serious remarks, Autumn Baifeng felt not only astonished, but also somewhat melancholic. A strong notion began to take root within her, one so intense that it quickened her breath, as if she had just engaged in some enchanting exercise. Hey, what are you doing? I have no interest in the ailing. Despite Zhang Feng's penchant for playful banter, he remained somewhat reserved when it came to pivotal moments. For in this life, he was still an undeniable novice. However, after his diversion, Autumn Baifeng relaxed and playfully teased Zhang Feng. Now you're beginning to resemble what a person your age ought to. With a roll of his eyes, Zhang Feng chose silence. Fine. Since you believe Jinye will undoubtedly finance this gambling den, let us split it 70-30, with me taking the lesser share. The distance from the city to Shatin was considerable, and during the 1950s, Shatin was still relatively desolate, often referred to as the Thorn Garden. The travel was exceedingly inconvenient. Even decades later, the only significant mode of transportation remained the Kowloon Cannon Railway. Thus, Autumn Baifeng opted not to prolong their casual conversation and instead delved directly into the matter at hand. Yet, her proposed division left Zhang Feng momentarily stunned. One must understand, while a gambling den might not hold substantial value, its location within Kowloon City would alter that perception entirely. To say nothing of the fact that several tens of thousands would be the bare minimum, especially since this venture was initiated by Zhang Feng. With Jinye footing the bill, it would not commence under 100,000. In the context of Hong Kong at that time, a sum of 100,000 was sufficient for a typical family of three to live comfortably for a lifetime. Now, to propose relinquishing 70%? Zhang Feng lowered his gaze and coolly inquired, what are your terms? Money is a precious commodity, and even Zhang Feng could not escape its allure, particularly as he was in dire need of substantial startup capital. Otherwise, he would not have taken on the role of a steward. I want to follow you. Autumn Baifeng stated her request with unwavering eyes, albeit tinged with a hint of anxiety. She genuinely feared Zhang Feng would decline. Without the support of Fu Yihing, her survival in Hong Kong necessitated reliance on someone, and Zhang Feng was her best and only option at present. Otherwise, she would be forced to leave her home behind. No one wishes to abandon the place they have long inhabited. It is a sentiment rooted in both nostalgia and instinct. Very well. Zhang Feng had anticipated this response. So without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. However, after giving his agreement, he established a prerequisite. You must be fully aware of the circumstances from that day. While it is true that Koshue Hui has paid his due price, my mother remains oblivious to this situation. Therefore, if you wish to accompany me, you must devise a way to handle my mother. Understood. Autumn Baifeng was certainly aware of the implications involved, but just as her lips parted to respond, Zhang Feng continued, moreover, you are not to pry into my affairs, including my private life. I will share what I wish when I deem it necessary. Are you capable of this? For any other woman, such an arrangement would be utterly unacceptable. Zhang Feng's intention was clear. She would only ever occupy the role of a mistress, forever barred from any official status. Such a position was even less respectable than that of a concubine. Yet, Autumn Baifeng was truly astute. She comprehended the significance of survival. Thus, much like Zhang Feng before her, she agreed without a second thought. All right, gather your things. Let us depart at once. As Zhang Feng stood up, Autumn Baifeng hesitated. Wait, Have you considered how to explain this to my mother? Zhang Feng jested. No. Autumn by phone glanced outside, deliberating briefly before asking. Could you do me one more favor? Chapter 71, Undercurrents of Autumn. Observing the despondent and tearful Shi Yikai standing before Asan, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Logically, someone as dim-witted as him should have been relegated to the docks as a laborer long ago. Yet, to his surprise, Autumn by phone still wished to keep him by her side, leaving Zhang Feng perplexed. After Asan finished his last word, Zhang Feng smiled and said, Sangu, I apologize for putting you through yet another ordeal. Asan shook his head. Old Ding has instructed me that whatever Mr. Zhang says is to be followed, and besides, merely conveying orders is hardly laborious. While he felt indifferent, Shi Yikai beside him wore a woeful expression, as if mourning a great loss. Once he composed himself, he turned to Zhang Feng with a look of pained grievance. Sir, from now on, I am at your service. You must scram. Zhang Feng kicked Shi Yikai, sending him sprawling. Ouch! With his rear on the ground, Shi Yikai's expression of grievance intensified. Are there others to take with us? If so, we should leave together while Sangu is here. Zhang Feng's words caused Asan, who had just turned to depart, to stumble slightly as his mouth twitched. Sometimes, even mere verbal tasks could be quite exhausting. The matter concerning Autumn by phone had reached a conclusion. As for how she would explain the situation to her mother, Zhang Feng neither cared nor felt the need to intervene. He believed that a woman as astute as her would manage just fine. With the commencement of a new chapter in her life, she hardly packed any belongings, taking only a few changes of clothes, leaving everything else to be procured later. Shi Yikai still could not comprehend why he was cast aside along with Feng Jie from Fu Yihing. Yet, Mr. Zhang had obediently complied without question. Noticing Shi Yikai's lackluster demeanor, Asan chose not to intervene, summoning several brothers from Fu Yihing to assist in carrying Autumn by phone. Such a grand spectacle naturally piqued the curiosity of the neighbors. However, with the brothers from Fu Yihing leading the way, onlookers could only watch from a distance. It was only upon reaching the entrance of the city that they saw Lu Guiqin bidding farewell to the neighbors. Ah, you finally returned? Isn't she that person? What is going on? Although Lu Guiqin had been assisted into the room by others when Autumn by phone had first appeared, being a long-time resident of the city, she certainly recognized this lady. The sky had darkened by then, and concerned for their safety on the way back, Zhang Feng urged, all right, let us discuss this later. No, dear, she is coming with us. I've already said we'll talk about it when we get back, Zhang Feng replied, somewhat irked. If you refuse to leave, then we shall go ahead, and you cannot blame me for being an unfilial son. With Zhang Feng's words leaving no room for argument, Lu Guiqin found herself without any options. Zhang Feng stood beside the stretcher carried by Qiu Baifeng, observing as his mother, with the assistance of his father, entered the vehicle. He then lit a cigarette, saying, you handle the matters yourself, all right? Before he could finish his sentence, Qiu Baifeng flashed a charming smile and replied, rest assured. If I can't manage such trivial affairs, how could I possibly remain by your side? For reasons unknown, Zhang Feng always felt that her words carried a somewhat ethereal, upward inflection, leading him to wonder if she was subtly alluring him. Stealing a glance at her, he noticed her enchanting eyes were fixed on him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, forget it, forget it. You take care of your own business. I'm off. With that, he climbed into another vehicle. This demeanor elicited a series of soft giggles from Qiu Baifeng, who even bore a hint of smugness in her expression. Asan, aware of the crowd today, had arranged not only Jean Yale's Ford sedan, but also 4 additional cars, making their convoy quite conspicuous on the road. Third brother, please drop me off ahead, Zhang Feng requested, naturally seated in Jean Yale's Ford. Knowing Asan was there to ensure his safety should the 14K members make an appearance. However, upon spotting the Saheo Hotel in the near distance, he pondered for a moment and spoke to Asan. Sir, not heading to Shatin? Asan queried, somewhat perplexed. No, I'm not going, Zhang Feng replied thoughtfully. But Asan hesitated. Zhang Feng gazed out the window and said, I need to go to the dock tomorrow. It's too far from Shatin. Please help me take my parents there instead. Before leaving, Jean Yale had insisted repeatedly that Zhang Feng must stay in the small villa in Shatin. Asan, aware of his superior's intentions, displayed his reluctance when Zhang Feng changed his mind. Nevertheless, upon hearing that Zhang Feng's parents would be residing there, Asan felt reassured. All right, Mr. Zhang. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Saheo Hotel, Asan cautiously opened the car door and glanced around before swiftly moving to the back seat to open the door for Zhang Feng, saying, Mr. Zhang, please. Zhang Feng acknowledged, stepping out of the car. After taking a couple of steps, he halted and turned back, stating, go back and tell your boss that if there's no issue, then stop playing these little tricks. Once or twice is acceptable, but if there's a third time, I can ensure that Fu Yixing won't be able to dock here again. With that, He proceeded inside the Seheo Hotel, guided by the doorman. Asan stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned. Had it been anyone else making such a statement, he would have surely retaliated. Yet, facing Zhang Feng, he dared not. Not only he, but even Jin Yalei and the uncles would think twice. For Zhang Feng held the very lifeblood of Fui Xing in his hands. As Asan regained his composure, despite Zhang Feng having already entered the elevator, he respectfully nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Once in his room, Zhang Feng did not immediately rest. Instead, he requested a bottle of red wine from the service staff. While smoking a cigarette and swirling the wine in his glass, he drew back the curtains, gazing at the dilapidated building across the street, murmuring, who exactly sent those people that day? Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Jinji had just returned from a walk and encountered his second son, Zhou Daji, who was preparing to leave. So out of money again? Zhou Jinji inquired. His tone stern. Zhou Daji, terrified of his father, lowered his head in a panic. You spend your days indulging in pleasures. Have you looked at yourself lately? Zhou Jinji handed his coat to the butler, Zhou Bo, reprimanding him with a furrowed brow. Zhou Daji dared not retort, but Aunt Lan, hearing the commotion, hurried out from the room, saying, Jinji, this isn't entirely Gigi's fault. Whose fault could it be then? Zhou Jinji replied, his irritation palpable as he recalled his son's current state of affairs. Aunt Lan, seemingly accustomed to her husband's demeanor, brushed it off and, with a face full of resentment, remarked, who else to blame but that steward named Zhang? Mother, this has nothing to do with Feng. Zhou Daji defended his brother, even though he understood his mother was trying to exonerate him. Oh, Zhou Jinji raised an eyebrow, glancing at Aunt Lan before turning his attention back to his son. What exactly is going on? Chapter 72. If you desire the tiger's teeth, well, Feng didn't do anything wrong. After hearing the full account, Zhou Jinji's expression softened slightly, and he nodded at his disappointing second son. You've grown up, understanding right from wrong. Instead of rushing off to find your unreliable friends, why not sit down with me for some tea? His inquiry, though seemingly open-ended, left no room for his son to refuse. Before the first sentence ended, he had already turned to Aunt Lan, instructing, go brew a pot of tea using the leaves from my study desk. Initially, Aunt Lan felt some discontent, as it wasn't Zhang who had taken the gold bars, and her son wouldn't even need to come home to ask her for pocket money. Naturally, without asking her for money, he wouldn't have been caught by Zhou Jinji. However, upon hearing that Zhou Jinji intended to use the fine tea leaves from his study to brew tea for his son, all her grievances evaporated, replaced by delight. It's worth noting that the tea leaves on Zhou Jinji's desk were quite valuable, typically reserved for his own consumption. But now he was willing to share them with Zhou Daji, indicative of a newfound acknowledgement of his wayward son. This is the nature of a large family. The patriarch is the ultimate authority. Gaining the patriarch's approval, even if one may not qualify for succession in the future, ensures one will not fall to the depths of being cast out from the family. Aunt Lan smiled, yet Zhou Daji felt a pang of gloom. He had already made plans with a few close friends to first drink at Tai Bai, and then support Meng Lian at Dongfang. As it appeared, though he felt discontent, he dared not express it before Zhou Jinji. With a resigned sigh, he obediently settled onto the sofa beside his father. Tea is a curious thing. The distinction between expensive and cheap can often be discerned by its aroma. Of course, there are unscrupulous merchants who may infuse inferior tea with a fragrance to mimic high-quality tea, thereby passing it off as something it is not. Yet, good tea is unmistakably good, while bad tea is equally clear in its inferiority. Ordinary folks might be fooled, but discerning individuals like Zhou Jinji, who possess a certain knowledge of tea, find it easy to tell the difference. As the aroma of the tea filled the room, Zhou Jinji poured a small cup for his son, saying, try this. Zhou Daji, lacking any tea knowledge, downed it in one gulp, only to find the cup too small to quench his thirst. Zhou Jinji shook his head repeatedly, however, in a better mood. He overlooked this and savored his own cup of fine tea before asking, so you mean, Feng took all the gold bars? Seeing his father bring up the matter again, Zhou Daji dared not be dismissive. He set down the cup, straightened his posture, and replied, indeed, Feng has taken all the gold bars, but they are currently stored in the bank, and it is said that they will be transferred to Kong Li's account this afternoon. However, you did not verify this in the slightest this afternoon and remain unaware of whether the funds were actually transferred, correct? Zhou Jinji is all too familiar with his son's character and can easily discern his intentions. Dad, I was wrong, Zhou Detai admitted, lowering his head. Zhou Jinji smiled and nodded. You acknowledge your mistake. It seems you have matured, suddenly receiving praise from his usually stern father. Zhou Detai felt a bit flustered and hurriedly exclaimed, I will check right now. No need. Zhou Jinji waved his hand. Do not underestimate Fengzi's youth. His vision is far from narrow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Detai pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that Feng has some ulterior motive? Zhou Jinji shot him an exasperated glance. Otherwise, do you think a person as astute as he would choose to be a mere steward under your command? But Ah Feng has never harbored ill intentions. And he always considers my needs, just like Zhou Decai was about to defend Zhang Feng. But his father interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Of course, he harbors no malice, nor would he ever wish you harm, his father clarified. Observing Zhou Decai's continued confusion, Zhou Xinji could not help but sigh inwardly. If his eldest son, Zhou Decai, were sitting beside him, he would have likely grasped the situation by now. It was just that his second son, who had once been quite clever in his youth, had suffered from his father's preferential treatment, leading to his current state of bewilderment. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, Zhou Xinji took the rare opportunity to explain to his second son, our Zhou family possesses wealth and connections, and many covet our resources. The young man named Zhang Feng is no exception. However, while others merely seek to carve a piece of flesh from our family, Zhang Feng is different. Do you know how he differs? Zhou Decai shook his head in confusion. Zhou Xinji continued, because he understands the art of leveraging power. Leveraging power? Zhou Decai mused silently, wondering if his father had once been a martial arts master. Thankfully, he did not voice this thought, for it might have sparked Zhou Xinji's ire. Tell me, if you wish to remove a tiger's teeth, how would you proceed? Zhou Xinji intentionally posed a question to test his son. Zhou Decai thought for a moment before responding. I would first shoot the tiger dead, then remove its teeth. Zhou Xinji smiled wryly and shook his head at this answer. What if the tiger cannot be killed? Cannot be killed? Zhou Decai was momentarily taken aback and, after deep contemplation, tentatively asked, could it not be stunned? Zhou Xinji suddenly felt that inviting his foolish son for a heart-to-heart was perhaps a misguided choice. Cannot be stunned. If it cannot be stunned. Zhou Decai shook his head. Then I have no way. Surely you wouldn't expect me to confront a live tiger. I cannot possibly do that. Zhou Xinji disregarded his son's subsequent remarks and continued. To extract teeth from a tiger that cannot be killed or stunned, one must strike when it is unprepared. In truth, Zhou Decai wished to argue. Unprepared? It was a tiger, after all. It could not be that simple. Even when asleep, it would surely awaken if someone approached. Yet, he dared not contradict his father and instead patiently listened, taking advantage of its unpreparedness to remove its teeth and then fleeing swiftly. Do you think such a person could escape? Zhou Decai, with a stiff resolve, uncertainly replied, cannot escape. Correct. Upon realizing he had provided the right answer, Zhou Decai finally heaved a sigh of relief, his expression softening slightly. Zhou Xinji paid no mind to his son's demeanor and continued. Only a foolhardy individual would attempt to forcibly extract a tiger's teeth while it is unsuspecting, only to hastily flee. Ultimately, they will not escape the tiger's pursuit, resulting in a grim fate. This is the approach of those who covet our Zhou family. However, Zhang Feng is different. His methods are remarkably astute. From the very beginning, he has made it clear to the tiger that he desires its teeth, yet before the tiger could respond, he presented it with an abundance of food. Thus, the tiger's wariness toward him gradually diminishes, even allowing him to remain in its presence. But father, if that is the case, doesn't the end result remain the same? Zhou Decai almost voiced, thinking it to be a redundant effort. However, before he could finish, Zhou Xinji shook his head with a smile. Of course, it is different. The tiger's teeth have not changed. Ultimately, they fall into Zhang Feng's hands, albeit as teeth that the tiger has lost after consuming food. Perhaps they are useful to Zhang Feng, but to the tiger, they have become worthless. Moreover, do not forget that during the period when he awaited the tiger's teeth to fall, he lived alongside the tiger. Meaning he not only made those wary of the tiger aware that antagonizing him equates to provoking the tiger, but he also obtained the teeth he desired, forging a bond with the tiger. It is a triple benefit. Do you still think he is akin to those reckless fools? Although Zhou Xinji's words still left Zhou Decai somewhat perplexed, he understood that the tiger represented their Zhou family. Simultaneously, he recognized that Zhang Feng had ultimately established a friendship with the Zhou family. Merely understanding this point allowed Zhou Decai to set his mind at ease. After all, Zhang Feng was his good brother, and with an older brother who could turn against him at any moment. He truly did not wish to have another brother who might one day become adversarial. Having grasped this, Zhou Decai felt elated. Dad, I understand now. However, upon seeing the expression on his son's face, Zhou Xinji could only shake his head helplessly. He also had a thought that remained unspoken in his heart. When one gains the trust of the tiger, should that person decide to become a hunter, that tiger will undoubtedly become their first prey. Chapter 73, The Twilight of an Era, the dawn of a new age. The next day, Zhang Feng arrived at Kongli early. After briefly reviewing personnel documents, he summoned Uncle Li, the current general manager. With Zhou Decai's instructions and his first-hand observations from the previous day, Uncle Li now treated Zhang Feng with the utmost respect. Uncle Li, have the matters concerning the shipyard been settled? Yes, Mr. Zhang. We have reached an agreement, except for the deposit. Ah, Yesterday, I was slightly delayed. As Zhang Feng spoke, he retrieved a neatly folded bank deposit slip from his pocket and placed it on the table. Pushing it forward, please arrange for the funds to be transferred to Kong Li's account at your earliest convenience. Uncle Li carefully accepted the slip, glanced at the amount, and gently felt the paper before tucking it into his jacket pocket. Zhang Feng naturally noticed this subtle gesture and nodded inwardly. In the 1950s and 60s Hong Kong, there were numerous banks, with every business association boasting at least 2 or more. This deposit slip was somewhat akin to a dedicated bank card today. However, very few deposit slips had the capacity for transfer. Even including the foreign banks operated by the British, there were only 3 such institutions. The Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce controlled one of them, while the other 2 were HSBC and Standard Chartered. All deposit slips issued by these 3 major banks incorporated exceptionally intricate anti-counterfeiting measures. Just moments ago, Uncle Li was engaged in discerning authenticity. His meticulous approach to tasks indeed positions him as a remarkably competent assistant. It is unfortunate that Zhou Daiji is akin to a talentless fool, thereby overshadowing the potential of Uncle Li. After imparting some daily details, Zhang Feng inquired of Uncle Li, "How many employees does the trading company currently have?" Uncle Li, momentarily taken aback, silently calculated before responding, "Including myself, there are a total of 32. Are they all present at the company now?" Zhang Feng further asked. 2 colleagues are on leave due to personal matters, and they will return tomorrow. The rest are here. Uncle Li, who also manages personnel, was well acquainted with these matters. Zhang Feng nodded. "In that case, please have them come in one by one. Mr. Zhang wishes to meet everyone individually?" Uncle Li expressed mild surprise. "Shall I assist you in convening a meeting instead? After all, with over 30 individuals, even if each is seen for just 10 minutes, it would take an entire 5 hours. It is no trivial task." To Uncle Li's mind, if the intent is to become acquainted, a simple meeting would suffice. Why should those in power exert themselves to familiarize with each individual? A meeting won't do. I fear it may lead to unnecessary complications. Zhang Feng replied with a mysterious smile. "Very well, Uncle Li. Please proceed as I have instructed. By the way, kindly arrange for Jean Yale from Fuxing to join us. Tell him I will be treating him to seafood in Saigon at noon." Uncle Li was increasingly perplexed by this young man, whom his employer regarded as a brother. However, recognizing the difference in their stations, he refrained from further comment and departed with a respectful gesture. Yet, after leaving, he dutifully began assigning tasks as per Zhang Feng's request, ensuring that all employees of Kong Li entered the office in an orderly fashion. Simultaneously, when the opportunity arose, he discreetly used a rotary phone in a corner to contact Zhou Xinji. On the surface, Uncle Li appeared to be Zhou Daiji's most trusted general manager. However, he was, after all, a founding hero who had ventured alongside Zhou Xinji to forge new territories. Certain matters, regardless of whether they originated from Zhang Feng or Zhou Daiji, he would promptly report to his true superior. Should Zhou Xinji utter a single dissenting word, Uncle Li would, even at great personal cost, ensure that the situation did not escalate. This exemplifies the loyalty ingrained in the older generation. Oh, on the other end of the line, Zhou Xinji expressed mild surprise upon hearing Uncle Li's report. Is he planning to overhaul Kong Li? Brother Ji, do you think so? Despite Zhou Xinji's current status as a legitimate businessman and president of the entire Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, it is well known that many prosperous entrepreneurs today have a somewhat murky past. Consequently, among those who once followed Zhou Xinji in his rise to power, aside from Zhou Bo, who has since taken to addressing him as old master, the rest still habitually call him Brother Ji. No need. Zhou Xinji shook his head. If he wishes to proceed, let him continue. I am curious to see how far this young man can go. Understood, Brother Ji, Uncle Li replied respectfully. By the way, this morning, old Xia called to say you have booked a cargo ship for a near-sea route. Was that also the idea of that young man? Zhou Xinji's voice inquired over the line. Uncle Li responded earnestly. Yes, Brother Ji, and just now he handed me a deposit slip from a bank under the chamber's name, instructing me to transfer the funds to Kong Li's company account. The sum of over 200,000 seems substantial, and for an ordinary family, it could last a lifetime. However, even if Zhou Xinji had acknowledged it yesterday, Zhang Feng's ambitions would undoubtedly extend far beyond that. Well, you need not concern yourself with this matter. After a brief pause, Zhou Xinji continued. Furthermore, since I have entrusted Kong Li to Ajing, you need not report any further developments regarding Kong Li to me. Zhou Xinji's statement left Uncle Li astounded. Brother Ji, old Li, it is now the era of the youth. We, who have toiled in the earth up to our waists, should learn to enjoy our well-deserved rest. I have already planned that in a few years, I will hand over the company and the chamber to ACA, and then venture out to explore. If you have no pressing matters at that time, you should accompany me. Zhou Xinji's words were filled with reflections on life. Uncle Li felt similarly. Their generation was the most hardworking and deserving of recognition. Without them, Hong Kong could not have become a global financial and trade hub. Nor could it have transformed into a place where countless young people pursue, fabricate, and achieve their dreams. Yet, change is necessary, and progress is imperative. Once, Zhou Xinji believed he was not yet old and could continue for a few more years. But it was only upon Zhang Feng's arrival that he began to sense the passage of time, realizing that the era of youth had indeed arrived. Chapter 74, Dismissal. While Uncle Li was reflecting with Zhou Xinji, Zhang Feng had already commenced his introductions to the employees of Kongli. Zhou Jinan, 37 years old, a native of Chaozhou. What is your relationship with the president? As each person entered the office, Zhang Feng would open their personnel files. To his surprise, the first individual seemed to have some connection to Zhou Xinji. Could it be that Kongli was not merely a forsaken enterprise? Zhou Jinan displayed a rather arrogant demeanor. Despite sitting in a subordinate position, he bore no semblance of an employee. With one leg crossed, he shook it nonchalantly, leading one to assume he was the one managing all affairs at Kongli. Especially upon witnessing Zhang Feng's astonishment, he scoffed, turning his head away without offering a response. His attitude was not only disrespectful, but also served to intimidate Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng appeared to be merely an 18-year-old youth, just a young man. If even Zhou Deji did not dare to assert dominance over them, why should a mere steward? Zhang Feng, however, was not angered by Zhou Jinan's demeanor. Instead, he smiled politely and inquired again. Since you do not wish to converse with me, I certainly would not dare to waste your precious time. Kindly assist me in summoning the next individual. Zhou Jinan cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Feng, as if to imply that Zhang Feng was insignificant, and stood up to stride toward the door. Yet, just as he was about to open it, Zhang Feng's voice rang out once more. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Zhou Jinan frowned and slightly turned his head, his face reflecting displeasure. Zhang Feng maintained a courteous smile as he continued. We are all fellow countrymen from Chaozhou. There is no reason not to support one another, especially since you share a surname and generational ties with our president. Therefore, when you collect your salary later, please inform Uncle Li that it was my directive to calculate today's pay as if you had worked the entire day. Now, I shall not intrude further, please. The initial part of Zhang Feng's statement made Zhou Jinan's spirits soar. He felt quite pleased. However, as he continued to listen, the latter part began to strike an odd note. What do you mean? This was the first sentence Zhou Jinan had uttered since entering the office. Yet, upon reaching Zhang Feng's ears, it seemed to have lost all significance. In fact, Zhang Feng appeared somewhat perplexed, staring at Zhou Jinan for several seconds before exclaiming in astonishment. Do you require me to translate that into Chaozhou dialect? You. Zhou Jinan and Zhou Xinji were not directly related. They were merely distant cousins from the same village. In fact, Zhou Xinji might not even be aware that he had such a cousin. However, Zhou Jinan was different. He has not refrained from flaunting his authority outside because of this. Take Kongli, for instance. At times, he has even disregarded Uncle Li's face. Yet now, he has been publicly humiliated by a mere young upstart. How could he possibly allow this to go unchallenged? Very well, indeed. Zhou Jinan pointed at Zhang Feng, his fingers trembling with rage. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang Feng calmly interrupted him, saying, What you wish to do is entirely your prerogative, so there is no need for you to report it to me. Moreover, from this very moment, you are no longer associated with Kongli. If you believe my actions to be unjust, you are welcome to report them to my superior. Zhang Feng glanced at the clock on the wall, pondered for a moment, and continued, My superior should just be waking up. If you hurry, you might still catch him. By the way, since you bear the surname Zhou, you should know where my superior usually rests, correct? A mere distant relative who does not even know his own kin could hardly be expected to know where Zhou Daji spends his nights. Yet Zhang Feng did not grant him any further opportunity to speak, instead calling out directly towards the door, next. As instructed by Uncle Li, when someone entered the office, the next individual was to wait at the door. Thus, upon Zhang Feng's call, another person stepped inside, chuckling awkwardly. Upon seeing Zhou Jinan's furious countenance, he immediately began to ingratiate himself. As for Zhang Feng, he had already been forgotten. Ah, splendid, Zhang Feng nodded, disregarding whether the newcomer understood him, and shouted towards the entrance again. Next, just as the newly arrived individual entered, the next one was already at the threshold, having heard the voice from within. He hesitated, puzzled, yet still pushed the door open. Almost identical to the previous visitor, he too ignored Zhang Feng, directing all his attention to Zhou Jinan. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng remained unfazed. Originally, Uncle Li had anticipated that with over 30 individuals, the process would take at least 5 or 6 hours. However, astonishingly, within just half an hour, 2/3 had already entered. The question remained, why had they entered but not yet emerged? Curious, Uncle Li instinctively felt compelled to peek inside. Just then, Zhang Feng's voice resonated again within the office. Noticing an empty cup on the table beside him, Uncle Li's eyes darted, and he instructed those behind him to wait a moment. He took the cup to his desk, brewed some tea, and, under the pretense of delivering tea to Zhang Feng, ventured into the office to see what was happening. Little did he know, upon entering, he was completely taken aback. The office, once spacious, was now nearly filled to capacity with people. Such a phenomenon was not entirely uncommon, reminiscent of a large meeting. Yet, the expressions on these individuals' faces seemed to convey an intense animosity. "Mr. Zhang, please enjoy some tea." Uncle Li turned back repeatedly, bewildered, as he offered the teacup to Zhang Feng, who was engrossed in reviewing documents. "Ah, Uncle Li, your timing is impeccable," Zhang Feng remarked, handing over a stack of seemingly processed materials to him. "I have dismissed all these individuals. I will require your assistance in settling their wages." "What?" Uncle Li was momentarily stunned. Although he could not ascertain the exact number of people present, it was evident even to the most naive observer that they were likely the ones lingering in the room. "All dismissed? Then what of Kong Li?" "Indeed," Zhang Feng affirmed without hesitation. "And regarding this individual, as he hails from Chaozhou, I have promised him that today's wages will be settled in full. I will personally discuss this with Xiao. A day's pay amounted to only a few coins, hardly sufficient even for a pack of cigarettes. So there was no need to inform Zhou Deji about it." Uncle Li now understood. This was clearly a case of avoiding the more substantial issues. Had this been half an hour prior, he would have undoubtedly refused. Even if the decision had been issued by Zhou Daji himself, he would not have acted on it. Yet, after Zhou Xinji's earlier remarks, Uncle Li hesitated. "Uncle Li, do not listen to this little brat. What right does he have to dismiss us?" "Exactly. Who does he think he is? I have stood by Kong Li. He was probably still sucking on a pacifier when I was working. I want to see Xiao. I want to see the president. Yes, we demand to see the president. Let him come and seek justice." It seemed that Uncle Li's presence had become their source of encouragement. The individuals who had previously been as silent as the grave now began to protest vehemently, especially Zhou Jinan, who believed himself to be connected to Zhou Xinji. He disdainfully declared, "This is our Zhou family's enterprise. How dare an outsider dictate terms here? Old Li, throw this brat out." Chapter 75. Who do you think you are? In the past, while Uncle Li would not have genuinely complied with such a request, he would certainly have acted as a mediator, striving to appease both sides. Naturally, this was the outcome Zhou Jinan and his cohort desired. If things remained tense, not to mention the fact that simply standing still would be exhausting. However, Uncle Li did not conform to the expectations of those around him. Instead, he turned to Zhou Jinan with a disdainful expression and uttered 6 words. "Who do you think you are?" At that moment, not only was Zhou Jinan taken aback, but even those who had previously supported him were filled with confusion. Everyone was aware of Uncle Li's ties to the Zhou family, yet now, could it be that Uncle Li was rebelling? "Old Li, you." Facing Zhou Jinan's incredulous gaze, Uncle Li coldly retorted, "You are not worthy to call me Old Li." His 2 sharp remarks left Zhou Jinan's face alternating between shades of blue and purple. He was acutely aware that he had been relying on borrowed power, yet the habits forged over many years were not easily discarded. Especially since he had long since immersed himself in the role of the Chaozhou president's cousin, being treated in such a manner by a mere servant enraged him. "Very well. Very well. You must have accepted some benefits from this Zhang fellow. Fine. I will certainly report this matter to my brother." Uncle Li smirked and shot him a glance before turning back to Zhang Feng with a respectful demeanor, declaring, "Mr. Zhang, I will attend to this matter right away." "Excellent. I appreciate your efforts, Uncle Li." Zhang Feng nodded slightly, adding, "And please, do call on the next individual." "Understood, Mr. Zhang." Uncle Li bowed slightly, taking a few steps back before turning to head towards the office door. However, just as he reached the threshold, he paused momentarily, casting a cold glance over the faces of those present, and stated coolly, "I do not possess Mr. Zhang's patience. I will give you 10 minutes. If you do not come to collect your wages by then, do not expect to receive them." With that, he turned back to Zhang Feng, offering a slight bow before exiting the office. To those present, Zhang Feng's demeanor might have seemed merely a joke, perhaps not even worthy of being called one. However, Uncle Li, who had served as manager since Kong Li's inception, commanded a level of respect that was undeniably intimidating to the others. Consequently, their gazes instinctively fell upon Zhou Jinan, as if seeking answers. Yet at that moment, there was no trace of the self-assured demeanor he had previously exuded as a member of the Zhou family. Had he not been leaning against the wall, he might have crumpled to the floor. The office door swung open once more, and a bespectacled gentleman strode in. He first glanced at Zhou Jinan and the others in astonishment, but before he could react, one of them lowered his head and silently made his way towards the exit. Where there is one, there will follow another. As long as there is a leader, those behind will naturally follow suit. This is an unchanging law throughout history. Furthermore, this phenomenon would only intensify. In less than a minute, the vast office was left with only Zhang Feng, Zhou Jinan, and the newly arrived employee from Kong Li. "Please come over and introduce yourself," Zhang Feng said, his expression remaining unchanged, still adorned with a faint smile. as if that was the natural state of his countenance. Humph. Without waiting for the new employee to respond, Zhou Jinan coldly snorted and exited the office. Zhang Feng paid him no heed and instead welcomed the new employee for a preliminary conversation. It was not until 11 a.m. that Zhang Feng finally completed his tasks. Looking at the solitary personnel file remaining on the desk, he shook his head with a wry smile. In truth, prior to this day, Zhang Feng had already anticipated significant issues within Kongli. However, he had not expected the problems to be so monumental. Out of over 30 employees, aside from Uncle Li, only one employee was free of any wrongdoing. Of course, this employee was not upright. He had merely joined Kongli just 2 days earlier than Zhang Feng, leaving him no time to make a choice. Since there was no time to choose, Zhang Feng made the decision for him. Uncle Li, it seems I may need to trouble you once more. Zhang Feng rhythmically tapped his pen on the desk. Do you know of any reliable newspaper? Today, Uncle Li was quite fatigued, beads of sweat still lingering on his forehead. Yet, he found this sensation pleasant, as if he had returned to his youth. Mr. Zhang, I have a friend who happens to run a newspaper. He is absolutely dependable, although his reputation might be somewhat lacking. Zhang Feng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. That is of no consequence. Reliability is what matters. All right, I shall contact my friend shortly. May I inquire what news Mr. Zhang intends to publish? Uncle Li asked. Just report today's incident. Today's incident? The news headline should read, Kongli suspected of internal chaos, large number of employees resigning. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered deceit before, but never had he seen someone dig their own grave so blatantly. Wasn't this clearly akin to lifting a stone to crush one's own foot? Uncle Li was genuinely curious as to why, but Zhou Xinji had already stated that all matters should be entrusted to the youth. Thus, despite his myriad doubts, Uncle Li ultimately settled for a nod. Of course, he still intended to inform Zhou Deji. As the true master of Kongli was this second young master of the Zhou family. After ensuring all matters were addressed, Zhang Feng stretched lazily, preparing to leave. Just as he closed the office door and was about to descend the stairs, Uncle Li rushed back in a fluster. Mr. Zhang, you absolutely must not go out now. Why not? Zhang Feng replied with a faint smile. It is because Zhou Jinan, in his anger, has likely sent someone to confront me at the door, isn't it? Uncle Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young Zhang Feng had already made such an astute deduction. Has Fu Yixing been notified? Yes, Uncle Li nodded. Then, all is well. If Fu Yixing cannot handle such a trivial matter, I believe we shall need to reconsider the management rights of Beijiao Wharf. Zhang Feng's words left Uncle Li perplexed. He distinctly remembered that Zhang Feng had previously instructed him to contact Jin Yale from Fu Yixing to meet in Saikang. The journey from Saikang to Beijiao was not only lengthy by land and sea, but even in a straight line, it would take no less than half an hour. Yet, he vividly recalled the predatory stares of those waiting at the entrance. Had this been any other place not belonging to the Zhou family, they would have likely stormed in long ago, allowing Zhang Feng to linger at the door for half an hour. Initially, Uncle Li had thought Zhang Feng would notify Fu Yixing's personnel and wait for their arrival before stepping out. However, it seemed that Zhang Feng was unwilling to wait even a moment. What to do? As Uncle Li anxiously contemplated a strategy, Zhang Feng had already reached the entrance. The formerly empty doorway of Kongli was suddenly inundated with dozens of individuals wielding machetes, their demeanor suggesting they would not relent until they had reduced Zhang Feng to fragments. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Feng calmly withdrew a cigarette, leisurely lighting it, his face betraying no hint of fear. Chapter 76, The Zhou Family's Stance. Kid, quite composed, aren't you? The encircling group tightened, with Zhou Jinan sneering from the front. What else would you have me do? Zhang Feng exhaled a plume of smoke. Should I kneel and beg for mercy? Very well, Zhou Jinan nodded. You are the most unafraid person I have ever seen. But I am curious to see if you can maintain this demeanor. Charge. At the command, the young men with knives closed in on Zhang Feng with predatory intent. Uncle Li was in a state of frantic agitation, contemplating whether he should step forward. However, he was afraid. After all, swords are blind. In his earlier years, he had merely held a clerical position, unable to compare to others in physical prowess. If Zhou Bo were present, he would likely have charged forward with a mere stick. Yes, I must call Brother Ji. In a moment of inspiration, Uncle Li slapped his thigh and hurried to his seat to make a phone call. In his urgency, he dialed the wrong number multiple times. Which line is this? The voice on the other end was not that of Zhou Xinji. Yet Uncle Li recognized it and hastily replied, Sun Yao. Quickly, find Brother Ji. Sun Yao was Zhou Bo's name before he was granted the Zhou surname. Thus, upon hearing someone call his original name, Zhou Bo paused momentarily and tentatively inquired, Who are you? It's me, Xiao Li, from Kongli, Li Yunshan. Oh, it's you. Xiao Li, Zhou Bo exclaimed, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. After all, they were old friends from many years ago, despite both being in Hong Kong. Their respective duties had prevented them from even meeting or speaking on the phone. What has happened at Kongli? The seasoned veteran immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Zhou Jinan has brought a gang and is intent on taking down the second young master as steward. We must think of a way. Uncle Li glanced at the entrance. The situation was becoming dire, and he quickly emphasized the urgency. You mean Zhang Feng? Zhou Bo's impression of Zhang Feng had soured due to the incident with Chen Guanlong. Nevertheless, he understood that Zhang Feng was still one of the Zhou family, and they could not allow outsiders to bully him. The master is in the study. Please wait a moment while I relay this information, he stated. While Uncle Li heard the sound of the receiver being placed on the table. However, this did little to ease Uncle Li's anxiety, as he knew the individuals waiting at the door could strike at any moment. In truth, Uncle Li had only met Zhang Feng a handful of times, and they shared no emotional bond. They could hardly be considered friends. However, Uncle Li was acutely aware that Zhang Feng was a person recognized by his brother. Given this, he was considered one of their own. When one of their own encountered trouble, how could he not feel anxious? As time ticked away, Uncle Li was as frantic as someone desperate to find a restroom. At last, a voice emerged from the receiver. The elder's exact words were, I've said all that needs to be said. Let the younger generation handle their affairs themselves. It is time for us to retire. The voice of Zhou Bo struck Uncle Li like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. When Zhou Jinji had previously conveyed this to him, he had thought it merely a pretext. After all, the Zhou family had 3 sons. While the youngest could be disregarded, Zhou Datsai and Zhou Daji were already adults. Such a vast inheritance, despite having a will, would inevitably lead to disputes. This was the inherent risk of a wealthy family. Thus, Uncle Li believed that Zhou Zhenji intended to use this situation to enable his second son, Zhou Deji, to take full control of Kongli. But now, the only person who could bring hope to Kongli was in peril. Was Brother Ji truly prepared to stand idly by? Son, little Li, you are aware of the elder's temperament. Since he has stated he will not intervene, he surely will not. As for you, I believe in Hong Kong. No one would dare to lay a finger on you. Uncle Li was different from others. He was once close to Zhou Zhenji, and as the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. If anyone dared to harm Uncle Li, it would be tantamount to disrespecting Zhou Zhenji and the entire Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. At that point, even if Zhou Zhenji did not take a stand, no one from the Chaozhou Chamber would dare to speak up. Zhou Bo would not hesitate to resurrect the legendary figure known as the killing god Sun Yao, who had once instilled fear in the hearts of the powerful. I understand. Uncle Li fell silent, feeling utterly drained. After placing the phone back in its position, he slowly turned his gaze to the doorway, his eyes filled with turmoil. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Zhou Bo returned to the study. However, he remained silent. Standing there quietly, Zhou Zhenji slightly raised his brow, glancing at Zhou Bo before directing his attention back to the calligraphy he was crafting. Do you not understand? Zhou Bo did not conceal his thoughts, nodding. Indeed, I do not understand why you trust that young man so implicitly, nor do I comprehend your reluctance to intervene. Zhou Bo pursed his lips and shook his head. Elder, the eldest master has already investigated. This young man, named Zhang Feng, grew up in the city and has never attended any private school, let alone worked in any foreign firm. Thus, he did not finish his sentence, as he was acutely aware of his position and what should or should not be said. So you believe this young man named Zhang Feng is untrustworthy? Zhou Zhenji concluded his final stroke, placing the brush on the nearby stand, and beckoned Zhou Bo. Come. Take a look. Zhou Bo hesitated but eventually moved closer. However, upon seeing the character inscribed on the paper, he momentarily lost focus. Do you recognize this character? Zhou Zhenji had written in traditional characters and used cursive script, causing Zhou Bo to struggle with recognition for a considerable time before finally shaking his head. This character is pronounced Jian, as in the term for a treacherous merchant. Zhou Zhenji explained, then inquired, do you know why ancient people used 3 women to represent it? Zhou Bo pondered for a moment and thoughtfully replied, could it relate to lasciviousness? Precisely, Zhou Zhenji nodded. In ancient times, the pronunciation Jian did not exist. It was pronounced as gone. The term treacherous merchant originally referred to a capable merchant. However, due to various reasons, the two concepts became conflated. And with the subsequent emergence of the simplified character for treachery, it came to be believed that all merchants were treacherous, leading to the adage that one cannot succeed in commerce without deceit. Yet, the true meaning of a treacherous merchant merely indicates a shrewd and capable businessman. Zhou Bo could comprehend this, yet it seemed unrelated to the matter at hand. Just as he was puzzled, Zhou Zhenji's voice rose again. While it is true that this young man Zhang Feng must have ulterior motives for coming to the Zhou family, as I once mentioned, we are not afraid of ambitious individuals. Rather, we fear the absence of such people. The territory we carved out back in the day was hard-earned, but times are changing. Have you not seen how the mainland now advocates for revitalization? We must also adapt to the times. Zhou Bo considered this but still insisted, but elder, Kongli is our original foundation. If that young man were to ruin it, would we not be the subject of mockery? Zhou Zhenji smiled at Zhou Bo. Huh? Is it because he deceived Aji into believing he had an education and worked in a foreign firm? Chapter 77. Who dares to move Mr. Zhang? Using a few lies to gain another's trust. If his intentions do not harm that person, it can only be seen as a means to an end. Zhou Zhenji lifted the teacup beside him, took a sip, and remarked with a smile, "You have certainly engaged in similar matters in the past." Reflecting on old times. Zhou Bo's face flushed with embarrassment. "Actually, I understand your concerns, and it is precisely due to these concerns that I suggested the younger generation should resolve their issues themselves. We are growing old. It is impossible for us to protect them for a lifetime." Zhou Zhenji's words prompted a deep sigh from Zhou Bo. In his youth, he could wield 2 kitchen knives and carve his way through North Point to Central without a second thought, even drenched in blood. Yet now, simply tending to the garden left him with an aching back after a while. His courage remained, but his body could not keep pace. "Very well. Let us cease our interference with Congli's affairs." After Zhou Zhenji spoke, seemingly recalling something, he asked, "What about Aji?" Zhou Bo forced a smile. The second young master drank too much with a few of the young masters last night, so now. He hesitated to elaborate. But Zhou Zhenji understood. He shook his head helplessly, letting the subordinates toil while he sleeps soundly. He has not learned much else. But he has certainly mastered the art of idleness. Zhou Zhenji scolded lightly, then waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, let them be. I am curious to see what kind of predicament this young man, named Zhang Feng, will find himself in before he comes seeking my assistance." For the first time in many years, Zhou Zhenji felt a profound interest in an outsider, particularly a young one. Zhou Bo said nothing more and nodded as he exited the room. Meanwhile, the distance between Zhou Zhenan's group and Zhang Feng had shrunk to within 2 meters. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if even one person lunged forward with a knife, Zhang Feng could be felled in an instant. Yet, none dared to take a step closer. The reason was simple. A cold-faced man had appeared beside Zhang Feng. He was Asan. Zhang Feng's invitation to Jin Yale surprised him somewhat. Upon receiving the news, he promptly postponed all his original plans and hurried to Tycoon. At the same time, he instructed Asan to fetch Zhang Feng. This was not a matter of Jin Yale now putting on airs. Rather, Asan was now the de facto head of the North Point dock, making his presence entirely reasonable. However, the North Point dock required a ferry, especially one capable of carrying vehicles. There were only 2 trips each morning, causing some delay. As Asan hurriedly arrived at Kongli, barely having time to catch his breath, he was taken aback to find dozens of people gathered at the entrance. Was someone causing trouble? Asan's temper flared immediately. He had not yet officially assumed his position, and already such a disturbance had occurred, which felt like a slap in his face. His anger intensified upon realizing that this unruly mob was targeting Zhang Feng. Nevertheless, he refrained from rushing in, instead beckoning a brother from Fu Yixing, who was nearby. After whispering a few words to him, he lit a cigarette, armed himself with 2 watermelon knives, and strolled over. Among the various figures in Hong Kong, such as Chun Guanglong, Jin Yale, and Gu Xiaohuang, few had been seen by many. However, more recognizable names like Sang Minju, Lan Zikuan, Cha Lao Xiong, and Asan were well known to the public. Consequently, upon catching a glimpse of Asan, the group led by Zhou Zhennan quickly parted ways. Naturally, someone of Zhou Zhennan's status would not be acquainted with a figure like Asan. As he stood there, somewhat perplexed, a burly man beside him stepped forward. "Asan, this person surely isn't from your Fui, is he?" His implication was that Asan was meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Asan took a drag from his cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at him before saying with a smirk, "I was wondering who it might be. Turns out it's the fisherman Song from Dongkuning. What brings you all the way to our Fuyi's territory when you could be comfortably staying in Yuanlong? Is this your Fuyi's territory?" The question was directed at Asan, yet as soon as it fell from his lips, Song furrowed his brow, casting an inquiring glance at Zhou Zhennan. Zhou, however, was oblivious to the internal dynamics. He quickly shook his head. "This is the Zhou family's property, which has always been managed by Lin Yao. When have we ever dealt with your Fui?" His words left Asan momentarily stunned. It was true that Jin Yale had negotiated with Zhang Feng. Yet Asan had personally witnessed Jin Yale alongside the Zhou family's second young master. Moreover, his own superior had repeatedly acknowledged this matter. How could someone now emerge claiming to represent the Zhou family, denying its existence? Zhang Feng, however, merely chuckled lightly and asked, "Which Zhou family are you referring to?" "Of course, the Zhou family of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce." Zhou Zhennan stepped forward with pride. "I am Zhou Zhennan, and the president of the Chaozhou Chamber is my cousin." Ha ha. Before Zhou Zhennan could fully bask in the admiration of those around him, Zhang Feng burst into laughter. The sudden outburst left even Asan beside him somewhat bewildered. Zhang Feng, uninterested in further banter with Zhou Zhennan, waved towards the interior of Kongli. "Uncle Li, I need your counsel on a matter." Uncle Li, after hanging up the phone, had resolved to safeguard Kong Li's hopes, even at the cost of his own frail body. However, he had not anticipated the unexpected arrival of a figure from Fu Yixing, who appeared to hold considerable standing within the organization. Thus, his previously anxious heart eased. Upon hearing Zhang Feng call for him, he hurriedly emerged. Mr. Zhang, please speak. Uncle Li, you have been with the Zhou family for some years. Might you know him? Uncle Li had heard every word exchanged outside, and was well aware of whom Zhang Feng was referring to. Yet, he feigned ignorance. Glancing at Zhou Zhan a few times as if trying to see clearly, even removing his reading glasses, rubbing his eyes, and putting them back on. After a few attempts, he finally nodded in realization. Ah, this is old Zhou. Once he grasped the situation, he turned to Zhang Feng and clasped his hands in greeting. Mr. Zhang, this is old Zhou, a mere employee of Kong Li, but as of today, he is no longer relevant to Kong Li. A hush fell over the crowd, not only shocking Zhou Zhan, but also catching the attention of Tsong from Dong Kuning, who stood nearby. Particularly, Uncle Li had emphasized the term ordinary employee with great weight. You are speaking nonsense. When a person is publicly unmasked, they often feel an overwhelming urge to fabricate elaborate justifications to validate their claims. Yet, such displays of desperation often reveal their own inconsistencies. Zhou Zhan was precisely in this predicament. He first berated Uncle Li for his falsehoods, then insisted to Tsong that he was not lying. But truly innocent individuals need not explain themselves. Moreover, although Uncle Li rarely made appearances, it did not imply he was uninformed about the undercurrents of the world. His words held a certain credibility. Even if Zhang Feng's statements or Zhou Deji's words were deemed unreliable, Uncle Li's assertions carried weight. However, just as Tsong began to feel increasingly suspicious, a new group emerged from behind the crowd. Their numbers surpassed those of Dong Kuning by more than double. As they approached, they unsheathed the watermelon knives from their waists and shouted, I am Huang Mao from Fu Yixing, who dares to touch Mr. Zhang? I am Bozi from Fu Yixing, who dares to touch our Mr. Zhang? I am Dia from Fu Yixing, who dares to touch our Mr. Zhang? I am Tai Bao from Fu Yixing. If anyone wants to touch Mr. Zhang, they must first contend with my 2 axes. The uproar was deafening. A spectacle of grandiosity. Chapter 78, Crisis Deployment. Indeed, the scene evoked in Zhang Feng a semblance to a film from a later era titled Jiulong Bingshi. Not only did it ignite a fervor, but it also carried an air of awkwardness and helplessness. Song and the Dong Kuning crew were momentarily taken aback. In the context of Hong Kong at that time, Dong Kuning was a moderately significant faction, long entrenched in the Yunlong area. While Fu Yixing may have hesitated to confront Dong Kuning in Yunlong, this was Biku. A violent clash? That was unrealistic, even amidst societal turmoil. Skirmishes between factions typically resulted in merely a few scapegoats being apprehended. Neither the Chinese agents nor the British would take much notice. Yet, to escalate matters to such an extent would be overly dramatic. Zhang Feng sought to rattle the tiger, and now, with the mountain shaken and the tiger stirred, it seemed a satisfactory conclusion had been reached. Thus, there was no need to blow the matter out of proportion. He tossed the cigarette butt on the ground and glanced at Tsong. You're Tsong, right? In truth, the entire affair had little to do with Dong Kuning. If blame were to be assigned, it fell squarely on the individual impersonating a relative of the so-called Zhou president. Now, look at the mess you've dragged Tsong into. Those who could ascend to the position of a leader were not fools. Tsong's ability to summon such a contingent to Biku was merely an attempt to leverage the Zhou family's influence for a foothold on the island. Even if that did not materialize, forming a good relationship with the Zhou family would undoubtedly yield future benefits. This calculation was not unique to Fu Yixing or Chao Lian. Many factions in Hong Kong harbored similar aspirations, merely lacking the means. But now, with Zhang Feng's inquiries and Uncle Li's corroboration, Tsong demonstrating restraint by not publicly cleaving Zhou Zhan in 2 could be deemed merciful. With Zhang Feng's words weighing heavily, Tsong, donning an apologetic smile, bowed slightly to Zhang Feng. What you say is true. We were indeed deceived by this small man. We hope, Mr. Zhang, that you and Brother Asan will not take offense. With Zhang Feng present, Asan certainly could not assert his authority. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and remarked, well, I suppose we are no longer strangers. In the future, I warmly welcome you, Brother Tsong, to visit Hong Kong Island. I shall treat you to some tea. How could I allow you to treat me, sir? It is truly a fault of our Eastern elite. I sincerely hope that you will find the time to visit Yunlong, where I shall personally introduce you to some local delicacies. I am not boasting when I say that the wild game in Yunlong is not something you can easily find elsewhere. Indeed, there was some truth to Fisher Tsong's words. Yunlong is essentially a rural area, originally part of Guangdong province in mainland China before it was designated as part of Hong Kong, predominantly fishing and farming. The countryside and fields are not devoid of wild game. This very characteristic is reflected in the nicknames often seen in Yunlong, frequently beginning with the characters for fishing or farming. Certainly, certainly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fisher Tsong prepared to depart. However, just as Asan was about to instruct the brothers of Fuck YK Hing to clear a path, Zhang Feng's voice rang out once more. He pointed at Zhou Jinan and said to Fisher Tsong, "Brother Tsong, I would appreciate it if you could take this fellow with you as well, as leaving him here is rather unsightly." This was hardly a request, were it not for the concern that Zhang Feng might object. Fisher Tsong would have already dragged the troublesome Zhou Jinan away. Immediately, he nodded, and a few brothers stepped forward to escort Zhou Jinan. Naturally, Zhou Jinan was already terrified. He was acutely aware of the fate that awaited him if taken by Fisher Kong. Death was not the most daunting prospect. A fate worse than death was what truly terrified him. In those days, such actions were not uncommon. Thus, Zhou Jinan, desperate and without dignity, resorted to invoking Zhou Jinji once more. But now, who would still grant him that face? None present were fools. If Zhou Jinji were to recognize this kinship, the first to defend him would likely be Uncle Li. Conversely, at that moment, Uncle Li was preoccupied, toying with a gourd of moderate size, resembling an elderly birthday celebrant. "Sir, we shall take our leave now." After bowing his farewell to Zhang Feng once more, Fisher Tsong, along with the Eastern elite, departed from North Point Pier. Third brother. It is midday, and the brothers have worked hard. Here is a little pocket money. Let them quench their thirst with some drinks. With that, Zhang Feng emptied his pockets of Hong Kong dollars, amounting to approximately 600 or 700. Although the gathering exceeded 100 individuals, this sum, when divided, afforded each a good few dozen. Such a sum was not something they could easily earn in half a month of labor. Yet now, simply by standing there, they had received so much. This act of generosity endeared Zhang Feng, whom they met for the first time, to the likes of Huang Mao and Tai Bao. Asan had anticipated Zhang Feng would contribute, but he was taken aback by the sheer amount he offered, especially in front of everyone. This display of goodwill caused Asan to inwardly chuckle at the irony. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. After all, Fuck YK Hing was now tied to Zhang Feng. And considering Zhang Feng's lack of interest in the leadership positions, he could buy goodwill as he pleased. After expressing gratitude to Zhang Feng, Asan proceeded to distribute the money accordingly. "Sir, it is quite a distance to Sai Kung, and Old Ding is already en route. Shall we?" Zhang Feng glanced at the time and nodded. "Very well. I will just go inside to convey a few words before we depart. Mr. Zhang, do you have any further instructions?" Uncle Li's attitude towards Zhang Feng grew increasingly respectful. "Indeed, apart from your friend, could you assist me in locating a few reputable newspapers? This time, it is not about the layoffs today, but rather to help me recruit someone, preferably someone proficient in English." This was a thought Zhang Feng had only just conceived. The reason Zhou Jinan could brazenly flaunt the Zhou family name was not only due to his origins in Chaozhou, which bore a striking resemblance to the name of the president of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce, but also due to his own capabilities. In other words, having someone who is subservient and lacks confidence play this role, even if he truly had some familial connection to Zhou Jinji, would likely not inspire belief. The same logic applies here. Since Kong Li was to venture into the transportation industry, regardless of whether he would genuinely interact with foreigners, at the very least, the image must be properly maintained. In Hong Kong, many would trade on the Zhou family's reputation, but that does not mean that places like Taiwan, Macau, and Cambodia would do the same. If the time comes for someone to approach you for business, and you cannot present a decent internal environment, would that not be akin to shooting yourself in the foot? There is a saying that encapsulates the Wenzhou spirit, something along the lines of smoking Chinese cigarettes outside, sleeping on the floor at home. When outside, one must put on a facade for others to see, while internally, one can endure hardships. The knowledge of one's own struggles is sufficient. In commerce, this is the essence. After concluding his instructions, Asan had already spotted gold-toothed Lay's Ford at the entrance of Kong Li's establishment. Zhang Feng donned his coat and stepped outside. Chapter 79, Conditions and Choices. Sai Kung is notably expansive, encompassing over 70 islands, including the Clearwater Bay Peninsula, making it the second largest district in Hong Kong. This very characteristic renders Sai Kung's seafood the most affordable and freshest throughout the territory, particularly the grouper. Today, it was said that Zhang Feng was treating gold-toothed Lei to a meal. However, upon Zhang Feng's arrival, gold-toothed Lei had already reserved an entire seafood restaurant, awaiting Zhang Feng's arrival to commence the feast. "Brother Lei, I sincerely apologize for the slight delay. I encountered a minor issue en route. Please forgive me." As Zhang Feng bowed in apology, Asan had succinctly briefed gold-toothed Lei on the entire affair. After listening, gold-toothed Lei gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "A mere Eastern elite dares to offend Mr. Zhang? They are truly courting disaster." Zhang Feng was well aware that gold-toothed Lei was merely indulging in bravado. Hence, he did not elaborate further, exchanging a few pleasantries before taking a seat. The authentic way to enjoy seafood is not through the oily stir-frying or scallion frying common in many establishments, but rather by utilizing a large pot filled with seawater. devoid of any seasoning, and simply boiling the seafood. This method mirrors the eating habits of fishermen who go out to sea. Yet, it is also the most genuine approach, allowing one to truly discern the freshness of the ingredients. Here, sir, this is the grouper freshly caught this morning. Do savor its freshness. Zhang Feng had indulged in seafood a few times at Tai by Hua Feng, but the experience in Sai Kung was unparalleled. The tender flesh, upon entering his mouth, was extraordinarily delectable, with a lingering hint of sweetness. Especially noteworthy was the sheer size of the fish. The grouper that gold-toothed Lei presented weighed no less than 10 jin, its length surpassing that of Zhang Feng's forearm. In 2020, even at a wholesale market, such a fish would easily command over $10,000. When enjoying seafood, the best pairing is yellow wine, particularly one infused with scorpions and tiger bones. After warming it, ensuring it is not scalding, one adds a few plump, fresh goji berries. The combination of seafood and warm yellow wine creates a sensation that can only be truly appreciated by those who have experienced it. Mr. Zhang, may I inquire what brings you here today? Throughout the meal, Zhang Feng had been engrossed in consuming seafood, and as the table was nearly cleared, gold-toothed Lei could no longer contain his impatience. Zhang Feng remained unhurried. Leisurely savoring the last crab leg in his hand, he finally rinsed his hands with lemon water. In truth, it was of little consequence. Primarily, I was aware that you, Boss Lei, have spent considerable time in Hong Kong, and that Fuck YK Hing stands out as a notable name here. Hence, I thought to inquire if you happen to know the local leader of the Big Tian Air. The Big Tian Air refers to a group of nationalist soldiers who, unwilling to surrender and disinclined to seek refuge in Taiwan, have resorted to piracy in the nearby waters. The leader of this Big Tian Air, as mentioned by Zhang Feng, is actually the future husband of Xue Feng. Of course, this presumes that the trajectories of this life and the previous one remain aligned. Mr. Zhang is contemplating smuggling? Jin Yalei furrowed his brow slightly. Previously, Zhang Feng had indeed mentioned it in passing, but he never perceived Kong Li as having the means for such endeavors. He regarded it merely as an amusing notion. However, now that Zhang Feng broached the topic again, it compelled him to take it seriously. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Smuggling can be lucrative, yet the uncertainties are manifold. Excluding natural factors such as climate, there are also human elements like the Big Tian Air, pirates, and fishermen, all of which present varying degrees of risk. The burden of risk for Kong Li, of course, pertains to the goods. If they are seized, compensation is required, resulting in financial loss. Conversely, for the port's overseer, Fuck YK Hing, the cost would be measured in manpower. Is Boss Lei astonished? Zhang Feng observed him with a semblance of a smile. Fortune favors the bold. What is there to be frightened of? Jin Yalei, not one to be easily provoked, clenched his teeth and made a hesitant promise. If it pertains to the nearby waters, there are indeed several factions of Big Tian Air, including some from the Chaozhou region. I can assist you in gathering information. Zhang Feng understood that such matters cannot be rushed, especially since Kong Li is currently undergoing a significant transformation, and relations with the British have not yet been established. Thus, he merely mentioned it in passing. Notably, Zhang Feng also brought up an individual, Wu Tianfu. Regardless of whether Xue Feng ultimately aligns with Wu Tianfu, and irrespective of whether her rise as the pirate queen was due to the Big Tian Air or the legacy left by Su Jingtao, one cannot dismiss the fact that his name has historical significance, indicating he possessed unique qualities. However, in 1951, Wu Tianfu was likely still an inconspicuous player, prompting Jin Yalei to merely acknowledge he would remain vigilant without making any firm commitments. Additionally, Zhang Feng hesitated slightly, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Jin Yalei, who understood that the real dish of the day was about to be served. Indeed, Zhang Feng's next statement left Jin Yalei momentarily stunned. I hope you can help me retrieve someone. Who? Wu Shihao, the individual taken away by the number gang last time? Indeed. Upon receiving confirmation, Jin Yalei's face was a mask of difficulty. Yet, before he could voice a refusal, Zhang Feng continued. Kong Li is orchestrating a major operation today, which will surely feature in tomorrow's newspapers, and as a result, Kong Li is destined to become the most talked about business in town. Coupled with the reputation of the Zhou family, once customs, the British, and the Big Tian Air are managed, I believe that within no more than 2 months, Kong Li will at the very least break into the top 10 of all businesses in Hong Kong. At that juncture, I shall revisit the matter with Xi Xiao, suggesting that we bring Xiong'o back. What do you think, Brother Lei? What heights could Fuck YK Hing attain then? Jin Yalei was acutely aware that Zhang Feng was painting an enticing picture. Yet, this vision was undeniably alluring. If the trajectory Zhang Feng described were to unfold, Fuck YK Hing, while perhaps not claiming the title of the foremost entity in Hong Kong, would undoubtedly rise several tiers above its current standing. Jin Yalei felt a stirring within him, the sweat on his forehead becoming palpable. Even Ah San, who had remained silent, merely consuming seafood, now paused. Astonishment etched across his face as he observed the exchange. Wealth and power. These are the pursuits for which countless heroes and legends have strived throughout history. They are interdependent. Yet acquiring them often demands a significant sacrifice. This sacrifice could lead an individual or a collective to ruin. The choice is paramount, and resolve is even more critical. As Jinya Lei weighed the pros and cons, Zhang Feng refrained from further conversation. The olive branch had been extended. It was now up to Jinya Lei to decide. Chapter 80. Details determine everything. Mr. Zhang, may I pose a question? After a full quarter of an hour, Jinya Lei finally spoke. Zhang Feng offered him a cigarette, also handing one to Ah San, and smiled, saying, "You wish to inquire about the connection between Wu Shihao and myself, correct? I can assure you, there is none. Then why pursue this?" Jinya Lei, aware that these were Zhang Feng's personal affairs and reluctant to pry, nonetheless found it perplexing that he would risk YK Hing's safety for someone unrelated. In truth, Zhang Feng primarily sought to have someone reliable and capable by his side. Individuals like Ah San, who accompanied Jinya Lei, greatly impressed Zhang Feng. Yet, how could he explain this to Jinya Lei? Despite Jinya Lei's current respect for Zhang Feng, the latter was well aware of the cunning schemes lurking in the old fox's mind. Sigh, what else could it be but a woman? A woman? Jinya Lei was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned upon him. Whether it be Ah San or Yin Xiong, regardless of their genuine allegiance to Jinya Lei, they would undoubtedly report back on Zhang Feng's matters in detail. Consequently, figures like Xiao Er would certainly be in the know. Jinya Lei might even be aware of the incident when Zhou Daji mistakenly assumed that Zhang Feng was a predator who would not spare even a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Although using a woman as a pretext might tarnish YK Hing's reputation, Jinya Lei, ever pragmatic, chose not to elaborate further. Very well, this time, we shall wager everything on old fuck. After cursing internally, Jinya Lei ultimately gritted his teeth and committed to his decision. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded, raising his glass. Let us toast to YK Hing becoming the largest entity in Hong Kong. Thank you for your auspicious words, Mr. Xie. Cheers. The banquet continued until 3 in the afternoon, and Zhang Feng was beginning to feel slightly inebriated. Under Jinya Lei's direction, Ah San was tasked with ensuring Zhang Feng returned safely. Yet, Zhang Feng opted not to go to Sha Tin, instead returning to Si Hao. It seemed that his current residence was the Si Hao Hotel. By the time he arrived at Si Hao, it was already evening. Zhang Feng, stifling a yawn, prepared to retreat to his room for rest. However, to his surprise, he encountered Xue Feng upon opening the door. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Feng was taken aback. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Xue Feng rolled her eyes, shaking the room card in her hand and demanding, "Why did you change the room card?" "Why shouldn't I change it?" Zhang Feng gestured towards the corridor and remarked, "You must understand that it was because you took the room card that I had to spend the night there. Thankfully, my boss is considerate, otherwise, I would still be sleeping in the hallway." On the surface, Zhou Daji appeared to be a frivolous young man, indulging in a life of extravagance and revelry. However, he possessed a commendable trait, unwavering loyalty to his recognized comrades. This incident exemplified his character. He was aware that Zhang Feng had no room card and had spent the previous night in the hotel corridor, ultimately catching a cold. Thus, without Zhang Feng needing to ask, he took it upon himself to resolve the matter at the hotel front desk. It is through the minutiae that one can discern the greater truths. This singular act reveals Zhou Daji's meticulous nature, which has likely been shaped by external influences leading to his current disposition. In fact, Xue Feng felt a twinge of guilt regarding this matter. It was only upon returning home that she realized the room card was still in her possession. Yet, her innate pride as a Shanghai girl prevented her from conceding too quickly. So, she waited and waited. However, 2 days passed, and Zhang Feng still had not sought her out. Reluctantly, she decided to visit him in person. "Thank you, but if you wish to express your gratitude, then you should fulfill the benefits you promised me earlier," Zhang Feng interjected before Xue Feng could finish her sentence. "You." The words of gratitude that Xue Feng had carefully contemplated were abruptly disrupted by Zhang Feng's pragmatism. "If there is no money, then compensation in kind could suffice," he jested, appraising her with a playful gaze. It must be said that while Xue Feng's figure was not overtly provocative, her youthful allure possessed a unique charm, particularly accentuated by her slightly proud demeanor. Such women subtly evoke a desire for conquest in men. "You." Yet, upon witnessing Zhang Feng's flippant attitude, Xue Feng's anger surged. After exclaiming the word rogue, she turned on her heel and stormed away. Zhang Feng shrugged, unbothered by the encounter. His initial assistance to Xue Feng had been motivated not only by her potential to become a formidable woman, but also by sheer exasperation. However, he later reflected that his involvement with her had inadvertently offended Su Jingtao, which seemed rather unwarranted. Moreover, having just discussed Wu Tianfu with Jinya Lei earlier, he now found himself entangled with Xue Feng. creating a peculiar sensation akin to having crossed an unspoken boundary. The thrill was palpable, yet guilt loomed large. After Xue Fong departed, Zhang Feng returned to his room. As was his custom, he sat by the window with a glass of red wine. This habit, cultivated from his previous life, dictated that regardless of his fatigue, he would reflect on the day's events before resting. Simultaneously, he would mentally outline plans for the following day. Success is rarely a matter of chance. Often, it is the details that determine everything. The next day, as Zhang Feng slumbered, a series of loud knocks reverberated on his door. "What time is it? Why are you not asleep?" He grumbled upon discovering it was Zhou Daji at his door. However, Zhou Daji was not in the mood for banter. Holding a stack of newspapers, he placed them before Zhang Feng, saying, Look, it's in the papers." Zhang Feng rinsed his mouth, took a sip of the hot coffee brought by the waiter, and casually picked up the newspaper. "Ah, Uncle Li is quite reliable," he remarked nonchalantly. Seeing Zhang Feng's indifference, Zhou Daji felt a surge of frustration. "A Feng, I am not blaming you, nor do I doubt you. I am merely worried about what my father will say when he sees this, and I will be the one facing his wrath." Although Zhou Daji had not gone to bed early the previous night, he had a routine of waking up at a set time each morning to glance at the newspapers, a habit instilled in him by Zhou Jinji during his upbringing. Typically, he would read the papers, sip some milk, and then return to sleep. However, today, every headline featured news about Kong Li. Furthermore, a small publication, People's Voice, had shocking headlines reporting internal issues at Kong Li, with mass employee strikes. Zhou Daji spat out his milk in shock and rushed to find Zhang Feng, his sole concern being whether his father would scold him. Everything else was secondary. Seeing Zhou Daji's anxious expression, Zhang Feng chuckled. "Has the chairman sent anyone to find you?" "It seems not," Zhou Daji replied, having been too panicked to remember this detail. Normally, if he were in trouble, even if Zhou Bo did not appear, someone would undoubtedly come to fetch him. Yet today no one had. "Well, that settles it then." Zhang Feng lit a cigarette, offering one to his boss before continuing. "You should consider who Uncle Li is. If I entrusted this matter to him and it is resolved, it clearly indicates the chairman's tacit approval. If the newspapers hadn't published this today, it would be I who faced the consequences, not you. Is that so?" Zhou Daji asked, drawing a few puffs on the cigarette, his nerves settling. "Of course." "Oh, then I'm going back to sleep," Zhou Daji said, seeming quite unconcerned. Realizing that he wouldn't be scolded by Zhou Jinji, he promptly turned to head back to his room. Zhang Feng momentarily lost his words. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation, refraining from further complaints. What was the point of complaining? He had known Zhou Daji long enough to understand that this young master was simply of that disposition. Engaging him in discussions about women could last for days. But any other topics were met with indifference. Zhang Feng glanced at the time. It was just past 7 in the morning. After escorting Zhou Daji to the door, he intended to return to sleep for a while longer. However, as Zhou Daji was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and propped the door open. "Is there something else?" Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. "I almost forgot about this matter," Zhou Daji exclaimed, tapping his forehead. "I wasn't sure if you stayed here last night. So I inquired at the front desk. They mentioned a girl came looking for you, and now she's in the hospital." "A Feng, did you?" In Zhou Daji's eyes, if even a girl of 13 or 14 could be involved, he assumed Zhang Feng had some peculiar proclivity. Thus, as he spoke, his gaze hinted at something strange. Zhang Feng had no time for banter. He knew exactly who the girl mentioned was, Xue Fong. After all, she was the only one who had sought him out the previous night. But how had she ended up in the hospital? Without further ado, he dashed back to his room, grabbed his coat, and ran outside, calling over his shoulder to Zhou Daji, "Boss, please inform Uncle Li today that if there are any interviews, he should take a look for me. Thank you." Hey. Zhou Daji snapped back to reality. But Zhang Feng had already rushed into the elevator. Frustrated, he stood there with a grimace, muttering, "Who is the boss here, anyway? Master, please hurry up, faster." When Zhang Feng learned the news from the front desk, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. He had never anticipated that Xue Fong, this stubborn girl, would be so obstinate. All he had done was speak the truth, yet she had not left as expected. Instead, she had run alone to the corridor, emulating his earlier retreat there for an entire night. The hotel in the early 1950s was far from the modern conveniences we enjoy today. The corridor was truly a drafty passage, and with autumn upon them, it was no wonder that even a man of Zhang Feng's reasonable constitution could catch a cold, let alone a delicate girl like her. The driver arranged by the hotel understood he was transporting a valued guest. But the traffic of that era was nothing like the orderly flow we see today. Crossing the street was perilous. Even if one honked incessantly, pedestrians would likely remain indifferent. The driver was sweating profusely in his anxiety. The nearest hospital to Sihua was Renan. While the distance was not great, the journey was impeded by heavy traffic, taking over half an hour to reach their destination. Renan Hospital was quite respectable for its time in Hong Kong, second only to the British-run Red Cross. Upon arriving at the inquiry desk, Zhang Feng provided Xue Fang's name, but no record could be found. In a moment of inspiration, he mentioned the Sihua Hotel, which finally led them to her hospital room. Perhaps due to the hotel's esteemed reputation, Xue Fang had been assigned to a double room, a considerable luxury during those times. Ordinary individuals, let alone the impoverished, were often denied even a seat outside, while single rooms and suites with amenities were reserved for the truly affluent and powerful. This starkly illustrated the social hierarchies of the era. Upon entering Xue Fang's room, Zhang Feng found two nurses attending to her. "Are you a family member?" One of the nurses inquired with a slight furrow of her brow. "Yes," Zhang Feng nodded, anxiously gazing at Xue Fang. At that moment, she appeared pale, her brow furrowed, with a large ice pack resting on her head, indicating a significant fever. "You family members really ought to be more attentive. Allowing a patient to reach this state of fever is quite irresponsible," the nurse chastised, deepening Zhang Feng's sense of guilt. His worry was somewhat overshadowed by self-reproach. "May I ask about her current condition?" he quietly inquired after the nurse finished her complaints. "She has regained her life," the nurse replied, her tone seemingly critical. "Fortunately," her colleague interjected, "the fever has subsided, but we mustn't be complacent. It was severe, and had you arrived later, the outcome could have been dire." Thank you. Zhang Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, pulling two $50 bills from his pocket and handing one to each nurse. The second nurse hesitated, feigning modesty, while the first nurse disdainfully tossed the money to the ground before huffily departing, leaving Zhang Feng somewhat embarrassed. "Is she your girlfriend?" Just as the nurses departed, Zhang Feng was about to pour some water for Xue Fang when a melodious female voice chimed from behind. The accent sounded somewhat peculiar. He turned to find a foreign woman with golden hair and blue eyes, likely in her 20s. However, women from Western countries often appeared more mature than their Eastern counterparts, leaving her true age in question. Why would a foreigner choose to be hospitalized here rather than at the Red Cross, and in a shared room at that? Zhang Feng felt curious but refrained from probing further, considering it a fleeting encounter. "Oh, I'm merely her friend, an ordinary friend," he replied. "You seem quite concerned for this ordinary friend." The foreign woman smiled before returning to her bed. Zhang Feng thought little of it. But as he prepared to sit at the edge of Xue Fang's bed to offer her water, the foreign woman called out once more, "By the way, could you do me a favor?" Chapter 82, A Foreign Girl. Zhang Feng turned to see the foreign woman facing away from him. This would have been acceptable, but her hospital gown had completely slipped down, leaving her clad only in a bra. Her request was for him to unfasten the clasp behind her bra. Typically, women, unless inexperienced, would not struggle with such a task. Therefore, when a woman asked for assistance with this, it inevitably carried a certain implication. Yet, many men find it difficult to resist such temptations, often convincing themselves that their intentions are purely altruistic, devoid of any ulterior motives. Zhang Feng was no exception. Although he recognized the potential deceit, he could not resist the allure and readily agreed. Having only caught a fleeting glimpse earlier, he now approached her closely. And even a man who had experienced numerous encounters in his past life could not help but admire her beauty internally. It is widely known that foreign women typically have fair skin, but this often comes with red spots or freckles. However, this particular foreign woman possessed skin as immaculate as ivory bathed in moonlight, with an ethereal glow. "What, can't you do it either?" Her Chinese was surprisingly decent. Though her accent was slightly unusual, her meaning clear. Zhang Feng composed himself, swallowed hard, and smiled. "No, it's just that your skin is so flawless." It momentarily captivated me. Many people, when confronted with awkward topics, often feel embarrassed and attempt to mask their true feelings, even adopting a nonchalant demeanor to project an image of virtue. However, women tend to appreciate men who express themselves boldly. Just as people often say that England is a romantic country, it's not merely the perpetual fog that conveys a sense of mystery. Rather, it's that the English are never stingy with their compliments. Their affections are openly expressed. What good is subtlety if the other party is unaware of your intentions? Unless one has already crossed certain boundaries, any further attempts at communication are futile. Indeed, the foreign woman seemed taken aback by the boldness of this Asian man. However, at that moment, Zhang Feng had already touched the clasp of the foreign woman's bra with his finger. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, almost simultaneously, a slightly irate voice emerged from behind Zhang Feng, catching him off guard. Even the foreign woman appeared flustered, preparing to rise. Yet, as she attempted to stand, she felt something tugging at her back. "Don't move, it will be over soon," Zhang Feng said with an air of indifference. This simple statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Within mere seconds, Zhang Feng straightened up and smiled, saying, "All done, madam." Thank you," the foreign woman replied awkwardly, her back still turned to him. "It's no trouble at all. Helping others is a cherished virtue of my country," Zhang Feng responded courteously, adding, "However, I personally suggest that this size may not be quite suitable for you." Of course, I realize this may come off as impolite, but it is truly for the sake of your health. His words rendered the foreign woman's cheeks a shade of crimson. You are indeed quite rude, she retorted, hastily donning a looser hospital gown while shielding her chest with one hand. She cast a quick glance at Xue Feng, who was seated with a face full of resentment, shot a reproachful look at Zhang Feng, and then swiftly exited the ward. Throughout this encounter, Zhang Feng maintained an unperturbed demeanor, revealing no signs of embarrassment. After the foreign woman departed, he merely shrugged, picked up the coat that had been draped over a chair, and prepared to leave. Are you going to chase after that foreign woman? Just as Zhang Feng turned around and was about to head for the door, Xue Feng's icy voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Zhang Feng turned back, smiling faintly as he regarded her without uttering a word. Under the scrutiny of his gaze, Xue Feng began to feel flustered. Ultimately, she could not maintain her composure, lowering her head and whispering, I apologize. I truly did not mean to. It was mainly. Zhang Feng shook his head, interrupting her explanation. I do not wish to know the reasons behind your actions, nor do I care. I simply want to convey 2 points. First, if we must speak of any connection between us, it is merely that you still owe me a debt. Second, as mentioned in the classic of filial piety, the body and hair are received from one's parents, and one should not dare to harm them. This is the essence of filial piety. I am unaware of what transpired between you and your parents apart from that previous incident, but I believe they love you, so there is no need for you to harm yourself. After articulating these 2 points, Zhang Feng did not linger, but exited the ward. In truth, it would be impossible to claim that Zhang Feng harbored no other thoughts about Xue Feng. After all, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Under the influence of natural law, genuine friendship between men and women is a rarity. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Feng found himself devoid of time to ponder such matters. Moreover, he was reluctant to confront troubles he could not resolve. Did he truly wish for his rebirth to end in game over? That was certainly not the outcome he desired. Little did he know, as he left the ward, a pair of eyes observed the scene from the branches of a large tree outside, motionless and concealed beneath countless leaves, rendering him virtually invisible to anyone who did not look closely. When he witnessed Zhang Feng departing the ward, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze, as if he found Zhang Feng's actions utterly baffling. It seems you have changed quite a bit, he murmured, his voice hoarse to the point that it felt like a painful echo in the ears. Yet, as his words faded, his form began to grow ethereal, as if viewed through a projector that was slowly running out of power. This entire process lasted only a few seconds before he vanished completely from his original position. Chapter 83. My name is Ergo. Upon leaving the hospital, it would be disingenuous to claim that Zhang Feng felt no anger. After all, he had just been played for a fool. However, the next event swiftly dissipated the pent-up frustration he had been harboring. Is what you said true? Zhang Feng asked incredulously, gazing at the man before him who claimed to hail from Fu Yixing. The man nodded. Sango is over there. You can ask him yourself. Zhang Feng glanced in the direction indicated by the man and indeed spotted Ah San sitting in a ford, waving at him. Thank you for your efforts. With his worries alleviated, Zhang Feng's spirits soared, and he casually rewarded the man with $10. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, the man exclaimed, having heard of this young man's generous nature, which resembled that of his own nephew. Thus, he had sought a favor from his boss, Ah San, to relay this information, never expecting to receive a reward. Moreover, it was a generous $10, more than he would earn in a confrontation with a rival. The man was still basking in excitement when Zhang Feng paused. What is your name? My name is Ergo. Everyone calls me Erguzi, the man replied, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, with somewhat dark skin but strikingly white teeth that created a vivid contrast when he smiled. He resembled a figure from an old photograph, particularly taken aback when Zhang Feng inquired about his name. After all, individuals of such low status in their circles were too numerous to count in all of Hong Kong. Yet, someone like Zhang Feng, despite just having ascended to a higher status, clearly stood out. Furthermore, due to Zhou Daji's inexplicable trust in Zhang Feng, he felt as though he was being unreasonably elevated. Of course, no one would dare voice such sentiments, as people of that era were even more pragmatic than those of later generations. As for Zhang Feng, upon hearing the name, he was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you from Chaozhou? Yes, Ergo replied succinctly, though a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, as if he did not understand why this esteemed individual would ask such a question. In truth, Zhang Feng had merely been misled by some information from later generations, thinking that names like Erguzi, Tai Dan, and Erdan were unique to the northern regions of the mainland. However, these appellations actually originated from the Chaos Han area. Zhang Feng did not delve deeper. He simply asked casually, continuing, Ergo, right? On the second floor, room 406, there is a patient named Xue Feng. Please escort her home, and remember to ensure she enters her house safely. Ergo paused momentarily, glancing toward the hospital entrance, then nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. This small matter is entirely on me. Good. Zhang Feng nodded and retrieved a $50 bill from his pocket, handing it over. Mr. Zhang, no need, truly no need. Ergo insisted, attempting to return the money. Zhang Feng feigned seriousness. She lives quite far, and it would require a taxi for the round trip. This amount may not be sufficient. Regardless, should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me. If I leave Fu Yixing, seek me out at Sehao. As he spoke, Zhang Feng repeated his room number once more before heading towards the location where San was. His concern was not for Xue Fang, but rather a genuine fear that this foolish girl might once again cling to him. Third brother, Mr. Zhang. After their initial encounter, Zhang Feng settled into the back seat. Third brother, did you manage to find anything? Zhang Feng inquired with curiosity. Just yesterday, he had enlisted the help of Jin Yalei to locate Wu Tianfu, and today, it appeared he had already been found. What a coincidence. A San, driving the car, explained, after dropping off Mr. Zhang yesterday. We were swept up in a raid at a venue in Sanquano. I rushed over with my men, only to find that the one leading the disturbance was Wu Tianfu. We had no idea if he was the person Mr. Zhang was searching for, but the boss instructed me to bring you to have a look. The reason Fu Yixing was among the wealthiest of Hong Kong's underworld figures was primarily due to their early involvement in the vice trade, gambling, drugs, and illicit activities. It could be said that over half of Hong Kong's vice operations bore the mark of Old Fu. Zhang Feng surmised that the venue mentioned by San was likely a gambling establishment. All right, then let us go take a look, he replied. Sanquan-o is a bay surrounded by areas such as Yao Ma Ti, Hang Hao, and Tiu Konglong. In the early 1950s, it was still undeveloped, mainly inhabited by marginalized individuals or the families of gangsters. Their destination was a public housing estate in Sanquan-o, Mr. Zhang. Upon learning of Zhang Feng's arrival, Jin Yalei personally came out to greet him. Zhang Feng, upon seeing him, couldn't help but smile. Boss Lei is truly considerate to come to such a place personally. In response to Zhang Feng's teasing, Jin Yalei, unfazed, smiled and replied, it's only right to pay attention to matters entrusted by the gentleman. Seeking credit? Zhang Feng was unperturbed. Curious? He was also untroubled. After exchanging pleasantries with Jin Yalei, Zhang Feng was led to the side of an abandoned building. This appeared to be a gambling den established by Fu Yixing, evident from the scattered betting slips and receipts littering the ground. However, the fact that these items had remained untouched from yesterday to today elicited a cold smirk from Zhang Feng. It seemed this old fox had motives beyond merely seeking credit. Not lingering on these details, Zhang Feng shifted his gaze to several individuals who were bound to a post. They were stripped bare and tied with hemp ropes. Though their condition was not as horrific as that of the scapegoat he had encountered at the Yao Ma Ti police station, it was certainly far from pleasant. Mr. Zhang, the one on the far left is Wu Tianfu. Please come and see if he is the person you are looking for. Jin Yalei indicated towards a man who was bowing his head, clearly unconscious. Zhang Feng had no idea what Wu Tianfu looked like. He had merely gleaned snippets of information from previous literature in his past life. Yet, before the cunning Jin Yalei, he had to play his part convincingly. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Feng approached the man slowly. The man seemed to sense someone nearing and slightly lifted his head. That glance momentarily stunned Zhang Feng. It wasn't recognition. It was those eyes. Even though his face was smeared with blood, rendering him nearly unrecognizable, the sharpness of his gaze was something extraordinary. Even if he were not the Wu Tianfu Zhang Feng sought, he was undeniably a significant figure. Zhang Feng had already formulated a plan in his mind. Conversely, Jin Yalei, noticing Zhang Feng's sudden halt, mistakenly believed he had been offended and angrily shouted, "What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll have your eyes gouged out." Zhang Feng emitted a low sound, casting a resentful glare at Jin Yalei. This made Jin Yalei awkwardly step back a couple of paces. As Zhang Feng approached, he observed Wu Tianfu's arms bound behind him, his entire demeanor exuding weakness. "Let him down," Zhang Feng commanded. "Sir." Jin Yalei hesitated, but Zhang Feng scoffed. "He is in such a state. If he could harm me, it would only mean that you old foxes are intent on my demise." Mr. Zhang said to let him down. Jin Yalei relayed, shooting a glance at Asan. Understanding the cue, Asan swiftly moved to Zhang Feng's side, keeping a vigilant watch on Wu Tianfu. Once Wu Tianfu was released, he indeed collapsed to the ground, as Zhang Feng had predicted, like a puddle of mud. Yet, the sharpness in his eyes remained undiminished, albeit tinged with a hint of curiosity. He was intrigued by this young man before him, pondering why even the esteemed leader of Fu Yixing would treat him with such regard, and why he had chosen to set him free, considering he had injured over 10 of Fu Yixing's men, some of whom were likely dead. After releasing him, Zhang Feng did not speak to Wu Tianfu, but turned to Jin Yalei. "I want to take him with me. Is that acceptable?" Jin Yalei was taken aback. Could it be that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a stroke of luck? But soon, greed replaced his astonishment. "Mr. Zhang, you may not know, but this fellow is quite formidable. Our brothers at Fu Yixing are already few in number, and..." Zhang Feng was well aware of what Jin Yulei was attempting to convey. Without allowing him to finish, he interrupted. I can offer you a 10% cut of all smuggling profits from Hongli. 10%? This was something Jin Yulei had never even dared to dream of. He could guarantee that even Shaolin he wouldn't receive such a deal. After all, they were truly a powerful faction backed by the Zhou family. However, at times, human greed knows no bounds. Once a person could receive 10%, they would soon desire 20. Once 20 was attained, they would scheme for 30, and so on. Ad infinitum. Yet, Zhang Feng did not have the luxury of time to haggle with Jin Yulei, nor was he accustomed to bargaining. As Jin Yulei opened his mouth, words yet to escape, Zhang Feng preemptively stated, 20% is the maximum I can promise. Boss Lei, one must not be too greedy. Otherwise, one risks overreaching. Jin Yulei paused, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. After all, he was a leader of a faction, and lowering himself before Zhang Feng was already pushing his limits. Now, Zhang Feng dared to lecture him on his conduct? While uncle could endure, aunt could not. Yet, Zhang Feng did not grant Jin Yulei the opportunity to fume. He turned and walked towards the exit. His pace neither hurried nor slow. Jin Yulei was bewildered. Not only was he perplexed, but Asan and even Wu Tianfu were equally confused. Zhang Feng's demeanor suggested that having uttered a statement, he was simply walking away. What did this mean? The gambling den was not large. And before Jin Yulei could regain his focus, Zhang Feng had already reached the door. Mr. Zhang, please wait. Jin Yulei, disregarding his pride, hurriedly jogged after him. Is there something else? Zhang Feng turned back, a sardonic smile gracing his features as he inquired. Sir, let us discuss this amicably. Jin Yulei chuckled awkwardly. Discuss? Zhang Feng feigned surprise as he gazed at Golden Tooth Lei. Boss Lei, do you truly believe I would dare to negotiate with you? Mr. Zhang, your words are quite amusing. I have already stated that a 2% share is the utmost I can offer. After all, I am merely the steward of Ji Shao, not Ji Shao himself. Moreover, even if I were Ji Shao, there remains Chairman Zhou to consider. Yet it seems you, Boss Lei, are dissatisfied with the conditions I proposed and even harbor thoughts of eliminating me. In that case, what further discussions can we possibly have? With a semblance of a smile, Zhang Feng leaned closer to Golden Tooth Lei. Are you suggesting how you envision my demise? Golden Tooth Lei harbored a profound hatred for Zhang Feng, a sentiment that had intensified to the core of his being. In just a few short days, he had contemplated disposing of this disrespectful young man in a meat grinder more than once. However, reason cautioned him against such an act. It was not merely a matter of the docks. It also pertained to the profit issues Zhang Feng had previously mentioned. The realms of gambling and drugs are lucrative, yet they come with a hefty price, as a substantial portion must be paid as dividends to various police precincts each month. Furthermore, in the event of any significant case, they must also provide names to shoulder the blame, even if these cases had nothing to do with them at all. Hence, Golden Tooth Lei was determined to explore legitimate avenues for profit. While smuggling may not be entirely lawful, in the early 1950s, it was not yet deemed illegal. Moreover, the kickbacks were managed by the trading firms, allowing them to enjoy pure profit. Such an opportunity would be foolish to pass up. Mr. Zhang, you jest. You are a valued benefactor of our Fu Yixing. How could I ever entertain thoughts of harming you? Golden Tooth Lei's words failed to quell Zhang Feng's irritation, who retorted with disdain, benefactor? Huh, they say the eyes are the windows to the soul. I suspect, Boss Lei, that your heart does not align with such sentiments. Where is this coming from? Golden Tooth Lei quickly waved his hand. I was merely reflecting on some unrelated matters. Oh, is that so? Zhang Feng feigned realization and inquired. Have I misunderstood? Indeed, it is my fault for allowing Mr. Zhang to misinterpret, Golden Tooth Lei replied with a smile. If that is the case. It seems I truly misjudged you, Boss Lei. Zhang Feng smiled, glancing behind him. I have yet to inspect the house you gifted me, so I shall return to have a look. As for the matter of the personnel, we can set that aside for now. I will send someone to deliver Kongli tomorrow. After saying this, Zhang Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and resumed walking. Golden Tooth Lei was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, what about earlier? Without turning back, Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively as he walked away. Rest assured, the words I, Zhang Feng, have spoken will undoubtedly come to fruition. Let us depart. Golden Tooth Lei's eyes revealed a flicker of conflict, but he ultimately sighed. Boss, Mr. Zhang seems to have acquiesced. Why are you still unhappy? Asen asked, somewhat perplexed. Happy. Golden Tooth Lei inhaled deeply, his expression darkening. Do you truly consider this a blessing for our Fu Yixing? Asan was momentarily stunned. To him, it appeared that way. After all, merely losing a few subordinates in exchange for 2% of the profits from smuggling Kongli seemed more than sufficient. Yet only Golden Tooth Lei understood the implications of Zhang Feng's earlier words. The 2% profit had been firmly established, but it was not solely about the loss of a few brothers. It also pertained to the house that was only temporarily lent to Zhang Feng. Hadn't Zhang Feng mentioned he would be inspecting the house he was gifted? A wise man understands the nuances of conversation. This little wretch, one day, I shall have you kneeling before me, begging for mercy. Golden Tooth Lei spat venomously, turning to the still bewildered Ah-san. Take that fellow away. Do not let him die too easily, nor allow him to be too comfortable. With his anger having no outlet, he could only vent it upon Wu Tianfu. Golden Tooth Lei was not afraid of Zhang Feng seeking retribution later. After all, he had freely given away a house. Oh, very well. Ah-san nodded, preparing to turn away when he noticed Golden Tooth Lei was leaving. He hastily asked, Boss, should I not escort you? Zhang Feng had not taken the same vehicle he arrived in, leaving the Ford parked a short distance away. Escort. I am going back to retrieve the property deed. You think I need your assistance? Golden Tooth Lei cursed angrily. Ah-san felt a wave of frustration. One would need to wait until the boss was dead to offer an escort, yet he was still very much alive. Chapter 85, Something is Amiss. Having left Seongkwano, Zhang Feng indeed made his way to Shatin. However, throughout the journey, his mind was preoccupied with the earlier events. Whether Wu Tianfu was the individual he sought would be revealed by tomorrow. Even if he were not, it mattered little to Zhang Feng. From Wu Tianfu's gaze alone, he had gleaned a wealth of information. What disturbed Zhang Feng was the character of Golden Tooth Lei, which had begun to repulse him. Money is a mother, no profit, no rise, encapsulated the essence of individuals like Golden Tooth Lei. In truth, Zhang Feng held no aversion to such characters. In fact, he found a certain appeal in them. For individuals devoid of principles and boundaries would do anything as long as the price was right. Yet he had not anticipated that Golden Tooth Lei's greedy nature would reveal itself so swiftly. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would not have hastily presented the benefits he intended to bestow upon Golden Tooth Lei in relation to Wu Xiao. It seemed he must act quickly to bolster his own bargaining chips. Following the address, Zhang Feng finally located the house in Shatin. To his surprise, the residence was rather splendid. It boasted a garden and an impressive entrance, and the surrounding area was pleasantly secluded, embodying the essence of a proper dwelling. Big Brother is back. A singer, who was with Xiao and tidying up the fallen leaves in the yard, initially recoiled upon seeing a stranger. However, upon closer inspection and realizing it was Zhang Feng, she erupted with excitement. In truth, Zhang Feng had little recollection of the girls. He could not even recall their names. It was only when Lu Guiqin called out that he asked in astonishment, Are you Dongmei? Yes, that is the name I was given. Lu Guiqin looked at them with a gaze filled with tenderness. I inquired about them. They are all children without parents, lacking proper names. So I named them after the seasons. From Zhang Feng's recollection, he learned that his mother had longed for another daughter but had suffered a miscarriage, leaving that wish unfulfilled. By bringing these 13 or 14-year-old girls back, Zhang Feng had inadvertently fulfilled a wish for Lu Guiqin. And what of Xiao? Zhang Feng inquired. Xiao has not been named. In truth, Lu Guiqin had contemplated the idea of marrying Xiao to Zhang Feng in the future, but she had refrained from voicing it. This notion had only recently taken shape, spurred by the presence of Qiu Baifeng. Although Qiu Baifeng had woven a web of benevolent lies regarding the circumstances surrounding her arrival, Lu Guiqin still found it perplexing why her son would allow a widow to reside in their home. Could it be that her son had developed feelings for a widow? Qiu Baifeng was indeed strikingly beautiful, yet the fact remained that she was a widow. In that era, the societal perception of widows was far from favorable. Thus, upon observing Xiao, the thought had emerged. However, should Zhang Feng become aware of this notion, it would likely leave him feeling quite troubled for an extended period. After scrutinizing the entire house, the steward Kai approached with a sheepish smile. Rubbing his hands together, he somewhat bashfully said, Mr. Zhang, Fengjie mentioned that if you have time, you should visit her room. Oh, very well, I shall come at once. Zhang Feng was aware of why Qiu Baifeng sought him, yet Lu Guiqin remained oblivious. Observing her son's swift agreement, she felt it inappropriate to voice any objections, merely muttering, Why must you go to her room so readily? A widow should possess a modicum of shame. This utterance, though soft, did not escape the ears of both Zhang Feng and Steward Kai, leaving them both in an awkward predicament. Is it any wonder I had you expelled from Fuxing? Zhang Feng inquired with a grin, glancing at Steward Kai, who was leading the way. Fengjie has informed me, Mr. Zhang, that this was done with good intentions. How could I possibly hold any grudge? Steward Kai replied with a smile. As long as you understand the good intentions, Zhang Feng nodded. In the future, be more astute. Otherwise, you shall forever remain a servant. In truth, Zhang Feng held a rather unfavorable impression of Steward Kai, primarily due to his tendency to provoke Zhang's ire. However, from another perspective, the steward did possess some redeeming qualities. After all, the current Qiu Baifeng was no longer the formidable figure she had been in Kowloon walled city. Yet, he continued to follow her loyally, a commendable trait indeed. Presently, Zhang Feng was in dire need of allies. The layout of Qiu Baifeng's new bedroom bore little difference from that in the walled city, revealing her sentimental nature. The gentleman has arrived. Xiao Baifeng, heavily injured, could not possibly rise from her bed for at least 2 months and thus remained reclined. No need to get up, Zhang Feng said as he entered the room. At this point, Steward Kai discreetly withdrew, demonstrating some perceptiveness. Approaching the table, Zhang Feng noticed a freshly brewed pot of hot tea, clearly prepared in advance. He surmised that this pot had been kept filled with tea for several days. Contemplating this, he found himself somewhat envious of the late Koshue Hui, for how fortunate it was to have a woman so understanding by one's side. Reflecting on his previous life, he realized that he had never been without female company. Yet none had been sincere. Most had merely been after his wealth, sweetly calling him husband with a hint of coyness, but once he fell from grace, they would scarcely deem it worth their while to glance at him. Sir. At Xiao Baifeng's call, Zhang Feng snapped back to reality. Since I have moved in, there is no need for the formalities. You may simply call me by my name. Xiao Baifeng, seemingly lost in thought, nodded slightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. However, Zhang Feng, lacking in romantic finesse, immediately broached the main topic. Has the money been delivered? It has, Xiao Baifeng replied, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Though she quickly masked her emotions, gesturing toward the window with her chin. As you instructed, it is 100,000, not a penny less. Is it merely 100,000? Zhang Feng replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Do you think that is insufficient? Xiao Baifeng appeared somewhat astonished. After all, considering the gambling den, even at its peak, it likely only generated around 70,000. Receiving 100,000 now seemed hardly a cause for discontent. However, had she known that Zhang Feng had promised Jin Yale a daily profit nearing 10,000, her perspective would have surely shifted. Of course, the current Jin Yale was likely unaware of this detail. Zhang Feng offered no explanation, stating, from this sum, take 10,000 for your recovery, and set aside 20,000 for your stay here as household support. The remainder can be deposited into my account later by Steward Kai. You trust him so readily? 7,000, just like that, entrusted to another? Xiao Baifeng questioned, perhaps skeptical. Yet, in her recollection, Zhang Feng and Steward Kai had only met 2 or 3 times. It is not in my trust, it is you. Otherwise, do you think I would permit a woman who once wished to drain my very life to stay in my home? Zhang Feng chuckled lightly and rose. However, just as he stepped out the door with the 20,000, Xiao Baifeng's voice echoed softly, the past Xiao Baifeng is no more. I hope we do not speak of it again. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had intended no harm, merely jesting. Yet he had not anticipated such a strong reaction from her. Naturally, this was a common sentiment. What Zhang Feng found perplexing was that he felt a slight pang in his heart at her words. Zhang Feng dined at home that evening. However, after the meal, he returned to Sihai. This time, it was not due to concerns about 14K. After all, he had entrusted matters to Jin Yale, believing he would find a way to temporarily set aside their grievances. Primarily, he had grown accustomed to the comforts of the Sihai Hotel. Additionally, its proximity to Kong Li was convenient for someone like him, who cherished his sleep. The following day, Zhang Feng arrived at Kong Li early. As for Zhou Deji, he had indeed failed to appear as promised. At times, Zhang Feng wondered if the second young master of the Zhou family was so nonchalant about everything. Otherwise, how could such a large company operate without oversight? Mr. Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Feng's early arrival at the office, Uncle Li hurriedly organized some documents and entered the office. Currently, Kong Li had only the 2 of them as employees, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Oh, Uncle Li, please have a seat. Zhang Feng held a genuine respect for Uncle Li. It was not solely because he was backed by Zhou Jinji or due to his adept handling of matters the previous day, but rather because of the man himself. His decades of diligent service at Kong Li warranted Zhang Feng's respect, both for his loyalty and capability. After some initial hesitation, Uncle Li finally acquiesced to Zhang Feng's insistence and took a seat, albeit at the edge of the sofa, a clear display of social hierarchy. Zhang Feng glanced at the stack of documents in his hand. These are the candidates from yesterday's interviews? A total of over 20 candidates interviewed yesterday. The ones you see are the ones I have sifted through, Uncle Li explained. Zhang Feng acknowledged Uncle Li's efforts, yet his expression remained somewhat grim, leaving Uncle Li puzzled. Is there something amiss? No, Zhang Feng shook his head. It's just that given the scale of the situation, it's surprising that only 20 candidates have applied, and none of them possess any experience. That is rather peculiar, based on Zhang Feng's initial calculations. Considering the significant reshuffling he had initiated and the expansive recruitment advertisements he had issued, especially with doubled salary offers, there should have been a line of applicants outside the door. Yet now, the disparity between expectation and reality seemed quite absurd. Uncle Li appeared taken aback by this revelation. And only after Zhang Feng's observation did he seem to ponder it. Uncle Li, have there been any developments with other businesses recently? None. Uncle Li thought for a moment before shaking his head. While there exists competition among major businesses, conflicts are rare and often unnecessary, as many matters require mutual assistance. Then where precisely has the issue arisen? Zhang Feng frowned and fell into contemplation. Sir, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave as I have several interviews scheduled for today. Ah, understood. Uncle Li, you have worked hard. After Uncle Li exited, Zhang Feng gazed at the documents in his hands, not contemplating who was suitable or unsuitable, but rather pondering where the misstep had occurred. As noon approached, Uncle Li knocked on the office door. Mr. Zhang, there is a young man named Ergo outside who wishes to speak with you. Ergo? Zhang Feng thought for a moment before recalling such an individual. Curiosity piqued his mind. What could have prompted him to seek out his presence? Could it be that Jinya Lei had sent him to bring Wu Tianfu? Yet, he was merely a lowly figure. After some deliberation, Zhang Feng nodded. Allow him to come up. Certainly, sir. Before long, Ergo appeared in the office, but unlike yesterday, today he looked utterly despondent. Apart from the absence of bloodstains, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Tianfu from the previous day. This surprised Zhang Feng. What have you been up to? Mr. Zhang, Ergo began, his voice trembling with suppressed sobs. Do not play the victim. A grown man weeping like this is unbecoming. Just get to the point. I am not seeking sympathy. I am genuinely in distress. Ergo recounted his grievances, which ignited Zhang Feng's ire. What the hell? Is this really happening? Mr. Zhang, I feared you would not believe me. So yesterday, I specifically sought out a reporter from the newspaper to document the incident. Here, take a look. He produced 5 photographs, each depicting a middle-aged man in a long gown standing on a platform, addressing a crowd below. The content of his speech was indiscernible in the images. But according to Ergo, he seemed to be inciting those so-called job seekers to avoid applying at Kongli, while Zhang Feng had previously sensed something was amiss. It now appeared that the source of the anomaly lay here. Mr. Zhang, here are $3.70. Initially, there were over $30. But that reporter was injured, and if I did not pay him, he would have disposed of the photographs. Ergo, looking quite aggrieved, placed several crumpled bills on Zhang Feng's desk. Observing the faint bloodstains on the currency, Zhang Feng inhaled deeply. You acted commendably. I will avenge this wrong on your behalf. Furthermore, here are $200 for you to seek medical attention. Individuals like Ergo might be overlooked by many, perceived as bothersome as refuse. However, in Zhang Feng's eyes, his intellect and character were undoubtedly commendable. In truth, it would have been simple for Ergo to disregard the incident and walk away. Yet, he chose to confront it, even sacrificing the remainder of his funds for the photographs post-assault. This alone spoke volumes of his integrity and his ability to seize opportunities. For only by doing so could he avoid further harm, ensuring his efforts were not in vain. Yet, to Zhang Feng's surprise, Ergo outright refused. Chapter 86. He is Wu Tianfu. Mr. Zhang, I, Ergo, recognize your esteemed capabilities, and thus I wish to remain by your side. Oh, Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. In that era, the first choice was invariably to become a police officer. If one failed to qualify, they would turn to bureaucratic positions. These were the only 2 options for the impoverished. Naturally, there was no disdain for the prospect of associating with a prominent figure. Yet Zhang Feng was acutely aware that he had a long way to go before he could truly be considered a big shot. Ergo's statement, if not born of short-sightedness, exhibited remarkable foresight, 2 concepts that were polar opposites. Zhang Feng hesitated to make a hasty decision, for choosing one path would necessitate shouldering the responsibilities that followed. In his contemplation, Ergo seemed somewhat anxious. Mr. Zhang, I implore you to accept me. I truly wish to be by your side, and moreover, I have already withdrawn from Fu Yixing. A point of no return? Upon hearing this phrase, Zhang Feng's initial thought was precisely that. After a lengthy silence, he finally nodded. I can retain you at Kongli, but only as a reward for your contributions. The matter of being by my side can be discussed later. Ergo appeared somewhat disheartened, though he did not overtly display his disappointment. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will endeavor to earn your approval. Zhang Feng merely smiled faintly in response. Everyone harbors ambitions, yet how many can truly realize them? Nonetheless, the information Ergo brought today proved to be exceedingly valuable. As the afternoon approached, and with Uncle Li's assistance still required for interviews, Zhang Feng hosted him for a meal at a nearby small restaurant. He also invited Ergo along, partly to facilitate an introduction and partly to observe him more closely. Zhang Feng was in dire need of capable individuals, yet he was wary of exploiting their talents. Up to this point, Ergo seemed to fit the criteria, though his future remained uncertain. After a modest amount of wine at lunch, upon returning to Kongli, Zhang Feng reclined on the sofa for a brief rest. Around 2 o'clock, a gentle knock resonated at the door. Sir, Sango has arrived. Oh, having been stirred from his slumber, a dull ache throbbed in his head. Zhang Feng propped himself up. Where are they now? They are at a nearby tea house, which is an establishment owned by Fu Yixing, Ergo replied. Isn't Fu Yixing primarily involved in illicit activities? When did they open a tea house? Ergo chuckled sheepishly at this comment. That tea house is essentially a front. The front serves tea while the back operates as a gambling den. Zhang Feng had merely made a casual jest, yet he was taken aback by this revelation. His expression darkening. Shall I fetch you some hot water to wash your face, sir? Zhang Feng glanced at Ergo and nodded with a smile. Yes. Do bring me some water. Following Ergo outside, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. In his past life, it had always been women attending to his needs. Yet in this life, despite an influx of romantic entanglements, the first person to bring him water to wash his face was, unexpectedly, a man. Such an amusing twist of fate. Mr. Zhang, I have brought the person you requested. Our superior mentioned that the land deed may take another 2 days. But it should be delivered to your residence by next Monday. Asen appeared somewhat perplexed. Wasn't it only a temporary loan? Why are we now discussing the land deed? This bafflement left him scratching his head. Zhang Feng knew that Jin Yulei understood the unspoken implications of his words and chose not to elaborate further, instead directing his attention to the freshly groomed Wu Tianfu, another individual on a stretcher. Zhang Feng chuckled quietly to himself, and then said, Take him to Kongli, Mr. Zhang. Despite Wu Tianfu's lean appearance, his skill was not to be underestimated. Even Ah-san harbored doubts about whether he could best Wu Tianfu in a one-on-one confrontation. Transporting him to Kongli did raise some concerns. Fear not. The tale of the snake and the farmer shall not unfold in my case. Zhang Feng possessed this confidence. For he believed Wu Tianfu to be a wise man, aware of the importance of choosing the right environment. However, the idiom of the snake and the farmer had yet to permeate society in the early 1950s, leaving Ah-san pondering for quite some time, without grasping its true meaning. Even he sought counsel from Jin Yulei, who, it must be noted, had never heard of such a name. Thus, these two prominent figures within the Fu Yixing, akin to leading ladies of a grand stage, found themselves troubled for quite some time over a mere 4 words casually uttered by Zhang Feng. Why do you wish to save me? This was the first question Wu Tianfu posed to Zhang Feng. He could discern that the young man before him, nearly a decade his junior, was undoubtedly an ordinary individual. After all, it was improbable for the esteemed host of Fu Yixing to display such deference in his presence. Yet, what merit could a person like this see in him? Could it be that this youth harbored an inclination towards men? Naturally, Zhang Feng remained oblivious to Wu Tianfu's inner musings. Were he to be aware, he likely would have delivered a swift kick that would have ended the man's life. Before I address your inquiry, I must first pose a question of my own. Zhang Feng extended a cigarette to Wu Tianfu, igniting it for him, and inquired, Where do you hail from? Fujian, perhaps? Are we fellow countrymen? Wu Tianfu initially anticipated a more convoluted question, but to his surprise, it was this straightforward inquiry that slipped from his lips, accompanied by a sidelong glance, appraising Zhang Feng with considerable intrigue. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Although he was unfamiliar with Wu Tianfu, he had come across references to the renowned Northern Expedition general and anti-Japanese hero, Wu Chi in various documents. He was a figure of significant repute, a rare patriot within the ranks of the Kuomintang. Wu Chi was indeed Wu Tianfu's father. However, one hailed from Dapu in Guangdong, and the other from Fujian. While the distance was not insurmountable, the disparity in their origins felt vast. Had he truly made an error in his search? Zhang Feng could not help but ponder. Hey, do you have any more cigarettes? I could use another. As Zhang Feng immersed himself in thought, Wu Tianfu had already finished his cigarette and reached out for another. Help yourself, Zhang Feng chuckled, tossing a pack of freshly opened cigarettes his way. Along with a box of matches, Wu Tianfu, unreserved, exhaled a long plume of smoke and remarked, As for me, I can owe many things, but never a favor. Speak. What troubles you that I might assist in resolving? This declaration elicited a laugh from Zhang Feng, who pointed at the barely upright Wu Tianfu. What do you think you can help me with in your current state? The words immediately irked Wu Tianfu, their eyes locking in a fierce glare. Full of disdain. Do you assume I traverse this world alone? So, you have other associates? Noticing Zhang Feng's expression, Wu Tianfu quickly adopted a more cautious demeanor. Yet, Zhang Feng merely waved a hand with a smile. Well, there's no pressing matter that requires your intervention at the moment. If you have nowhere else to go, why not stay here and recuperate? With that, Zhang Feng summoned Ergo. Chapter 87. Someone is anxious. After instructing Ergo to take care of Wu Tianfu's recovery, Zhang Feng prepared to depart, intending to inform Zhou Daji about the interference in Kong Li's recruitment efforts. It was unreasonable for him to handle everything alone while Zhou Daji indulged in revelry outside. A brotherhood should not be so burdensome. Just as Zhang Feng was gathering his belongings, Zhou Daji unexpectedly arrived to seek him out. Well, look who it is, a rare visitor. In response to Zhang Feng's teasing, Zhou Daji showed no interest, his face dark and sullen as he sat on the sofa, smoking in silence. Who dares to provoke the esteemed second young master Zhou? Zhang Feng chuckled as he joined him on the sofa, curiosity piqued. Could it be that singer, Meng Lian? That seemed unlikely. Such entertainers might throw occasional tantrums. But would they truly risk angering their benefactor? Zhou Daji wasted no time, directly revealing the situation. "Ah Feng, you're the sharpest. You've got to help me with this." After hearing the full story, Zhang Feng could only laugh in disbelief. While he toiled away, this second young master Zhou was embroiled in a cockfighting debacle. Of course, Zhou Daji was not irked merely by losing money. After all, the Zhou family's wealth was not easily exhausted over a mere cockfight. Moreover, Zhou Daji knew his limits and would not wager excessively. His frustration stemmed primarily from a loss of face, especially in front of women. "Boss, how do you suggest I handle this? Should I just grab someone and give them a beating? But, you see, I'm not exactly a fighter. If I were to capture someone, it would be rather prudent for you to come and rescue me afterward." Observing Zhang Feng's mischievous grin, Zhou Daji felt even more despondent. "Ah Feng, spare me the mockery. You have no idea how those fellows looked at me. I can't help but feel a deep-seated resentment." Seeing Zhou Daji's expression, Zhang Feng ceased his teasing. Regaining his dignity was a trivial matter. However, a more significant concern awaited the boss's assistance. "What major issue?" Zhou Daji asked, slightly taken aback. "Is it about Kong Li? What else could it be?" "Unless this involves my own affairs," Zhang Feng retorted, rolling his eyes before handing Zhou Daji the photographs Ergo had brought. "It appears someone intends to undermine Kong Li, but I lack knowledge of who she might have offended. Therefore, I need you to inquire on my behalf." Zhou Daji furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the photographs featuring a man raising his arm in a rallying cry, shaking his head slightly. "I don't recognize this individual, but I do know the place in the background." "Where?" Zhang Feng pressed eagerly. "Mongkok. Mongkok." Zhang Feng's confusion deepened. Though Mongkok and North Point differed by only one character, the distance between them was considerable. Even with unobstructed travel, it would take at least 2 hours. When had Kong Li incurred the ire of someone from that area? Zhang Feng glanced at Zhou Daji, who was equally perplexed. "Don't look at me. This matter is certainly not within my sphere. My circle hardly includes any individuals from Shanghai." "Shanghai?" The keyword caught Zhang Feng's attention, leading him to ponder deeply. "Ah Feng, have you crossed paths with someone from Shanghai?" Zhou Daji quickly connected the dots, recalling Zhang Feng's previous involvement in a matter with Xue Feng. "It's possible. But do they have the audacity to oppose the Zhou family?" "The Zhou family?" Zhou Daji scoffed at himself, falling silent thereafter. "Fine. If we can identify who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes, that simplifies matters." Not wishing to further undermine his boss, Zhang Feng replied, "Once I wrap up my current affairs, I'll ensure you have your vengeance." Upon hearing this promise, a smile returned to Zhou Daji's face. After he departed, Zhang Feng pondered thoughtfully, considering several possibilities. Ultimately, his suspicions fell upon Xue Feng's father, Xue Hongmin. The reasoning was straightforward. Given Su Jingtao's current stature, it was inconceivable that he would retaliate against a mere junior for a slight. As for anyone else, they were equally unlikely. After all, the situation for the Shanghainese in Hong Kong is rather grim. There is no need to create enemies for oneself, especially not those backed by the Zhou family. However, Xue Hongmin is an exception. Having faced business failures, he is left with nothing but an empty shell. It is not difficult to learn of Zhang Feng's current whereabouts and responsibilities. Thus, he seizes this opportunity to deliberately impose difficulties on Zhang Feng. Should Zhang Feng falter, he could easily curry favor with Su Jingtao. Conversely, if Zhang Feng proves resilient, it would only demonstrate his capability, prompting Xue to encourage his daughter to marry Zhang Feng, using her as leverage without fear of retaliation. It is indeed a clever strategy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Even Zhang Feng, who has lived 2 lives, cannot help but admire the intricacies of this scheme. Yet, what Xue Hongmin fails to anticipate is that Zhang Feng does not play by the rules. Despite holding a trump card, Zhang Feng chooses not to play it, leaving Xue in a state of anxious anticipation. In the ensuing days, Zhang Feng instructs Uncle Li to continue posting job advertisements in the newspapers, insisting they must occupy the front page. Otherwise, no payment will be made. As a result, within a mere week, the funds in Kong Li's account have diminished by nearly half. Yet, Zhang Feng remains unfazed. His indifference is mirrored by Uncle Li, who, under the guidance of his brother, shares the same sentiment. As for Zhou Daji, he is completely unconcerned, having mastered the art of being a detached manager. However, one person is genuinely anxious, Xue Hongmin. He is indeed set on achieving his dual objectives, yet this plan is fundamentally reliant on financial resources. After several days, Xue Hongmin finds himself on the brink of financial ruin. "Perhaps we should just let it go," Xue Feng's mother remarks gloomily, gazing at the modest breakfast spread before them. "Let go." Xue Hongmin retorts sharply, "Do you think we can simply call it quits now? What about the money we've already spent? But if this escalates and Su Jingtao remains ungrateful, we will truly have no foothold left in Hong Kong." Hongmin. Xue Hongmin is well aware of his wife's concerns, yet he feels trapped. The arrows are already on the string, and there is no turning back. If it comes to that, I will borrow some. Mom, what are you two talking about? Chapter 88. The Heart's Turmoil. Get up, darling. Are you hungry? Come eat breakfast. Darling is a term used by Shanghainese to refer to children. Though Xue Fong has turned 18, in the eyes of her parents, she remains a child. Upon receiving a glance from her husband, Xue Fong's mother chimes in. Yes, come eat. Xue Fong, still groggy, stretches and ambles to the dining table, oblivious to any unusual tension. However, upon seeing the unappealing fare, she pouts. What is all this? Xue Hongmin, having evidently prepared for this moment, gently nudges his discontented daughter toward the table while explaining with a smile, Darling, autumn has arrived, and we should eat some coarse grains to prevent catching a cold in winter. Just think of it as medicine. Xue Fong is more perceptive than she appears. She resents her parents' insistence on marrying her off to a man over 50, yet she understands their good intentions. She knows that even if she were to marry, she would not lose her virginity. Coupled with Zhang Feng's words from yesterday at the hospital, which struck her like a thunderbolt, she remains unsettled. How can this be? She murmurs, but nonetheless sits down obediently. By the way, what were you discussing earlier about borrowing money? She casually asks, picking up a piece of pickled cucumber. Despite Xue Hongmin's usual cleverness, he finds it difficult to fabricate lies in front of his daughter. It is Xue Fong's mother who understands, adding, Oh, your father found a promising project and wants to borrow some money from your uncles for investment. Upon hearing about her father's investment plans, Xue Fong sets down her chopsticks, assuming a mature demeanor. Dad, why are you still considering such things? Don't you understand why our family is in its current state? And those uncles of yours, they're not being kind. They're just out to swindle you. Don't be so naive. Had anyone else spoken to Xue Hongmin this way, he would have surely been infuriated. However, as a devoted father, he can only nod in agreement while his wife shakes her head in dismay. I'm full. I'm heading out. Xue Fong announces, wiping her mouth, and adds a warning to her father. Don't engage in any investments, understood? Absolutely. I won't, Xue Hongmin assures her repeatedly. Humph. Xue Fong tosses her ponytail defiantly. I'm leaving now, and I want to be back for lunch. Not coming back for lunch? Xue mother asks, taken aback. Where are you going? Xue Fong smiles mischievously and skips out the door. After she departs, Xue Hongmin resumes his usual demeanor, frowning slightly in displeasure. She's certainly going to see that little fellow who works as a steward. Xue mother furrows her brow, concerned about their relationship. In truth, she fears her daughter may be deceived. I need to test that boy's capabilities, Xue Hongmin remarks, understanding his wife's worries. He grabs his hat and coat, declaring, All right, I'm off to borrow some money. This battle must be fought. Are you not coming back for lunch? Not necessarily. Don't wait for me. His voice carries from outside. Xue mother gazes at the untouched food on the table, sighing, her appetite entirely lost. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang. Here are the expenses for the newspapers over the past few days. If everything looks fine, I will proceed with the transfer. Uncle Li presents the statement. Zhang Feng glances at it briefly before signing his name. Uncle Li, thank you for your hard work. Uncle Li nods silently and exits. Wu Tianfu, observing the scene, scoffs. You truly have money to burn. Strangely enough, that day, Ergo did indeed take Wu Tianfu to the hospital. Yet, by that evening, Wu Tianfu had already been discharged. Zhang Feng only learned of this the following day. Initially, he had intended to express his concerns, but upon seeing Wu Tianfu, who was nearly back to full health, he swallowed his reprimand. He couldn't help but admire Wu's remarkable recovery. Such resilience is bound to make him formidable. You stab me, I stab you. You poke me, and I shall be fine shortly. I poke you, and you will soon meet your demise. Though it may sound a tad exaggerated, the reality is not far off. After leaving the hospital, Wu Tianfu was uncertain whether he truly had nowhere else to go or if, as he claimed, he was merely repaying a favor to Zhang Feng. In any case, he lingered at Kongli, refusing to depart. Zhang Feng had initially intended to keep him close. And now that Wu Tianfu had taken the initiative to approach him, how could he possibly turn him away? Upon hearing Wu Tianfu's mutterings, Zhang Feng chuckled. So, according to your reasoning, I should hand over money to you, allowing you to deal with matters? Wu Tianfu peeled an orange, tossing a segment into his mouth with a graceful arc. After a couple of chews, he swallowed it whole, stating, Whether or not we proceed with this, we will see when the time comes, but I assure you, it will ensure he dares not approach you again. Zhang Feng was aware of Wu Tianfu's capabilities. After all, with someone like Xue Hongmin, even if Wu Tianfu were to bring along a few former associates to intimidate, it would likely yield results. However, sometimes such methods merely address the symptoms rather than the root cause. Moreover, there was also the involvement of Xue Fong. The very thought of Xue Fong made Zhang Feng wonder if a meeting between her and Wu Tianfu might spark some unexpected chemistry. Just as he pondered this, Ergo knocked on the door, announcing, Mr. Zhang, a young lady is here to see you. A young lady? At this hour, and coming here to seek him out. Zhang Feng could scarcely think of anyone other than Xue Fong. With a wry smile, He shook his head and said, "Fine, let her in." "Understood, sir." After Ergo stepped away, it was not long before Xue Fong appeared at Zhang Feng's office door. Initially, Xue Fong had intended to greet him with her usual exuberance. But upon noticing the presence of another person in the office, she swallowed her words. Even her gaze towards Wu Tianfu was tinged with a hint of fear. This reaction was quite understandable, as Wu Tianfu exuded an undeniable air of intimidation, compounded by his visible injuries and bandages, which could certainly be unsettling to behold. "What brings you here?" Zhang Feng had been attentive to the sounds on the staircase, keenly observing the office entrance. However, upon witnessing the fear in Xue Feng's eyes directed at Wu Tianfu, he momentarily froze, pondering if he had indeed misjudged the situation. I wish to apply for a job at Kongli." Chapter 89, I'm jealous. Xue Feng's declaration not only left Zhang Feng momentarily stunned, but even Wu Tianfu, who had been feigning sleep on the sofa, opened his eyes in astonishment. Zhang Feng had initially thought that perhaps this glance might lead to a connection between the two. Yet, Wu Tianfu merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away in disdain. Perhaps he merely found the young girl somewhat peculiar, especially with her abrupt assertion of wanting to work here, as if this place were her own home. However, after a cursory glance, he lost interest, dismissing her as just a girl. Ergo. Zhang Feng chose to ignore Xue Feng's remark and called for Ergo. Ergo first glanced at Xue Feng before asking, "Sir, what is your command?" "You should know her family. Take her home." Ergo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and turned to Xue Feng with a courteous demeanor, saying, "Miss Xue, please." Yet, Xue Feng refused to budge. She stood her ground, motionless, her enchanting large eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken emotions. This scene left Ergo somewhat at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. The display of emotional distress before him would certainly have no effect. However, it varied from person to person. With someone like Xue Feng, who seemed to straddle the line of connection yet remained somewhat distant, it was difficult for Zhang Feng to harden his heart, especially after he had rushed to the hospital upon learning of her illness. Even if Zhang Feng was reluctant to admit it, his true feelings compelled him to care about certain matters. Waving his hand to dismiss Ergo, Zhang Feng set down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and inquired with keen interest, "Well then, why don't you tell me what skills you possess?" "I can speak English." Xue Feng was indeed telling the truth. The Xue family had once been a prominent clan in Shanghai, and her proficiency in English was beyond question. However, that alone was insufficient to convince Zhang Feng to change his mind. "What else?" I can make fried rice." A burst of laughter escaped not only Zhang Feng, but even Wu Tianfu, who had been reclining on the sofa, could not suppress his amusement. The laughter triggered a chain reaction, causing Zhang Feng to erupt into hearty laughter as well. So much so that Wu Tianfu nearly toppled off the narrow sofa. "What is so funny? I can really do it." Xue Feng assumed they were mocking her for boasting. She became visibly displeased, and one could almost imagine her performing a live cooking demonstration if kitchenware and ingredients were available in the office. After much effort, Zhang Feng finally stifled his laughter. Shaking his head, "Miss Xue, what exactly are you here for? We at Kongli do not require a chef." "Then, what do you need?" "I may not know it now, but I can learn. I have a remarkable capacity for learning," Xue Feng insisted earnestly. Wu Tianfu, trying to hold back his laughter, shook his head from the sofa. To him, this was not an interview, but rather a comedic display, akin to children playing house. Zhang Feng took a deep breath to compose himself, his expression turning slightly more serious as he said, "Since you're here for an interview, I must ask, why should I hire you? Is it simply because you claim to speak English? Though I may lack formal credentials, I do not believe my English is inferior to yours. Therefore, I regret to inform you, Miss Xue, that I don't think this position is suitable for you. So I'm sorry, Miss Xue. I don't think this job is suitable for you." After saying this, Zhang Feng reiterated it in flawless English. Even Wu Tianfu, who could not understand the language, was left speechless in awe. How sophisticated. Truly sophisticated. Xue Feng was also taken aback, but amidst her anxiety, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. "I also understand the law." This time, it was Zhang Feng's turn to be surprised. It was well known that at that time, Hong Kong operated entirely under British law. Therefore, even in his past life, Zhang Feng had devoted considerable effort to legal studies, surpassing the knowledge of many ordinary lawyers. Yet in this life, it was entirely irrelevant. After all, they belonged to two different nations. Moreover, there were not many individuals in Hong Kong studying British law. Those who did were prominent figures far beyond Zhang Feng's current reach. "Do you truly understand British law?" Zhang Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in skepticism. After all, Shanghai was merely divided into various concessions, unlike Hong Kong, which was directly governed by the British. Therefore, even if someone were to study law, it is unlikely they would choose British law. As for Xue Feng, her capriciousness is evident, yet she possesses the virtue of seldom resorting to deceit. Thus, When Zhang Feng pressed her for answers once more, she found herself somewhat flustered. Eventually, she raised her chin slightly and declared, "Regardless of whether I am capable or not, rest assured, I can assist you with any legal issues you might encounter." Observing her unwavering confidence, Zhang Feng couldn't help but recall the foreign woman he had seen in the hospital that day. Could it be her? If so, it wouldn't surprise Zhang Feng. After all, she was indeed a foreigner, very likely British. It is hardly strange for a Brit to study British law. With this realization, Zhang Feng began to weigh the pros and cons, judging by Xue Feng's tone and demeanor today. It was evident that she had no inkling of her father's scheming to undermine Kong Li. If it weren't for Xue Feng, it's likely that Xue Hongmin would have already been devoured by wild dogs. Yet, Zhang Feng was also acutely aware of the motives behind Xue Hongmin's actions, as well as the reasons Xue Feng was determined to remain with Kong Li. In matters of the heart, Zhang Feng had always been rather carefree. In his previous life, he was not constrained, so why should he be in this one? He was reluctant to jeopardize his future happiness for a woman as willful as Xue Feng. However, the trump card she presented was undeniably lethal, not only for the present circumstances surrounding Kong Li, but also for Zhang Feng's future plans. Moreover, let us not forget that Hong Kong was a British colony. In Hong Kong, the British held a sense of superiority. Even individuals such as Chen Jichao, known as the chief of police, and Zhou Jinji, a prominent figure in the business world, were merely seen as slightly elevated in status in the eyes of the British. Yet, a dog remains a dog. Its lineage matters little to its master, who only cares whether it is obedient. Furthermore, in the realm of business, interactions with the British were inevitable. Zhang Feng knew that Zhou Jinji had long been awaiting his approach for assistance. However, Zhang Feng had no intention of doing so. To establish an empire solely his own, he needed to retain control over these connections rather than relying on others. To do otherwise would defeat the purpose and create numerous entanglements. Oh dear, will you just speak up already? My feet are getting sore standing here. Chapter 90. The Stubborn Su Long. Despite her pampered upbringing, Xue Feng could not help but voice her complaints, even though she genuinely wished to stay with Kong Li. Yet, one could hardly blame her for expressing discontent. Zhang Feng had deliberated for nearly half an hour, a duration that would test anyone's patience. Wu Tianfu was also puzzled. Was it really necessary to be so conflicted over whether someone could work here? Moreover, it was not Zhang Feng who would be paying the wages. Ultimately, Zhang Feng opted to decline. He was averse to complications and was already burdened with enough troubles of his own. He did not wish to invite more. As for legal counsel, he believed he could find it if he truly needed to. It was merely a matter of time. If all else failed, he could have Zhou Deji seek assistance. After all, as a hands-off boss, Zhang Feng had little to occupy himself with beyond engaging in cockfights, enjoying fine wine, and fawning over opera singers. He would not allow the carefully crafted situation he had built to crumble within days. Xue Feng was immediately displeased. Yet Zhang Feng remained resolute, adopting an attitude of indifference. Faced with such obstinacy, Xue Feng had no choice but to leave for the time being. As she departed, Zhang Feng found himself hoping that Wu Tianfu might rise to find an excuse to accompany her. However, to his surprise, it seemed the allure of the sofa held greater appeal than that of a vivacious young lady. In the afternoon, Zhang Feng was summoned home by his advisor, Kai. Initially, he was puzzled as to why his mother had suddenly called him back. It later became clear that the individuals he had asked Asan to help had been released. Now, the entire family had come to express their gratitude. Along, hurry, this is your cousin. If not for him, you would still be locked up. Aunt Su exclaimed upon Zhang Feng's return, urging her son to thank him. Su Long was indeed a striking figure, towering at nearly 6'3" and possessing a physique as robust as that of a young bull. What stood out most was his somewhat simple-minded demeanor. Yet it was precisely this quality that enabled him to undertake the audacious act of confronting a gang leader single-handedly. Thank you, cousin, Su Long said, smiling as Zhang Feng intended to pat him on the shoulder. However, as his arm extended, he quickly reconsidered the gesture. The height difference was considerable. Su Long, perceptive to the situation, crouched down to meet Zhang Feng at eye level, prompting Zhang Feng to chuckle. It seems you are quite astute. How could you engage in such a brainless act? Being family, Zhang Feng felt no reservations in his words. Su Long took no offense, flashing a broad grin that revealed 2 rows of white teeth as he scratched his head sheepishly. I have a big appetite. And that day I was just trying to earn some money to buy bonds, but they didn't give me enough, so I got angry. Such a candid response rendered Zhang Feng momentarily speechless. Yet, it made sense. Those involved in gang activities did so out of desperation to fill their bellies. Oh. Lu Gaikan interjected, pulling Zhang Feng aside. Well, now that Along is out, Aunt Su and Uncle Su hope to have Along find a job with you. This way, he can establish himself in Hong Kong, and Aunt Su and Uncle Su will feel more at ease with him by your side. Zhang Feng had already grasped the situation upon seeing the assortment of items on the table. The previous time, he had brought items to help retrieve their son. This time, it was clear they sought something more. To everyone else, this seemed merely a trivial favor for Zhang Feng. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, I might be able to ask someone to pull along from the police station, and I could even retrieve many others. But what is the prerequisite? It is not that they hold me in high regard or fear me. Rather, they see the shadow of Zhou's second young master behind me. Characters like Jin Yilei, Fu Yixing, and the formidable police officers, including Lan Gang from the Yao Mati police station where Along was held, are not extending favors to me. They are showing deference to Zhou Daji, to the Zhou family. Do you truly believe I have achieved success on my own? This house was gifted to me by Jin Yilei, and the gifts in the cabinet were also given to me by Zhou Zhishao, who passed them on to me because he found them of little value. Without the Zhou family, I am nothing. He then pointed at Su Long. And you, before today, did you even know me? Su Long shook his head honestly. Yes. Zhang Feng nodded, casting a glance at Su Long's parents. Slightly softening his tone, I understand that you wish to secure a livelihood for your son, but you have witnessed the current situation. To those who have never set foot here, Hong Kong appears to be a land of opportunity. Yet those who arrive soon realize it is a society where the strong prey upon the weak. If I, Zhang Feng, were merely a thug, I could take Along under my wing, for I certainly admire his raw strength. However, I am a steward, not one who relies on violence. What purpose would it serve for me to take him along? Zhang Feng's words caused everyone to lower their heads. They recognized the truth in his statements, including Lu Guiqin, who understood, as her son had expressed, that their seemingly glamorous life could vanish at any moment. This is why she had consistently saved money. Even though they currently faced no hardships, Jin Yilei regularly provided them with some skincare products, which she meticulously preserved for the inevitable time when they might find themselves destitute, as these items could be exchanged for cash. Yet sometimes, when the harsh realities of life are laid bare, the feeling can be overwhelmingly difficult to accept. Well, I can do it. Suddenly, Su Long, in an unexpected burst of confidence, spoke up. Cousin, you are not wrong. Until today, I had never even heard your name, but you saved me. So you are my benefactor. My mother has instructed me to call you cousin, and thus you shall be my cousin. If you do not wish to take me with you, it matters not. I, Along, have hands and feet, and believe I can carve out a place for myself in Hong Kong. Su Long's declaration left Zhang Feng, who had previously worn an expression of resentment, utterly speechless. He had genuinely considered the well-being of this cousin he had just met. Yet, who would have thought that his goodwill would be misconstrued? Frustrated, Zhang Feng nodded repeatedly. Very well, you aspire to make your mark, do you? You wish to be a thug, then? Fine, what about Fu Yixing? If that does not work, then perhaps Chao Lieni will do. I can speak to the leaders of both gangs to ensure you are given a position. Su Long had merely intended to express his determination, but he had inadvertently angered his cousin. He quickly waved his hands. Cousin, do not be angry. You misunderstand me. I do not need your introduction. I can make my own way. Indeed, it was a case of a scholar encountering a soldier, where reason could not prevail. Zhang Feng was thoroughly exasperated by Su Long. Ultimately, he could not be bothered to say anything further and, with a flick of his sleeve, ascended the stairs. Perhaps only Qiu Baifeng could help him regain his composure. Chapter 91, Taking in Xiu'er. Have you quarreled with Annie Qin again? After days of recuperation, Qiu Baifeng's health had significantly improved. Once confined to her bed, she could now sit up, and even attempted to stand for brief moments each day. This was a remarkable transformation. Upon entering her room, Zhang Feng took a seat beside the table. The teapot on the table was steaming, indicating that Qiu Baifeng seemed to always be preparing for his arrival. How is your health? Zhang Feng poured himself a cup of hot tea and inquired. Much better. In about a month, I should be able to get out of bed and walk, she replied, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Zhang Feng nodded with a smile. That is wonderful. But do not rush it. Ensure you fully recover to avoid any lingering repercussions. By the way, I need to use some money. Qiu Baifeng's statement elicited a chuckle from Zhang Feng. If you wish to use it, do so. There is no need to discuss it with me. However, what I need may not be a small sum. Oh, Zhang Feng assumed Qiu Baifeng wanted the money for clothing or similar items, considering her imminent recovery and the preparations for her outings. Yet, her tone suggested she required a considerable amount. Curiosity piqued, he listened intently. In a few days, I plan to collaborate with Akai on a project. Otherwise, remaining idle is not conducive. Qiu Baifeng was not the type to sit idly by. Her journey from a fragile girl to a renowned figure in the city was a testament to her character. However, Zhang Feng had his own plans. After a moment's contemplation, he said, having Akai assist is feasible, but I have other intentions regarding you. What intentions? Qiu Baifeng asked, intrigued. That is not something I can disclose just yet, as many matters remain uncertain. However, I believe that day is not far off. After pondering, Zhang Feng continued, aside from the living expenses for my mother, I believe I still have around 50 to 60,000 left. $63,251, Xiao Baifeng replied, articulating the figure with precision, prompting Zhang Feng to laugh. You truly are meticulous. It would be a pity if you did not take on the role of a bookkeeper. If you agree, I could certainly do that. Xiao Baifeng smiled charmingly, leaning forward with her captivating eyes fluttering at Zhang Feng, leaving him both amused and exasperated. You are quite mischievous. Otherwise, I currently have no means to move about, and aside from Akai, only Xiao visits occasionally. Now that I've caught you, it would be unbearable to be bored. Women can be quite the charming little devils at times, especially if they are beautiful. They often know how to capture a man's heart, which could be considered a natural talent of theirs. Zhang Feng found himself at a loss. After muttering an apology, he fled in haste amidst Xiao Baifeng's melodic laughter. The Su family had long since departed, and Lu Guiqin was seated in the living room. Upon seeing her son descend the stairs, she approached him somewhat sheepishly. Knowing what his mother intended to say, Zhang Feng spoke directly. Mother, you need not say anything. I do not blame anyone. It's just that my current capabilities have not yet reached the level you envision. Seeing her son devoid of resentment, the expression on Lu Guiqin's face softened somewhat. Would you like to have dinner at home tonight? Glancing outside, she noticed it was already dark. Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, I will stay at home tonight. Family is, after all, family. Even if his feelings for this family in this life were not particularly strong, they remained his kin. It had been over half a month since moving from Kowloon City, and he had yet to truly reside here. Now that matters regarding Kong Li were gradually falling into place, the upcoming challenges would not be resolved overnight. It was time for him to take a proper rest. Moreover, Lu Guiqin's culinary skills were indeed commendable, as he had previously experienced in Kowloon City. Today would be an excellent opportunity to indulge his palate. Upon hearing that Zhang Feng would be dining at home, the entire family was in high spirits, making it feel as though a significant guest were arriving. Especially Xiao and her friends, who often wore smiles of delight. Xiao, come here for a moment. After observing the hustle and bustle in the living room for a while, Zhang Feng decided to call Xiao over. Sir, did you call for me? Xiao, reminiscent of her days as a singer at Lianxiang Tower, spoke with her head bowed, her voice as melodious as ever. There is not much to discuss. It's just that after settling you all in, I haven't had the opportunity to engage with you properly. Today, as fortune would have it, I find myself with some leisure time. Hence my inquiry regarding your future plans. Glancing at Zhang Feng, Xiao discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the other sisters, who were preoccupied with their tasks, and whispered. Xiao is uncertain about what the younger sisters intend. In any case, I shall heed the words of my esteemed master. As she concluded her statement, a faint blush adorned her delicate cheeks. Initially, Zhang Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. However, it soon dawned upon him that perhaps the girl had misconstrued his words. To be candid, Xiao was indeed quite charming, resembling a bud poised to bloom. Her diligent and demure demeanor undoubtedly made her an ideal companion in the eyes of many men. Yet, Zhang Feng was rather unique. He could not be gauged by ordinary standards, especially when it came to women. He was drawn to those who posed a challenge, and he also appreciated independent women. Individuals like Xiao, who were submissive by nature, were not to his taste. As Zhang Feng shook his head with a wry smile, Xiao, perplexed, inquired softly. Is something troubling you, master? Zhang Feng chuckled. Not at all. I was merely contemplating your future, for you are all still young, having endured a decade of hardship. Now that I have taken you in, I cannot in good conscience push you back into the flames of adversity. Xiao gazed at him with wide, bewildered eyes, seemingly grasping little of his words. Her perspective was rather straightforward. As long as Zhang Feng instructed her, even amidst any grievances, she would comply. It appeared her life was thus defined. Perhaps there were joys and sorrows, yet those mattered little. What truly held significance was the individual who wielded control over her life and dictated her course. Zhang Feng had initially intended to discuss Wu Ziho's situation with Xiao. Previously, he had requested Jin Yale to communicate with the 14K regarding Wu Ziho's release. However, to his surprise, a few days later, Jin Yale returned to inform him that Wu Ziho had already become a lowly figure within the 14K. This revelation caught Zhang Feng off guard. Furthermore, Jin Yale relayed that Wu Ziho wished to convey a message to Zhang Feng, asserting that the events of that day would no longer be pursued. He had fulfilled his promise and hoped Zhang Feng would honor his commitments as well. This naturally reminded Zhang Feng of a saying, a piece of gold will shine no matter where it is.